One moment, I was in my lab working on an agricultural experiment. The next, I woke up in a frozen nightmare. I am now Suwon, the daughter of a disgraced official in the Great Wei dynasty. My old life is gone. I have inherited the memories and the weak, freezing body of a girl sold into exile. The cold was unbearable as I was hauled out of a prison cart and thrown into the snow. My knees hit the hard ground, and I felt utterly helpless. Around me, villagers stared at me like I was livestock. A cruel old man tried to buy me for a few pieces of silver, treating me like a servant he could use up and discard. The officer in charge threatened to throw me to the wolves if no one paid his high price. I felt trapped between a miserable life of Choi or a certain death in the mountains. Suddenly, the crowd went silent. 7 tall, scary-looking men arrived, led by a man named Chin Lai. He was massive, with a scar on his face and eyes like a wolf. The villagers were terrified of him and his brothers, who carried heavy weapons. Without any hesitation, Chin Lai threw down 20 taels of silver, a huge fortune, and claimed me as his. He scared off the old man and the officer with just a look and a flash of his blade. I was terrified. I thought I had just been traded from one danger to another. As I tried to stand, my body gave out, and I began to faint. Instead of hitting the ice, I felt a huge, warm hand catch me. Chin Lai picked me up with one arm as if I weighed nothing at all. He called me troublesome, but he wrapped me inside his warm sheepskin coat to protect me from the wind. As he carried me away into the snow toward his home, I could hear his heart beating steadily against my ear. I don't know what my future holds with this man who looks like a bandit, but for the first time since arriving here, I am out of the cold. I woke up in a dark, cramped room made of cracked mud walls. Instead of the freezing snow, I saw a faded, double happiness wedding sign on the window. My body felt weak, and my heart raced when I realized I wasn't alone. 7 tall, strong men, the Chin brothers, stood over my bed like a pack of hungry wolves. The 4th brother, Chin Yu, teased me for being a porcelain doll that cost them 20 taels of silver. The 3rd brother, a giant man named Chin Meng, stared at me with wide eyes, looking both amazed and nervous. I felt like a trapped rabbit. When their leader, Chin Lai, mentioned it was our wedding night, I panicked, fearing the worst. However, Chin Lai told me I was too fragile for a real wedding night and would likely die if they tried anything. Instead, he decided they would draw lots to see who would stay with me. He claimed it was to watch over my health and make sure I didn't run away, but the tension in the room made it clear they all wanted to be near me. As the brothers scrambled to pick wooden sticks from a jar, the youngest brother, Chinan, suddenly collapsed. He was coughing violently and looked like he was dying. While the other brothers rushed to help him, a strange, mechanical voice suddenly spoke inside my head. It was a farm system telling me that I had to save Chinan. To get the medicine he needs, I have to collect heartbeat value by having physical contact with these men. I was shocked and overwhelmed. I came here to survive, but now the only way to save a life is to get close to these dangerous brothers. This doesn't feel like farming at all. It feels like I'm being forced to flirt just to stay alive. Panic filled the room as the youngest brother, Chinan, began coughing up blood. His fever was so high that the second brother, Chin Mo, warned us he wouldn't survive 15 minutes without medicine. We were trapped by a snowstorm, and despair settled over the brothers. Even these strong, fierce men looked helpless as they watched their brother dying. That was when the mechanical voice of the farm system spoke in my mind again. It told me I could save him, but only if I touched one of the men for 10 seconds to make the medicine grow. I was nervous, but I knew I had to act. I chose the 3rd brother, Chin Meng, because he was standing closest to me. I pretended to be scared and stumbled right into his arms, wrapping my hands around his waist. He was huge and warm, and he completely froze in shock. I could feel his heart beating faster and faster. It sounded like a drum against my ear. The system warned me his heart rate was reaching a limit, but that energy made the medicine grow instantly. When I finally let go, his face was bright red, and he seemed completely dazed. I used my wide sleeves to hide the herbs as they appeared in my hand. I told the brothers my mother had sewn them into the lining of my coat for emergencies. Chin Mo was overjoyed to see the fresh roots, and Chin Lai, the eldest, looked at me with suspicion but didn't push for more answers. After we boiled the herbs and gave the medicine to Chinen, his breathing finally steadied. He was going to live. The heavy tension in the house broke, but then a new problem arrived. Everyone's stomachs started growling. We have no food left in the house, and the rice jar is empty. I have saved a life, but now I have to figure out how to keep us all from starving in this bitter winter. After saving the youngest brother, a new crisis hit. Hunger. The Chin family was completely broke because they spent all their money buying me. The brothers were so desperate they had sold their last bit of rice. My own stomach was twisting with pain, but my farming system was out of energy. To grow food, I needed to make a man's heart race again. I decided to target the eldest brother, Chin Lai. He was outside chopping wood in the freezing cold, looking incredibly strong and fierce. I wrapped myself in a coat and stepped into the snow. I timidly grabbed his sleeve and called him husband. The word shocked him so much he nearly dropped his axe. When I told him I was hungry and accidentally touched his waist, his heart rate spiked to the limit. The system immediately rewarded me with a large bag of premium white rice. I pretended I had hidden the rice in my clothes to keep it safe from the guards. When Chin Lai saw the beautiful, pearl-like grains, his attitude toward me changed. He stopped seeing me as a useless burden and looked at me with a new kind of warmth. He roughly rubbed my head, a gesture of affection from such a hard man, and told me to go inside where it was warm. Inside, the brothers were stunned. They had never seen such high-quality rice in their lives. As we sat together eating the hot porridge, the atmosphere in the house shifted. The brothers no longer looked at me with suspicion. They treated me like a precious treasure, giving me the warmest spot by the fire. Even the fierce Chin Lai started thinking that having a wife might not be so bad after all. I was finally warm and full, but the peace didn't last long. A loud, angry voice started shouting outside, accusing us of stealing the food. It looks like my life in this village is never going to be quiet. Just as we were enjoying the rare peace of a full stomach, a village woman named Wang Dajiao started screaming insults outside our gate. She was jealous of the smell of our rice and shouted horrible lies, claiming I had traded favors for the food. The warmth in the house turned icy as the brothers' expressions changed from content to deadly. Before I could blink, the third brother, Chin Meng, charged out like a wild beast. He didn't hit the woman. Instead, he ripped a massive hardwood fence post right out of the frozen ground with his bare hands and crushed it into splinters. He warned her that if she ever insulted me again, her head would be next. The fourth brother, Chin Yu, followed up with a chilling smile, using his wits to threaten her with a debt she couldn't pay. Terrified, the woman fled the scene. I watched from behind the door, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. In this rough world, the Chin brothers didn't waste time with words. They were decisive and powerful. When the eldest, Chin Lai, noticed me peeking, he stepped in front of me to block the wind. He acted harsh, telling me to get inside, but he gently fixed my coat. I realized then that for the first time since I woke up in this dynasty, I actually felt safe. The brothers, who were terrifying warriors just moments ago, turned into nervous puppies when they looked at me. When I told Chin Meng he was cool, his face turned bright red with pride. My system started pinging with high heartbeat values from all of them. I realized that keeping them happy and their hearts racing was the key to our survival. However, a new problem arose as night fell. There is only one heated brick bed in the house, and it isn't big enough for 7 massive men and 1 woman. Chin Lai refused to let me sleep near the drafty wall, but the tension in the room is rising as we try to figure out how to share the space. After the excitement of the previous day, we faced a major problem: where to sleep. The house only had 1 warm room with a large heated bed. The side rooms were far too cold for the sickly 7th brother, or for me. To stay alive, Chin Lai decided we would all squeeze onto the single large bed together. He assigned the spots carefully, placing me in the warmest corner by the wall with the gentle seventh brother next to me. The rest of the brothers lined up like a wall of heat to block the drafts. Even so, the bitter northwest night was freezing. In my sleep, I unconsciously searched for warmth and rolled right over the frail seventh brother toward the human furnace nearby, Chin Lai. I ended up curled against the eldest brother's chest with my arms around his waist. Chin Lai froze, his heart racing. He wanted to be stern, but seeing how cold I was, he tucked the blanket around me instead. Meanwhile, my legs ended up draped over the shy third brother, Chin Meng. He was so nervous he stayed perfectly still, acting as a human footrest and barely daring to breathe. While the brothers spent the night in a mix of torture and bliss, I slept perfectly. My system went wild, collecting massive amounts of energy from all their racing heartbeats. This upgraded my farm to fertile red soil and unlocked a special zone to grow vegetables even in the winter, rewarding me with cabbage and radish seeds. When I woke up, I found myself clinging to a very tired-looking Chin Lai, while Chin Meng was still carefully holding my foot. Before the awkwardness could settle in, the twins started shouting from the yard. It seems my new farming powers have already started working, as green plants are miraculously growing right through the winter snow. The morning began with total chaos. When the twins' screams about grass in the snow shattered the silence, Chin Lai jumped up so fast I nearly fell. He caught me by the waist, and for a second, the air between us felt electric. Embarrassed, he and the third brother rushed outside, leaving me to catch my breath. I realized that the miracle in the yard was actually the result of the system energy I gathered from the brothers' racing heartbeats the night before. Outside, the courtyard was filled with fresh cabbage and radish sprouts, a sight that left the brothers speechless. Chin Lai looked at me with a mix of awe and gratitude. He clearly saw me as the family's lucky star. However, we had a problem. The ground was frozen solid, and their old, rusty hoes were useless. I told them I had a solution and used a stick to draw a blueprint for an improved curved plow in the dirt. The twins, who are skilled blacksmiths, crowded around me to see. They were so young and full of energy that their heat and the smell of metal completely surrounded me. They squatted so close that I felt trapped between them. When the sixth brother excitedly grabbed my hand and the fifth brother looked at me with pure, wild admiration, my system went into overdrive. Their heart rates hit the limit, unlocking a new iron mine in the back mountain and a special forging blueprint. Chin Lai was clearly jealous and shouted at his brothers to get away from me. The twins, now more motivated than ever, rushed to their smithy to build the plow. As I tried to calm my racing heart, the fourth brother, Chin Yu, approached me. He offered me a handkerchief to wipe my hands, but his smile was playful and a bit sharp. He teased me about whether I preferred the energy of the younger brothers, making me realize that even with the food and tools sorted, the tension in this house is only going to grow. To survive the Northwest winter, we needed more than just rice. We needed meat. The seven brothers decided to head into the mountains for one last hunt before the snow sealed the paths. I refused to stay behind, fearing the village bullies would return while I was alone. After I persuaded Chin Lai with a few tears, he grumbled, but let me climb onto his broad back. Carrying me like a precious burden, he led the group into the wilderness. The weather turned quickly. A violent storm forced us to huddle inside a tiny, cramped cave. The space was so small that 7 tall men and I were packed together tightly. My clothes were soaked through, and I felt exposed and embarrassed. The atmosphere in the cave became incredibly heavy and tense as the brothers struggled to look away from me. Sensing the danger of the situation, Chin Lai shielded me with his leather armor and pulled me against his chest, his heart thumping wildly against my ear. To help them fight the cold and regain their strength, I used my system to provide a stamina booster mixed with spiritual spring water. I passed a bamboo tube around, telling them it would warm them up. I didn't realize how powerful it was. As they drank, their exhaustion vanished, replaced by an intense, restless energy. They looked less like hungry hunters and more like wild predators themselves. The system warned me that I had essentially lit a fuse by giving them so much energy in such a small space. Just as the tension reached its peak, a terrifying roar echoed from the storm outside. A massive beast was approaching the cave. Instead of being afraid, the brothers, now bursting with strength and looking for a way to release their energy, turned toward the entrance with bloodthirsty smiles. The meat had delivered itself right to our door, and the Chin brothers were more than ready for the fight. The forest shook as a massive wild boar, weighing over 300 pounds, charged at us like a black tank. Any normal hunter would have fled, but the Chin brothers were full of restless energy from my spiritual spring water. The third brother, Chin Meng, didn't even use his axe. He charged the beast with his bare hands, stopping it in its tracks through pure muscle. The twins attacked its legs, and the youngest used silent needles to strike its pressure points. It was a display of raw, violent beauty that left me breathless. The dying beast caught the sweet scent of my spiritual water and made a final, desperate charge at the tree where I was hiding. I closed my eyes, certain I was about to die. Suddenly, a dark figure dropped from the trees. Chin Lai slammed his hunting knife into the boar's neck with such force that he nearly decapitated it, pinning its head into the mud just inches from my feet. Blood-soaked and breathing hard, Chin Lai looked like a fierce warrior from hell. He pulled me into a hug so tight it hurt, growling at me for moving, but I could feel his heart racing and his arms trembling. He wasn't angry. He was terrified of losing me. I hugged him back and called him husband, telling him I felt safe with him. This instantly calmed his fury and sent his heart rate, and my system rewards, to an all-time high. My new, coy luck blessing took effect immediately. Not only did we have the massive boar, but the impact of the fight had knocked a whole nest of fat rabbits unconscious. The brothers looked at me like I was a living lucky charm. As we headed back, Chin Lai promised a feast of pigs' head stew to nourish me. Even the calculating fourth brother was already planning how to turn the boar's hide into a soft cushion for me. For the first time, I felt like more than a survivor. I felt like the heart of this family. Returning to the village was like a victory parade. The villagers were in total shock seeing the seven brothers haul a massive, mountain-like wild boar king through the mud. I was wrapped in Chin Lai's leather armor, feeling a mixture of relief and pride as the greedy and jealous stares followed us. Even our enemy, Wang Dajiao, could only glare in envy as we brought home a literal mountain of meat. The second brother, Chin Mo, showed his cleverness immediately. To stop the villagers from turning on us out of jealousy, he offered to share the pig's blood and innards for free. In an instant, the suspicious neighbors became our biggest fans. It was a brilliant move, using the parts we didn't need to buy the village's loyalty and protect our family. Once we were safely inside, the atmosphere was warm and celebratory. The fourth brother, Chin Yu, was already calculating our fortune. Between the meat, the hide, and the tusks, we had finally escaped the grip of total poverty. However, he noticed my clothes were too thin and insisted on making me a new cotton jacket. The situation turned intense when Chin Yu decided to measure me himself. He used a red string, but as he moved behind me to measure my waist and chest, it felt less like a chore and more like he was claiming territory. He stood so close I could feel his breath on my neck. When his fingers brushed against me, his heart rate hit the limit, unlocking a secret royal recipe for skin cream in my system. He whispered that he would give me the best of everything, and his gaze was so deep it made my heart race. As the other brothers watched with dark, hungry eyes, I realized that the warmth they were offering wasn't just about the fire. With a new skin cream recipe, I have a plan to turn this boar fat into a business that will make the Chin family rich, but first, I have to survive another night squeezed onto that bed with 7 restless men. To make this unique imperial whitening cream, the packaging couldn't be plain. If she used a broken ceramic jar, even if it contained a fairy pill, the wealthy ladies who only cared about appearances wouldn't give it a second look. Su Wan searched her mind. Although the system space unlocked a mine, exchanging it directly for finished boxes was too expensive. Maybe she could find those 2 workers to make a mold? Holding the freshly drawn blueprint and a handkerchief, Soo-won headed toward the backyard blacksmith shed. Before she got close, a wave of scorching heat mixed with rhythmic hammering hit her face. Bang! Bang! The hammer struck the red-hot iron, sparks flying. Inside the simple shed, the furnace blazed fiercely, warping the surrounding air. The fifth brother, Chin Feng, and the sixth brother, Chin Yun, the twin brothers, had already taken off everything but loose coarse cloth pants. Their bare upper bodies, illuminated by the firelight, shone with a shiny, bronze glow. Their figures are almost identical, broad shoulders and narrow waists. Their back muscles tense and relax sharply with each swing of the hammer, like two ready-to-pounce leopards. Sweat runs down their sharp jawlines, slides over their rolling Adam's apples, gathers in the creases of their strong chests, and finally disappears into the waistband of their pants. It's so tempting. Soo-won stands at the door, watching this scene full of raw strength, her cheeks slightly warm. Is this what young men's passion looks like? In the middle of winter, these two have turned themselves into a moving volcano. Cough, cough. A breeze blows, stirring up some smoke from the stove, making Soo-won cough twice. The sound isn't loud, but in the shed filled only with the sound of hammering, it's very clear.
Clang, clang.
Two sharp sounds ring out at the same time. The two brothers, who had been focused on their blacksmith work, almost dropped their hammers onto the ground simultaneously. Sister-in-law, why are you here? It's Smokey. Two tall figures rush over instantly. Before Soo-won can react, she feels her vision darken. On the left is a wall of hot flesh. On the right is another wall of hot flesh. The twin brothers, one behind the other, trap her in the middle, using their bodies to block the dust and smoke from the wind. Are you choking? Your face is red. Fifth brother Chin Feng is impulsive. He tries to pat her on the back with his big hand, but hesitates, worried that the iron dust on his hand might dirty her freshly washed shirt. He freezes in midair, his handsome face turning red with worry. This place is dirty. If you're uncomfortable, just shout, sister-in-law. There's no need for you to come personally. Sixth brother Chin Yun, though less talkative, acts more directly. He turns sideways and gently uses his clean inner elbow to shield her nose and mouth from the dust. It's really too close. The strong masculine scent on the brothers, mixed with the smell of rust, charcoal, and the salty dampness from sweat evaporation, instantly envelopes Soo-won completely. That smell isn't unpleasant. Instead, it has an intense, almost aggressive energy that makes Soo-won feel a little dizzy. I'm fine. Soo-won slightly leans her head back, trying to create some distance. But when she lifts her head, she directly meets the steady gaze of fifth brother Chin Yun. Because of the intense exercise just now, Chin Feng's forehead beads of sweat were dripping heavily. One drop of sweat slid down his brow bone, hanging on his eyelashes, about to fall into his eye. But he didn't bother to wipe it, just staring foolishly at Soo-won, as if missing a single glance would be a loss. Fool! Your sweat is about to get into your eyes. Soo-won looked at his dazed expression, feeling soft inside. Out of instinct, she took out a cloth from her sleeve, originally meant for wiping molds. She tiptoed. Her slender figure looked especially small compared to the two tall men. She stretched her arm as much as she could, holding the cloth with her delicate, white hand, gently pressing it on Lao Wu's forehead. Don't move. Her voice was soft and slightly reproachful. Bang! Chin Feng suddenly stiffened like he was struck with a spell, turning to stone instantly. The cool, soft touch on his forehead came through the thin cloth. And the scent of milk, unique to his sister-in-law, lingered at the tip of his nose. In that moment, he felt his whole body heat up, his heart pounding so hard it seemed it might jump out of his throat. Sister-in-law, wiping his sweat. Such a noble, pure sister-in-law, actually not minding his stinky sweat? Third brother is right. Sister-in-law smells so good. Chin Feng's throat moved violently, and his bright black eyes, which were once innocent and caring, instantly darkened with obsession and desire. He instinctively reached out to grab that little hand that was messing with his face. Snap! Another rough, calloused hand suddenly intervened, grabbing Qin Feng's wrist. It was Lao Lu, Qin Yun. "Brother, your sweat is wiped now," Qin Yun said calmly, but if you listened carefully, there was a hint of bitter resentment in his tone. He turned his head, and his eyes, identical to Qin Feng's peach blossom eyes, were filled with grievance and accusation, staring straight at Su Wan. "Sister-in-law, I also sweat." More than him, he said this, deliberately leaning forward, pressing his sweaty, handsome face against Su Wan's. The message was clear: no favoritism. "I want to wipe too." Su Wan. What kind of sibling rivalry scene is this? Seeing the way old Six was acting like, "If you don't wipe my forehead, I'll cry," Su Wan smiled helplessly. She could only turn around, stand on tiptoe, and gently wipe his forehead with the other side of the handkerchief. All right, I've wiped it. You're grown up now, acting like a kid." Feeling the gentle pressure, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile. He sneakily glanced at his older brother, who was grinding his teeth in anger. His expression seemed to say, "Look, my wife also cares about me."
Ding.
Double critical heartbeat detected. Target: Qin Feng, jealous. Qin Yun, satisfied. Status: hormone resonance. Heartbeat rate soaring, 160.170.180, double stack. Congratulations! The mine area is fully activated. Unlocks: precision mold, automatic processing function. Yes! Su Wan's heart lit up with joy. She quickly stuffed the blueprints into old Six's arms, taking the opportunity to escape this hot zone filled with male hormones. "This is the mold design for the box. You need to make it quickly. I have urgent use tonight." After speaking, she ran out with a blushing face like a frightened rabbit. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would be melted by the fiery gazes of these two little wolves. Watching Su Wan's hurried departure, the twin brothers exchanged glances. Both raised their hands to touch the foreheads that Su Wan had just touched. This blueprint. Qin Yun looked down at what he was holding, his eyes suddenly burning with passion. "The thing my wife wants must be made tonight. Use that piece of black iron we just dug out." Qin Feng grabbed the hammer on the ground, full of energy, but with nowhere to use it. "Old Six, start the furnace." "No sleep tonight." Clang. Clang. This time, the sound of hammering was even denser and more powerful than before. Every strike seemed to smash the feelings of excitement and restlessness from earlier deep into the hard iron. Half an hour later, Su Wan looked at the dozens of exquisite glass boxes in her hand, amazed and unable to close her mouth. With the system's processing and the twin brothers' craftsmanship, it was simply perfect. With this top-quality packaging, plus the Imperial Secret formula. Su Wan looked at the jar of freshly made ointment on the table, which was as white and smooth as sheep-fat jade. A confident smile appeared on her lips. Next, it was time for the men of the Qin family to see what a beauty surprise really looked like. At the dinner table, the oil lamp flickered. Su Wan deliberately changed into a clean, old, but well-washed white dress. Although it was worn, under the light, her face, freshly coated with a whitening and skin-softening cream, looked bright and smooth, as if it could drip water. When she carried her bowl into the main hall, the 7 men, who had been fighting over meat, all stopped eating at once.
Clang.
The 5th brother's chopsticks fell onto the table. Is that sister-in-law?" Clang. The 5th brother, Qin Feng, dropped his chopsticks onto the table, making a sharp sound in the quiet hall. He didn't bother to pick them up. His eyes, identical to the 6th brother's, were fixed tightly on the figure at the door. His throat, like a rusty pulley, moved up and down with difficulty. "Is that
sister-in-law?"
Under the oil lamp, Su Wan carried a bowl of freshly cooked wild boar meat, cabbage, and vermicelli. The steaming mist surrounded her, but it didn't hide her face. Instead, it cast a dreamy, soft glow over her. She was so white. Su Wan had a good foundation, but these past few days of sun and wind had made her skin a little dry. But now, after applying the whitening and skin-softening cream, made with spiritual spring water, her skin looked like a peeled boiled egg, even shining with a delicate, cool porcelain glow. With her old dress as a backdrop, her exposed neck and wrists looked dazzlingly white, so white it made people feel nervous.
Why?
Why are you all staring at me? Suwon felt uneasy under the 7 pairs of green, wolf-like eyes. She instinctively touched her face. Is there dust on my face? No dust.
No dust.
The third brother, Chin Meng, shook his head vigorously. His dark face turned a strange red, and he stammered, "Sister-in-law. Tonight, you look like a fairy descending from a painting." No, even whiter than a fairy. Whiter than the fat lard on the pig we slaughtered today. I mean, whiter than snow. Everyone. Although the third brother was a rough, uneducated man, his words, rough as they were, made sense. Suwon was both amused and embarrassed by this straightforward compliment. She could only sit down stiffly at the table. As soon as she sat, the lively atmosphere of the 8 Immortals table instantly changed. Seated at the main seat, Chin-lai, the boss, was still holding chopsticks in his hand. He didn't realize that he had already turned the chopsticks upside down. The thicker end was poking into the bowl. His usually decisive and sharp eyes were now deep and dark, like 2 black pools. His gaze fell on Suwon's fingertips, which had a faint pink hue, and his breathing grew heavier, without control. Is this the effect of that ointment? If his hands touched her, Chin-lai felt a tightness in his stomach. He quickly lifted his bowl and drank a cold sip of water, trying to suppress his rising desire. Sister-in-law. In the midst of this suffocating silence, a slightly teasing, husky voice suddenly sounded beside Suwon. It was Chin-yu, the 4th brother. He had shifted slightly earlier and now, instead of being half a step away from Suwon, he was close enough to almost touch her. He rested his broken fan on his chin, with a pair of charming, slightly squinted eyes and a hint of red at the corners, staring intently at Suwon's profile.
Sister-in-law.
You smell so nice tonight. Chin-yu said this casually, leaning in without hesitation. His nose almost touched Suwon's earlobe, and he took a deep, intoxicated breath. It's not the scent of powder or flowers. Chin-yu's voice was low, like a whisper, carrying a warm, moist breath that brushed against Suwon's sensitive neck, causing her to shiver slightly. It's a sweet smell. Sister-in-law, did you put honey on yourself? Or perhaps, his gaze slid down her neck to the slightly open collar, and his eyes suddenly became sticky and alluring. Or maybe, sister-in-law, you are naturally sweet?
Boom.
Suwon felt like she was about to explode. This 4th brother was really bold. To tease her so openly in front of the whole family? And that look. It was as if he wanted to devour her right then and there. Alert. Detected intense greed and desire. Target, Chin-yu. Heart rate, 160, impulse to taste. Farm feedback. Whitening ointment formula improvement progress 50%. 4th brother. A cold voice interrupted this romantic scene. The 2nd brother, Chin-mo, who had been silent, suddenly extended a long, strong hand and firmly pressed it on Chin-yu's back of the head, unceremoniously pushing his head away from Suwon's neck. Eat your meal, don't act like a horny dog sniffing around everywhere. Chin-mo pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses cold as ice, giving Chin-yu a sharp look.
No manners.
You scared your sister-in-law. 2nd brother just doesn't understand, Chin-yu said calmly, not upset by being pushed away. Instead, he tapped his palm with a folding fan and smiled like a sneaky fox. I'm just checking out our sister-in-law's beauty cream. Even I can't resist it. If we sell it in town to wealthy women who want to keep their men. Heh. He turned his gaze to Suwon, full of clever plans and obvious admiration. Sister-in-law, this business is great. It's like stealing money, making money. Chin-lai's face softened a little, and he finally picked up his chopsticks properly. Since the 4th brother says it can work, then it's settled. Tomorrow, go to town with the 4th brother and sister-in-law. 3rd brother, you come along and watch out. I want to go too, the twins said in unison. I'll help carry things. Old 7 Chin and raised his pale little hand. Everyone shut up, Chin-lai snapped. We still need to dig a well and clear land at home. Just work there. Second brother, you're studying at home and watch over these mischievous kids. The plan was set. Though everyone was reluctant, they could only eat their food in silence. But this meal was full of restless thoughts. Suwon sat in the middle, feeling like countless legs were brushing her calves under the table. On her left was Chin Lai's stiff knee, leaning against her like a mountain, warm and hot. On her right was Chin Yu's restless toes, occasionally tugging at her skirt. Across from her, third brother's big feet kept shifting, sometimes trapping her feet, rubbing happily as if they were table legs. Suwon thought, this isn't eating, it's torture. A sweet, heart-racing, softening kind of torture that makes her face blush and her heart race. Finally, after finishing the meal, Suwon quickly pushed the beautiful glass box filled with the whitening cream toward Chin-yu. Tomorrow, we'll sell this. You decide the price. Chin-yu took the box, rubbing his finger over the smooth lid, but his eyes stayed fixed on Suwon's glowing white hand. Don't worry, sister-in-law. He licked his lips and showed a confident smile. This time, I want all the money in the city to flow into our Chin family's pockets. Later, I will buy the best-looking belly band for my sister-in-law. The red one, it will look great on your skin. Cough, cough, cough. Second brother Chin-mo, who was drinking soup, choked and coughed repeatedly, while his ears turned slightly red. That night, the men of the Chin family lay on the big bed, listening to Suwon's long breathing from the innermost part, and their minds were filled with the sight of her white, shining neck at the dinner table. Before dawn the next day, the rooster in Wolf Tooth Village crowed for the first time. An old, rickety ox cart left the village gate with creaking sounds. This cart was borrowed from the second uncle next door, pulled by an old yellow ox. It panted heavily with every step, and the wooden planks on the cart made noise everywhere except for the bell. The dirt road to the town was full of potholes and frozen wool tracks, making the ride bumpy enough to almost make one vomit from the discomfort. Ugh. Suwon curled up in the straw in the cart bed, her face pale, clutching the sides tightly, feeling her bones about to break. It was so painful. This was not riding in a cart, it was like sitting in a washing machine. Especially her delicate bottom, which was jostled painfully by the hard wooden boards. With each bump, she let out a soft, uncomfortable sound. The faint moan sounded like a deadly spell to the two men driving the cart. Fourth brother Chin-yu sat on the left, fanning himself with a folding fan. He looked at Suwon's scrunched-up face, a trace of pity flashing in his peach blossom eyes, but mostly he couldn't hide his mischievous smile. Sister-in-law, feeling uncomfortable, he leaned over and lowered his voice intentionally. There are 20 more miles to go. If it keeps bouncing like this, your delicate skin might get hurt. And then you'll need to spend money on medicine. That's not worth it. Suwon rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. This schemer was still calculating costs at this moment. Chin-yu wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and opened his arms, patting his sturdy thigh. Though not as strong as the third brother's, it was still quite solid. Come, sister-in-law, sit on my lap. My thigh isn't as hard as the third brother's, but it's elastic and comfortable, a good cushion for the body. How about it? I won't charge you. He spoke while his eyes kept drifting to Suwon's slender waist, as if he already imagined how it would feel to hold her close. Suwon was hesitating whether to give in a little for her comfort. Suddenly, a rough, large hand, like iron clamps, reached in and cut in front of her. Fourth brother, your legs are like sticks, with no meat at all. The third brother, Chin-meng, who was in charge of driving, couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned deeply, and before Suwon could react, he reached out with one arm, like scooping up a chick, and pulled Suwon out of the pile of straw. Ah! Suwon cried out in surprise, her body leaping into the air. In the next second, she landed in a warm, firm, yet safe embrace. Chin-meng didn't put her back on the cart. Instead, he spread his legs and sat steadily at the front of the cart, like a mountain, then pressed Suwon onto his broad thigh. Sit still. His voice was rough and hoarse, with a commanding tone. He held the reins with one hand, and his other arm, as solid as iron, wrapped tightly around Suwon's slim waist, holding her close in his arms. Suwon was completely stunned.
This.
Was too firm? Qin Meng's thigh was full of muscles from years of training, hard as stone, but because of his high body temperature, sitting on it felt like sitting on a heated leather cushion. He was so strong that when Su-won sat in his arms, her back pressed against his broad chest, she could even feel his heart pounding wildly inside. Third brother. Su-won's face turned red like a ripe shrimp. Sitting like this in front of the fourth brother. Wasn't that too embarrassing? Don't move. Qin Meng stiffened all over, his Adam's apple rolling violently, and his voice sounded like it was squeezed from between his teeth. If you move again, I'll throw you down. Throw her down? He wouldn't dare. Right now, Qin Meng was in a kind of pain and pleasure hell. The broken ox cart was still bouncing along. Clunk. The wheel hit a big hole. The cart suddenly jolted. Su-won, due to inertia, was bounced heavily on Qin Meng's thigh, then fell back down. Through 2 thin layers of cloth, the soft touch, with each bump, was wildly testing Qin Meng's willpower. Qin Meng let out a muffled sound, his hand gripping the leather strap so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand bulged as if about to burst. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, trickling down his determined face into his neck. This was not just about sending his sister-in-law into the city. It felt more like risking his life. Yet, the little woman in his arms was unaware of this. Su-won felt much more comfortable sitting steadily. No more bouncing, and she had a warm stove pressed against her. Because the carriage was shaking badly, she instinctively reached out both hands, grabbing Qin Meng's shirt front, and even rubbed her thigh against his to keep her balance, finding a more comfortable position to settle in.
Bang.
Qin Meng felt the string of reason in his mind snap with a loud crack. In that moment, he even wanted to smash the broken carriage and press this troublesome little fairy in his arms into a pile of grass. TSK. Next to him, Qin Yu watched the scene, almost breaking his fan. So frustrating. Watching his big brother, who looked pained and maybe a little pleased, hugging his sister-in-law with a red face like a monkey's, but his breathing was even more chaotic. And what about the sister-in-law? She was lazily curled up in his arms like a sleepy cat, her small face pink and adorable, looking very content. Third brother, your self-control isn't good, Qin Yu said sarcastically, his eyes fixed on Qin Meng's large hand gripping Su-won's waist. If you can't hold it, just say so. I'll be ready to take over anytime. Get lost. Qin Meng gritted his teeth and spat out the words, tightening his arm even more, pulling Su-won closer as if to declare ownership.
I'm
very steady. Steady? Su-won felt the increasing warmth from the body behind her and the rapid, wind-up bird-like breathing. She secretly found it amusing. Isn't this almost cooked? And he's still claiming to be steady?
beep.
Continuous high-frequency heartbeat detected. Target, Qin Meng. Status, extremely resisting the heat. Heartbeat skyrocketing, 160.180.200, maxed out. Congratulations, host. The heartbeat farm triggered the bump bonus. Space cargo, whitening and skin-soothing cream, has mutated. Quality upgrade, ordinary supreme imperial jade beauty cream with a charming fragrance effect. Upon hearing the system alert, Su-won's eyes lit up. All the bumps and jolts along the way were worth it. The ointment has been upgraded. When they reach the town later, it will sell like crazy. Feeling happy, she couldn't help but lean into Qin Meng's arms, tilting her head and forming a crescent moon with her bright, watery eyes. Third brother is so good and so warm. She said this while nuzzling his chin like rewarding a loyal dog. That little gesture was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Whoa! Qin Meng suddenly pulled the reins, and the old yellow ox let out a loud cry, forced to stop. He gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling wildly, like a wild beast about to lose control. He dared not look down at the person in his arms, afraid that one glance would make him lose composure. What's wrong? Su-won asked, startled. And no, it's nothing. Qin Meng's voice was hoarse, as if burned dry by desire. There's a bump ahead. I'll stop and rest for a bit. The ox is tired. Tired? Chinyu glanced at the leisurely grazing old yellow ox and sneered. I think someone's about to burst. Anyway, the bumpy journey finally came to an end. When the ox cart from Wolf Tooth Village finally stopped at the gates of Qinghe Town, Qin Meng almost jumped out of the cart. His walk was a bit strange, hunched over, as if hiding some embarrassing secret. Su Wan, adjusting her wrinkled skirt, stepped out with a bright, confident smile. She carried dozens of boxes of the newly upgraded Supreme Jade Beauty Cream, looking at the bustling street with pride. Let's go to the biggest rouge shop. Today, our Qin family is going to make a big splash. The largest rouge shop in Qinghe Town, Red Sleeve Charm. This place is a treasure trove of wealth, usually frequented by local noble ladies and wealthy merchants' wives, filled with a sweet, powdery scent that makes people feel relaxed. Who is a beggar? Don't block the door and bring bad luck. At the shop entrance, a young man dressed in shiny silk clothes, waving a feather duster, looked at the three members of the Qin family with disdain, waving his hand as if swatting flies. No wonder this young man looked down on others. The Qin family situation was a bit embarrassing. The third brother, Qin Meng, wore a rough cloth short outfit patched all over. Although his muscles strained the clothes, he looked like a farm worker just off the field. The fourth brother, Qin Yu, was handsome but holding a broken fan with a yellowed surface, looking very poor. As for Su Wan, she wore a tightly wrapped hat that covered her face and a large, ill-fitting leather armor belonging to Qin Lai, making her look even more strange. Who do you call a beggar? Qin Meng, with his quick temper, was about to explode. He took a step forward, stomping his long leg that was still recovering from sitting on a human cushion, causing the doorframe to shake. I'm here to do business. Doing business? The young man sneered, sizing up Qin Meng's muddy trousers. What are you selling? Your stinky sweat? Hurry up and leave. Don't dirty our floor tiles, or you'll have to pay for it. The commotion drew the attention of the noble women inside the shop, who all covered their noses and looked at them with disdain. Is this the person from the Absolute Village? So stinky, hurry and leave. Don't ruin our new incense powder. Qin Meng clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging on the back of his hand like worms. He hated being looked down on, especially by someone insulting his sister-in-law. Just as he was about to act, wait. A clear, melodious voice, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, came through the black veil of her hat.
Su Wan stepped forward.
Her small hand, which had just been measured by Qin Yu, gently rested on Qin Meng's iron fist, soothingly patting it. Then she raised her hand and slowly took off her hat. At that moment, it was as if the noisy rouge shop was silenced. The hat fell, revealing flowing black hair. A small face, unadorned but glowing white, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The sunlight just happened to shine on her face. That white color is not the dull, heavy lead powder white, but like fine white jade, showing a healthy pinkish glow and delicate shine. Even the closest servant couldn't find a single pore on her face. Especially her peach blossom eyes, bright and shimmering, with a slight redness at the corners, carrying a natural charm and innocence. The wealthy ladies who just looked annoyed now all widened their eyes, forgetting to wave their handkerchiefs. Even the snobbish servant was open-mouthed, almost drooling.
Is she
too beautiful? Whose young lady is secretly visiting in disguise? Young man, Su Wan said softly with a gentle smile, ignoring the stunned looks around her. We are here to sell things. Do you think your shopkeeper can afford to buy? Yes. We can afford it. At this moment, a chubby shopkeeper rolled out from behind the counter. He was a smart man. Just looking at Su Wan's face, he knew she was a good seller. Madam, what would you like to sell? The shopkeeper's face was full of flattery, and his small eyes almost smiled shut. The usually silent fourth brother, Qin Yu, finally closed his broken fan. His eyes sparkled with sharpness, and his whole aura suddenly changed. He was no longer a poor scholar, but a shrewd merchant who could drain a person's soul. It's nothing special. Qin Yu slowly took out a beautiful glass box from his bosom. This box was made overnight by the twin brothers last night. It wasn't the best, but in this small town, It was quite rare. Clack. He gently opened the box. A very light, yet very tempting sweet fragrance instantly filled the air. The scent was unique, like first love, or the romantic feeling of midnight dreams. Just one sniff made people feel relaxed and soft all over. This was the upgraded, seductive body fragrance effect. The women in the shop immediately became excited. What's that smell? It's so good, even better than the Ninglu fragrance from the capital. Qin Yu was very pleased with this effect. He held the smooth, cream-like ointment in his long fingers, smiling casually. This is called Jade Beauty Cream, a secret family recipe. Applying it to the face can make the skin as soft and smooth as a baby's, and it also has a natural fragrance. He deliberately paused, giving a suggestive look at the noble women present. This scent is irresistible to men. My sister-in-law. She only applied a little last night, and my older brother. He didn't finish his sentence, leaving a suggestive silence. The noble women around blushed, but their eyes showed even more desire. Who doesn't want to keep their husband's love? Who doesn't want skin as good as the woman in front of them? How much is this? I want it. A plump woman dressed in gold and silver was the first to rush forward, slamming a silver note on the counter. I want it too. The scent is amazing. Don't push. I saw it first. The scene almost got out of control. The shopkeeper was worried. If a random customer bought it, how could he make money? This was a rare, exclusive item. Everyone stop. I will take all of it. The shopkeeper quickly held down the box of ointment, then turned to look at Qin Yu, gesturing with his hand, Young master, 50 taels. I want this recipe and the box of ointment all for myself. 50 taels? People around gasped. That was a huge price. Qin Meng heard the number and took a deep breath. 50 taels. That was enough to build a big house for the Qin family. He was about to nod. But Qin Yu chuckled softly, as if he had heard a joke. He didn't even look at the 50 taels, instead turning to Su Wan with a gentle, indulgent expression. Sister-in-law, see? I told you people in small towns don't have good taste. 50 taels? That's not enough to buy the ingredients for this ointment. Su Wan blinked, understanding immediately. She reached out her glowing white hand, gently took the box from Qin Yu, looked at it, then casually said, That's right. It's just a batch of defective leftovers. I use it at home to apply on my heels so they don't crack and hurt.
Apply.
To the heels? Everyone's eyes focused on Su Wan's stunning face and then on the fragrant, mysterious medicine. Such a rare item that even noble people in the capital couldn't get. She was using it on her feet? What kind of family background is this? But then I looked at Su Wan's flawless skin. I believed it. Everyone believed it. She used that cream on her feet so well. Imagine if she applied it to her face. She might become immortal. 100 taels.
No.
200 taels. The chubby woman, shocked, shouted her bid. Even if it's for my feet, I want it. I have plenty of money. 300 taels. No one else fight me. The price kept rising wildly. The shopkeeper's face turned green, and sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew that if he didn't buy this today, the shop across the street would push him out tomorrow. 500 taels. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and shouted a number that almost made Qin Meng kneel. Fixed price. 500 taels. From now on, I'll buy all your stock. At this moment, Qin Yu finally looked directly at the shopkeeper. He shook his broken fan, smiled, and nodded. Deal. The shopkeeper is generous. An incensed stick later. Qin's family 3 left the red sleeve shop. Qin Yu carried a thick stack of silver notes, walking proudly. Qin Meng was still floating, clutching his chest with both hands, worried about losing money. Walking like a big gorilla just learning to walk. 500 taels. Qin Meng stammered. Fourth brother, am I dreaming? We have money now? We can build a house. We can eat meat. Su Wan put her hat back on, covering her mischievous face. Seeing Qin Meng's helpless look, she couldn't help but poke his stiff arm muscles. Third brother, wipe your drool, it's embarrassing. Qin Meng chuckled and wiped his face with his sleeve, looking at Su Wan with eyes full of admiration. Sister-in-law, you really are a treasure trove. Yu, standing nearby, was excited but more clear-headed. He looked at Suwon's side face hidden behind her hat, his eyes deep. This woman, the way she played her part just now, her timing and tone perfect. Smart, beautiful, and able to make money. Such a woman. Yu felt his heart itch as if a cat had scratched it, making him feel excited. Now that we have money, let's buy some things first. Suwon waved her small hand confidently, showing a bit of a wealthy newcomer attitude. Buy meat, buy grains, and make 2 new outfits for each of you. These old clothes are so torn. How can I go out with you dressed like this? When she mentioned new clothes, Qin Meng's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, I want that black fitted outfit. It makes me look stronger. But Qin Yu stepped closer, lowering his voice so only they could hear. Sister-in-law, it's easy to buy clothes outside. But maybe it's time to change the ones inside. He pointed toward the fabric shop nearby, a mischievous smile on his face. They sell belly bands there. Sister-in-law, your skin is so fair. Red would look really good on you. Suwon blushed, about to scold him for being a troublemaker. But Qin Yu already grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward the fabric shop. Let's go, sister-in-law. I'll help you pick. I have good taste and know which styles are easiest to wear. Easiest to wear? Easiest for what? With 500 taels of silver in her pocket, Suwon stood tall and proud. Inside the fabric shop, even if the Qin brothers were dressed in rags, the shopkeeper wouldn't dare ignore them. Earlier, at the Rouge shop, their reputation had spread all over the street. Bring out your best fine cotton fabrics. Suwon waved her hand confidently. 5 yards of black, 3 yards of blue, and 10 yards of plain white for lining. Old third Qin Meng, who was holding a rough hemp cloth and reluctant to let go, was startled by her words, almost tearing the fabric in his hand. Sister-in-law, why buy so much? We can wear the rough hemp cloth. It's durable. The fine cotton. That's for women. No, for the noble people to wear, he spoke while looking at the fabrics with concern. He's never worn clothes without patches, let alone fine cotton. Wouldn't it be too slippery and make work impossible? Suwon turned to look at this big, simple guy, and tiptoed to pat the dust off his shoulder. Third brother, are you silly? Now we have money. You and big brother do heavy work every day. If your clothes wear out and your skin gets hurt, what then? I would feel sad. Qin Meng's face suddenly turned a pig liver color, and his heart felt like it was filled with warm cotton, very comfortable. His sister-in-law had money now, but instead of buying jewelry, he worried they might hurt themselves. This wife really cares about them deeply. Listen to your sister-in-law. Qin Meng sniffed, patting his chest loudly. Whatever sister-in-law buys, I'll wear. I'll wash it every day and never dirty the new clothes. After dealing with the third brother, Suwon turned toward the innermost corner of the fabric shop. There was a pink curtain hanging there, which was the place for selling women's undergarments. Qin Meng, though simple-minded, knew that was a forbidden area for men. He obediently stayed at the door, acting as a gatekeeper. But as Suwon lifted the curtain and went inside, a tall figure like a smooth snake silently slipped in behind her. Huh? Why are all these just small pieces of cloth? Qin Yu fanned himself, looking curiously at the hanging belly bands. A smile played on his lips that he couldn't hide. Suwon blushed and glared at him. Go out. Is this a place for you to look? Big sister-in-law, that's not fair. I'm here to pay, so I should see the goods, Qin Yu said, not leaving but instead inching closer to Suwon. In this narrow space, his faint soapberry scent and a man's unique aggressive aura filled the air. His eyes swept over the rows of belly bands and finally, with a long finger, he picked up a bright red belly band embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. That red was like blood, fire, and the hottest desire. This one looks good. Qin Yu licked his dry lips, then turned and held the red belly band near Suwon's chest. Big sister-in-law's skin is as white as snow. If she wears this red. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze flickering between the vivid red fabric and the small white part of Suwon's neck that was exposed. His Adam's apple moved up and down rapidly. That scene. Tiffy, just thinking about it makes me nosebleed. Suwon felt a rush of heat from her feet straight to her head. Is this man crazy? This is a fabric shop. There are people outside the curtain.
Why you?
Let go. Suwon's face turned red with embarrassment. She reached out to snatch the belly band. But Chinyu reacted very quickly. He suddenly turned his wrist, not letting go, but instead grabbing Suwon's outstretched hand and pressing it firmly against his chest.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Under his palm, the man's heart was pounding strongly, like a wild beast trying to break free from its cage. Can you feel it? Sister-in-law, Chinyu no longer smiled. His usually gentle, peach blossom eyes were now deep and swirling like a whirlpool, locking onto Suwon's panicked eyes. His voice was hoarse, like it was filled with gravel. It's beating so fast because of you. He held her hand and gently stroked the red cloth she wore, speaking in a tone that was almost pleading and mischievous. Just buy this one. I even made some cushions for you along the way. This little reward isn't too much, right? I want to see it tonight. Suwon felt as if her hand was burned, unable to pull away. This wasn't a discussion. It was outright flirting.
Buy.
Can I buy it? Suwon was afraid he might do something more inappropriate in this small room, like measuring her size, so she gritted her teeth and compromised. Let go. Someone might see. Chinyu finally released her happily, casually flicking her soft palm. Shopkeeper. Wrap this red one up. Use the best box. After leaving the fabric shop, Chinyu's proud smile was impossible to hide. Qin Meng looked at his flamboyant brother and felt an inexplicable itch in his teeth, as if something incredible had just happened inside. Next was the big shopping spree. Grain shop. Premium rice. The best pearl rice, 500 jin. White flour. Also 500 jin. The shopkeeper looked at them as if they were looking at a treasure god. In this famine year, only wealthy families or bandits dared to buy so much grain. Butcher shop. Suwon pointed at the ribs and pork belly just cut on the chopping board. I want all these ribs. Also, 20 jin of pork belly, 10 jin of lard, to make oil residue to eat. Qin Meng carried the bags. He was exhausted and sweating heavily, but his big mouth was almost stretched to behind his ears. They hadn't eaten meat in a year, and today they were buying enough to last a lifetime. Sister-in-law is mighty. Sister-in-law is powerful. Finally, Suwon led the two of them to a bookstore entrance. Sister-in-law, why are we coming here? We can't read. Qin Meng scratched his head.
Suwon didn't speak.
She went inside and chose a fine inkstone, a stack of Qingshin Hall paper, and a wolf hairbrush. All of this cost 20 taels of silver. It's for second brother, Suwon said with a gentle smile, holding the paper and brush. Second brother is a scholar. He can't always use that broken bowl to grind ink. His writing doesn't look lively. Later. We still hope second brother will pass the imperial exam and bring honor to our Qin family, she added. Chinyu stood nearby, watching Suwon's tender expression when she mentioned her second brother. Suddenly, he couldn't move his fan. The pride he felt earlier at the fabric shop faded away. It hurt. It really hurt. Sister-in-law favors him, Chinyu muttered softly. I earned you 500 taels, and you bought me a new outfit. Second brother just sits at home, and you buy him such expensive brushes and ink. Suwon heard this. She turned to look at him, then suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, that red one. Isn't it for you to wear?
Boom.
Chinyu's mind exploded like fireworks. All his sour feelings flew away, leaving only a cloud of red dust in his head. Let's go. Home. Chinyu, full of energy, snatched the rice bag from Qin Meng's shoulder and threw it onto the cart. Third brother, hurry up and drive. I can't wait for it to get dark. Qin Meng. Why does it matter if it gets dark? Has the fourth brother gone crazy? The setting sun looked like a thick pool of blood spread across the lonely official road. A loaded ox cart was wobbling back toward Wolf Tooth Village. The wheels creaked loudly on the frozen ground. As they approached the mountain pass, suddenly several dark figures jumped out from the reeds.
Whoa.
Qin Meng sharply pulled the ox's rein. The old yellow ox snorted and stopped. Want to pass? Pay the toll. The leader was Li Ergu, a notorious troublemaker from the neighboring village. He held a thick wooden stick, and behind him were 4 rough-looking men. They had long been eyeing Qin's cart. This cart was filled with white rice, flour, and the smell of fresh meat spilling out. There was also a young woman on the cart, whose figure couldn't be hidden even under a straw hat. Li Ergu swallowed hard, his greedy eyes fixed on the load in the cart. He especially looked at the young woman and chuckled. Hey, why not stay and warm our feet? This stuff in the cart is your way of showing respect. Suwon sat on the cart, watching these rough-looking men through the black veil of her straw hat. She wasn't afraid. Her hand inside her sleeve quietly reached for the anti-attack spray, actually itching powder she had just exchanged from the system. If they dared to move her, she would make them so itchy, they'd want to peel their own skin off. But she hadn't acted yet. Warm your feet. Qin Meng, the one driving the cart, slowly stood up. When he stood, he looked like a tall iron tower rising from the ground. The sunset shone on his old, tight-fitting shirt, outlining his broad back like a wall. He looked down, his big copper bell-sized eyes cold and calm, without anger, more like a deadly stare. That's just some meat I bought for my wife. That's some new cloth I bought for my wife. And you still want my wife to warm your feet? With each word, his aura grew more intense. When he said the last line, the veins on his neck bulged like angry snakes, twisting wildly.
Bang!
He jumped off the cart. The ground seemed to tremble with the force. Li Ergu was startled by his presence, but, counting on the others, he shouted bravely, "What are you afraid of? He's just one person."
Attack.
Take him down. 5 ruffians rushed forward with wooden sticks. Suwon's heart tightened. "Third brother, be careful. Hold on tight, sister-in-law. Don't get splashed with blood." Qin Meng didn't turn his head. Facing the incoming sticks, he didn't dodge or block. Instead, he reached out his large hand like a fan.
Snap. A crisp sound.
The thick wooden stick, as wide as a bowl, was caught by his hand. Then he clenched his fist suddenly. Crack. Wood chips flew everywhere. The hard stick in his hand shattered like a brittle pastry, crushed into pieces. Li Ergu's eyes nearly popped out. Before he could react, Qin Meng had already stepped in front of him. The hot air and bloody smell hit Li Ergu hard, making his legs weak.
Get lost.
With a loud shout, he yelled fiercely. Qin Meng grabbed Li Ergu's collar with one hand, like holding a sick chicken ready for slaughter. His arm muscles suddenly bulged, with lines as hard as granite. Over 100 pounds of lively person, he swung him around and threw him out. Li Ergu made a graceful parabola in the air, crashing heavily into the roadside stinky water ditch, splashing black, foul mud everywhere. The other 4 idle thugs were stunned and turned to run. In front of the furious Qin Meng, they were just a bunch of little chickens.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh echoed across the open official road. There were no fancy moves, just pure strength crushing. One punch after another, even the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the 5 arrogant rascals, who had been so boastful moments before, were now all lying in the foul water ditch, crying out in pain with broken hands and feet, unable to crawl up.
It was
too brutal. Suwon sat in the car, staring in shock. Is this the same brother who usually acts silly and blushes in front of her? He clearly looks like a fierce dinosaur. Qin Meng finished and wiped the dust off his hands, then turned to look at Suwon. In an instant, the fierce, murderous look on his face disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his honest, big bear-like self. He even scratched his head nervously and asked, "Sister-in-law, am I too dirty? Did I scare you?" Suwon was about to speak. "TSK, third brother is still too rough," said the 4th brother Qinyu, who had been sitting in the car fanning himself and watching the show. Now, he finally got out of the car leisurely. He walked to the roadside and looked at Li Ergu, who was struggling to climb out of the ditch. Li Ergu's face was covered in blood. Seeing Qinyu, the white-faced scholar, He thought he was an easy target and cursed fiercely. You all wait for me. I will report to the officials. I will tell them you beat me. Report to the officials? Chinyu chuckled softly, closing his folding fan with a snap. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile played on his lips, but his eyes held a chilling look that made people feel uneasy. He lifted his foot, and with his brand-new layered cloth shoe, precisely stepped on Li Erga's hand, which was lying on the bank. A pig-like scream of pain rang out again. Chinyu didn't press hard but slowly and carefully crushed it, as if crushing a filthy bug. Just now, were you trying to touch my sister-in-law with that hand? Chinyu's voice was as gentle as a lover's whisper, but it made people's scalps tingle. That hand is dirty. Let me help you trim it. Master? Fourth Chin. Spare me. My hand is broken. Broken, Li Ergu cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was truly scared. This fourth Chin looked friendly, but he was actually more ruthless than the rough third Chin. Chinyu finally withdrew his foot, disdainfully brushing his shoe on the grass. He took out an abacus from his pocket and snapped it twice. Look, not only did you block the road, but you also scared my sister-in-law. She is delicate and precious. This fright will give her nightmares tonight. She'll need some calming soup and ginseng to recover. 100 taels in total, Chinyu said with a smile, giving a number. This is for emotional damages. Before sunset tomorrow, deliver it to the Chin family. If even one coin is missing, he bent down and gently tapped Li Erga's swollen face with a fan handle. I will make sure your life disappears from Wolf Tooth Village. Understand? Understood. Understood. I'll deliver it tomorrow, even if I have to sell everything I own. Li Erga dared not say a word more. He and his 4 men scrambled and crawled into the reed marsh, faster than rabbits. The crisis was over. Chinyu turned around and returned to his charming, gentlemanly look. He walked to the carriage, looked at Su-won, and blinked his alluring peach blossom eyes. Sister-in-law, how about it? Do you think my little brother's bill is fair? Su-won looked at the 2 men in front of her. One was full of strength, able to tear people apart with his bare hands, giving her the strongest physical protection. The other was clever and tricky, able to trap people so thoroughly that they'd lose everything, providing her with the best mental support. A new sense of safety instantly filled her heart.
Yes.
Absolutely yes. Su-won couldn't help but smile, her smile brighter than the sunset. Let's go home. Tonight, I'll cook braised pork for you. Enough for everyone. Great. Qin was excited at the mention of braised pork. His energy surged again. He jumped onto the carriage, flicking the whip. Drive. The old yellow ox kicked up its hooves, carrying this happy family of 3 toward home, facing the last rays of sunset. Inside the carriage, Chinyu watched as Su-won's hair was blown by the wind, a strand lifting in the air. He unconsciously shook his fan again. Tonight, there will be braised pork to eat. But what he really wanted to eat was that dessert wearing a red belly band. Before the ox cart even entered the yard, the smell of delicious food made the broken door swing open. Big brother, second brother, sister-in-law is back. The twin brothers, like 2 little wolves smelling the scent, barked excitedly and rushed out. Old 7th Chenin, though walking slowly, had eyes that usually looked dead, but now they shone like 2 ghostly flames. Move the things. Be gentle. Don't break my good wine. Qin Meng jumped down from the cart, directing his brothers while carefully helping Su-won down. His movements were gentle, as if he hadn't just been tearing apart a monster on the road. That night, Qin's yard was more lively than during the New Year. The main hall's big table was piled high with goods. White rice, fine flour, fatty pork, and soft cotton cloth that looked so comfortable to touch. Are these all ours? Old 5th Qin Feng reached out to touch the pork fat, saliva almost dripping to his feet. He had never seen so many good things in his life. They are all ours. Su-won smiled and pushed a stack of thick papers and ink towards the second brother. Second brother, this is for you. Whether the family can produce a high official in the future depends on this pen. Qin Mo's hand, pushing his glasses, suddenly froze. He looked at the fine ink, its rich aroma filling the air. In this cold land, books and ink are more precious than gold. He thought he'd only be practicing calligraphy in the sand for his whole life, but unexpectedly, his sister-in-law remembered. He raised his head. His usual calculating eyes now only held a warm, sincere glow. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Chinmo's voice was deep but precious. My life is now your pen. Wherever you point, I'll write.
Beep.
Deep emotional connection detected. Target, Chin Mo heartbeat. 160. Loyalty to a true friend. Farm feedback. Crop quality upgraded. Unlock rare herbs planting rights. After exchanging gifts, the family was immersed in joy over their sudden wealth. But Suwon felt uncomfortable all over. That day, she rode in a cart, was scared by wild boars, and just now broke out in cold sweat on the road. Her body was sticky and uncomfortable, feeling terrible. I want to take a bath.
Suwon whispered softly.
As soon as she spoke, the lively atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. In this water-scarce Northwest, taking a bath is a very luxurious thing. Most families can only wash once a month. But Chinlai just glanced at her and immediately stood up. Third brother, go fetch water. Boil all the stored water in the tank. Fifth and sixth brothers, clean that big wooden tub. Scrub it 3 times. No one complained about wasting water. My sister-in-law is so fragrant and soft. How can she be dirty like us men? She must wash. And be thoroughly clean. Half an hour later, the side room was steaming hot. The largest bathtub was placed in the middle of the room, filled with warm water mixed with spiritual spring water. To keep it warm, Chinlai even had 2 charcoal basins added inside. Sister-in-law, the water is ready. Chin Meng brought in the last bucket of water, set it down, and blushed, rushing out quickly, afraid that looking too long might cause trouble. Suwon closed the door and took off her dusty old clothes. As the warm water flowed over her body, she couldn't help but sigh with comfort. She took out a jar of freshly made, premium jade face cream, scooped out a large amount, and applied it all over her body. The creamy texture melted, releasing a rich but not overwhelming sweet fragrance that drifted out through the door crack with the steam. Outside the door, 7 strong men sat neatly at the foot of the wall, like 7 gate guardians. Listening to the splashing water inside, everyone's Adam's apple moved in unison.
Gulp.
It smells so good. Fourth brother Chin waved his broken fan, eyes dreamy. Even more fragrant than the top lady in red sleeve invitation. This scent. It's simply enchanting. Chin Lai's face darkened, and he slapped the back of Chin Yu's head. Shut up. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut out your tongue. But he wasn't doing much better himself. His hand, gripping the knife handle, was bulging with veins, and his palm was sweaty. He could even imagine the water droplets sliding down her fair back.
Damn.
Don't think about it. If he kept thinking, his pants would burst. After a long while, a soft voice came from inside. I've finished washing. It was Suwon, sounding relaxed and a little damp after her bath. The door opened. Suwon came out wearing her new loose-fitting shirt, her wet hair draped over her shoulders. Her face was flushed from the heat, looking like a freshly peeled peach, emitting a tempting sweet scent. 7 men immediately held their breath, their eyes fixed on her, unable to look away. Feeling shy under their gaze, Suwon quickly slipped into the main room's bed. I'm going to sleep now. That water. You can watch over it and turn it off when you're done. Turn it off? The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the yard changed instantly. Chin Meng was the first to rush into the side room. He looked at the bucket of steaming water. A few unknown flower petals floated on the surface, a special effect. The water was a bit cloudy, but the fragrant smell was even stronger. That was the water her sister-in-law had used to wash. It was full of her scent. Turn it off. Chin Meng didn't hesitate. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, grabbed the wooden scoop Suwon had used earlier, and scooped some water to pour over himself. This water is so warm, it's a shame to turn it off. I want to take a shower. Put it down. A sinister voice sounded. Old fourth Chinyu had somehow blocked the door, folding his fan with a cold look. Third brother, we shouldn't be too selfish. I also want to use this water. I want some too. Me too. The twin brothers pushed forward, eager to join. I'm the patient. I have priority. Old seventh Chin and, though weak, ran faster than anyone else at this moment, already holding a towel. One bucket of bathwater instantly sparked a fight within the Chin family. In this water-scarce place, water was life. And this bucket, soaked with Suwon scent, was like a treasure. No one wanted to share, not even brothers. Just as old third's fist was about to hit old fourth's face, everyone stopped. Chin Lai stepped in quickly, shouting loudly to calm the chaos. He looked at the bucket of water with a deep, frightening gaze. He strode over and reached out to test the temperature. It was a bit cool now, but the slippery feeling was like touching her skin. This water can't be turned off. Chin Lai's voice was hoarse, his atoms apple-moving. We're many people and the water is limited. This bucket. We should take turns. Take turns? How? Chin Meng stared with wide eyes. Rinse ourselves, Chin Lai decisively declared. No one is allowed to go in and soak. If the water gets dirty, how will the others use it? Everyone grab a towel and wipe with water. Although it sounds a bit strange, to these already desperate men, it was almost a blessing. Then, an odd scene unfolded. 7 tall, tough men, fearless and unhesitating, gathered around a wooden tub as if performing a sacred ritual. Chin Lai went first. He dipped a towel into the water, wrung it out, and slowly wiped his broad chest and hot back. The water carried her scent, almost as if it held her body temperature. When the towel brushed his skin, it felt like her gentle hands were touching him. Chin Lai closed his eyes and let out a suppressed, muffled sound. This wasn't just bathing, it was like drinking bitter medicine to quench thirst. The more he washed, the more he burned with desire. Next came the second and third men. Each carefully washed, even between their toes. Especially Chinyu, the fourth, who secretly took a small sip of the bathwater and then licked his lips with a dreamy look. Sweet. That night, on the big bed in the Chin household, the sounds of turning over kept coming. Every man carried a faint, sweet scent, like the aroma of Suwon. They inhaled this scent, dreaming of the red vest they hadn't managed to put on, and the faintly visible figure in the water. Chin Lai dreamed he had become that water, tightly holding her. Chin Meng dreamed he had become the towel used for bathing, held in her hand. The fourth. His dreams were too dirty, causing him to wake up early the next morning with huge dark circles under his eyes, sneaking off to wash his underwear. Meanwhile, Suwon, curled up and sleeping peacefully in the corner, had no idea. The bucket of water she casually left behind had unexpectedly become the wildest fuel for these men's nighttime fantasies. It was late at night. Outside, the north wind howled fiercely, as if about to tear the roof off. Inside the main house of the Chin family, the fire was burning brightly, keeping everyone warm. On the big bed, snores echoed one after another. Old third, Chin Meng, was sleeping like a dead pig, drooling at the corner of his mouth, probably dreaming of wrestling with a wild boar king. Old fourth, Chinyu, fanned himself with a broken fan, covering his face. His breathing was steady, but his ears, exposed outside, twitched from time to time. Only a small oil lamp in the corner was still burning. Chin Mo sat in front of a broken desk that was missing a leg and had bricks underneath it. He wore a dark blue, thin cotton robe that Suwon had just bought for him. On his nose was a pair of old glasses wrapped with copper wire many times. In front of him, there were sheets of paper bought with dozens of tails of silver and high-quality ink. The sound of pages turning was very clear in the quiet night. Shush, shush. But Chin Mo's mind was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Even though he was holding a wise book, what kept flashing in his mind was Suwon's cute face when she just came out of the bath and the sweet scent lingering at her nose that he couldn't forget. He simply couldn't focus on reading this book. Second brother, a soft, sweet voice suddenly sounded behind him, with a lazy tone as if she had just woken up. Qin Mo's hand holding the book suddenly tightened, and his knuckles turned white. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the restless fire in his heart. He didn't turn around but answered coldly, pretending, Sister-in-law, are you still awake? Suwon was wearing a thick sheepskin coat, holding a bowl of hot spiritual spring water. She tiptoed over barefoot on the dry grass, like a cat. I think second brother's lamp is a bit dim, afraid it might hurt your eyes, she said, placing the water on the corner of the desk. She then took a pair of scissors and gently cut off the burnt black part of the lamp wick. Crack! The lamp burst with a small explosion. The yellow flames suddenly jumped higher, making the room much brighter. Suwon didn't leave. She looked at the ink block in front of Qin Mo, which hadn't been ground yet, and remembered the system panels, wasteland, status of the medicine field. This medicine field was linked to the second brother. To grow a life-saving 100-year ginseng, this iceberg had to be moved. Second brother, reading is hard work. Let me grind the ink for you, Suwon said. She stretched out her tender, small hand, pinched the ink stick, and slowly rotated it in the inkstone. Grinding ink was a delicate task. Suwon slightly leaned forward, and her loose collar inevitably slipped a little. She was too close. Close enough that Qin Mo only needed to tilt his head slightly to smell the familiar, maddening scent of her bathwater and her hair. Sister-in-law, Qin Mo's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his gaze involuntarily fell on her white wrist. The swirling ink looked like a black whirlpool, ready to pull his mind completely in. She stayed up late at night, coming over specifically to trim his lamp wick and grind ink. She was dressed so casually and defenseless. Was she hinting at something? Qin Mo's eyes behind his glasses suddenly turned deep and wolf-like, shining with a dangerous light. This ink isn't ground like that, he suddenly said, his voice hoarse, as if sandpapered.
Huh?
Suwon paused, still not quite reacting. A long, cool hand suddenly covered the back of her hand. Qin Mo stood up. He was taller than Suwon by a head. Standing behind her, he looked like a mountain, completely shadowing her in his presence. Keep your wrists suspended, apply even pressure, Qin Mo said, holding her hand without letting go. Instead, his other hand naturally rested on the edge of the table. This position made it seem like he was wrapping her tightly from behind. Suwon's back pressed against his warm chest. She could even feel his heart pounding loudly, each beat vibrating through her spine, making her tremble all over. Second brother. Suwon wanted to pull her hand back, but found that his seemingly gentle hand was surprisingly strong, like a steel clamp. Don't move, Qin Mo lowered his head. His cool glasses frame brushed past Suwon's hot ear. Warm breath sprayed into her sensitive neck, causing tiny goosebumps. My sister-in-law bought me such expensive paper and brushes. I haven't thanked her yet, he whispered in her ear, with a tone that carried a restrained, refined desire. Why don't I teach you how to write a character? Suwon was so flustered by this intense flirtation that her legs went weak. She could only let him hold her hand as he picked up a wolf hair brush, dipped it in thick ink. The brush tip touched the paper, spreading black ink across the white rice paper. One stroke, then another. Qin Mo wrote slowly. With each stroke, he leaned closer. Suwon was almost half encased in his embrace, her nose filled with the scent of ink and his restrained masculinity. This character is called Wan, Qin Mo said, finishing the last stroke while holding her hand. The handwriting was strong and powerful, showing a proud spirit. Wan? Suwon's voice trembled. Yes, the Wan from Wan Foam He Ming. Qin Mo paused his brush but didn't let go. He looked at the character on the rice paper with increasing intensity, his eyes burning. His lips almost touched Suwon's earlobe as he spoke in a low, seductive voice. Do you know what it means, sister-in-law? Wan Foam He Ming means a harmonious and loving marriage, like a perfect pair. Suwon's face suddenly turned bright red. This wasn't just about teaching her to write. It was clearly a flirtation using wise sayings. This cunning second brother, who usually looks serious, is more teasing than the fourth brother when he gets playful.
I
don't understand. Suwon hurriedly tried to break free. It's too late. I want to sleep. Just as she tried to run, she was suddenly pulled back by her waist. Chin Mo's hand, which had been resting on the table, had already grasped her waist. He didn't squeeze hard, but there was a strong sense of control that left no room for refusal. It's okay if you don't understand. Chin Mo took off his glasses, revealing a pair of fierce, unhidden phoenix eyes. He stared at Suwon's flustered eyes, a faint yet dangerous smile curling his lips. From now on, your second brother will teach you slowly, especially the things not written in books. Ding. High IQ abstinent system collapse detected. Target, Chin Mo heartbeat. 140, the urge to hide her in the study. Congratulations, host. Heartbeat threshold reached. The medicinal field seal is lifted. Reward, the medicinal field upgrades to LV.1. A seedling of centennial ginseng has been found already planted. System reminder. This seedling needs continuous irrigation with high IQ heartbeat points. Please continue to target Chin Mo. Hearing the system prompt, Suwon felt as if she had been given a great blessing. Yes, the ginseng is here. Then, second brother, go to sleep early. She, like a frightened little rabbit, took advantage of Chin Mo loosening his grip to slip out of his arms. She quickly crawled back to the innermost part of the big bed, pulled the quilt over her head, and curled up like a turtle hiding in its shell. Chin Mo stood still, looking at his empty arms. He gently stroked the place where he had just held her hand. It seemed to still carry her smooth, slippery touch. He put his glasses back on, hiding the turbulent emotions in his eyes. Looking at the still wet, wan character on the rice paper, he chuckled softly, running away so quickly. However, since I have entered the Chin family, where can I possibly run to in this lifetime? He carefully folded the piece of paper and tucked it deep inside the book, the Analects. The next morning, at the Chin family's broken corner table, the atmosphere was tense, like they were discussing a national matter. Snap! Suwon waved her hand, slamming a thick stack of silver notes onto the center of the table. 500 taels of silver, plus the scattered silver earned from selling wild boar skins and small items yesterday, piled into a tempting little mountain. This is our current savings. Suwon looked around at the 7 men sitting around the table. Second brother Chin Mo had dark circles under his eyes. He was overly excited last night. Fourth brother Chin Yu was fanning himself happily, and third brother Chin Meng was staring at the silver pile with a silly smile, drooling a little. I've made up my mind. Suwon pointed at the leaking thatched roof above, and then at the mouse hole in the corner of the wall. We can't live in such a dangerous house anymore. Yesterday, when third brother turned over, I was afraid the wall would collapse and bury him. We need to build a house. A big, warm, brick and tile house. The biggest in the village. Agreed. Chin Meng was the first to raise his hands, his muscles almost knocking over the table. It's about time. This broken bed is suffocating me, and last night, fourth brother kept putting his feet in my mouth. I agree too. Chin Yu closed his folding fan, his eyes shining with determination. Now that we have money, we can't let sister-in-law suffer anymore. The house should be big and impressive so that those who look down on us will be surprised. Since everyone agreed, they moved on to the most important part, designing the house layout. Suwon took out a blank sheet of paper and placed it on the table. Everyone, share your ideas and draw them out. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the table turned strange. 7 pairs of eyes stared intently at the blank paper, each person's throat moving nervously. What does building a new house mean? It means, finally, no more 7 people squeezing into one bed. It means, finally having a private space, and then, haha, we should build a big courtyard with a covered walkway. As he drew, he glanced sideways at Suwon's pure white neck and spoke in a flirtatious tone. The rooms. I think there's no need to divide them too carefully. Let's make a bigger, more luxurious shared space where everyone can live together, lively and fun. We can also keep each other warm. Get lost. Chin Lai and Chin Mo said in unison, their cold gazes instantly crushing Chin Yu's silly idea. Who wants to keep warm with you? We want to keep warm for our sister-in-law. Old 7, Chin En, timidly raised a pale finger and pointed to a corner of the blueprint. I don't feel well and tend to wake up at night. Can I sleep closer to sister-in-law? In case I faint, she can hear me. That little green tea. All the brothers cursed silently in their hearts. Are you afraid of fainting? Or do you want to sneak into bed at midnight? None of that is allowed. The always silent eldest brother, Chin Lai, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand and took the pen from Suwon. His movement was very commanding, and his palm accidentally covered Suwon's small hand, the hot temperature making her heart tremble. Since I am the eldest brother, I will decide the layout of this house. Chin Lai lowered his head, looking focused, as if planning a battle. He drew a large circle in the center of the paper. This is the main house. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. For Jiao Jiao to live in. The floor should be covered with dragon tiles, the windows with bright tiles, and the walls should be high to prevent outsiders from peeking. Suwon looked at the protected circle, feeling warm inside. But then, Chin Lai's pen changed direction. He drew 7 small squares around the main house in a fan shape, like the Big Dipper constellation, guarding the bright moon in the middle. Big brother lives in the front yard, guarding the main gate. Second brother lives in the west wing near the study. Third, fifth, and sixth brothers live in the backyard, guarding the storeroom and blacksmith shop. Fourth and seventh brothers live in the east wing. Chin Lai put down his pen and looked up. His deep eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on Suwon. This is the 7 stars locking the moon formation. No matter which direction enemies come from, they must pass through us first before they can reach Jiao Jiao's room. The room fell silent. The brothers looked at the blueprint, their eyes flickering with unpredictable light. Impressive. Truly impressive. This layout appears to be designed for safety, keeping the sister-in-law well protected. In reality, each of the 7 courtyards has a door leading to the main yard. This means each one guards a gateway. Although they are separated, anyone wanting to find the sister-in-law just needs to pass through a moon gate. This provides privacy, while still making it easy to access. Brother is wise, Chin Mo said, pushing up his glasses with a meaningful smile. He lives in the west wing, closest to the main yard, and the study is a good place. Later, he can often invite the sister-in-law to read by the fire. I have no objections, Chin Yu said, waving his fan and looking around. The east wing is a bit farther, but he has money. Maybe he can secretly open a hidden door in the wall. Wouldn't that be more exciting? Then it's settled, Chin Lai said firmly, looking intensely at Suwon. Jiao Jiao, what do you think? Suwon looked at the drawing of the main yard, surrounded by 7 men, and suddenly felt like she was a small sheep caught in a wolf pack. This isn't building a house. It's clearly dividing hunting zones for these 7 wolves. But seeing the hopeful, even slightly pleading eyes of those 7 men, Suwon could only blush and nod. As my husband wishes, that soft, obedient husband made Chin Lai feel like his bones were melting. He clenched his hands tightly under the table, his eyes dark and frightening. Since we decided, let's get started. Chin Lai suddenly stood up, full of enthusiasm. Third brother, go find people. Call all the strong men from the village. Pay them well. Provide food. And make sure there's meat. Got it. Chin Meng shouted excitedly and rushed out. News that the Chin family was building a big house spread like wings across Langia village in less than half an hour. Did you hear? The Chin family from that abandoned village is getting rich. They're building a 3-section big yard. All blue bricks. And they're hiring workers? 20 coins a day, plus a big meat stew with noodles. The whole village went crazy. Those who previously looked down on the Chin family or even mocked them with Wang Dajio now felt deep regret. This isn't just a fugitive family, it's like a god of wealth descending to earth. The construction was loud, and the Chin family's yard was filled with the sound of chiseling stones all day. The men worked outside, sweating heavily, while Suwon hid in a quiet side room, working on the new fabrics she had bought. Earlier, she measured the sizes at the fabric shop. Although the Chin brothers were not skilled at embroidery, they could cut the fabric into the right shape. After several days of sewing, the new outfit was finally finished. Of course, the most embarrassing thing for Soo-won was the red water-patterned apron that fourth brother Chin-yu insisted on buying. This is too shameful. Soo-won held a small piece of red cloth, her face burning like she was about to fry an egg. The fabric was fine silk, smooth and shiny, blood red, like fire. The embroidered mandarin ducks looked lifelike, and the placement was just right. She clenched her teeth, glanced at the closed door. The old wooden door's latch was a bit loose, probably tampered with by someone, but it was broad daylight, and her brothers were outside working. Surely it was safe? She decided to try it on first. Soo-won turned her back to the door, unfastening her old, faded inner shirt. The garment slipped off. Her body, nourished by the spiritual spring water, was more perfect than ever, fully exposed to the air. Her back was beautiful. Her spine was deep and elegant, with butterfly bones ready to flutter. Her skin was so white it dazzled, like a peeled lychee, shining with a moist glow. Soo-won picked up the red apron and held it against her front. Red and white. A striking visual contrast. She reached her hands behind her, pinching the two thin red strings, preparing to tie a knot. Because of her movement, her arms stretched back, and although her chest was covered, the stunning curve from the side was faintly visible. Just as she tied a tight knot in the string, before she could put on her outer clothes, bang! The fragile wooden door was suddenly pushed open from outside. Older sister-in-law. Look at the nails I hammered. Are they strong enough? Fifth brother Chin-fong rushed in like a whirlwind. He had just finished making a batch of top-quality iron nails in the blacksmith shed, and in his excitement, he forgot the rule of knocking before entering, eager to show off his work and seek praise. However, as soon as he rushed into the room, his steps seemed to be frozen, instantly stopping him in his tracks. It was as if time had paused at that moment. Chin Feng's iron nail dropped to the ground with a clatter, but he couldn't hear it at all. His pupils shrank sharply, and his gaze was fixed on a scene that would stay with him forever. In the dimly lit room, his sister-in-law was turned away from him. The large expanse of bright white was dazzling, making him dizzy. The thin, bright red rope was tied around her slender waist, just above her back, forming a knot. That splash of red on her white skin was so striking and alluring, almost deadly. Suddenly, Chin-fong felt like a volcano inside his mind exploded. A hot wave of energy rushed from his spine straight to the top of his head, instantly burning away all his reason. Is this his sister-in-law? The one who usually dresses very conservatively? Turns out, under her clothes, there's such a dangerous display of beauty.
Ah?
Soo-won heard the noise and was terrified. She instinctively grabbed a quilt from the bed to cover herself, turned around in panic, her face flushed red, eyes filled with tears of shame and anger. Lao Wu. You go out. Who told you to come in? Although her turn blocked her body, her red, blushing eyes and the exposed part of her neck outside the quilt hit Chin-fong like a blow. Chin-fong opened his mouth, like a fool, making a ha-ha sound, unable to say a word. He wanted to explain, apologize, run away. But his legs were too weak to move. His mind was filled with the white scene and the red splash, impossible to forget, burning into his retina like hot iron. At that moment, tap, tap.
Top, top.
Two warm drops of liquid unexpectedly flowed from Chin Feng's nose, dripping down his chin onto his open shirt. Then, as if a faucet had been turned on, two streams of blood gushed out.
Blood. I'm bleeding.
Chin-fong stared blankly, wiping his nose, looking at his hands covered in bright red, still not understanding what was happening. Chin-fong. A furious shout came from the courtyard. What are you doing inside the house?
Get out.
This shout finally brought Chin Feng's spirit back to him. Sister-in-law. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. Really? I was blind. Chin-fong covered his bleeding nose and turned to run. He ran so fast that his legs gave out. With a loud thud, he hit his forehead hard against the doorframe, swelling up a big bump. But he didn't feel any pain. He tumbled and crawled out of the house, like a wild pig on fire, and threw himself into the snow pile in the yard. He desperately buried his face in the snow, trying to cool his exploding brain. Dinner time. The atmosphere in the Chin family was extremely strange. 7 men sat around the table. Soo-won had already changed into a new cotton dress, wrapping herself like a rice dumpling. She kept her head down, quietly eating, too embarrassed to lift her head, her ears red as if bleeding. Opposite her sat the 5th brother, Chin Foam, with 2 cotton balls still bleeding in his nose and a big bruise on his forehead. He didn't feel any pain. Instead, he held his rice bowl, ate, and smiled foolishly. Hee, so white. Hee. This silly look of, even though I got beaten up, I still gained, completely angered the other brothers. 6th brother Chin Yun sat beside him, gripping his chopsticks so tightly they almost broke. He was his biological brother.
Why?
Why could the 5th brother see such sights while he could only work outside? He stared fiercely at the 5th brother's face, wishing he could stuff those cotton balls into his mouth. The eldest brother Chin Lai sat at the head of the table, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He hadn't seen it himself, but just from the 5th brother's behavior and thinking about Soo-won's new red belly band. He was experienced, though not in actual combat. Just with his toes, he knew what the 5th brother had seen. 5th brother, Chin Lai put down his bowl, his voice cold as ice. Tomorrow go to the back mountain and carry back 1,000 jin of stones. If you're even 1 piece short, no dinner for you. Huh. Chin Foam snapped out of his daze, looking confused. Big brother, 1,000 jin? That must be exhausting. It's better to be exhausted than to go crazy. 4th brother Chin Yu said with a sneer. 5th brother's fire is too strong. His nosebleed has already soaked a jin of blood. If he doesn't vent it, he might set the new house on fire tonight, he spoke, his gaze drifting faintly towards Soo-won. The red belly band. That was his choice. It should have been him who saw it first. But that silly boy cut in line. So frustrating. I really want to pluck old Five's eyes out and put them in myself. Soo-won listened to their teasing words and hid her face even more. These men are too scary.
Ding.
All team members' heart rates have exceeded the critical limit. Chin Foam, nostalgic heart rate 180. Chin Yu, jealous and crazy heart rate 170. Chin Lai, irritable and protective heart rate 160. Others, although unaware but feeling jealous heart rate 150. Congratulations, host. The heartwarming farm is upgrading rapidly. System space is shaking. Unlocking ultimate leisure facility. Spirit Spring Large Bath, Luxury Edition. Function. Can accommodate multiple people bathing together. The spring water has both arousing/soothing effects. System tip. Host, since they are so angry, why not let them take a bath? Soo-won looked at the steamy, pink curtain large bath on the system panel, then at the 7 men glaring with fiery eyes around the table. Multiple people bathing together? System, are you playing with fire? If they go in, will she be able to come out alive? Chin family is hiring workers to build a house. 20 coins a day. Lunch included, plus big meat slices with stewed noodles. This news caused a big stir in the village. The villagers, who had been sunbathing and gossiping under the wall, immediately looked jealous. 20 coins? That's enough to carry a big load into town for 2 days. And they provide meat? These days, who isn't tightening their belts? Usually the only time they see meat is during the new year. Did the Chin family strike it rich?
How dare they do this?
In less than half an hour, the area around the Chin family's ruins was packed with people. Line up. If you don't want to work, get out. Oldest brother Chin Lai stood on a broken wall, stabbing his blood-stained hunting knife into the ground. His fierce aura was colder than the northwest wind. Just now, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent like chickens, obediently lining up in a long line. This time, the Chin family's 7 brothers had clear roles. Leader Chin Lai, the chief commander, would kick anyone who slacked off or was lazy. 4th brother Chin Yu sat on a small stool by the wind, holding an abacus. He was in charge of money, like a wealth god. The twin brothers were in the blacksmith's shed in the backyard, making doors, windows, and hinges, with loud hammering sounds. The most eye-catching was third brother Qin Meng, who was responsible for laying the foundation. The foundation required heavy blue stones weighing hundreds of jin. These stones are very heavy. Usually, villagers use oxen or 3 strong men shouting to carry them when building houses. Some idle men who weren't chosen sat nearby, their mouths sour with envy. Ugh, this third brother Qin is so foolish. He dares to move these stones without oxen? Exactly, just brute strength isn't enough. If he keeps moving them like this, he'll hurt his back in no time. We're just waiting to see the joke. When the time comes, he'll need our help. Before their teasing could finish, rise a deep roar like thunder from the ground. Qin Meng, shirtless, stood in front of the huge blue stone. He suddenly exerted force, his whole body steaming like he just pulled himself out of water. His bronze-colored muscles bulged from the effort, as hard as granite. Sweat ran down his broad back, tracing the deep groove of his spine, finally gathering at his strong waist and slipping into his loose waistband. That waist. It was like the legendary top-quality stud dog's waist.
Boom.
He single-handedly lifted the 300 jin blue stone. The idle men who had just been talking looked like their jaws had dropped to their feet. The young women and girls helping carry soil nearby couldn't hold their baskets steady, their eyes fixed on Qin Meng, blushing like red cloth. Oh my goodness! Such strength. If someone can't handle this. Cough, cough. Qin Meng didn't notice the wolfish looks around him. All he thought about was, work hard. Build a big house. Give his sister-in-law a warm home. Whenever he thought about last night's sister-in-law, who had given his second brother a romantic night, and the fifth brother's red belly band, though he only heard about it, a fire burned inside him. He could only vent his anger on these stones. At this moment, Lu Sanyang, the village's famous flirtatious widow, twisted her waist and approached. She held a handkerchief, her eyes narrowing. Third brother Qin, are you tired? Would you like me to wipe your sweat? As she spoke, she was about to wipe the sweaty chest muscles of Qin Meng with a handkerchief. Get out of here! Qin Meng didn't turn his head. He shouted loudly, shivering slightly, showing his disgust as if avoiding a plague. All this powdery smell is choking. Don't block my work. Lu Sanyang's hand froze in midair, her face turning a sickly color. Amid the laughter, she hurriedly slipped into the crowd. Huh. Qin Meng threw down a stone, wiped the sweat from his face, and his throat felt like it was on fire. He was extremely thirsty. Just then, clang, a clear bell sound pierced through the noisy crowd. It was the small bell on Su Wan's ankle. Third brother, are you tired? A soft, sweet voice like a gentle breeze in summer instantly cooled Qin Meng's restless heat. He suddenly turned around. In that moment, the fierce expression he had when facing Lu Sanyang disappeared completely. Instead, there was a look of simple innocence and slight panic, like a loyal dog seeing its owner. Su Wan was walking over with a clay jar. She wore a new bright red cotton jacket, with a white fur collar around her neck, making her delicate face look even more charming. Among the dull, gray men, she was the brightest gem. Older sister-in-law, Qin Meng stood there awkwardly, instinctively rubbing his muddy hands behind his back. This place is dirty. Full of dust. Hurry back. Don't choke. His double-standard attitude stunned the villagers around him. It seemed Qin Laosan wasn't unaware of romance. He only understood his sister-in-law. Su Wan ignored him. Instead, she tiptoed, avoiding the scattered stones on the ground, and approached him. She looked at the man in front of her, sweating and with beads of sweat running down his chest muscles. The strong masculine scent hit her face, making her cheeks flush. I'm not afraid of getting dirty. Su Wan took a rough ceramic bowl from her basket and poured a bowl of mung bean soup, specially added with spiritual spring water. Third brother, you've sweated so much. Drink some quickly. Qin Meng looked at the bowl of soup, his throat moving violently. He was very thirsty, but when he looked at his hands, covered in mud and lime powder, he hesitated and shyly stepped back. Sister-in-law, My hands are dirty. I can't hold the bowl. I'll just lean by the water jar and drink a few sips. Leaning to drink cold water? That wouldn't do. She was his main worker. Suwon frowned and stepped forward. The distance between them instantly closed. Close enough that Qin Meng could smell the sweet, milky scent that made all the men in the family crazy, and close enough that Suwon could feel the hot warmth radiating from him. Open your mouth. Suwon held the bowl with both hands, tiptoed, and brought the bowl to Qin Meng's cracked lips. It looked like she was feeding a well-behaved big dog. Huh. Qin Meng was stunned. Sister-in-law. Feeding him herself? In front of everyone in the village? Hurry up, my hands are tired, Suwon said playfully, swinging her wrist. That phrase, my hands are tired, broke through Qin Meng's defenses. He didn't want his sister-in-law to be tired. Like he was under a spell, Qin Meng stiffly lowered his proud head and leaned towards Suwon's hand. He dared not touch her fingers, only carefully bit the edge of the bowl. Suwon tilted the bowl slightly. Cool, sweet mung bean soup flowed into his mouth. Glug glug, Qin Meng swallowed eagerly. Because he was drinking too fast, a strand of soup slipped from the corner of his mouth. The green liquid slid over his firm chin, past his rolling Adam's apple, and finally dripped onto his chiseled chest muscles, blending with his sweat. This scene. It was too tempting. The village women secretly watching nearby covered their mouths, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. The idle men who had wanted to laugh earlier now felt so jealous their teeth ached. How lucky was Qin Lao Sand to have such fortune in his life. At this moment, Qin Meng couldn't hear anything else. He only felt that what he was drinking wasn't mung bean soup, but fine wine. It was his sister-in-law's affection. His heart was pounding wildly inside his chest, as if it wanted to burst out and jump into Suwon's hands. Thump, thump, thump. Alert. Strong physical heartbeat detected. Target, Qin Meng III. Status. Overwhelmed with joy and hormonal excitement. Heartbeat rate soaring, 140.160.180. Congratulations, host. The farm area has received energy irrigation. The meat field has a big harvest. Gained 500 pounds of top-quality pork, marbled, melts in your mouth. Suwon heard the system prompt and subtly smiled. 500 pounds of meat? Tonight's big meal is guaranteed. Is it tasty? After finishing the last bite, Suwon took out a cloth and naturally wiped the water from his mouth. Qin Meng trembled all over, his strong eyes fixed on Suwon, voice hoarse as if he had swallowed charcoal. Tasty. Sister-in-law fed me. It's the best in the world. He felt so strong now he could tear a hole in the sky. Then it's good if you like it. Suwon withdrew her hand, smiled sweetly at him. Third brother, work hard. I'll cook braised pork for you tonight. After saying that, she turned around to serve water to the fourth brother, who was counting money, and the eldest, who was giving orders. But no one enjoyed the personal water feeding treatment like the third brother. Not far away, Qin Lai watched the third brother, who looked like he had been energized, carrying 2 big stones and running wildly, his face dark as ink. The hunting knife in his hand had shattered the bricks on the ground. Stupid third brother. Even drinking water. He can waste like this. He sourly cursed, then turned his gaze to Suwon walking toward him, his eyes suddenly deep and mysterious. Later, if he didn't feed him, tonight he would kick the third brother off the bed. After a busy day working in the heat, the foundation was finally laid. But by evening, a new problem made Qin Lai's stern face look like a bitter melon. Too slow. Qin Lai squatted at the half-built wall's base, holding a piece of still damp, yellow mud. The north wind blew, freezing the mud like ice shards, making it impossible to stick to the blue bricks. At this rate, not only will we not move into the new house before winter, but probably not even finish the roof by next spring. Jiao Jiao is weak, and she's been freezing with us these days. He couldn't continue, his brows furrowed tightly, showing how much he cared for his wife deep in his bones. Suwon stood nearby, looking at the sparse frozen mud, and felt a sudden idea. These days, houses are built with sticky rice mortar or yellow clay. which are expensive and don't dry well in winter. To do it faster, she needed technology and some tough work. She looked through the system shop. Sure enough, in the mining area of Heartfelt Farm, there was a quiet listing for fast-drying cement improvement formula. The raw materials? Perfectly suited for the back mountain's unwanted limestone, calcium carbonate, and clay. I have a plan. Suwon's eyes lit up. She turned and ran to the backyard. Fifth brother. Sixth brother. Wake up. Let's work. In the backyard, inside a makeshift blacksmith shed. The fire burned bright red, heating the narrow space like a steamer. Fifth brother Qin Feng and sixth brother Qin Yun, twin brothers, were shirtless, sharpening knives. When they heard Jiao Jiao's call, they didn't bother to put on clothes, grabbing their belts and rushing over. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? Are you cold? Did someone bully you? I'll go teach him a lesson. Their identical handsome faces showed the same worry and eagerness. The yellow firelight reflected on their young, firm bodies, sweat sliding down their clear abs into their pants. That youthful hormone in the air was hotter than the fire itself. No one bullied me, Suwon said, pulling out a bag of dull gray powder from her space, then pointing to the big wooden tub in the corner used for quenching. I have a recipe to make a mud that's as hard as stone, called cement.
But
It needs precise mixing and stirring.
cement?
The twins looked at each other. They didn't understand much, but if Jiao Jiao said it was good, then it must be. Jiao Jiao could do whatever she said. The space is too small, so let's try it in this tub, Suwon pointed to the corner. The shed was already cramped, filled with iron and miscellaneous items. The wooden tub only had space for 2 or 3 people to stand around. Suwon stood in front of the tub. Fifth brother Qin Feng was impatient. He squeezed in behind her on the left, reaching for the lime powder. Jiao Jiao, add this? Sixth brother Qin Yun was a tech enthusiast. He moved to her right, holding a thick wooden stick, ready to stir. How much water? As they squeezed in, Suwon was momentarily caught between them, like the filling in a meat bun.
Hey,
Don't get so close, Suwon exclaimed in surprise. It was too crowded. Behind her were 2 hot, hard walls of flesh, and on either side were strong, firm arms. As the two bent down to work, the hot muscles of the fifth brother occasionally brushed her shoulder. The warm breath of the sixth brother was even more directly blown onto her sensitive ear, causing her to get tiny goosebumps. Jiao Jiao, there's no space to stand here. Qin Feng didn't step back. Instead, he pushed forward a little more. His stiff thigh was pressed tightly against Suwon's hip, and with a mischievous smile, he said in a husky voice, "Besides, our brothers are full of energy, just right to keep Jiao Jiao warm on her back." "Aren't you cold, Jiao Jiao? Cold?" Suwon felt like she was about to melt. This wasn't warming her back. It was practically roasting her. "Stop joking. Get to work." Suwon blushed and forced herself to focus on the bucket. "Fifth brother, pour the powder. Sixth brother, add water. Stir clockwise." "Got it." Once they started working, the atmosphere became even more awkward. The cement slurry was thick and sticky, making it very hard to stir. Qin Yun, the sixth brother, held a thick wooden stick, his arm muscles bulging, with veins like little snakes writhing. Although he was strong, the slurry was too thick to stir easily. "Jiao Jiao, this stuff is too sticky. I can't move it. Let me help you steer." Suwon had no choice but to extend her 2 tender hands, gripping the lower end of the stick. Qin Yun's hands were on top, her hands below. To get more leverage, she had to lean back. This leaning fit perfectly into the embrace of her 2 brothers behind her. 2 muffled, restrained groans came from behind her. It was an instinctive reaction after being touched by the soft, fragrant jade.
Move.
"Don't stop." Suwon was anxious. If the cement hardened, it would be ruined. Qin Yun clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He looked at the small body that kept swaying with the stirring motion, smelling her sweet scent in her hair. His grip on the stick tightened more and more, palms sweaty. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want to become?" Qin Yun's voice was hoarse, and his eyes looked dark and frightening. "Come on. Stir harder." Faster. Suwon didn't realize how bad her words sounded. She was just focused on the mud in the bucket.
Yes.
That's right. Stir it deeper. We need to bring the bottom up. Fifth brother, don't just stand there. Add water. Slowly now. At this moment, Chin Feng, the fifth brother, wasn't in a good mood either. He stood nearby, watching sixth brother and Jiao Jiao happily working together, feeling jealous enough to make his eyes turn red. He accidentally spilled some water from his kettle onto Suwon's hand.
Ah, water, Suwon exclaimed.
I'll wipe Jiao Jiao. Chin Feng took the chance to reach over. Pretending to wipe water, his rough hand slid into her small, smooth hand, holding it in his palm. His fingertips gently brushed her palm. Inside the small workshop, the temperature suddenly rose. Sounds of breathing, water, and stirring mixed together. Outside the workshop, cold wind howled. Second brother Chin Mo was holding a bowl of hot ginger soup, ready to bring it inside to warm up the night owls. He reached the door, about to push it open, when he suddenly heard clear voices from inside. Be gentle. I'm going to faint. Bang. The ginger soup in Chin Mo's hand spilled onto the ground. The hot soup splattered everywhere, but he didn't notice. His usually calm and steady face suddenly cracked. Behind his glasses, his phoenix eyes widened more than a bell. His pupils were filled with shock, disbelief, and intense anger.
What?
What is going on? This is the workshop. The sacred, crossed-out, blacksmith's room. Those three shameless people. They actually did this behind their older brother's back in a place like this?
And
three of them? How disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. Without thinking, he lifted his foot and kicked the broken door hard.
bang!
The fragile wooden door couldn't withstand the kick and flew open with a loud crash. Everyone stop. Chin Mo, like a husband catching his wife in an affair, stormed inside furiously. Read your sacred books until your stomach turns into a dog. Next second, he also froze in place. Inside the narrow workshop, although their posture was a bit suggestive, three people pressed together, and their clothes were somewhat messy. The twins were shirtless, but there was nothing inappropriate in the large wooden bucket they held. Only a bucket of dull, sticky mud. Suwon was exhausted, panting heavily, sweat covering her forehead, clutching a muddy wooden stick tightly. When she saw her second brother rush in like a fierce warrior, she was startled and looked back confusedly. Second brother? What's wrong? Are you trying to hurt someone? Chin Mo. The anger that had reached the top of his head suddenly stalled. He couldn't go up or down, and his handsome face turned pale and red with frustration.
What are you
doing? He managed to say, his eyes flickering with hesitation. Making cement. Fifth brother Chin Feng raised the empty water scoop innocently. Second brother, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling feverish? Sixth brother Chin Yun looked annoyed, as if interrupted. But he was sharper. He glanced at the broken ginger soup on the ground and then at his embarrassed second brother, a mischievous smile curling his lips. Second brother, are you eavesdropping outside and thinking dirty thoughts? Bang. Chin Mo's ears instantly turned bright red. He pushed up his glasses, took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Nonsense. I am here to check the progress. He strode forward, dipped a finger into the gray mud, and pretended to stir it. This mud mixture seems to lack some stickiness. I am here to guide you. Yes, guidance. The three inside the room looked at each other. Haha, Suwon couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Her second brother's stubborn attitude was just too adorable. Her laughter made the twins behind her also giggle. Jiao Jiao, second brother, must be jealous. Fifth brother Chin Feng took the opportunity to lean forward, resting his chin on Suwon's shoulder like a spoiled big dog. Ignore him. Let's continue. Stirring this bucket of mud thoroughly. Target: Chin Feng, Chin Yun, hormone rush, Chin Mo, overthinking with shame. Heart rate soaring, 160.180.200, full charge. Congratulations, host. Cement formula successfully developed. Gained finished product, 10 buckets of quick-drying, high-strength cement. As solid as a rock. Extra reward, twin siblings favorability 20. With Suwon's divine cement and the tempting wages from the Chin family, the building progress is incredibly fast. By noon, the large iron pot in the Chin yard, big enough to cook 2 pigs, was already set up. Bubble. Suwon was in charge of cooking. Actually, she was just processing semi-finished products from the space farm. But even so, these were top-quality pork from Heartfelt Farm. Rich oil and bright red sauce, shiny and appealing. The pieces of braised pork, trembling slightly, with a mix of fat and lean, were boiling in the pot. As the spatula stirred, a powerful aroma of meat wafted out, like a tangible hook, fiercely piercing through the northwest cold wind into every worker's nose. Oh my, this smells so good. Did the Chin family put some kind of magic potion? Just smelling it makes my soul drift away. The workers couldn't focus on their tasks anymore. They stretched their necks, their throats moving up and down. Voices like thunder. Meal's ready. Chin Lai gave the order. Dozens of strong men rushed toward the big pot like hungry wolves. Each had a large bowl of white rice, topped with a generous spoonful of braised pork, the meat juices soaking into the rice, shining with oil. Slurp. One bite, and the tender, flavorful meat melted in their mouths, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry. Ugh. I've never had such good meat in my life. Some men, while eating, started crying into their bowls. This big pot of Chin family's food was truly delicious. While these men were busy eating, an unharmonious figure twisted her waist and appeared. It was the charming widow, Lu Sanyang. She was still upset after yesterday's defeat at Lao San's place. She didn't believe it. There was no such thing as a cat that didn't sneak around for fun. Are there still men who don't like wildflowers? Surely, because yesterday was crowded, old Chin felt shy. Today, she deliberately changed into a low-cut jacket and applied a thick layer of rouge on her face. The cheap makeup smell was so strong that even from 3 meters away, it could make people dizzy. She didn't dare to provoke the cold-faced Chin Li or the smiling Chin Yu. Her goal was clear, still that simple-looking, energetic old Chin Meng. At this moment, Chin Meng had just finished 3 bowls of rice. He was shirtless, his muscles glowing red from eating, looking so strong it made people weak in the knees. He was squatting by the well, preparing to wash the dishes he had just cleaned with his tongue. Hey, third Master Chin, you shouldn't do such rough work. Lu Sanyang took the chance, slipping over like a beautiful snake. She called out sweetly, tilted her body, and deliberately pretended to slip, falling backward onto Chin Meng's broad, hot back. Those 2 white lumps, squeezed out, looked like they were about to stick to Chin Meng's back. Let me help you wash. And maybe give you a back rub, she said. This trick of bumping into someone with a ball was her special skill. Once she got close, no man could resist. She underestimated Chin Meng's sharp senses and his dislike of strange smells. Just as she was about to stick to him, Chin Meng, who was washing dishes, suddenly twitched his nose twice. A strong, pungent smell of cheap makeup mixed with greasy hair oil rushed into his nostrils. Ugh. Chin Meng felt like he had smelled some toxic gas or stepped on a cat's tail. Without thinking, his body reacted instinctively. Bang! His thick thighs suddenly exerted force, and he leapt sideways like a spring, jumping 3 meters away. Thud! Lu Sanyang missed her target. She didn't even touch his body, but lost her balance and fell headfirst into the dirty water basin where Chin Meng had just washed the dishes. Clatter! The greasy dishwater splashed all over her, and her face, painted with rouge, instantly changed, turning into a big, furry cat face. Oh no! My back! Lu Sanyang cried out painfully as she lay on the ground. Chin Meng didn't even look at her. He stood 3 meters away, holding his nose tightly with a large hand like a fan. His black face was full of fear and disgust, as if he had just almost been covered in a pile of dirt. What's that smell on you? Chin Meng shouted loudly, so loud that everyone in the yard could hear. You smell like a jar of rotten pickles that's been sitting for half a month. It's disgusting. Stay away from me. Don't make me smell it. The workers eating nearby burst into laughter. Rotten pickles? Old Chin, your words are really sharp. Lu Sanyang was lying on the ground, feeling both ashamed and angry. She had spent a lot of money to buy osmanthus fragrant powder, and now it was being compared to rotten pickles?
You
don't understand romance. I was just trying to help you. Lu Sanyang insisted. Who asked for your help? Qin Meng widened his eyes, looking very confident, and said, I have a wife. My wife smells like milk. She smells like flowers. What are you? Get lost. Just then, a light figure approached. Suwon was holding a clean white cloth. She had seen everything just now. Looking at that usually silly big guy who could jump out a shadow just to stay pure, even if he disliked the smell, she felt very happy inside. Third brother. Suwon walked up to Qin Meng, speaking softly, as gentle as water. Qin Meng saw her and immediately lost his fierce look. He looked sad and stretched out his hand, like a dog that had been bullied outside. Sister-in-law. I almost got dirty. That smell was too strong. I'm not clean anymore. Nonsense. Third brother is the cleanest. Suwon held back her laughter and tiptoed. She didn't mind that Qin Meng's hands still had some unwashed oil on them. Using that faintly fragrant cloth, she carefully wiped each of his rough fingers. Phew. Qin Meng took a deep breath. That was his sister-in-law's scent. Sweet, pure, like gardenia flowers after rain. That's the real smell. What was that earlier? Some kind of biological weapon?
Suwon wiped slowly.
Her fingertips lightly brushed over his calloused palm. Qin Meng's muscles tensed again, and his breathing became rapid. Sister-in-law was touching him. In front of that bad woman. I stood up for him. After wiping his hands, Suwon turned around and looked down at Lu Sanyang, who was still lying on the ground. Her beautiful face showed no anger, only a calm and disdainful expression that belonged to a true wife. Big sister-in-law, Suwon said clearly and pleasantly, my third brother has a sharp nose and can't stand bad smells. In the future, please stay away from him. She paused then, in front of dozens of people, gently tugged on Qin Meng's sleeve, as if claiming ownership, and said, the smell on my third brother is a man's scent. Only I can smell it and only I don't mind. Boom. That sentence completely blew Qin Meng's mind. Did she just say, he's got a man's scent?
Did she say,
only she can smell it? Is this how he's being kept and cared for? Qin Meng felt a rush of heat surge to his head, and he was about to explode. He quickly grabbed Suwon's small hand and stammered excitedly. Yes. Sister-in-law is right. I will only smell it for sister-in-law. No one else can. Beep. Detected strong loyalty and territorial instincts awakening. Target. Qin Meng. Heartbeat. 180 this lifetime. He's just a dog for his sister-in-law. Extra critical hit. Envy from surrounding workers 1,000. Congratulations. The heartfelt farm has gained pure love energy. Reward unlocked. Fully automatic oil press diagram ×1 to make the big pot meal more fragrant. Lu Sanyang watched the scene, saw Qin Meng's foolish look of, whatever my wife says is right, and then looked at Suwon's flawless face. She felt completely ashamed. This isn't just about breaking up a relationship. She's hit a brick wall. Covering her face, amid a burst of laughter, she scrambled and ran out of the Qin family courtyard. The whole village knew two things. First, the Qin family's meals are really good. Second, Qin men are really hard to deal with. Don't try to take advantage unless you're whiter, more fragrant, and better at flirting than that Su girl. But is that even possible? During the day, the Qin estate was lively, like a festival, but by late night, everything was silent. On the construction site, there were piles of blue bricks recently bought by the Qin family with great expense, along with several buckets of what villagers called the immortal mud, cement. In this poor rural area, where even mud brick houses are unaffordable, it was like piling gold bricks on the street. Hee hee. These big fools, sleeping like dead pigs. A sneaky, shady figure, hunched over, skillfully climbed over the unfinished low wall. It was Zhao Si, a notorious troublemaker from the neighboring village. He had long envied the recent success of the Qin family. He didn't dare come during the day, but at night, it was his chance. If he could steal a few buckets of that immortal mud and sell them to wealthy townspeople, he could drink wine for half a year. Zhao Si tiptoed into a simple wooden shed where materials were stored. Rich now, he greedily reached out, just about to grab a bucket of unopened cement. Suddenly, a very soft and cold cough came from the darkness. Cough. Cough, cough. Startled, Zhao Si shivered and almost wet his pants. Who's there? Who's pretending to be a ghost? From the shadows deep inside the shed, a thin figure slowly emerged. The boy wore a faded white shirt, his frame so thin it looked like a gust of wind could blow him over. His face was deathly pale under the moonlight, with no blood color. Only his eyes, dark as two pools of still water, radiated a chilling, eerie aura. It was Qin family's sickly boy, the always ailing seventh Qinan.
You.
You damn sick ghost. Zhao Si saw who it was, immediately relaxed a little, and straightened his back. He was afraid of Qin family's strong men, but not of this sickly boy. Why are you awake in the middle of the night scaring your grandpa?
Get lost.
Or I'll punch you and break your old bones. Qinan didn't move. He quietly looked at Zhao Si, a faint, extremely strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That smile was like a flower blooming on a grave, enchanting yet deadly. You're going to break me? The boy's voice was soft, with a faint, weak tone, then. Come here. He slowly raised his pale hand, veins clearly visible. In his fingertips, he held a small, plain paper package. He gently shook it. A puff of colorless, tasteless powder was blown by the wind directly onto Zhao Si's face.
Cough.
What is this stuff? Zhao Si waved his hand to clear the powder and was about to rush forward to fight. In the next moment, itchy. So itchy. Why is it so itchy? A sharp, intense itch suddenly burrowed from his skin into his bones. It felt like thousands of ants crawling inside his blood vessels, biting his flesh. Zhao Si screamed loudly, dropped his stick, and frantically scratched himself. Help! It's so itchy. There are bugs. Bugs are biting me. Before he could scratch through his skin, his view changed. The once weak Qinan suddenly appeared as a fierce, green-faced monster with sharp teeth, opening his bloody mouth to eat Zhao Si.
Ghost.
There's a ghost. Don't eat me. I won't steal anymore. I won't steal anymore. The powerful hallucination drug took effect. Zhao Si screamed in terror and tore at his clothes like a madman. It seemed that only by stripping naked could he get rid of the evil ghost and the deadly itch. He took off his padded jacket, inner shirt, and pants. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Si was completely naked, jumping in the cold wind, doing a wild dance, scratching himself all over, an embarrassing sight. Qinan stood in the shadows, watching this scene with a cold eye. In his hand, a black scorpion with glowing blue tail stingers appeared out of nowhere. The scorpion crawled on his fingertips but was surprisingly obedient, like a pet. So noisy. Qinan frowned in annoyance. I wanted you to stay quiet here. But unfortunately, you disturbed my sister-in-law's sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, there was indeed movement from the main house. Old Seven? What's going on outside? Suwan, wearing a thick sheepskin coat and holding a dim yellow lantern, sleepily pushed open the door. The moment the door opened, the fierce, cunning, poison snake, Qinan suddenly changed his expression. He flipped his wrist, and the scorpion whooshed into the dark pocket of his sleeve. His previously straight back collapsed instantly, and he swayed unsteadily, clutching his chest and coughing painfully, as if his lungs were being torn apart. Cough, cough, cough. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. When Suwon heard the heartbreaking cough, her heart almost jumped into her throat. She ran over holding a lantern and saw her delicate and weak younger brother-in-law standing alone in the cold wind, trembling like a leaf about to fall. Seventh brother. Why did you come out? It's so cold. Suwon was very worried. She quickly set down the lantern and opened her arms to help him. Chin and suddenly collapsed.
Thud.
He softly fell into Suwon's arms. So cold. The boy carried a bitter smell from long-term medication and a chill that seemed to come from his bones. Suwon felt like she was holding not a person, but a piece of ice about to break.
Sister-in-law.
There's a bad person. Chin buried his face in Suwon's warm neck, greedily taking a deep breath of her sweet, warm scent. This warmth instantly chased away the coldness inside him. He reached out both hands, tightly holding Suwon's slim waist, trembling and with a tearful voice. All acting, that bad person, is so fierce. He said he would hit me and steal our things. Cough, cough, cough. I'm so scared. Sister-in-law, am I going to die? While speaking, he deliberately rubbed against her in her arms. Those eyes, which had just been cold and ruthless, were now full of tears, looking at Suwon with a wet, sad expression, as if they had been bullied badly. He was like a frightened little child. Suwon saw this and felt her heart break with pity. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Sister-in-law is here. She hugged the boy tightly, gently patting his thin back, like soothing a child. Who dares to hurt you? Third brother, and the others are here. Who has the nerve to bully our seventh brother? She looked up at Zhao Si, who was running around naked in the snow and shouting wildly, her eyes suddenly sharp. Is it that pervert? How dare he scare my seventh brother? I think he's tired of living. Yes. It's him. Chin curled up in her arms, a twisted, sick smile forming at the corner of his mouth, unseen by Suwon. He tightened his arms, making them hold each other even closer. Sister-in-law's body is really soft. Her heartbeat sounds so nice. It's good that the bad guy came. Otherwise, how could he openly take over sister-in-law's embrace?
Beep.
Top level, green tea, heartbeat detected. Target, Chin and Old 7. Attributes, sickly/black and white. Status, extremely dependent dark possessiveness. Heartbeat rate skyrocketing, 160.180.200. As long as sister-in-law holds him, the bad guy must die. Congratulations, host. The heartbeat farm has received poison, energy irrigation. The medicinal field has mutated.
Unlock. Universal detoxification herbs por 10.
Hypnotic powder recipe ×1. At this moment, Chin Lai and Chin Meng, who had been awakened, rushed out with knives. What's going on? Seeing Zhao Si, who was running around naked, Chin Meng immediately burst into laughter. Oh wow, in the middle of the night, coming to our house to dance naked? Chin Lai looked at Old 7, curled up in Suwon's arms and frowned. This little brat. He's pretending pretty well. The poison Zhao Si has as clearly Old 7's doing. Now, the bad guy has been dealt with, and he's taken advantage of the situation? Enough, don't hold him. Chin Lai walked over, frowning, trying to pull Chin out of Suwon's arms. All that virus gas. Don't let it infect your sister-in-law. I don't. Chin clung tightly to Suwon's clothes, tears in his eyes, looking at her. Big brother is scolding me. I want sister-in-law. This move, retreat to advance, was a direct knockout. Suwon slapped Chin Lai's hand away and protected Chin like a mother. What are you scolding for? Old 7 is so scared. Didn't you see him trembling? Quickly throw that pervert out. Don't dirty our land. Old 7, let's go. Sister-in-law will go inside and cook you some calming soup. Lots of sugar in it. After saying that, Suwon hugged Chin and went into the house without looking back, leaving Chin Lai and Chin Meng standing in the cold wind, confused. Chin Meng scratched his head. Big brother, I feel. Old 7's eyes just now looked a little proud of himself. Chin Lai clenched his teeth, looking at the two figures snuggling together, and snorted coldly. That's not pride. That's him telling us. A crying child gets milk. Inside the house, Chin held a bowl of hot, sweet soup, sipping it slowly. Suwon sat across from him, watching him with a gentle smile. Is it tasty? Yes, very tasty. Qin licked the sugar from his lips and looked up, his beautiful eyes curving like a crescent moon. Sister-in-law's cooking is the sweetest. After the night with old Seven's powerful influence and Zhao Xi's embarrassing scene of running around naked, the troublemakers in Wolf Tooth Village were completely scared. Who would dare to come bother Qin's family again? Do they think they're invincible? Without any more harassment, and with the blessing of divine mud, half a month later, Qin's new house was finally topped out. This day was a rare, clear, sunny day. According to rural customs, raising the main beam was a big event, requiring a feast, sweets, and lots of celebration.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of firecrackers was deafening. Red paper scraps covered the ground, like a red carpet for this dull village to celebrate. Main beam is up. Good luck and prosperity. With a shout from the craftsmen, the main beam, a thick red silk-covered log as big as a man's arm, was carefully carried onto the roof by Qin Lai and Qin Meng, the two brothers. They stood high, with the blue sky behind them and the grand house nearly finished below. The wind lifted their clothes, revealing their strong, fit waists and stomachs. Their commanding presence made the village women's legs go weak. Throw sweets. Throw money. Today, fourth brother Qin Yu wore a flashy royal blue silk robe, waving a new ivory fan in his hand. He stood on the platform, smiling charmingly. With a big wave of his hand, crash. It wasn't just a few coins or cheap candies. It was a rain of copper coins mixed with red paper-wrapped crispy candies, falling like rain. Grab them. It's copper coins. Oh my. These candies are top-quality crispy sweets from Osmanthus Bakery in town. One costs 2 coins. The whole village went crazy. Adults and children pushed and shoved under the shadow of the big blue-tiled house, fighting fiercely. While grabbing, they looked up with a mix of awe and greed at the towering new house. It was so impressive. A 3-meter-high blue brick wall surrounds the Qin family like a strong iron barrel. The grand red gate and impressive gatehouse make the place look more like a royal residence than a village house. Even the roof tiles are shiny glazed tiles. This is not just a village house. It clearly looks like a noble estate. Suwon stands under the corridor, looking at her new home, feeling excited. Is this really hers now? From that leaky mud house to this large, luxurious residence with 3 courtyards, how much time has passed? Older sister-in-law, do you like it? A cheerful voice whispers close to her ear. Qin Yu has come down from the high platform, looking like a proud peacock, and is now beside Suwon. He slightly leans forward, his peach blossom eyes shining in the sunlight, with a look of eager praise. This main house was personally overseen by me. Every brick and tile was chosen by me, the best ones. He points to the ground. There's a double-layer heating system underneath, with a fire channel directly leading to the kitchen. Even if it snows outside, your room will stay warm all year round. In the future, you won't need to crawl into your brother's bed to keep warm. When he says the last part, his tone carries a hint of jealousy mixed with a secret hope. Suwon blushes and gives him a playful glare. You're so talkative. How much did it cost? Spending money on you is called an investment. Qin Yu quickly closes his fan and suddenly leans in mysteriously, gently tugging at Suwon's sleeve with the fan handle. Want to see inside? I have a special design I want you to check out. A special
Design?
Suwon feels a bit nervous from his charming gaze, but still follows him inside out of curiosity. The master bedroom is very large, bright and spacious, with windows made of expensive shell tiles instead of paper, allowing plenty of light. In the center is a huge bed, not yet made up, but just looking at the yellow-hued wood of the bed frame, she can tell it's priceless. Look here. Qin Yu walks to the corner of the wall inside the bed. There hangs a scroll that hasn't been unrolled yet. He presses gently on the wall panel. Click. A soft click of a hidden latch sounds. The perfectly sealed wall suddenly slid open silently, revealing a secret door just big enough for one person to pass through. Suwon was surprised and slightly opened her mouth. This door leads directly to my east wing, Qin Yu said. He pushed Suwon into the corner of the wall, supporting himself with one hand on the secret door, trapping her between himself and the wall. In the small space, his scent, mixed with the smell of ink and incense, immediately surrounded Soo-won. We call this the 7 stars lock the moon trap. My older brothers guard the outside. Chin-yu lowered his head, his warm breath brushing her reddening earlobe, and his voice was deep and tempting. But I worry it might be inconvenient for my wife to check the accounts at night. So I left a back door. Check the accounts. Soo-won felt a little dizzy. Yes, check the accounts. Chin-yu's Adam's apple moved as his gaze fell on her slightly open neckline, his eyes dark and almost pulling her in. During the day, there are many people and eyes everywhere. I want to report the business to my wife. It's not convenient. At night, through this door. No one will know. My wife can check whenever she wants. For as long as she wants. This isn't just a delivery of the account book. It's clearly a delivery of a person. You're just using this for your own benefit. Soo-won blushed deeply and reached out to push his chest. But as her hand touched the embroidered silk with golden threads, Chin-yu grabbed it firmly. That's called hiding a treasure in a golden house, he said. He gently scratched her palm, smiling like a fox who had just succeeded in sneaking away with prey. This golden house is built. When will my wife let me hide this treasure? Ding. Detected strong, scheming excitement. Target, Chin-yu, the 4th son. Attributes, greedy/lustful. Heartbeat skyrocketing, 160.180, the thrill of sneaking around. Congratulations, host. Building function upgraded. Reward received, soundproof array, special for the master bedroom. Those who understand will know. Soo-won, that system, you're also learning to be naughty. Just as the two were, struggling to the limit, by the secret door. Suddenly, outside the courtyard, there was a burst of noisy chatter. Wow, this is Chin's new house? It's really impressive. Where's Chin-dolly? I have something to tell him. This voice was sharp and grating, with a touch of exaggerated flirtation. Soo-won and Chin-yu exchanged a glance. Is someone here to cause trouble? The two stepped out of the main house. They saw at the gate a woman dressed in a pink jacket with bright red lipstick, twisting her waist as she barged in. It was Zhao Tsuehua, the flower of the village. Zhao Tsuehua used to be famous for her beauty in the area, self-proclaimed. When the Qin family was first exiled, Qin Lai was down on his luck, but he still carried himself with dignity. Zhao Tsuehua liked Qin Lai's face and wanted to marry him as a son-in-law. But Qin Lai refused, saying he wouldn't marry into the family. Later, the Qin family became very poor, and Zhao Tsuehua often spoke badly of them behind their backs. She then married a butcher from the town as a second wife. Now she heard that the Qin family had become wealthy and built a big house. She regretted her decision. Big brother, Zhao Tsuehua ignored the gossiping crowd and went straight to Qin Lai, who was directing the moving of tables. She held a piece of red cloth, her eyes seeming to burn a hole in Qin Lai. I heard your house is finished, and I came to bring good luck. Look at our relationship. Can I come in and share some of the celebration? She spoke while deliberately puffing out her impressive chest. Her gaze was openly flirtatious. In her mind, although Qin's wife was pretty, she was thin and frail. She believed her own full figure was better for raising children. Men, when they have money, tend to change. Who wouldn't want to have a little one around? Qin Lai was carrying a large table. When he heard Big Brother, he paused and turned around. His face was cold and hard like iron, with no emotion at all, not even glancing at Zhao Tsuehua. Third brother, Qin Lai said coldly, throw out the trash. Don't dirty our new place. Got it. Qin Meng had long disliked this woman. He threw down his stool and blocked Zhao Tsuehua with a tall, dark figure. Did you hear that? Trash. Get out. Zhao Tsuehua's smile froze on her face as she screamed in disbelief. Qin Lai, why are you pretending to be so noble? If my dad hadn't stopped us back then, we'd already be a family. Now that you're rich, you don't remember your old love? I'll tell you, your bought wife is just a pretty face. Can she take care of a man like I can? Who do you say is the vase? A cold voice sounded. Qin Lai put down the table. He strode over to Su Wan, and in front of the whole village, he reached out his rough, strong hand and firmly embraced Su Wan's slender waist. He held her tightly in his arms. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Qin Lai's gaze was sharp as a knife, and he glared fiercely at Zhao Cuihua's face. This is my wife Qin Wan, the life of the Qin family. You're not even worthy to fetch her shoes. As for serving people, Qin Lai lowered his head, looking at Su Wan's beautiful face in his arms. The coldness in his eyes instantly melted into warmth, and his voice was hoarse, making all the women present feel weak in their legs. I have hands and feet. I don't need her to serve. For the rest of my life, I will serve her. Bang. The crowd was stunned. Is this still the fierce Qin Dalong? His words are so loving. Su Wan leaned against Qin Lai, listening to his thunderous heartbeat.
Ding, ding, ding.
That was the battle drum beating for her. She raised her head and looked at Zhao Cuihua's twisted, jealous face, a faint smile curling on her lips. That face was really beaten hard. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, standing beside, shook his fan and looked at his elder brother's hand on his sister-in-law's waist with a faint gaze. TSK, TSK, TSK. The position of that hand is a bit low. Tonight, he must fix the lock of that secret door. Otherwise, how can he steal that little white rabbit, occupied by his elder brother, into his own treasure house? After sending away the jealous villagers, the heavy red lacquered door slammed shut with a loud bang. The world became quiet. The wind, snow, and gossip outside were cut off beyond those two doors. In the main courtyard of the Qin family now, the earth dragon was burning hot, and dozens of red candles lit up the spacious hall like daytime. Today we're happy. No one is allowed to raise fish. Everyone drink. On the 8 immortals table, there were many special dishes Su Wan prepared. Braised wild boar, soy braised ham hock, fried peanuts, and a big steaming bowl of pickled fish. But the most tempting was the jar of wine Su Wan just brought out from the system space. Peach blossom brew. This is made from peach blossoms watered with spiritual spring water. It was stored in a space for exactly 10 years, with a different flow of time outside, before being brewed. When opened, wow, a strong, rich aroma of wine, mixed with the sweetness of peach blossoms, instantly fills the entire room. Good wine. Third brother Qin Meng's eyes widened in amazement. Without hesitation, he grabbed the jar and poured it into a bowl. The wine is amber-colored, thick, and clings to the glass. Just smelling it makes your head feel like it's dancing. Sister-in-law's brew. Hee, it must be sweet. Qin Meng tilted his head back and drank a big gulp, feeling bold. The wine dripped down his rugged neck into his collar, wetting a patch of chest hair. Drink slowly. This wine is strong. Su Wan just wanted to advise him, but was suddenly grabbed by the wrist by the fourth brother, Qin Yu. Qin Yu's handsome face was already flushed with redness, his peach blossom eyes dreamy, as if about to draw someone in. He was waving a fan that he had long since lost, holding Su Wan's delicate wrist tightly, his thumb gently stroking her fine pulse. Brother-in-law, is this wine brewed for us? I need to taste it, to see if it's as sweet as sister-in-law. Drunk with the alcohol, he leaned down and drank from Su Wan's cup, directly touching her hand. His warm lips brushed her fingertips, and his tongue mischievously flicked. Su Wan felt like she was burned. Her hand trembled, and a few drops of wine spilled onto her hand. Before she could wipe it off, second brother Qin Mo, sitting on the other side, moved even faster. He took off his glasses, which he usually used to look refined, revealing his sharp, predatory phoenix eyes. Don't waste it. Qin Mo's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. He grabbed Su Wan's hand, lowered his head, and gently and reverently licked her damp hand. Warm and moist. That fleeting touch made Su Wan shiver as if electric currents ran through her body. Second brother, you. Qin Mo looked up, his eyes deep and wolf-like. Sister-in-law's brew. Not a drop can be wasted. This is her heartfelt gift. This isn't just drinking wine. It's clearly an act of aggression disguised as drinking. Jiao Jiao, the eldest brother Qinlai, sitting at the main seat, suddenly swayed and stood up unsteadily. His cold, stern face was now as red as Guangong, with bloodshot eyes. He strode quickly behind Su Wan, opened his arms that could split mountains and rocks, and without hesitation, wrapped her completely in his embrace. Husband, Su Wan was squeezed so tightly she could hardly breathe. His hot chest pressed against her back like a furnace, almost melting her. This house is yours. Qinlai rested his chin on Su Wan's neck, his rough stubble making her skin red and itchy. His voice was hoarse, filled with a strong sense of determination. This Qin family is also yours. My life. I will give it all to Jiao Jiao. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I will fight them all. This is the most straightforward love from a brave, tough man. No sweet words, only a promise made with his life. Big brother, let go. I want a hug too. The third brother, Qin Meng, was drunk and loud, pushing forward like a big black bear fighting for attention. He didn't dare compete with his older brother for the upper body, so he simply plopped down on the ground and tightly held Su Wan's legs with both hands. Sister-in-law, I miss you. He pressed his big, beard-covered face against Su Wan's knee, rubbing as if seeking a gentle touch, like a loyal golden retriever. Sister-in-law smells so good. Better than braised pork. I want it too. I want to smell it too. The twin brothers weren't willing to be left out. Old fifth and old sixth, one on each side, pounced like two little wolves. One grabbed Su Wan's arm, the other hugged her waist. Their youthful, warm bodies transmitted heat through their clothes. Sister-in-law, I didn't get any candy today. Old fifth Qin Feng, with blurry eyes, pouted and leaned towards Su Wan's face. Sister-in-law, give me a kiss. I want to taste your lipstick. I want it too. Old sixth Qin Yun was more direct. While the older brother wasn't paying attention, he quickly kissed Su Wan's delicate cheek. His voice was crisp and clear. Qin old sixth, how dare you steal a kiss? Old fourth Qin Yu exploded. He had been wobbling nearby, trying to look cool, but seeing this scene, he didn't care about his image anymore. Move aside. I'm the accountant. I need to settle the bills. He also rushed forward. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Even the weakest old seven, Qinin, was now hiding under the table, quietly reaching out and grabbing Su Wan's ankle, which was decorated with a gold bell, refusing to let go. Older sister-in-law, don't go. Stay within her, you. You guys. Are you crazy? Stop. Stop rubbing. It tickles. Husband. Control them. Control? Qinlai was now completely confused himself. All he knew was that the woman in his arms was his life, and no one could take her away. But he didn't want to keep her all to himself because he couldn't stop her anyway. He simply buried his face in Su Wan's hair, took a deep breath, and let out a satisfied sigh. It's fine. We're all family. Together. Cherish each other. Together? Su Wan's mind went buzz, with a loud ringing. Is this a housewarming banquet? No, it's clearly a web of tangled threads. At this extremely chaotic, very intimate moment, where everyone's heartbeat was racing wildly. Ding.
Ding. Ding. Ding.
Warning. Warning. All participants' heart rate has exploded.
Qinlai, Possessiveness 200, Qin Montag, Hidden Restraint 190, Qin Meng, Pervert 180. Twins, Restlessness 200.
In Su Wan's mind, the system's alert sounds kept ringing like firecrackers. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. 7 husbands drunk together. Stars supporting the moon. Heartbeat Farm receives epic-level energy irrigation. Space is vibrating. Expanding.
Boom.
Unlocking Ultimate Leisure Facility. Spirit Spring Large Bath. Luxury Family Version. Facility description. Made with top-quality white jade from space, filled with eternal spiritual spring water. Water temperature stays steady at 42 degrees Celsius. Special features. 1 capacity. 8 people. Don't ask why it's 8. Those who understand, understand. 2 mist mode. When activated, visibility inside the pool decreases, tactile sensation increases tenfold, perfect for hide and seek. 3. Automatic cleaning. No matter what happens, this pool will never get dirty. Suwon looked at the huge, luxurious bath on the system panel, which was even bubbling with pink, flirtatious bubbles. She was completely stunned. This system, does it think she's not dead enough tonight? It's so hot. So very hot. At that moment, Qin Meng, who was holding her thigh, suddenly started to loosen his collar. His muscles were already flushed red, like cooked shrimp.
Sister-in-law.
I want to take a bath. Soak in water. I'm also hot. Qin Lai also began to unbutton his shirt. The hangover's aftermath was that by noon, the 7 men of the Qin family still felt dizzy. Last night's chaos was finally suppressed by Qin Lai. Although the large bath system reward was tempting, since they hadn't divided the rooms yet and the water wasn't hot enough, everyone could only take a cold shower. Still angry, they squeezed into the old house's big bed for their last night together. That last night was truly uncomfortable. In their dreams, they tasted the sweetness of peach blossom wine and thought about sister-in-law's soft body as light as cotton. The next morning, in the courtyard of the new house, the sun was shining just right. The brand new blue brick and tile house shone with a proud glow in the sunlight. The fresh scent of wood mixed with a faint smell of tung oil, making people feel bright and happy. Suwon stood in the center of the main yard. She held a string of copper keys, tied with a red string, making a clear, jingling sound as she moved. This sound, heard by the 7 men around her, was more exciting than battlefield drums. The rooms were divided. They would finally have their own space. Finally, they could try to bring sister-in-law into their own room. Cough. Suwon cleared her throat and looked at the 7 pairs of green, almost predatory eyes. She instinctively tightened her collar. Why did these men's eyes look like wolves staring at meat? According to the plan, the main house is where I will live. Suwon pointed to the largest, most luxurious main room behind her, which even had a dragon carved into the floor. There are also 7 side rooms and annexes arranged in a fan shape around the main house. Before she finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. An invisible smell of gunpowder spread among the 7 brothers. Who would live next door? This was a critical question. Living close meant first to get the best advantage. In the evening, I can still listen to the corner. Protect my sister-in-law. 4th brother Qin Yu was fanning himself, just about to say that his room in the east wing, which has a secret door, was a bit far away, and he wanted to move closer. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sound, as if lungs were being torn apart, interrupted him instantly. He saw 7th brother Qinin, who had been hiding in the corner wrapped in a thick fox fur, suddenly turn pale. His body swayed like a dying leaf, and he collapsed straight onto Suwon. 7th brother Suwon was startled and instinctively reached out to catch him. The young, thin body crashed into her arms. Even though he was wearing fox fur, his body was icy cold. Qinin buried his head in Suwon's neck, and his beautiful but gloomy eyes filled with tears in an instant. He clutched Suwon's sleeve, trembling at the fingertips, his voice weak, as if about to run out of breath. Sister-in-law, I had a dream last night. I saw a ghost chasing me. The new house is empty and quiet.
I'm scared.
He looked up, his damp eyes fixed on Suwon, with a sickly red at the corners. Sister-in-law, can I stay next door to you? If I'm far away, my chest hurts at night.
I'm afraid.
Even if I shout until my throat is sore, no one will hear.
Then,
Sister-in-law, I won't be able to see in her anymore. This tactic of moral blackmail combined with playing the victim was simply deadly. Suwon's heart instantly softened like a puddle of water. 7th brother's body really was fragile, and he could die at any moment. If something really happened, she would regret it too late. Stay. Just stay next door. Suwon waved her hand decisively, took the key to the room closest to the master bedroom on the left, and handed it to Qinin. This room for you. It's right next to my left hand. If you feel uncomfortable at night, just knock on the wall. I'll hear it. Qin held the key, which still carried Su-won's warmth, and at a corner unseen by others, a sinister yet proud smile curled on his lips. He rubbed his face against Su-won's chest, provocatively glancing at the angry brothers around him.
Ha. Ha.
Playing tricks in front of my sister-in-law? You guys are still too young. Seventh brother's body really needs care. Eldest brother Qin, with a dark face, was unhappy but could only endure. Since he is my younger brother, I can't really let him die.
But
The left side is gone, so the right side must be his. Qin took a step forward. His tall figure instantly cast a shadow, covering Su-won completely. He didn't waste words. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand and forcibly pulled the key from Su-won's hand, taking the right one. This one is mine. His voice was deep and firm, leaving no room for argument. Big brother. Why? Third brother Qin was upset, glaring and shouting. I also want to live next to my sister-in-law. I have strength and can help carry things for her. Qin coldly glanced at him, his eyes sharp like knives. Are you the head of the family? No. Do you know martial arts? Just brute strength. If a thief comes tonight, can you wake up immediately? Sleep like a pig. Qin asked 3 questions in a row, pushing Qin Meng to the corner. He hung the key on his belt, then turned to look at Su-won. His eyes suddenly became intense and deep. Jiao Jiao is fragile and attracts attention. I'll live next door to keep watch. If there's any trouble tonight, I can rush in immediately. Rush in? Is it to catch a thief, or catch someone? Su-won looked at Qin-Lai's dark, swirling eyes and blushed inexplicably. She felt that this security work didn't seem very proper. And so it was settled. The guardians on both sides took their places. On the left was the delicate, needy green tea who always wanted milk, and on the right was the domineering, wolf-like father figure. Su-won felt her days might become even less peaceful. The remaining rooms were divided easily. Second brother Qin Mo chose the west wing, which was quiet and suitable for reading, actually because the window faced Su-won's backyard, perfect for sneaking a peek. Ahem, enjoying the view. Fourth brother Qin, you could only reluctantly take the east wing. But as he held the key, a glint appeared in his charming eyes. It's better to be farther away. The farther, the more exciting the secret passages, right? As for the twins and third brother, they could only sadly settle in the backyard. Not fair. I protest. Third brother hugged a pillar and pretended to cry. All right, stop howling. Su-won looked at the group of big dogs who didn't get good spots and drooped their heads. She felt both amused and a little sad. She pointed at the big box behind her as if performing magic. Although the rooms are different in size, everyone has this. What is that? Everyone's eyes lit up. Su-won opened the box. Inside, there were 7 neatly folded sets of new bedding. They were made from the finest long staple cotton she grew in her space, and the fabric was the softest, finest cotton cloth. More importantly, this is the quilt cover I sewed myself. Su-won picked up a black one and handed it to Qin-Lai. It has a name embroidered on it. Qin-Lai took the quilt cover. His rough hand brushed over the soft fabric. In the corner of the pillowcase, a small character, Lai, was embroidered with red thread. Although the stitches were a bit uneven, Su-won's embroidery skills are average. In Qin-Lai's eyes, it was more precious than royal robes in the palace.
Did
Jiao Jiao sew this stitch by stitch. Qin-Lai's throat bobbed violently, and his voice was hoarse. He buried his face in the quilt cover and took a deep breath. It was all her scent, and the hidden thought in her stitches.
Yes.
I pricked my fingers several times. Su-won deliberately waved her fingers, which had bandages, exchanged through the system. This wave of her hand shattered the hearts of all 7 men. Older sister-in-law. Third brother Qin Meng held the quilt cover embroidered with Meng, tears in his eyes. He wished he could hang it on the wall and look at it every day. Sis, quilts are for covering yourself. Su-won smiled and handed out the other sets. The second brother's was navy blue with bamboo embroidery. The fourth brother's was flashy purple with gold ingots. The twin brothers was gray blue with sword and knife embroidery. Seventh brothers was moon white with herbal embroidery. Each one was custom-made. Each one carried the warmth of her palm. Qin touched the shiny gold ingot, his peach blossom eyes shimmering. He leaned close to Suwon's ear and whispered so only the two of them could hear. Your sewing skills are truly amazing. At night, covering this feels like being hugged by my sister-in-law. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Tonight, I will fall asleep with sister-in-law in my arms. These words sounded too suggestive. Suwon's face turned red like a ripe apple, and she kicked him hard. Everyone has the keys and blankets. Why aren't you tidying up the room yet? She pouted playfully, then turned and ran back to her main bedroom, slamming the door shut. When the new house was finished, Suwon was most happy about not the spacious master bedroom or the warm nook with a dragon-shaped bed, but about the super luxurious, system-exclusive, spiritual spring large bathroom. This bathroom was built separately, right behind the master bedroom. Suwon specially placed the system-rewarded white jade large bathtub in the center. To keep warm, she laid double-layer fire channels underneath. Once inside, a wave of heat hit her, like stepping into a sauna. Suwon relaxed completely in the warm spring water, letting out a long sigh of comfort. The water was live, sourced from somewhere by the system, with a faint smell of sulfur and floral scent. On the water's surface floated a layer of pink petals, actually a system's special effect to add charm. Steam swirled around. Leaning against the white jade pool wall, Suwon's eyes, like peach blossoms, half closed. Her long, wet hair clung to her white shoulders, strikingly beautiful and breathtaking. Water droplets slid down her slender neck, traced her delicate collarbones, and finally sank into the rippling water with each breath. At this moment, she was truly relaxed. But this relaxation only lasted less than an hour, because the soundproofing of this bathroom wasn't very good. Or rather, the hearing of the group outside was just too sharp. Outside the bathroom, in the corridor, 7 tall shadows, like geckos pressed against the wall, lined up in a row. The cold wind howled, but these people didn't feel cold at all, because their blood was boiling hot. Clatter. A gentle splash came from inside the bathroom. Glug. Outside, a series of synchronized swallowing sounds. Third brother Qin Meng squatted at the front, clutching his knees tightly with both hands, so hard that his pants almost tore. He blushed, and his neck turned red. His big eyes stared tightly at the closed carved wooden door, as if he could see the spring scenery inside through the door panel. This water sounds so nice. It feels like scratching my heart. Pathetic. Fourth brother Qin Yu leaned against a pillar, fanning himself, and although he complained, his charming eyes kept fixed on a small crack in the window. That crack was left accidentally when the twins installed the window. Although the paper was pasted over it, due to moisture, there was a small hole about the size of a fingernail. Through that hole, you could only see a foggy whiteness inside. But deep in the fog, sometimes a flash of blinding white or a splash of water with a raised arm could be seen. Did you see it? Fifth and sixth brothers squeezed behind fourth brother, anxiously scratching their heads. Fourth brother, don't keep it all to yourself. Move over there. Everyone shut up. First brother Qin Lai stood at the back with a dark face. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, seeming to rest his eyes, but his muscles were tense like stone. That damn water sound. Every time it sounded, it felt like a tap on his nerves. His mind was full of her that day in the cave, soaking wet and showing her curves.
And now,
she was inside, completely naked, just a few steps away from them. This water. Sister-in-law finished washing, right? Shall we follow the usual rules? Second brother Qin Mo pushed up his glasses, his voice a little tense, but his meaning was clear. With such a large pool of immortal water, who would be willing to pour it out? That was holy water. Of course, everyone answered in unison. To compete for the priority of the second round of water, the air instantly became tense with hostility. At that moment, a sudden annoyed cry came from the bathroom. The 7 men outside the door immediately tensed up and rushed to the door. What happened? Sister-in-law fell. Qinlai's hand was already on the door frame, veins bulging, ready to break the door if she called out in pain. No, it's fine. Inside, Suwon's panicked voice came through, filled with shame and embarrassment. I forgot to bring my clothes. She had rushed in earlier, too excited to think clearly. The clean inner garment she had prepared, along with that, red waist sash, were all left on the soft couch outside. Now she was completely naked. She couldn't just run out like this, could she? Clothes? The atmosphere outside the door instantly shifted from nervous to strangely tense. Qinlai withdrew his hand, which was about to break down the door. He turned around, eyes sharp, immediately locking onto the pile of clothes on the corridor couch. The top piece, a bright red waist sash, was strikingly vivid against the snow, almost blinding, making one's blood race.
It was close-fitting.
The innermost one. I'll go get it. Qin Meng reacted fastest, like a wild bull rushing forward. Stop right there. Qin Yu blocked his way with a fan, a calculating glint in his eyes. Third brother is too rough. Don't tear sister-in-law's silk. This delicate work should be mine. Your hands are dirty from stealing money. Fifth and sixth brothers also rushed forward. We just washed our hands. We'll go. I'm the eldest brother. Qinlai shouted angrily. The 7 men surrounded the pile of clothes like a pack of hungry wolves circling fresh meat. Everyone wanted to go first. What did it mean to go first? It meant they could reach inside,
get closest to that mist.
And maybe, if they were careless, see something they shouldn't. Stop arguing. Old second Qin Mo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke coldly. He pushed up his glasses, a sharp gleam flashing behind the lenses. Making a fuss like this? If we scare sister-in-law, no one will get to go. He pointed at the pile of clothes, speaking calmly, though pretending, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Winner goes. Fair and square. This was the only way. The 7 men formed a circle, breathing heavily, their eyes fierce. Rock, paper, scissors. One game to decide the winner. Perhaps blessed by the star of literature, or just lucky, Qin Mo's scissors beat everyone's paper. Good game. Qin Mo's lips curled into a very faint smile as he slowly straightened his collar. Then, under the jealous gazes of 6 pairs of eyes, like a victorious general, he walked toward the pile of clothes. He didn't pick them up directly. Instead, he carefully used 2 fingers to lift the strap of the red undergarment. The fabric was so thin and soft, like clouds, and smooth as oil. Qin Mo's throat moved sharply as he clenched that red piece tightly in his palm, then took the outer shirt, covering himself completely. Older sister-in-law. He reached the bathroom door, his voice low and hoarse, showing strong restraint. I've brought the clothes. Inside the bathroom, Suwon was curled up in the water, like a quail. Hearing the second brother's voice, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the second brother. If it had been the third or fourth, who knew what trouble they might cause? Then, please pass it in, second brother. Suwon carefully swam to the door, hiding her body behind it, only planning to extend one hand to receive. Suddenly, the carved wooden door was pushed open just a crack. Only a crack. Then, a burst of thick, fragrant, and warm steam, filled with floral and body scents, rushed out from the gap. It hit Qin Mo's face directly. He paused in his breathing. In the mist, he saw a hand reaching out from behind the door. What a hand it was! So tender and translucent from the hot water, with water droplets on the fingertips, glowing white against the white jade-like door frame. Tender and tempting. And deep inside that crack, there was faint pink skin and a wet collarbone. Second brother, seeing no movement, Suwon reached out her finger in the air. Where are the clothes? Qin Mo felt all the blood in his body rushing in the opposite direction. He closed his eyes, actually peering through his fingers, trying to resist the crazy urge to push the door open. His trembling hand handed over the pile of clothes. At that moment of exchange, their fingers inevitably touched. Qin Mo's fingers suddenly trembled as if electrocuted, but he didn't pull back. Instead, as if possessed, he was inexplicably gently brushing his finger along that wet hand. Suwon seemed to be burned, quickly grabbing her clothes and shrinking back in surprise. Thank you. Thank you, second brother. Bang.
The door closed.
But that fleeting touch left a deep impression, as if branded into Chin-mo's fingertips, burning through his nerves to his heart. Chin-mo stood at the door, holding out the clothes, frozen in place for a long time. He looked at the tightly shut door, his glasses fogged up with white mist. He took off his glasses. His usually calm and composed eyes were now bloodshot, filled with a desire powerful enough to swallow everything. Second brother, are you done yet? From behind, the third brother's urgent voice came. Sister-in-law took the clothes, so move aside quickly. The water's getting cold. It's our turn now. Chin-mo took a deep breath, then brought the hand that had just touched her close to his nose and sniffed deeply. It was all her scent. He turned around, restoring his refined appearance, but his voice was hoarse. Why rush? The water is still warm. That night, the water in the large white jade bath was indeed not drained. 7 men, like dumplings boiling in water, eagerly jumped into the immortal water pool. Petals she had left floated on the surface. Her body heat still lingered in the water. Chin-lai leaned against the pool wall, exactly where Suwon had just leaned. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm spring water enveloping his body, as if she was gently holding him. At that moment, 7 tough men let out satisfied, restrained sighs in the misty water. Meanwhile, Suwon, hiding inside the house and dressing, touched her hot face and listened to the system prompt. Beep. Detected group, bathing together. Crossed out, heartbeat. All members' hormone levels, off the charts. Congratulations, host. Heartbeat farm has gained moisturization. Unlock new area. Orchard. Since you've taken a bath, why not eat some fruit to quench your thirst? At night, since everyone had their own rooms, though they all wanted to sneak into the master bedroom, no one had to squeeze into the big shared bed, and everyone was in good spirits. Especially the second brother, Chin-mo. Ever since he was assigned the West Wing as his study, his refined but mischievous side could no longer be hidden. The autumn imperial exam was coming soon, which was a crucial step for the Chin family's future. To help the second brother focus on studying, Suwon gave a strict order. Unrelated people, specifically the third brother and the twins, are not allowed to come within half a step of the West Wing. Violators will be punished with red braised pork, so the West Wing became a forbidden area for the Chin family, except for Suwon, who was responsible for logistic support. Night fell, and the moonlight was gentle. Inside the West Wing, the candle flickered. Chin-mo sat quietly at his desk, wearing a dark blue robe sewn by Suwon herself, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He held a book titled Annotations on the 4 Books, seemingly reading the Jihu Jiyi, a classical phrase. But in reality, he hadn't turned a page for half an hour. His ears were alert, like antennas, constantly listening for sounds from the courtyard, until the familiar tinkling of a bell rang out, growing closer. Creak. The door was gently pushed open.
Suwon entered carrying a tray.
On the tray was a bowl of bird's nest porridge, freshly cooked, exchanged from the system hall, and a small dish of bright red cherries freshly picked from the orchard. The cherries were large, deep red with a hint of purple, glistening with water droplets, looking simply as tempting as her lips. Second brother, are you tired? Suwon set down the tray softly, speaking quietly to avoid disturbing the scholar's concentration. Eat something and rest your eyes. Chin-mo made no move. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over her through the thin lenses. Tonight, she wore a light pink, high-necked scholar's dress, with a white sheer shawl draped over it. Under the candlelight, her figure, graceful and charming. Especially when she bent down to place the tray, the neckline slightly drooped. Chin-mo's throat moved sharply, forcing his gaze back to his book, his voice cold, pretending, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, sister-in-law. Leave it there. I'll eat after I finish this essay."
Oh, Suwon nodded obediently.
She glanced at the nearly dried inkstone on the table and thought that her second brother worked so hard studying. She should help him. Second brother, you look at your work. I'll grind the ink for you. As she spoke, she stretched out two tender, white fingers, picked up the black ink stick, and added a little water to the inkstone. Then she gently turned her wrist and began to grind slowly. Shoo, shoo. The scent of ink filled the air. But to Chinamo, the sound was like a sharp, unpleasant noise. Suwon stood very close to him. As she ground the ink, the sweet milky scent from her afterbath aroma drifted into his nose. Her wrist, exposed outside her sleeve, was white and bright. Against the dark inkstone, the stark black and white contrast was almost overwhelming to the eyes. Chinmo's hand holding the book turned white at the knuckles. She was doing it on purpose. It was definitely intentional. Is this what the story calls adding fragrance with a red sleeve? Or is it more like a beautiful woman causing trouble and disturbing my peace? My hand is so sore, Suwon whined softly, shaking her wrist gently after a while. The ink stick was too hard. She couldn't make the ink darker. Sore, Chinamo, who had been immersed in reading, suddenly put down his book. He took off his glasses and casually set them aside. Without the lenses, his originally restrained phoenix eyes revealed a wild, aggressive look. His eyes slightly lifted at the corners, carrying an inexplicable mischievous glint. Your posture isn't right, and you're not applying enough force. Chinmo's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper. It will naturally make your hand sore. Ah? How should I do it then? Suwon looked confused. I'll teach you. Before he finished speaking, Chinmo suddenly reached out and grabbed Suwon's hand that was still holding the ink stick. His palm was hot, dry, and strong. Before Suwon could react, a great force pulled her. The world spun around her.
Ah, Suvan excredin din surprise.
In the next moment, she was pulled into Chinmo's arms and sat firmly on his strong thigh. This position. It was so embarrassing. She was sitting sideways, curled up in his embrace. Through the thin fabric of her clothes, she could clearly feel the firmness of the muscles in his legs and the surprising warmth.
Second
brother. What are you doing? Suwon panicked and struggled to sit up. This chair is too hard. Put me down. Don't move. Chinmo held her waist tightly, keeping her close in his arms. One hand also covered her small hand, guiding her to hold the ink block again. Is the chair hard? He leaned down, his lips almost touching Suwon's ear, and his warm breath brushed her ear, making her feel numb. Only if it's hard can it be steady. Big sister-in-law, focus. Making ink requires a calm mind. If your mind is disturbed, how can the ink turn black, Suwon? My mind is disturbed? Clearly, your heart is pounding like thunder.
Thump, thump, thump.
Inside his chest, her back felt the pounding of his heart, making her shiver. Chinmo guided her hand to draw circles in the inkstone.
Slowly, calmly.
But his eyes weren't on the inkstone at all. He was staring intently at Suwon's flushed face and her slightly trembling long eyelashes. Big sister-in-law. He moved closer, gently resting his chin on her shoulder. These days, I've been busy making braised meat for the reckless third brother and sewing clothes for the twins. Second brother is about to take the imperial exam. Don't you want to give second brother some special attention? His tone was so sharp it almost flooded the study room. This is the legendary high IQ jealousy. Suwon shrank her neck, feeling like she was wrapped by a big snake. I brought you cherries, didn't I? A few cherries to dismiss me? Chinmo chuckled softly, suddenly increasing the pressure on her hand. A drop of ink splashed from the inkstone onto her fair hand. It looked like a beauty mark. Chinmo's eyes darkened. He released the ink block, grabbed Suwon's hand, and brought it to his lips. He stuck out his tongue, rolling the drop of ink into his mouth. Suwon trembled all over, her toes curling up. This move was too flirtatious. Chinmo tasted the bitterness of ink and the sweetness of her skin. He looked up, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Suwon. Sister-in-law, the ink is ready. Next, it's time to practice writing. He picked up the brush on the table, dipped it fully in ink. I heard that your handwriting isn't very good. Tonight, second brother will teach you step by step. If you learn this stroke, second brother will let you go back to sleep. Suwon looked at the thick brush, then at Chin Mo, who didn't seem willing to let her go. She could only nervously nod. Then, I'll write one character. Chin Mo's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He held Suwon's hand and slowly started to write on the rice paper. A stroke. A line. He wrote very slowly and heavily. With each stroke, his chest pressed against Suwon's back, rubbing as they breathed. This is the character for person. Chin Mo's voice was deep, one stroke and one line, supporting each other. That's how it stands.
Just like
Me and sister-in-law. Without either one, it wouldn't work. When finishing the last stroke, Chin Mo's fingers mischievously tickled Suwon's palm. Alert. Strong feelings of romantic admiration detected. Target. Chin Mo, the second brother. Status. Full-on charming rogue mode. Heartbeat skyrocketing. 160.180.190. Trigger special scene. Red sleeve with fragrant ink, physical version. Congratulations. The heartfelt farm has been irrigated with light of wisdom. Study room upgraded. Rewards received. 1. Top scholars brush ×1. Use it in exams. Strokes as if guided by divine power. Guaranteed success. 2. Photographic memory ×1. Feed it to the second brother, and he'll be a guaranteed top scorer. Suwon looked at the system rewards and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system was quite proper, not giving any strange or weird items. Second brother. Finished writing the character. While Chin Mo was focused on her writing, Suwon slipped down from his leg like a slippery eel. Remember to eat this cherry. And this porridge. It's getting cold. Wishing second brother success in the exams. I'll go back to sleep now. After saying that, she covered her hot face and hurried out of the study, like she was escaping. Chin Mo watched her hurriedly run away, but he did not chase after her. He put his glasses back on, hiding the wild desire in his eyes. He picked up a cherry she had taken and put it in his mouth. Crack. He bit into it. The sweet juice burst in his mouth. Did I pass the exam? Chin Mo looked at the character on the rice paper, still wet, with deep eyes. When I become the top scholar, we'll take our time to write the character person again. By then, it won't be as simple as sitting on my lap. The next morning, a carriage was parked in front of the Chin family's house. It was hired at great expense by Chin Yu to send Chin Mo to the capital for the exam. The whole family was there to see him off.
Kin Leib hattet kin Montag es shoulder.
Don't worry about family matters. Even if you don't do well, Big Brother will support you. Chin Meng handed him a bag of dried meat. Second brother, if you're hungry, eat. Don't lose weight from hunger. Old seventh Chin and handed him a bottle of medicine. Second brother, if anyone bullies you, just put this in their food. Chin Mo. These unreliable siblings. He turned around and looked at Suwon, standing at the back. Suwon stepped forward, took out a special brush called the Top Scholar Wenchang brush, and carefully tucked it into his pocket over his chest. Second brother, go early and return early. Family will be waiting for you to eat. Chin Mo looked at her deeply. In front of all his brothers, he suddenly reached out and hugged Suwon. It was brief, but very intense. Wait for me. He left 2 words in her ear. Then he resolutely turned around and got on the carriage. The wheels rolled, taking away a talented scholar full of knowledge and a heart that had been stirred and was burning hot. Chin Mo had not gone far when the Chin family faced a new crisis. What? The crops in the field are all wilted. The third brother, Chin Meng, just back from the fields, carried a hoe and looked like the sky was falling as he rushed into the yard. Sister-in-law, something's wrong. The few acres of watermelons we planted seemed to be cursed. Suwon hurriedly followed him to the backyard melon field and looked around. Wow, this isn't because of some curse. It's clear that these few watermelon vines are growing too fast and are lacking fertilizer. The crops in the heartfelt farm are sustained by the man's heartbeat energy. When second brother just left, he took away a large amount of that energy. How could the melons in the field not look wilted? Sister-in-law, what should we do? Are these melons going to die? Qin Meng was so anxious he was sweating all over, pacing around the drooping seedlings. His muscles were tense from worry, and sweat was running down his chest. It's okay, they just need some love. Suwon held back her laughter and gently poked Qin Meng's firm arm with her finger. Third brother, go fetch some buckets of water. Sister-in-law will help you water the plants. All right. Got it. When Qin Meng heard that his sister-in-law would help him water the plants, his simple heart instantly exploded with joy.
Sister-in-law needs me. Ding.
Detected physical heartbeat energy. Heartbeat value, 100. With Qin Meng's burst of enthusiasm, the previously wilted watermelon vines visibly perked up. The leaves turned a dark green, and a few small melons even sprouted at a strange speed. The crisis was resolved. But after all that fuss, the sky had turned completely dark. Late at night, the Qin family estate was silent. Since moving to separate rooms, Suwon felt for the first time, is this house too big? In the past, sharing a large bed with many men, though crowded, gave her a real sense of security. Now, she was lying alone on the empty main bed. Outside, the north wind howled, making the window frame creak. Although there was a heating device, Suwon wrapped herself in a quilt embroidered with her name, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. Second brother is gone. Why does this house suddenly feel so cold and empty? She sighed, her mind involuntarily drifting to Qin Lai's cold, hard face and the alluring eyes of the fourth brother. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep.
Ding.
Congratulations! The recent cumulative heartbeat energy of all members has exceeded the critical point. The Heartfelt Farm system has upgraded to LV.3. New feature unlocked. Dream Link, Basic Edition. Function description. Thoughts during the day, dreams at night. When the hosts bond with a target reaches a high level, they can secretly enter the target's dream during sleep. Note: dreams are projections of the subconscious. You might see their hidden side. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Connection begins. Suwon hadn't yet understood what hidden side meant. Suddenly, everything went dark, and her consciousness was pulled in by a strong force. When she opened her eyes again, she was surrounded by a dull, gray fog. Where's this? Suwon tentatively took a few steps forward. Come here. A deep, hoarse voice, as if suppressed for thousands of years, sounded behind her. That voice was very familiar. It carried a commanding, overbearing tone. Suwon quickly turned around. The fog cleared, revealing a man sitting on a large black tiger-striped chair. He wore dark armor, with his collar wide open, showing a large, bronze, scarred chest. His face was the same serious, stern face she knew, her usually strict and easily blushing boss, Qin Lai. But Qin Lai looked very different now. His usual restrained black eyes were now bright red, swirling with raw greed and possessiveness, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He was playing with a blood-stained dagger, his gaze fixed on Suwon like a wolf.
Big.
Brother, Suwon was startled by his appearance and instinctively tried to step back.
Why?
Are you looking at me like that? Why run? Qin Lai in the dream had no patience at all. He sneered, threw down the dagger, and suddenly moved. In the next second, his towering figure was right in front of Suwon.
Bang!
Suwon's back slammed hard against a cold stone pillar. There was no way to retreat. Too hot, iron-like hands pressed on her ears, trapping her in this small space. The strong smell of sweat and blood on the man overwhelmed her. You act so obedient during the day, and come into my dreams at night to seduce me? Qin Lai lowered his head, his nose almost touching Suwon's nose. His warm breath made Suwon tremble all over. I didn't. Suwon panicked. Why is Qin Lai in this dream being so unreasonable? I accidentally came in. Accidentally. Qin Lai's rough thumb pressed heavily on Su-won's delicate lips, applying a little force, making her lips turn red and swollen. Just because you wear so little clothes by accident? Just because you have such a face that makes people want to do wrong? He looked at her thin shirt with reckless eyes, as if trying to tear the fabric apart. Jiao Jiao, do you know how hard I am holding back? Seeing the fourth brother touching your hand during the day, seeing the seventh brother sneaking into your embrace. I wish I could cut off their hands. He was jealous, and it was a deep, obsessive jealousy that had been building for a long time. Big brother, calm down. Su-won was frightened by the madness in his eyes and cried, begging for mercy. This is a dream. It's fake. Fake. Qin Lai's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of her head and kissed her fiercely. This was not a kiss. It was a takeover. A release. A beast's bite. His lips were dry and rough, with stubble, making Su-won's skin hurt. His tongue forcefully pried open her teeth, invading her mouth, exploring every sweet corner. Dominant, fierce, leaving no room for retreat. Snip. The clothes in the dream were especially fragile. Qin Lai's large hand moved along her waistline, his palm hot as if on fire. Wherever he touched, Su-won felt her skin burning. Call me husband, he panted heavily, releasing her swollen lips, then bit gently on her sensitive earlobe, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Don't call me big brother. Call me husband. In the dream. You are mine. Only mine. Su-won was so overwhelmed by his kisses that her legs went weak. She clung to him helplessly, softly whimpering. Husband. Husband. Be gentle. That soft, sweet husband was like the best love potion. Qin Lai trembled all over, quickly tightening his arms, as if he wanted to crush her into his bones and blood. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. He buried his face in her neck, almost obsessively smelling her scent, his voice trembling with a hint of fragile emotion. Don't leave me. Don't go with them. Su-won screamed and suddenly sat up in bed. It was morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, a bit blinding. Su-won gasped heavily, her whole body soaked with cold sweat. She instinctively touched her lips. They were swollen and a little numb. That dream was just too real. That usually serious, fatherly big brother deep inside. So wild, so lacking in security.
Wow.
That was scary. Su-won patted her hot cheek and got out of bed. No matter what, life must go on. She quickly washed up, then opened the door and went to the yard. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a tall figure standing by the well. It was early winter morning, and the cold wind was biting. Qin Lai was shirtless, holding a bucket of freshly drawn well water, pouring it over himself. Splash! The cold water flowed over his strong muscles, creating white mist in the air. Droplets traced his chiseled chest, ran over his deep abs, and finally soaked into his wet waistband.
Big.
Big brother? Su-won looked at this scene, and her mind instantly flashed with those indescribable images from her dream, her face turning bright red. Qin Lai heard her voice and suddenly froze. He slowly turned around. His usually cold, tough face was now showing a rare nervousness. Even his bronze skin seemed to have a suspicious flush. His eyes flickered uncertainly, too afraid to meet Su-won's gaze.
Cough.
Getting up so early, Qin Lai hurriedly wiped some water from his face, his voice tight. I'm not cold.
Just
Practicing martial arts, so I took a quick shower. Hot? Su-won looked at the icy water on the ground. Big brother, that excuse is really poor. She blinked her eyes, then suddenly and mischievously stepped forward, took out a handkerchief, and tiptoed to help wipe the water off his back. Big brother, even though you're healthy, taking a cold shower like this can make you sick. Let me help you wipe it. Her fingertips just touched his cold, yet tense back muscles. Qin Lai was like being struck by lightning. He quickly stepped back, almost bumping into the well platform. No need. He seemed to be avoiding some great danger, grabbing his clothes from the ground and hurriedly putting them on. His voice was hoarse. Third brother is calling me from the field. I have to go now. After saying that, The usually calm and steady General Qin suddenly ran away, moving quickly with both hands and feet. He fled in a panic. Suwon stood there, watching his embarrassed figure, and finally couldn't hold back her laughter, bending over with it. Pfft, it seems. She wasn't the only one having strange dreams last night. Now, Big Brother's respectable person mask was completely gone.
Beep.
Detected strong, suppressed excitement. Target: Qin Lai, the eldest. Status: post-dream trauma, extreme embarrassment. Heartbeat: 190, he's about to burst. Congratulations, host. The ranch spring water effect has been enhanced. Tonight, you can keep dreaming. Under the shade of the trees, there was a strange-looking large chair. It was made from high-quality purple sandalwood from the space, shaped like a lounge chair, but it had several small curved wooden wheels and axles underneath. The surface was polished smooth as a mirror, and the wood grain carried a faint, pleasant scent. What's this? Suwon's eyes lit up. A rocking chair, old 6, Qin Yun, looked eager for praise, with bright, puppy-like eyes. We saw that sister-in-law was tired sitting on hard benches, so we used the drawings from second brother and the craftsmanship of fifth brother to make this after working all night. This chair is ergonomic, even if they don't know the word. That's what it means. It can lie down, rock, and even give a gentle massage. Sister-in-law, try it. Fifth brother immediately took action. His rough hands gently held Suwon's waist, lifting her softly and placing her on the chair. As soon as Suwon lay down, it was so comfortable. Although the sandalwood was hard, they thoughtfully added a thick, soft cushion on top. The curve of the back fit perfectly, like being cradled by a gentle hand. Let's start. The twins exchanged a glance, a mischievous smile on their faces. They crouched on either side of the chair. Reaching out, they grabbed the control lever beneath the armrest. Creak, the chair moved. At first, it swayed gently, like a cradle.
Creak.
Creak, the sound of the wooden axle turning, with an odd rhythmic feel. Sister-in-law, is this enough force? Suwon was just relaxing, half asleep, and responded drowsily. Ah. Suddenly, she let out a charming, surprised cry. No, it's too heavy. Be gentler. Can't be gentler, sister-in-law. In the Qin family courtyard, just a wall away on the village road, a few village women carrying baskets to wash clothes by the river were passing by the back wall of the Qin house. They were gossiping, but suddenly, the sounds from inside became clear. Creak, 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 creak. The faces of the village women instantly turned red as monkeys' behinds. Their baskets nearly dropped to the ground. Oh my goodness! Wang Dajiao covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock and excitement. Is that the Qin family? In broad daylight. Listen. What's going on? 2 men. How shameless. So indecent. In the middle of the day and there. Shh. Keep your voice down. Another village woman, though blushing, perked up her ears eagerly, as if she wanted to press her ear to the wall. Is this how the young lady from the Su family handles things? Tsk, no wonder she has the 7 men of the Qin family completely captivated. That sound, I can almost feel it myself. Outside the wall, rumors were flying everywhere. Inside, it was a different scene, more innocent and pure. Phew, sister-in-law, how is it? Lao Wu wiped the sweat from his face, looking at Suwon with anticipation. Suwon was slumped in her chair, her hair messy, cheeks flushed, eyes dreamy. Just. Next time, don't be so rough. As soon as she said that, the twins' ears turned bright red instantly.
Could they really not hold back?
They exchanged a glance, and their minds instantly filled with 1,000 words of unspoken thoughts.
Ding.
Detected strong technical excitement. Target: Qin Feng, Qin Yun. Status: overwhelmed with joy, overactive imagination. Heartbeat: 160.180. Congratulations. Woodworking skill upgraded. Reward: 1 Luban's secret manual ×1 for making more interesting.
No, practique el furniture.
2 Advanced lubricant formula ×1 for chair hinges, no funny business. Suwon looked at the lubricant, her mouth twitching. System, are you really not trying to be inappropriate? Just then, ding-dong. The front gate suddenly was knocked urgently. The noise didn't sound like visitors, more like a life-or-death warning. It's the Chin family.
Come out.
Something big has happened. It was the village chief's rough voice. Suwon's heart skipped a beat. She tidied her clothes and signaled the twins to do the same.
Let's go see.
Surrounding them were villagers watching the scene, pointing and whispering. Official, it's this family. The village had pointed at the grand tile house of the Chin family, a hint of envy and schadenfreude in his eyes. This is Chin Lai's house. They just built a big house and are very wealthy. The leading officer looked at Suwon, momentarily distracted by her beauty, then frowned and took out a document stamped with a red seal, shaking it. Where's Chin Lai? An imperial order. Due to urgent military affairs in the north, we are conscripting civilians to build dikes and transport supplies. Each household must send 3 men. Immediately come with us. Those who disobey will be executed. 3 men per household?
Suwon's face changed.
This isn't just a simple conscription. It's dangerous. Working on the dike is a hard job, risking death. And taking 3 strong men from each family is like cutting off the Chin family's roots. Oh, young lady, the village head sneered mockingly. I know you have many men in your family. Chin-da, Chin-san, and these 2 twins, just enough. Hurry and call them out. At the gate of the courtyard, the atmosphere was tense, filled with a sense of danger. Take them away. The leading officer, with a fierce face, sharply struck the ground with his whip. With a cracking sound, dust flew everywhere. Chin family's 3 men. Get ready to leave. Resist? Then be charged with treason and the whole family will be executed. How dare? A loud shout like an injured beast echoed. Chin Lai stepped forward, his towering figure blocking the gate. His muscles tensed instantly, veins bulging like coiled dragons, fierce and prominent. Though he held no weapon, the murderous aura emanating from him, as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses, made the officers step back 2 steps. Anyone who dares to hurt my brother, today I will make him regret it. Chin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, showing he was ready to fight.
Big
brother. Don't be impulsive. Old 3rd Chin Meng and the twins, though furious, were more afraid that their brother would really kill the officers. That would be a crime punishable by death for the entire family. Oh, still want a rebel? The village head, hiding behind the officers, arrogantly shouted. Chin-da Lang, you dare to be so bold. Can you defy the laws of the court? Either hand over a person or pay the fine. 100 taels of silver to avoid forced labor. Losing even a single child is not acceptable. 100 taels. In this poor village, even in a good year, a family only spends 2 or 3 taels of silver a year. This is a huge amount. Although the Chin family just built a new house, they spent all their savings on it. They don't have that much silver now. No money? The officer sneered, greedily eyeing the grand blue brick house of the Chin family. No money? Then use your house as collateral. Use a person. I think that young lady looks good. If we sell her... Stop dreaming. Chin Lai was furious. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, ready to go and knock the rude officer's head off.
Wait.
A cold, lazy voice with a firm tone suddenly sounded from behind him. Suwon reached out her delicate, jade-like hand and gently pressed on Chin Lai's arm. Husband, step back. Her voice was soft but seemed to have magic power. Chin Lai's anger paused for a moment at her touch. He turned around, anxious in his eyes. Jiao Jiao, don't get involved. Go back inside. Suwon ignored him and took a step forward. She wore a light blue dress, standing out among the dirty, rough men like a fairy. But her eyes were colder than Chin Lai's. Officer, is it? Suwon's lips curled into a faint smile, but her eyes were full of sarcasm. 100 taels of silver, and you're so anxious? Haven't seen the world? What did you say? The officer was furious. I said. Suwon calmly reached into her wide sleeve, actually from her system storage, and pulled out a long, wrapped object covered in red cloth. Chin's family has no silver. but this thing should be enough to buy a few lives, right? She casually threw it. The red cloth bundle was tossed into the leading officer's arms like trash. What is this junk? The officer cursed and took it, disdainfully peeling back a corner of the red cloth. In the next second, everyone's movements froze.
Gasp.
A synchronized gasp of shock. Inside the red cloth, there was a peaceful-looking ginseng root with a complete root system, golden color, and a faint, strange medicinal scent. The ginseng's main root was thick and shaped like a human figure, with full facial features and limbs. Every tiny hair seemed to be breathing. This is a top-quality wild mountain ginseng that is at least 300 years old. This is not just medicine, it is a divine treasure that can save lives. Even wealthy officials in the capital would spend a fortune to get it. Teach this. The leading officer's hands trembled, and his eyes nearly popped out. This quality, this size. This is a 300-year-old king of ginseng. The proud village chief, who had been so confident before, now looked so scared his legs felt weak. Such a treasure, even 100 taels wouldn't be enough, and 1,000 taels would still be fought over. How much wealth does the Qin family really have? Is this enough? Suwon crossed her arms, tilted her head, and asked innocently. If not, I have a few more at home. They're a bit too rich for chicken soup, so I can give them to you. A few more? For chicken soup? Everyone fell silent. They all looked at Suwon as if she were a strange creature. This reckless woman. She's treating gold like firewood. Enough. Enough, enough. The officer's attitude suddenly changed completely. His face, which had been stern, now smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Carefully, he wrapped the ginseng, afraid to damage a single hair. Madam Qin. No, Lady Qin. This treasure is too precious. Even if we cancel 3 men, or even a whole village's worth, it's worth it. He was a knowledgeable man. Handing this over to the county magistrate would be a great achievement for promotion and wealth. His eyes shifted from seeing a fat sheep to seeing a treasure god. Madam Qin, don't worry. I will cancel the quota for the Qin family right now. Anyone who dares trouble the Qin family in the future will be going against me. After saying this, he turned and kicked the village chief in the backside. Clueless fool. Hurry up and apologize to Madam Qin. The village chief was kicked so hard he fell to the ground, trembling and afraid to even fart. It was a disaster. Just as Suwon casually threw out a carrot, she disappeared into nothingness. After sending away the grateful officer, the door was closed again. In the yard, everyone was silent. The 7 men of the Qin family did not cheer because the crisis was over. Instead, Qin Lai stood still, staring intently at Suwon. His cold face showed complex emotions. There was shock, shame, guilt, and also a deep, unbreakable feeling of pity. Jiao Jiao. Qin Lai's voice was hoarse, and his throat moved awkwardly. That ginseng. Was it your wedding gift to keep you safe? He imagined it. He thought it was the only card Suwon brought from her family. And now, to save their rough group of men, she had taken it out without hesitation. I am useless. Qin Lai suddenly punched the doorframe beside him, with chips flying. I am a man, the head of the family. When trouble comes, I have to rely on my wife selling her wedding gift to fix things. What kind of man am I? Not only him. Old third Qin Meng also had tears in his eyes, crouching on the ground, holding his head.
Sister-in-law.
I am useless. I only have strength, but I can't protect you. The twins clenched their fists tightly, nails digging into their skin.
Shame.
But also motivation. A fierce desire to become stronger, to take the best things in the world and give them to her, was growing wildly in the hearts of these 7 men. Seeing this group of men falling into a self-disgust mode, Suwon sighed helplessly. What wedding gifts? Those were just recently ripened in the space, costing only a little bit of emotional points, not worth much at all. But she couldn't say that. She walked up to Qin Lai. Reaching out with her soft, tender hand, she forcibly opened his still bleeding fist. Then, she gently leaned into his strong, iron-like embrace. Husband. Suwon looked up, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with water, full of admiration and dependence. Who said you are useless? The way you blocked in front of me just now was so handsome, so manly. She held Qinlai's big hand and pressed it against her chest. Money and possessions are just outside things. If lost, we can earn them again. But if you are taken away, who will love me? Who will keep me warm at night? In my heart, 1,000 ginseng roots are nothing compared to a single strand of your hair.
Boom.
This romantic line is 10,000 times more powerful than that ginseng's effect. Qinlai trembled all over. He looked down, staring tightly at the delicate woman in his arms. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, blood rushing like boiling water inside his veins. She sacrificed everything for me, even her family's wealth.
And she said,
I am more important than anything. Jiao Jiao. Qinlai couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly bent down and picked up Suwon horizontally. His strong arms squeezed her tightly, as if trying to hold her into his body. Second brother. Fourth brother. Qinlai carried Suwon quickly toward the main house, his voice full of fierce determination. From today on, we will all fight with our lives. If anyone dares to make my wife suffer even a little, we'll all be ready to risk our necks. Yes, the brothers behind him shouted in unison, shaking the roof so much that snow fell down.
Beep.
Detected intense protector feelings, explosive anger after humiliation. All members' ambition level. Max. The heartfelt farm is now irrigated with passion. New area unlocked. Armory, beginner level. System tip. Since everyone is so fired up, why not give them something to do? Like training? In the master bedroom, Qinlai placed Suwon on the large bed. He didn't do anything else, just kneeled on one knee beside the bed, holding one of Suwon's feet. Her shoe was wet from stepping on the snow, carefully warming it with his hot hand. He looked up, his eyes shining brightly like a tame wolf ready to bite at any moment. Jiao Jiao, this money, I owe you. This lifetime. I will pay it with my life. Seeing his serious expression, Suwon's foot felt numb from the heat, and her heart trembled a little. This man. He is truly irresistibly attractive. No need to wait until the next lifetime. Suwon curled her toes and gently scratched his palm, her eyes full of charm. Tonight. Maybe you can start paying some interest? Whether Suwon received that interest last night, only the nearly falling apart bed in the master bedroom knows. Anyway, early the next morning, Qinlai looked full of energy, walking confidently with a lively step, radiating a sense of satisfaction from having eaten well. Big brother, what should we do? The third brother, Qinmeng, slammed the table. I'll listen to you. Whoever dares to come, I'll make them regret it. Qinlai stuck his sword into the table, deeply firm. Recruit people. Train soldiers. We need to build our own guard team. Let everyone within 100 miles know that the Qin family's wall is made of iron. Anyone who tries to cause trouble, cut off their hand. Money can make miracles happen. The Qin family offered wages 3 times higher than others and provided meals. In less than half a day, 50 strong men had gathered outside the newly cleared open space in the courtyard. All of them were tough guys chosen from nearby villages within 10 miles. The cold wind howled, swirling snowflakes. But the atmosphere on the training ground was so heated it seemed like the snow might melt. Have you all eaten? Qinlai stood in the center of the training ground, holding a heavy red tassel spear. He disliked the thick cotton jacket he was wearing, so he simply tore open the collar. With a loud rip, he took off his shirt.
Boom.
A strong visual impact exploded across the scene. Even in temperatures below freezing, steam rose from Qinlai's body. His bronze-colored skin was crisscrossed with more than 10 fierce scars, medals earned from risking his life on the battlefield, each one radiating a chilling aura. His broad shoulders, bulging chest muscles, and tight 8-pack abs. As he swung his spear, those muscles tensed and moved as if alive beneath his skin. Watch carefully. This move is called breaking the formation, Qinlai shouted loudly. His spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, stabbing fiercely at a wooden stake. Bang! The thick wooden stake, about the size of a bowl, shattered into pieces. Excellent! The guards around him watched with excitement, their eyes turning red. This is real manhood. This is the leader they want to follow. Qinlai lowered his spear and gasped heavily. Sweat rolled down his throat, slipping past his deep collarbone, over his shiny chest muscles, and finally gathering at his tight abdomen, flowing along his two deep V-shaped lines, disappearing into the loose waistband of his pants. The scene is like a walking hormone dispenser. Gulp. Someone's swallowing sound can be heard. But this time, it's not the big men who are swallowing. Husband. A soft, sweet voice, like a sugar-coated rice ball, echoes from the side of the training ground filled with the smell of sweat. Qinlai stiffens all over. The fierce, commanding aura he just had suddenly halves. He quickly turns around. He sees Su-won holding a food box, standing gracefully under the corridor. She wears a light blue dress with a fiery red fox fur. Someone from the family made it, making her small face look rosy and charming, with alluring eyes like silk. At this moment, her beautiful peach blossom eyes are fixed on his waistline. Qinlai. He instinctively wants to adjust his pants but feels it's too embarrassing, so he stands stiffly in place, his ears turning red as if they could bleed. Jiao Jiao, why are you here? Qinlai walks over quickly, blocking the view of the group of men behind him.
Just kidding.
With Jiao Jiao's beauty, even a quick glance from these rough men is disrespectful. I see you've been working hard training, so I brought some ginseng soup. Su-won steps forward, ignoring his sweaty smell, and even tips onto her toes, taking out a clean handkerchief. Don't move, she softly commands. Then she reaches out and gently wipes his chest, which is heaving intensely. Her fingertips, through the thin cloth, brush over his hot scars. Each time she wipes, Qinlai's muscles twitch sharply. Here's what too. Su-won's gaze moves downward, her finger tracing along a bead of sweat to near his V-line. There. The waistband is soaked dark from sweat, hinting at something that makes her face flush and heartbeat quicken.
Jiao.
Jiao Jiao. Qinlai suddenly grabs her small, mischievous hand. His rough, calloused hand is hot enough to scare, gripping her wrist tightly, with such force it seems he might crush her. He lowers his head, his dark eyes swirling with dangerous fire, voice hoarse as if he swallowed coal. Don't tease me here. With so many watching, do you want me to embarrass myself in front of everyone? His body's reaction now is almost impossible to hide. If it really happens, would he still be the mighty general? Su-won blinks innocently. I just feel sorry for you sweating. She withdrew her hand, then casually poked his firm abs. Lowering her voice, she whispered in a breathy tone only the two of them could hear. Your husband's gun-wielding look earlier. So wild. Even wilder than last night. Boom. Qinlai's had almost exploded. This fairy. Does she think last night wasn't embarrassing enough? Alert. Detected intense masculine display, heartbeat suppressed excitement. Target. Qinlai, the boss. Status. Hormones raging, eager to carry his wife back inside. Heartbeat skyrocketing. 160.180.200. Full charge. Congratulations, host. The Heartbeat Farm has received fighting spirit irrigation. Armory zone officially activated. Reward earned. Steel crossbow blueprint ×1. No more wooden guns. This is a real weapon. Mystic iron ore vein clue ×1. Twin brothers are ecstatic. Qinlai took a deep breath, using all his self-control to stop himself from lifting this teasing little woman who just finished flirting and ran. He grabbed the herbal soup Su-won brought, tilting his head back and gulping it down. The hot soup entered his stomach, but couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. Third brother. Qinlai turned around and shouted at Qinmeng, who was daydreaming. He was really venting his anger. Come here. Let's train. No weapons. Hand-to-hand combat. Qinmeng looked confused. Huh? Big brother, I didn't do anything to upset you. Stop wasting time. Watch this. Next moment, the courtyard echoed with the dull sound of fists hitting flesh, and the pitiful cry of the third brother.
Ouch.
Big brother, be gentle. Don't hit my face. Suwon stood under the corridor, watching the man vent his energy on the training ground, a satisfied smile on her lips. With this guard team, plus the crossbow blueprint the system just gave her, the Qin family would soon grow sharp fangs in this chaotic world.
But 수완 타체 탈진.
This crossbow requires advanced forging skills. Relying only on the 2 broken hammers the twins currently have, they probably couldn't even break their hands trying to make it. They need to level up and upgrade. One can eat 3 meals a day, each with some oil and water, and also need weapons and uniforms, though not yet made. Plus, the twin brothers have piled up scrap metal to develop a crossbow. Older sister-in-law. At night, during the accounting, the 4th brother, Qin Yu, shook a broken fan with 2 broken bones and pointed at the ledger with a pained expression. With brother's training method, our small family funds won't last more than half a month. That century-old ginseng, even though exchanged for exemption silver, the daily expenses are endless. Suwon looked at the negative balance on the bill and felt overwhelmed. The Qin family is like a speeding war chariot that can't stop, only filling fuel desperately. How much is missing? Suwon asked. To make the crossbow, we need to buy black iron. At least 3,000 taels. Qin Yu stretched out 3 fingers. His eyes lost their sparkle. Even selling our house wouldn't cover it. 3,000 taels? In this small frontier town, that's an astronomical amount. Suwon squinted and looked at the system panel. In the heartfelt farm, besides the already harvested meat field and grain field, there's also a semi-abandoned area, the herb garden. It has a few wild ginseng seedlings dug from the mountain. Although now they are just radish sprouts, with enough heart points to speed up growth. Turning into 1,000-year-old ginseng isn't impossible. Then, selling it at the auction house could bring in not just 3,000 taels, but 30,000.
But
Suwon looked at the gray avatar above the herb garden and hesitated. Bound guardian, Qin Mo, 2nd brother. Status: traveling far from home, 800 miles away. Signal weak, cannot directly accelerate growth. 2nd brother has gone to the capital for exams. If he's not here, how to flirt? How to make his heart race? Could it be that for a few ginseng roots, she has to chase him 1,000 miles away? Just as Suwon was at a loss, the system suddenly beeped.
ding.
Detected host's strong desire to make money. Warm reminder. Host has unlocked the Dream Link feature, LV.3. Although physically separated by thousands of miles, souls can meet in dreams. As long as you make the target's heart race in the dream, you can also generate high-level acceleration energy. Current goal, Qin Mo status, restless in the inn, unable to sleep. Should I connect? Suwon's eyes brightened. A dream flirtation? That sounds fun. In dreams, there's no need to be responsible, and I heard that 2nd brother has a lively time in his dreams. Sleep first. I'll think of a way. Suwon mysteriously waved to her brothers and turned back to the master bedroom. She took off her shoes, got into bed, and covered herself with the embroidered quilt with her name on it. Suwon closed her eyes and silently thought, connect with Qin Mo. Buzz, a dizzy spinning sensation. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in Qin's warm chamber but in a swaying, cramped-in room. Outside the window, rain was pouring, and inside only a dim yellow oil lamp was lit. Qin Mo was sitting by the window. He looked a bit thinner, wearing a dark blue robe that Suwon had sewn herself, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He held a book, but the pages hadn't been turned for a long time. He gazed at the rain outside, his expression cold but filled with deep loneliness.
Sister-in-law.
He whispered softly, unconsciously rubbing the top scholar pen Suwon had given him inside his sleeve. 2nd brother, do you miss me? A sweet, soft voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Qin Mo quickly turned around. He saw Suwon standing there, her figure illuminated by flickering candlelight. She wasn't wearing her thick winter clothes but a thin, translucent silk dress, dream skin effect. Barefoot, the golden bells on her ankles jingled as she moved.
Sister.
Sister-in-law. Chin Mo was stunned, then gave a self-deprecating smile and pushed up his glasses. Is this another dream? Lately, I've been dreaming of you more and more. Since it's a dream, could I be a little more bold? Chin Mo's usually restrained and calm phoenix eyes darkened instantly. He didn't step back as he usually would, but instead threw down his sacred book and slowly approached Suwon. What is second brother reading? Suwon originally wanted to tease him, but was intimidated by his aggressive gaze. She instinctively stepped back until her waist pressed against the desk. No more reading. Chin Mo walked up to her, resting his hands on the edge of the desk, wrapping her in his arms. The scent of ink mixed with a man's natural aroma overwhelmed her. He lowered his head, and through his thin glasses, his gaze freely wandered over her exposed collarbone and graceful shoulders. According to the book, beauty like jade. Isn't your sister-in-law more beautiful, second brother? Suwon was about to speak, but Chin Mo quickly grabbed her hand. Didn't sister-in-law say she would teach me how to take a pulse? Chin Mo held her hand, but did not press it on her wrist. Instead, he guided her hand, passing through his slightly open collar, directly pressing it onto his hot left chest. Thump, thump, thump. Under her palm, his heart beat intensely and wildly, like a wild beast trying to break free from its cage. Can you feel it? Chin Mo's voice was hoarse, carrying a strange obsession that seemed like something from a dream. It beats so fast, because it misses sister-in-law. Suwon shivered from the heat transmitted through her hand. This was not a refined gentleman, it was a beast in disguise. Second brother, please. Let go. Suwon wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tighter. Not letting go, Chin Mo suddenly took off his glasses and casually threw them on the desk. Without the lenses, his narrow eyes were filled with desire and obsession. In the dream, sister-in-law, just indulge me. I heard that ginseng needs a fast heartbeat to be ready, so is second brother. Fast enough now, before she could answer. Suwon was kissed until she felt dizzy. This dream connection was too real. She could even feel the stubble prickling her skin and the heat radiating from him, almost melting her.
Ping.
Detected long distance, yearning, heartbeat. Target, Chin Mo, second. Status: dreamy rogue gentleman gone wild. Heartbeat soaring, 180. 200.220, maxed out. Congratulations. The herbal garden has been nourished with vital essence. A miracle. Wild ginseng has mutated. Reward: 9 curved blood ginseng king ×1, completely blood red, with life-saving effects, priceless. The system's alert sound was like a lifesaver. Second brother, it's ready. It's cooked. Suwon took advantage of Chin Mo's breathing pause, pushed him away, and gasped as she shouted. Enough. Really enough. Chin Mo paused, his eyes hazy as he looked at her. What's ready?
Sister-in-law.
It's not ready yet. As she spoke, he moved to get closer again. Goodbye. Suwon quickly cut off the connection in fear. If she didn't run now, she might be completely overwhelmed in her dreams. Buzz, the screen shattered. Main bedroom of the Chin family. Suwon suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for air. Her face felt hot like she had a fever, and her lips were slightly tingling. This second brother Chin. He looks serious, but in my dreams, he's even more wild than the eldest. Suwon covered her chest, still trembling. In her hand, she was holding something heavy. Under the moonlight outside the window, she looked closer.
Wow.
That ginseng was as thick as a baby's arm, bright red like blood, with roots that looked like tiny red dragons, emitting a strong medicinal scent that made her feel energized just by smelling it. 9-turn blood ginseng king. This thing, not to mention 3,000 taels if taken to the capital, even 30,000 taels would be fought over. Suwon looked at this treasure, a smile finally appearing on her lips. With it, the Chin family's equipment funds, expansion costs, and even the capital to dominate the future. All were secured. 1,000 miles away, in a inn, Chin Mo suddenly woke up with a start. Outside the window, rain was still falling. Inside, only a small lamp flickered. He instinctively touched his chest. The warmth of her palms still lingered. And her lips.
Ha.
Chin Emo slowly sat up, picked up his glasses from the pillow, and put them on again. Behind the lenses, his phoenix eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He took out the worn-out book, Strategies and Politics, from his bosom, his fingers sharply tracing over the words, governing the country and bringing peace to the world. Sister-in-law. The stability of the nation is still more important. A slight doubt flickered in his heart. Maybe it was time to take leave and go home for a visit. At dawn, the air in the Chin family hall grew tense. Ugh. Fourth brother Chin Yu's usual folding fan, which he would wave twice even if the sky fell, suddenly fell to the ground with a loud snap. His usually gentle, affectionate eyes, like peach blossoms, were now wide as copper bells, staring fixedly at the red cloth bag on the table. Inside was the 9-curved blood ginseng king that Suwon had quietly brought back from her dream last night. It was bright red all over, with roots that seemed alive, twisting and turning. The strong medicinal smell alone was enough to make one's head feel like it was about to explode. Oh my goodness. Chin Yu swallowed hard, his throat moving violently. He stretched out his slender, jade-like fingers, wanting to touch but afraid to, his voice trembling. Sister-in-law, did you dig up some kind of divine ancestor's grave? This quality, this vitality. Even if it's only worth 3,000 taels, in the capital, it would be snatched away for 5,000 taels. Everyone around, Chin Lai and third brother Chin Meng, were also stunned. Though they didn't understand the value of such things, seeing fourth brother's ghostly expression, they knew this item was worth a lot of money. Stop talking nonsense. Suwon calmly covered the red cloth, hiding the treasure's glow. She looked at Chin Yu, a playful smile on her lips. Fourth brother, I'm giving this to you. Today, we're going to the city to turn it into cash. Chin family's equipment and the mysterious iron you've been dreaming of all depend on this. Chin Yu suddenly looked up, a fierce excitement flashing in his eyes. He grabbed his fan, snapped it open, covering half his face, only revealing a pair of sharp, shining eyes. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Once it's in my hands, even if it's just a radish, I can sell it for gold. Especially if it's this kind of life-saving medicine. An hour later, on the official road leading to the county town, a modest green carriage was rushing forward. Inside the carriage, a young man and a young woman. Chin Yu had specially changed into a flashy purple-gold brocade robe, with a jade pendant hanging at his waist, and his hair was neatly combed. The noble air of a young master from a wealthy family, combined with those charming peach blossom eyes, makes him a walking heartbreaker. At this moment, he was leaning against the car wall like a ragdoll, his long legs restlessly stretching forward, with his toes lightly brushing against Suwon's skirt. Older sister-in-law, Chin Yu elongated his tone, his voice with a teasing edge. He leaned forward, and the scent of expensive perfume and his masculine aura quickly approached Suwon. What is it? Suwon was resting with her eyes closed, too tired from last night's dream, not even bothering to open her eyes. This ginseng. It's a very expensive deal. Chin Yu held the fan handle, gently flicking a strand of Suwon's hair that had fallen, wrapping it around his fingers and playing with it. According to the rules, the person handling it gets a commission. Sister-in-law, how much do you plan to give to fourth brother for his hard work? Suwon opened her eyes, giving him a half smile. How much do you want? All the money in our family belongs to you, right? Just take it yourself. Money? Chin Yu chuckled softly, his gaze suddenly turning dark and sticky. He suddenly leaned in close, almost pressing his nose against Suwon's cheek. His eyes fell on her slightly swollen, red lips, kissed by the eldest last night, a faint dark gleam flashing in his eyes. Vulgar. Fourth brother doesn't want money. Fourth brother wants. Suddenly the carriage hit a stone, jolting violently. Oh. Chin Yu took advantage of the fall, and like a boneless creature, he tumbled directly into Suwon's arms. His face was buried right in her neck. Warm breath sprayed onto her sensitive skin, causing a fine layer of goosebumps. His hands instinctively wrapped around Suwon's waist. Fourth brother. Get up, Su-won blushed, reaching out to push his head away. That sneaky fox. He was definitely doing it on purpose. No, Chin-yu didn't get up. Instead, he shamelessly rubbed against her, like a naughty big cat. The carriage is too bumpy. Sister-in-law, you're soft. Let me lean on you. And, you smell so good. Did you sneak something tasty last night? He hinted at it. Last night, sister-in-law went to bed early, but this morning her lips were swollen. Although I don't know what happened, inside he felt a sharp, bubbling pain. You're the one who stole a kiss. Su-won felt weak from his touch, unable to push him away. This seemingly gentle and delicate fourth brother was surprisingly strong. His hand around her waist was like iron, showing a strong desire to possess her. While they were struggling inside the train compartment, the outside heard the voice of the third brother, Chin Meng, who was cheerful and loud. Fourth brother, don't bully my sister-in-law. I heard everything. If you don't behave, I'll throw you out. Chin-yu paused. He reluctantly lifted his head from Su-won's neck, his eyes full of lingering desire. He stuck out his tongue, licked his dry lips, and whispered in Su-won's ear. The hardship fee your sister-in-law owes me. We'll settle it when we get back. Whether it's money or something else. Half an hour later, the biggest brothel in the county town, Jinyu Tower. This place is not only an auction house, but also the most luxurious trading spot in the Northwest. If you have money, you can buy anything here. Chin-yu changed his attitude from earlier in the train. He got out of the car, gently shook a folding fan, straightened his back, and wore his usual half-smile, half-cold businessman mask. His aura instantly shifted from male companion to boss. Fourth Master Chin? What wind brought you here? As soon as they entered, the manager of Jinyu Tower, a chubby man who looked like a happy Buddha, greeted with a smile. But his eyes flicked over them with sharpness and disdain. After all, the Chin family used to be poor. Although Chin-yu had been dealing some goods recently, in the eyes of this big manager, he was still a small player. Manager Wang. Chin-yu didn't bother with politeness. He walked straight to the main seat, crossed his legs, pointed his fan at Su-won beside him, and said, Bring my wife-in-law here to see the world.
And
take care of Manager Wang's business, too. Oh. Manager Wang's smile was polite but cold. Fourth Master Chin, have you got some new goods? Wolf pelts? Or wild boar meat? If it's just ordinary stuff, Jinyu Tower doesn't buy those. His tone was full of sarcasm.
Chin-yu did not speak.
He only turned his head to look at Su-won, and his eyes instantly became gentle like water. Older sister-in-law, show the item to Manager Wang, so that some people won't look down on it. Su-won nodded politely. She slowly took out the red cloth bag from her bosom and placed it on the table. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid of disturbing something. Manager Wang, please. Manager Wang snorted inwardly, pretending to be mysterious. What good thing could be in a torn cloth bag? He casually reached out and lifted a corner of the red cloth. In the next second, a strong red glow, like blood, flowed out. Then, an extremely powerful medicinal aroma instantly filled the private room. This smell. Manager Wang's hand froze in midair. He suddenly leaned in, his nose twitching wildly, his eyes widening more and more, almost falling out of their sockets.
9.
9-turn blood ginseng. Is it alive? This root. This stalk. This is the king of ginseng. Manager Wang's voice changed tone, sharp as a chicken that had been stepped on. He trembled as he reached out to touch it, but a folding fan suddenly slapped it down with a loud snap. Hey, Manager Wang. Chin-yu smiled gently as he retracted the fan, but his eyes were cold. This is a treasure we are sending to the capital for a noble person. Your hand. Just now you touched the abacus, right? Don't dirty it. Master Chin. Ancestor Chin. At this moment, Manager Wang no longer cared about face. He knelt heavily on the stool with a thud, eyes shining as he stared at the blood ginseng. Sell this thing to me. Jinyu Lu will buy it. 1,000 taels.
No, 1,500 taels.
I will pay in silver right now. 1,500 taels? Su-won's heart moved. This price was beyond her expectations. But Chinyu seemed to hear a joke. He picked up the teacup, slowly blew on the foam on top, without even lifting his eyelids. 1,500 taels? Manager Wang, are you trying to send away a beggar? Older sister-in-law, let's go. Let's go to the 100 Herbs Hall across the street. I heard their shopkeeper isn't blind. After saying that, he made a move to stand up. Wait. 2,200 taels. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly grabbed Chinyu's sleeve, sweating all over. 2,500 taels. That's the limit. Fourth young master, please give us some face. Chinyu stopped in his tracks. He looked down at the anxious, sweating fat man and smiled slyly like a fox. He reached out, slowly tidied up shopkeeper Wang's collar and spoke softly but with a chilling tone. 3,000 taels. One less tael, and I might as well stew the ginseng for soup. 3,000. Shopkeeper Wang's face twitched painfully with the pain of losing money. It was like he was bleeding. But seeing the blood ginseng still shining with a precious glow, if sold in the capital, it would start at 5,000 taels. All right, 3,000 it is. Shopkeeper Wang gritted his teeth, bleeding inside, and said, I'll go get the silver notes now. Watching shopkeeper Wang stumble out the door, Chinyu turned around, winked at Su Wan with his charming peach blossom eyes, and looked proud, as if seeking praise. How was that? Sister-in-law, fourth younger brother, your words are impressive, right? Seeing his eager expression, Su Wan couldn't help but smile. She stepped forward, gently tidied his rumpled collar and lightly brushed her fingertips over his chest. Impressive, fourth younger brother, your words are indeed capable. This was a double entendre. Chinyu's eyes instantly changed. He reached out to grab that mischievous little hand, wanting to ask for a bit more interest. Money's coming. Just as Chinyu's hand reached halfway and was about to touch Su Wan's fingertips, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open by shopkeeper Wang in a hurry. The old man was holding a heavy redwood box, panting heavily, unaware that he almost became a dead person in Chinyu's eyes. 3,000 taels, all in silver notes, plus 50 taels of broken silver for tea. Shopkeeper Wang pushed the box onto the table, worried that if he was a second late, these two ancestors might change their minds and use the ginseng for stew. Chinyu's hand froze in midair. The charm in his peach blossom eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a look of annoyance at being interrupted. He lightly tapped the back of his tongue against his molars and gave Wang's shopkeeper a cool glance. You're back, Wang's shopkeeper. Just in time. Wang's shopkeeper felt a chill run down his neck. Though he didn't know what he had done to offend this young master, he still forced a smile and said, Yes. Efficiency comes first. Would you like to order something? Chinyu opened the box impatiently. Inside was a full stack of brand new banknotes, giving off a tempting ink smell. He took a quick look, closed the lid with a snap, and didn't look happy. He grabbed Su Wan's wrist and started to walk out. No need to order. I doubt you dare cause trouble at the Qin family. Big sister-in-law, let's go home. And take our time counting. He emphasized the last words heavily with a meaningful, sticky tone. On the return carriage, if the morning was cool, now the air inside the carriage felt almost hot enough to burn. Thick curtains blocked out the daylight outside. The small space was filled with the smell of fresh banknotes and Chinyu's restless energy. With a loud rustle, Chinyu opened the red wooden box. A thick stack of banknotes was scattered like snow onto the soft cushion beside Su Wan. Big sister-in-law. He no longer acted like a noble young master. Instead, he leaned in without stiffness, pushing Su Wan into the corner of the carriage. He stretched out his long leg, forcing his way between her skirt and the wall, taking a dominant stance. Earlier in the shop, you said I had a sharp tongue. Chinyu supported himself with one hand on the carriage wall, looked down at Su Wan, and his voice was hoarse, like he had gravel in his throat. Before I could finish, that old man barged in. Now that everyone's gone. Shouldn't you finish what you started to say? Su Wan looked at the pile of banknotes, her heart pounding faster. That was 3,000 taels of silver. She reached out to organize the notes, but Chinyu grabbed her wrist. Don't worry about the money. He held her hand and pressed it firmly against his hot chest. Through his thin clothes, Suwon could clearly feel his rapid heartbeat. Thump, 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 each beat heavier than the last, making her palm tingle. Money is dead. I am alive. Chinyu moved closer, his nose brushing against Suwon's neck. His hot breath sprayed onto her skin, causing a slight shiver. Sister-in-law, our Chin family may be poor, but I don't care about money. I care about you, he said, casually grabbing a silver note. His fingertips rubbed the rough paper, but his eyes were fixed intently on Suwon. Does sister-in-law know, just now, watching you pretend with me, that innocent look but so frustrating? Chinyu's throat moved sharply, his eyes darkening deeply. I was thinking, if only I could hide you inside this pile of silver notes. No one could see you. That would be so good. He held the silver note and slowly moved it up along Suwon's arm. The cool edge of the paper brushed her delicate skin, creating a strange sensation. Roughness and softness. The smell of money and her natural scent. This strong contrast made the air in the carriage feel thick and heavy. Fourth brother. Don't tease. Suwon's voice trembled as he provoked her. I'm not teasing. Chinyu chuckled softly, pinching the silver note between his fingers and stopping at her delicate collarbone. He lowered his head, eyes dreamy. Sister-in-law, look. This freshly issued silver note is so white. But when it touches sister-in-law, it seems dull and dim. Before he finished speaking, the carriage suddenly jolted over a pothole, bouncing violently.
Ah, Suwon exclaimed, falling backward.
Chinyu reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around her waist, and they both fell onto the floor covered with silver notes. The silver notes on the ground became the most expensive carpet. Chinyu supported himself above her, his hand holding the silver note covering her eyes. With her vision blocked, his senses were suddenly heightened many times. Suwon felt a hot sensation, as if something was falling onto her collarbone through the thin silver note. Hot, aggressive, with a fierce desire to swallow her whole. Suwon shivered all over, her toes curling. That kiss, separated by money, carried a forbidden, decadent feeling that made her scalp tingle. Alert, detected intense feelings of greed and possession. Chinyu's heartbeat increased by 180. Status: greedy trader-ups. Unlock space reward, treasure basin, money-making buff. Older sister-in-law. Chinyu moved his hand away and looked at the woman lying beneath him, her eyes like autumn water and her face as beautiful as a peach blossom. His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. This 3,000 taels belong to the public treasury. I dare not touch it, but I have received the interest just now. He stuck out his tongue, smiling like a fox that had successfully stolen something. It's really sweet. At sunset, the carriage finally returned to Wolf Tooth Village. Chinyu tidied his clothes and clutched the warm banknote of 3,000 taels. The redness on his face had not yet fully faded. However, as soon as the carriage stopped, loud angry shouts came from outside. How dare you? This is our family's gate. Who dares to move? Chinyu paused, lifting the curtain. The lazy, satisfied look from before instantly disappeared, replaced by a chilling, fierce expression. At the Chin family's gate, the village chief, accompanied by a dozen fierce-looking officials, was kicking open the shaky courtyard door. Listen up, Chin family, the village chief, full of arrogance, held a roster in his hand, spitting as he spoke. The list of forced laborers for this year is out. Chin Lai, Chin Meng, and those 2 blacksmith boys. None of you can escape. Either pay 100 taels to avoid forced labor, or come now to repair the river embankment. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Inside the courtyard, Chin Lai, the eldest brother, was trembling as he held his hunting knife. It was anger pushed to the limit. The Chin brothers stood in the yard, like wolves cornered on a cliff. Chinyu squinted, glancing back at Suwon, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Older sister-in-law, he said slowly, tidying his sleeve, his voice gentle but with a hint of madness. What a coincidence. Just after making money with nowhere to spend it, someone comes knocking. Wanting to ruin us. Suwon took a deep breath, adjusting her disheveled collar. Her eyes instantly turned cold and sharp as a blade. She yanked open the carriage curtain and, supported by Chin-yu, stepped down like a queen. Who says the Chin family has no money? Her clear voice immediately silenced all the noise. Standing in the sunset, in front of the whole village, Suwon held a thick stack of banknotes. The village chief's eyes widened in greed, swallowing saliva. Since you have money, then show it.
On 100 taels, Suwan sneered.
She walked up to the village chief and raised the banknotes in her hand. Just as the village officer reached out to take the silver note, she quickly turned her wrist and returned the note to Chin-yu's embrace. Fourth brother, keep it safe, Suwon said, patting her hands. She looked at the village officer and said clearly, the money from the Chin family is meant to support people. I have 100 taels, but I'd rather feed it to the dogs than give it to someone like you who sucks blood. You want money?
Dream on. You
wicked woman. The village officer trembled with anger. If you don't give the money, I'll arrest you. Chin-yu stepped forward, closing his folding fan with a sharp snap. His sharp business mind suddenly turned into a threatening look. Arrest me? Try it if you dare. But I warn you, I just made a big deal at Jinyu building in the county town. The county magistrate's son, fictitious, was there too. If you try to harm the Chin family today, tomorrow I'll go to the county office and accuse you of extortion. 3,000 taels of silver is enough to buy your official hat, or even your life. The village officer was frightened by Chin-yu's fierce gaze and took a step back. He looked at the pile of silver notes and then at the shining farming tools in the hands of the Chin brothers. He couldn't get the money, and he was afraid that forcing it might cause trouble with the county officials.
Fine.
The Chin family is brave. The village officer gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Refuse a toast and take a penalty. We'll see about that. Watching the village officer leave with his men in a huff, cheers erupted in the Chin courtyard. Chin Meng was so happy he jumped. Sister-in-law is mighty. That felt so good. I almost wanted to hit him. In the main hall of the Chin house, the lights were bright. The crisis was temporarily over. The 3,000 taels of silver sat on the table like a small gold mountain. But now, the brothers' attention was not on the money. Sister-in-law. The third brother, Chin Meng, approached like a big black bear, sniffed twice, and frowned deeply. Why do you smell like fourth brother's fancy perfume all over?
And
this note smells the same, he said, looking at Suwon with a sad expression, like a neglected puppy. Did fourth brother bully you in the carriage? I smell something wrong. No, that's not true, Suwon blushed and turned her head shyly. But it is. The twin brothers, fifth and sixth, also came over, one on each side, hugging Suwon's arms like clingy little wolves. Sister-in-law is biased. She took fourth brother to the city to eat alone. We also want to ride in a carriage with sister-in-law. The fifth brother was even more over the top, leaning his head into Suwon's embrace. Sister-in-law is so hot. Maybe she's got a fever? Let me check. Everyone stepped back. The second brother, Chin Mo, who had been silent, stepped forward. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a sharp glint flashing behind the lenses. He reached out to pull Suwon out of the twin circle, claiming to help, but in fact, he wrapped his arm around her waist. Sister-in-law has had a long day. Don't bother her. Chin Mo lowered his head, leaning in as if looking at the account book, and softly said in a deep, magnetic voice, Fourth brother did a good job with this bill. 3,002. That's a big amount. But sister-in-law, next time you do such rough work, let me go. Fourth brother is too greedy. I'm afraid he might swallow you whole. Suwon felt dizzy from the intense hormones filling the room. This family of wolves was truly more difficult than the last. The usually silent seventh brother, Chin, suddenly stepped out of the shadows. His face was paler than usual, clutching a dead pigeon tightly in his hand, blood still on his fingertips. Stop arguing. Chin's voice was cold, like a snake crawling out of hell, instantly killing the romantic atmosphere in the room. He slapped a small blood-stained note onto the pile of silver notes on the table. That dog from the village chief didn't get the money and plans to take our lives. This is what I cut from the leg of the pigeon he released. Qin Lai snatched the note, glanced at it, and his face instantly turned ashen. There was only one line. Qin family refuses to pay, large sum involved. Come quickly. At midnight, slaughter the village. That young woman left for me. Black Wind Village. Qin Lai muttered through clenched teeth, his whole body erupting with murderous intent, the air around him freezing. It turned out that the village chief, not having received the money, had colluded directly with bandits. Good, very good. Qin Yu's smile disappeared completely. He touched the still warm silver note in his pocket, his eyes bloodthirsty. Since they want to die. Qin Lai suddenly stabbed his hunting knife into the table with a thud, piercing deep. He looked around at his brothers, finally fixing his gaze on Su Wan, with a resolute protective look. Close the doors. Prepare for battle. Tonight, we will take the heads of the people from Black Wind Village and raise our Qin family's flag. The hour of midnight is near. Outside, the north wind howls like ghosts crying and wolves howling, swirling heavy snow that buries Wolf Tooth Village in complete silence. Inside the weapon room of the Qin family estate, Qin Lai's hunting knife glides across the sharpening stone one last time, the cold light bursting out, reflecting his bloodthirsty, murderous eyes. Big brother. The crossbow has been checked. The grease on the trigger is applied, so it won't jam even in this terrible weather. The twin brothers, the fifth and sixth, are excited, their faces flushed as they hold several newly made deadly weapons. They are upgraded crossbows made of dark iron, with arrowheads coated in special anesthetic made by the seventh brother. One shot can make an elephant kneel, let alone a person.
Good.
Qin Lai stands up, his muscular body shining coldly in the candlelight. He looks around at his brothers and speaks in a deep, thunderous voice. Tonight, we're not just guarding the house, we're also making a statement. Let the bandits within 100 miles know that the Qin family of Wolf Tooth Village is their king of death.
Yes.
The brothers roar in unison, their fighting spirit boiling. Just then, a clear chime of bells rings out. Su Wan walks in, carrying a heavy wooden box. Tonight, she's not wearing her usual fancy dress, but a neat, white combat outfit, with a red belt around her waist, highlighting her slender waist. Her long hair is tied up high, looking sharp and impressive. Having weapons isn't enough. Su Wan places the box on the table with a bang. The lid opens. Inside, 7 shiny silver discs are neatly arranged. What are these? Fourth brother Qin Yu pauses his fan movement. Protective heart mirrors? These are made from leftover dark iron scraps by the twins. Su Wan picks up one, her fingertips brushing over the intricate patterns. I added a layer of silkworm silk inside, system produced. They're impervious to blades and guns, unaffected by water or fire. Come here, I'll put them on you. Putting armor on men. In ancient times, this was the most solemn ritual when a wife sent her husband to the battlefield. Qin Lai steps forward first. His tall figure towers over Su Wan like a mountain. Su Wan tiptoed and pressed the protective mirror against his hot chest. Her hands went around his broad back to fasten the belt at the back. She was almost pressed against him. Su Wan could clearly hear the steady, strong heartbeat inside his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Husband, be careful. After fastening the belt, Su Wan gently patted his firm chest muscles, her fingertips lightly brushing the deep collarbone. The family is still waiting for you to come home and warm the bed. Qin Lai shivered all over. He suddenly grabbed Su Wan's hand, kissed it fiercely, and looked at her with a fiery gaze. Don't worry. If the king of hell dares to take me, I'll smash the underworld. Next, it was the second brother, who, after hearing about the family's troubles, actually came back from afar just to see his sister-in-law. Then the fourth. Every time it was Su Wan's turn to put on armor, their eyes looked sticky, like they could be pulled into strings. The fourth brother, Qin Yu, even took the chance to pinch her waist and said with a mischievous smile, Sister-in-law, your belt is too tight. It makes me nervous. Finally, it was the third brother, Qin Meng. This simple-minded guy had been waiting impatiently, rubbing his hands like a big black bear, looking at her with anticipation. Sister-in-law. It's my turn. Suwon held back her laughter and took the largest protective mirror, pressing it against his bulging chest muscles. Qin Meng was too strong. Suwon had to stay very close to wrap the belt around. In that moment, Qin Meng smelled the faint milky scent on Suwon, and his mind suddenly went blank. A fiery feeling surged from his dantian straight to his forehead. He looked at Suwon, who was so close, her slightly flushed face from busying herself, and her moist, red lips. His Adam's apple bobbed like a motor was running. Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law.
Qin Meng suddenly grabbed Suwon's hand, which was tying the belt. His large, sweaty hand was hot and burning. What's wrong, third brother? Did I tighten it too much? Suwon asked, looking up. No, it's not. Qin Meng's face turned red, and his neck thickened as he struggled to speak. Finally, as if he had made a big decision, he glared with determined eyes and said straightforwardly, Sister-in-law, I have a request.
You say.
Tonight. If I kill that bandit leader. If I come back alive. Qin Meng swallowed hard, his voice trembling but filled with reckless courage. Can my sister-in-law? Can I kiss her? Boom. Qin Lai, who was sharpening his sword, paused and shot a sharp look. Old second Qin Mo pushed up his glasses, reflecting light. Old fourth Qin Yu folded his fan, smiling dangerously. The twin brothers even raised their crossbows.
Wow.
Everyone was thinking about how to fight the enemy, but you, silly guy, are just thinking about taking advantage of sister-in-law. Kissing her? Big brother hasn't even kissed her properly, not counting dreams. Why should you? Third brother Qin, are you feeling itchy? Qin Lai asked coldly. Qin Meng shrank back, but this time he didn't retreat. He stared hard at Suwon, his eyes full of longing and stubbornness, like a loyal dog begging for praise. I don't care. I want this. If sister-in-law agrees, I'll tear those guys from Black Wind Village apart tonight. Seeing his honest and sincere look, Suwon's heart unexpectedly skipped a beat. That's the power of straightforward feelings. No tricks, just pure emotion.
Suddenly she smiled.
Under the fierce gazes of her brothers, she raised her index finger and gently pressed it on Qin Meng's cracked lips. Gave a little press. Okay. Suwon's voice was soft and charming, like a spell that captured the soul. As long as third brother comes back safe. I'll do as you wish. Boom. Qin Meng felt like his head was about to fly off. His blood surged, and every pore opened wide. Sister-in-law agreed. She said she'd go with him.
Ah?
Qin Meng suddenly let out a long cry, grabbed the heavy mountain axe on the table, and charged out like a battle god on adrenaline. Where are the bandits? Where are the sons of Black Wind Village? I'll cut them all down. That figure, full of the terrifying aura of fighting for a kiss. Qin Yu, behind him, sighed enviously, swinging his fan. TSK. Fools are lucky. If I had known, I'd have asked for something too. Qin Lai, with a grim face, hung his sword on his waist. As he passed by Suwon, he muttered through clenched teeth, You've spoiled him. When I return, I want one too. At midnight, the leader of the Black Wind Village, the One-Eyed Dragon, led over 200 bandits quietly into Wolf Tooth Village. Boss, we're almost at Qin's house. The village chief, like a loyal dog, led the way, pointing to the large mansion that loomed like a beast in the dark. That Qin family is well off. And that young lady. Hee, she's truly stunning. The One-Eyed Dragon licked his lips, eyes full of greed. Good. Brothers, attack. Kill the men, take the women. Divide the silver equally. Charge. The bandits raised their blades and roared as they rushed toward Qin's house. But just as they reached the gate, ready to break it down, creak, the heavy red lacquered door suddenly swung open by itself. Inside, there were no panicked women or children, no villagers begging for mercy. Only a grand chair. Qin Lai sat confidently in the chair, leaning on a still-dripping hunting knife. Behind him, 50 fully armed members of the Qin army stood, their crossbows gleaming faintly in the moonlight. We've been waiting for you. Qin Lai slowly lifted his head. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness, and a cruel smile curved his lips. Welcome to the Hall of the King of Hell. The one-eyed dragon's heart skipped a beat. He realized he'd been tricked. Fire the arrows. At Qin Lai's command, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows shot through the air like the scythe of death, tearing through the silence with a whistling sound, covering the bandits below. Ah! Screams echoed into the sky. The twin-modified crossbows were incredibly powerful, capable of piercing 2 people with 1 shot. Plus, the special poison made by Old Seven could paralyze and knock down anyone, even if only slightly scratched. This was a one-sided slaughter. Amid the chaos, a towering figure, like a dark tower, was the most noticeable. Qin Meng, shirtless, he took it off earlier because it was too hot, swung his pickaxe wildly, charging through the bandits like a madman. Get out of the way. Move. That one-eyed guy belongs to me. Nobody fights me for him. That's my money, he shouted loudly and smashed a bandit's shield with his axe. His fierce attitude scared a group of ruthless bandits so much they peed their pants. Where did this monster come from? Above the high wall, Su Wan, wrapped in a fox fur coat, watched the one-sided fight below. Hearing Qin Meng's shameful shouts, she couldn't help but cover her face. This fool. Everyone in the village heard him fighting for his money. Alert. Detected intense bloodthirsty excitement territory defense battle. All combatant strength. Off the charts. Qin family's reputation. Rising rapidly. The heartfelt farm gains killing intent nourishment. Reward unlocked. Top quality golden wound medicine formula ×1. Essential for calming after battle. Cool and soothing when applied. The fight ended faster than expected. In this one-sided slaughter powered by superior equipment, over 200 bandits from Black Wind Village didn't even touch the inner wall of the Qin family courtyard. They all turned into corpses in the snow. Blood dyed the white snow red, and a disgusting iron smell filled the air. We won. We really won. The Qin guards erupted in thunderous cheers. However, a shadow like a wild ox, ignoring the battlefield cleanup and the still wailing survivors, threw down his already dull-edged pickaxe with a loud clang. Sister-in-law, Qin Meng, shirtless and covered in blood. His originally bronze-colored muscles were now stained dark red with blood, steam rising from his body, looking like a demon from hell's blood pool. His eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily, and he strode forward like an out-of-control war chariot, heading straight for Su Wan standing under the corridor. Third brother? Su Wan just wanted to step forward and hand him a cloth to wipe his face. Suddenly, her world spun.
Ah!
Her entire body was easily lifted by Qin Meng's blood-stained hand, as if holding a soft doll. Next, bang! Her back slammed hard against the sturdy wooden door behind her. With no way to retreat, Qin Meng's tall, mountain-like body pressed down on her, trapping her tightly between himself and the door. The strong smell of blood mixed with the scent of sweat from intense activity and male hormones, forming a dense, suffocating net that quickly took away all of Su Wan's breath. Th3. Brother, what are you doing? Su Wan looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to have lost his mind, her heart pounding. He was too close. Close enough that she could see blood beads on his eyelashes and feel his heart pounding violently inside his chest. Thump. 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 I'm back. Qin Meng supported himself on either side of Su Wan's ears. His usually simple, dull eyes now shone brightly, burning with raw, wild desire. The one-eyed dragon. I took him down, one strike, and his head was gone. He spoke as if proud, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed charcoal, filled with impatient heat. Does what my wife said still count? Su Wan was both amused and helpless at his fierce, yet pitiful look. She gently reached out her delicate finger, wiping a bloodstain from his cheek. Her fingertip trembled slightly from the heat of his skin. Yes, it counts. Brother is a hero, a hero. And heroes deserve rewards. Then I don't care anymore. Hearing those words, the string of reason in Qin Meng's mind snapped completely.
Wife.
Open your mouth. Before she could respond, He suddenly leaned down, like a wolf starving for 3 days finally pouncing on prey, and kissed her fiercely.
Suanespik shrank.
This was not a kiss. It was biting. It was gnawing. It was devouring. Qin Meng didn't understand technique. He only knew how to press his thick, hot lips tightly against Su Wan's breath. His stubbled chin rubbed harshly against her delicate skin, causing a sharp pain mixed with a thrilling numbness.
Huff.
Huff. She felt as if she was about to be swallowed whole.
Ding.
A record-breaking beast has triggered excitement. Target: Qin Meng III. Status: bloodthirsty frenzy, the joy of finally kissing. Heartbeat: 200.220.250, exceeds system limit. Congratulations, host. The Heartbeat farm has received Rage Energy Infusion. The farm has undergone a mutation. Rewards gained: 1. Evolution Serum for Warhorse Bloodline ×1. Feed it to the horse, and traveling 1,000 miles a day is possible. 2. Premium Tiger Bone Wine Recipe ×1. Cures bruises and injuries, and can also boost vitality and strengthen kidneys. The brothers in the yard, who were busy cleaning the battlefield, all stopped their work at this moment. Each of them looked grim, staring tightly at the pair of lovers kissing under the corridor. Snap. Second brother Qin Mo's glasses frame was broken. Snap. Fourth brother Qin Yu's folding fan was snapped in half. Snap. Big brother Qin Lai's machete was bent in half with one hand. This damn third brother. Qin Lai gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. If only fire could shoot out of his eyes, Qin Meng would now be roasted like a whole pig. Relying on his foolishness, he dares to eat alone so openly? I haven't even kissed anyone. Why does he get to stick out his tongue first? Big brother, I'll go pull him away. The twins couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed their crossbows, ready to rush forward. Stop right there. Qin Lai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his sour feelings. His voice was icy, willing to lose the bet, accept the consequences. This was promised by Jiao Jiao.
But then...
He squinted, watching Qin Meng's restless hand trying to touch Su Wan's waist. If your hand dares to move recklessly, I'll cut it off. Fortunately, Qin Meng, though aggressive in kissing, had not completely lost his mind, mainly because he was afraid of his older brother. Just before Su Wan nearly fainted from lack of oxygen, he finally reluctantly let go of her. Splash, an ambiguous, wet sound. Su Wan slumped against the doorframe, tears of physiological response still hanging at the corner of her eyes, looking even more adorable. Qin Meng looked at her like this, his throat bobbed again, but he dared not continue. He felt 6 killing intense locking onto the back of his head. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Qin Meng scratched the back of his head, showing a big white grin, smiling like a 300-pound child who just got candy. Sister-in-law, you're so sweet. Sweeter than honey. My life is worth it. Su Wan glared at him, but her eyes shimmered softly, carrying no real threat, more like gentle teasing.
Silly.
Hurry and wash up. You're covered in blood. It smells awful.
All right.
I'll go right now. Qin Meng happily turned around, his wounds seeming to stop hurting, walking with a light step. As he passed Qin Lai, he puffed out his chest and tapped his lips proudly. Big brother, her lips are really soft. Qin Lai. He slowly raised the bent blade in his hand. Qin Meng, if you're tired of living, I can send you to meet the one-eyed bandit right now. That night, the Qin family won a great victory. All the wealth Black Wind Fortress had gathered over the years, along with carts of grain, cloth, gold, and silver, was brought back to the Qin family's warehouse. The Qin army became famous overnight, and Wolf Fong village turned into a forbidden place for miles around. But for Su Wan, the night had only just begun. Because the men, still excited from battle, could hardly calm down. Sister-in-law. Late at night, someone gently knocked on the main bedroom door. It was Qin Yu, the fourth brother, his voice carrying a lazy, playful tone. The spoils have been counted. There's a complete white tiger pelt. Big brother said it's for you, to lay beside your bed as a rug. I brought it here myself. May I help you lay it down? Suwon's heart skipped a beat. A tiger pelt? That thing on the floor. Her mind flashed to some odd descriptions she had once seen in the system shop.
Come in.
The door opened. Chinyu walked in, carrying the large, glossy tiger pelt. He closed the door, his eyes glancing over Suwon with a teasing smile. Sister-in-law, this tiger pelt is really big. I heard. It's very soft and warm to sit on. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. She was completely wrapped in tiger fur, her clothes a bit messy, while Chinyu's charming eyes greedily looked over her, as if examining a rare treasure about to be opened. No way. Chinyu lowered his head, his nose brushing against Suwon's nose, his voice hoarse like rough sandpaper. That fool from earlier even kissed you. Can I give you a little reward too, sister-in-law? This tiger fur was a gift from me, and I earned the money myself. Sister-in-law, I want to reward you. You. What do you want? Suwon's heart pounded loudly, thump.
Thump. Thump.
Chinyu's Adam's apple moved sharply. Since someone else had kissed her, he would find another way. I want to be a hunter. Chinyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Suddenly, he leaned down, aiming not at her lips but at the small golden bell on Suwon's ankle. Chinyu, like a large feline, crouched beside her foot.
Cling-clang. Cling-clang.
That was. Everywhere on sister-in-law's body smells so nice. He climbed up again, positioning himself above Suwon, his eyes deep and captivating. Sister-in-law, is this tiger fur soft? From now on, let's settle our accounts on this, okay? Settle our accounts? That clearly meant something else. Suwon looked at his eyes, wet with emotion, and her words of refusal stuck in her throat, unable to come out. This man is too good. This isn't a fox, it's a charming demon. Alert. Detected intense pleasure. Heartbeat. Target. Chinyu the Fourth. Status. Extreme tugging on the tiger for possessiveness after jealousy. Heartbeat skyrocketing. 160.180.190. Congratulations, host. The heartfelt farm has received luxurious nourishment. The 100-fruit garden has mutated. Rewards obtained. 1 top-quality juicy peach tree, full of juice, easily squeezed out. Those who understand will know. 2 1 silk nightgown blueprint, paired with tiger fur for better flavor. Just as Chinyu was about to take the next step, like really kissing her, bang! The door to the master bedroom was kicked open with great force.
4th.
You shameless person. Chinlai stood at the door with a stern face, followed by his equally serious second brother and the twin brothers holding crossbows. Did you spend half an hour just to give a tiger skin? Did you reweave the tiger skin again? Chinyu paused in his movements. He sighed regretfully, got up from Suwon, and slowly tidied his clothes. He showed no embarrassment about being caught in the act. Instead, he shook the broken fan, which was actually already broken, and smiled as he looked at his brothers at the door. Why is Big Brother in such a hurry? I'm just helping sister-in-law. Check if this tiger skin sheds hair. Get out. 6 men spoke in unison. That night, although the Chin family men's plan to eat meat was again forced to be cancelled, this tiger skin became Suwon's new favorite. Walking barefoot on it in winter felt so warm. In the following days, the Chin family entered a period of rapid growth. They had money, soldiers, and no more bandits. Under Chin's leadership, the entire Lengya village prepared for the cold winter. However, the weather was not on their side. This winter was colder than usual. It snowed heavily for 3 days and nights, without stopping. The temperature dropped sharply, turning water into ice. Even with the ground dragon heating inside, going outside was a big problem. Ordinary cotton-padded jackets couldn't withstand the fierce northwest wind. They let the cold in with a gust. Achoo! At breakfast, old Seven Chin and, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, sneezed loudly. His small face was so cold it looked painful. It's too cold. Suwon put down her chopsticks, looked out at the still falling snow, and frowned. The guard team still needed to patrol, and the brothers still needed to practice martial arts. If this continued, they would surely catch a cold. She glanced at the system panel. In the ranch, hundreds of white geese, originally raised for eggs, had grown fat and fluffy because of their good diet, fed by the space spiritual spring, with big heads and ears and feathers as full as snowballs. Down jackets. Suwon's eyes lit up. This was a warm artifact. 10 times warmer than cotton. I've got it. Suwon clapped her hands on the table and stood up excitedly. Let's make new clothes. Use goose feathers. While nibbling on a steamed bun, the third brother, Qin Meng, looked up in confusion and asked, Sister-in-law, isn't that thing used for burning fire? It smells fishy. How do you wear it? The mountain people have clever ideas. Suwon smiled mysteriously. In the space, there is a workshop for removing fat and smell, which makes the goose feathers into top-quality down once properly processed. Let's go. To the backyard. Today, the whole family is involved, plucking feathers. Half an hour later. In Qin's backyard, a man-goose battle was happening. Gagaga. Hundreds of white geese ran wildly in the snow, flapping their wings and making sharp calls. Behind them, 7 skilled men from the Qin family were catching geese with nets and ropes all over the yard. Fifth brother. Stop that leading goose. It's trying to fly over the wall. Third brother. Be gentle. Don't break the goose's neck. We want feathers not to hurt it. Second brother. Don't use light skills to catch the geese. That's too mean. The scene was chaotic, with chickens flying, dogs barking, and feathers flying everywhere. Suwon stood under the corridor, watching these usually proud men now fighting smartly with the big geese for a few feathers, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Especially fourth brother Qin. This usually clean and noble rich man had 2 goose feathers stuck in his hair and white down all over his brocade robe, looking utterly hopeless. Sister-in-law. Qin Yu held a large goose's wing, his eyes full of complaint. This goose pecked my butt. Ha ha ha, Suwon burst out laughing, tears in her eyes. Finally, all the geese were tamed. Everyone sat around the fire, beginning the most important step, plucking the down. This work requires patience. Qin Lai, with his big hands used to wielding deadly knives, pinched tiny feathers, frowning so hard he could kill a fly. This is harder than cutting people, he muttered. Big brother, be patient. Suwon leaned over, reaching out to help him remove a tiny feather stuck on his eyelashes. They were very close, their breaths mingling. Qin Lai's hand trembled, almost dropping the big goose he was holding. He looked at Suwon, whose smiling eyes were so close, and his irritation instantly disappeared. Instead, a warm, gentle flow of heat spread through the air. Jiao Jiao. Qin Lai suddenly grabbed her hand, buried his face in her palm, and rubbed gently, speaking softly. Once the clothes are ready. The first one, I'll give it to you. I'm not afraid of the cold. I have you. The brothers around them. Just after finishing hundreds of Qin family down jackets, a sad smell of molting geese filled the Qin family courtyard. But wearing them was really warm. They felt light as air, even more effective than 10 pounds of cotton. The guards in their new gear confidently patrolled the snowy fields, standing tall and proud. At night, Suwon was exhausted, feeling sore all over, just lying on the tiger-striped bed.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Recent consecutive critical successes achieved. Protecting the husband, guarding officials, flirting with men, dream tiger stripes, managing the household, down jacket. All 3 goals completed. The heartfelt farm system has officially upgraded to LV.2. Unlocking new area.
Boom.
Suwon felt her mind shake, as if the ground was trembling. The space, which only had black soil and a spiritual spring well, suddenly cleared with a thick fog. A lush green pasture appeared out of nowhere, carrying a fresh grass scent. Unlocked. Happy pasture. Newbie gift pack issued. Top quality Holstein cow ×1. Amazing milk production, rich flavor, with a hint of vanilla. A cow? Suwon's eyes lit up instantly. In this ancient time of scarcity, milk was a rare treat. With this, her family's nutrition would no longer be a concern, and they could make milk tea, double-layer milk pudding and cream cakes.
Slurp.
Suwon wiped her mouth and, under cover of night, quietly sneaked the black and white cow into the newly built barn in the backyard. The next morning, the Chin family backyard was in an uproar. Oh my goodness! What kind of cow is this? It looks like a spotted pig. Third brother Chin Meng carried a wash basin, staring at the relaxed cow munching grass in the shed, eyes nearly popping out. This cow's. Ahem, that part, why is it so big? Puffy and heavy-looking. It seems very full. That's called a dairy cow. Suwon yawned as she came out, carrying a small wooden bucket. It's for making milk. Last night. Ahem, I bought it from that mysterious merchant. It just arrived. Again, the mysterious merchant. Chin Meng scratched his head, feeling strange, but trusting what his sister-in-law said.
So,
How do I do this? Drink it directly? No, you need to squeeze it out. Suwon confidently rolled up her sleeves, revealing a small, white arm. Watch me. She sat on a small stool under the cow's belly, extending two delicate, soft hands. Moo. The dairy cow impatiently kicked its leg, swung its tail, almost hitting Suwon in the face. Not a single drop of milk came out. Oh dear, I didn't use enough strength. Suwon rubbed her sore wrist. This task looked simple, but actually required strength and skill. She turned her head and saw Chin Meng nearby, muscular and strong like a bear. Isn't this perfect help? Third brother. Come here. Suwon waved at him, smiling like a little fox. Huh? Me? Chin Meng pointed to himself, confused. I only know how to slaughter pigs. I don't know how to take care of this fancy thing. What if I break it? It won't break. Hurry up. Suwon pushed him onto the stool. Once he sat down, his bulky figure immediately became obvious. He was too strong, sitting under the cow's belly looking aggrieved, with rough, calloused hands that looked thicker than the cow's parts. Put your hand out. Suwon stood behind him, slightly bending over.
Bang.
Chin Meng's muscles tensed instantly, stiff as stone. Sister-in-law is getting close. In that moment, Chin Meng's simple mind, which was filled with reason, suddenly snapped like a string breaking. Third brother, don't just stand there dazed. Suwon didn't realize how flirtatious her position was. She was focused on her task. Follow my rhythm. Yes, hold it first. Like this? Chin Meng's throat went dry, his voice hoarse like a broken wind instrument. Oh no. Too stiff. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Suwon looked at Chin Meng's self-punishment expression. Although she didn't know what he was thinking, his face was full of happiness, so she could guess most of it.
This silly guy.
What does he think he's doing with the milk? All right, third brother, stop slapping. Your face is already swollen. Suwon took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then deliberately pinched his hot earlobe. Good job. As a reward for third brother. Later, I'll give you the first bowl of double-skim milk. That kind is white and tender and melts in your mouth.
Boom.
Chin Meng's previously calm energy surged again. White and tender. Melts in your mouth. Oh no. In this life, he definitely can't look at milk the same way again. At that moment, the 7 men seemed like sharks smelling blood, rushing forward instantly.
Mean it.
That's mine. Chin Meng, confident in his large build, was the first to reach the table, pointing at the biggest bowl of double-layer milk pudding and shouting, "This is the milk I squeezed. I did the most work. The first bite must be mine." Third brother, have some shame. 2 clear and bold voices sounded at the same time. Old 5th Chin Feng and Old 6th Chin Yun, the twin wolf dogs, squeezed in from both sides and directly pushed Chin Meng aside. Old 5th, with messy curly hair and eyes as green as a wolf's, looked at Suwon with a sad expression and coquettishly said, "Sister-in-law said we are still growing and need nutrition. Third brother has already grown into a black bear. If he eats more, he'll burst." Old 6th was more straightforward. His calculating eyes were fixed on the bowl of milk. "Sister-in-law, last night I was tired from working, my hands are sore. I can't hold the spoon." Such an excuse was shameless to the extreme. The atmosphere at the table instantly became tense. For this bite of food, actually for competing for attention, The Qin brothers might start a full fight at any moment. Elder brother Qin Lai sat at the main seat, frowning as he tapped the table. What are you arguing about? Is there no discipline? Although he said this, his sharp eagle-like eyes were also fixed on the bowl in Su-won's hand. All right, everyone has their share. Su-won smiled helplessly, like soothing a kindergarten child. She picked up the bowl of double-layer milk pudding, not giving it to Qin Meng or the eldest, but turning to the youngest twin. Fifth and sixth brothers are indeed still growing, and last night was hard from working. Su-won took a spoon, scooped a trembling, white, tender spoonful of pudding, blew on the hot steam gently, and brought it to old Fifth's mouth. Open wide. Ah, bang. Qin Meng's eyes nearly popped out, and the chopsticks in his hand snapped with a loud crack. Old Fourth's hand, holding a fan, froze midair. The eldest's face darkened like a pot bottom. Only old Fifth felt like the happiest boy in the world at that moment. Sister-in-law fed me. In front of the brothers, sister-in-law actually fed me. He proudly glanced at the angry old sixth beside him, like a puppy spoiled by its owner, eagerly opening his mouth to take the spoon. It melted in his mouth, rich in milk flavor, sweet but not greasy. But what was even sweeter was the gentle look in the sister-in-law's eyes as she looked at him. Is it tasty? Su-won asked with a smile.
Yes.
Very tasty. The fifth brother was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. He ate too quickly, and a bit of milk stain appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his youthful, handsome face, he looked like a big boy who hadn't finished nursing, wild and innocent.
Eat slowly.
Look at you, your mouth is all messy, Su-won chuckled softly. She instinctively reached out with her slender, fair finger and gently wiped the milk from his lips, wanting to help clean him up. Her finger was warm and soft. In that moment, the fifth brother seemed to act on instinct. He didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly stuck out his tongue and wrapped it around her finger. Su-won froze completely, her pupils shrinking. Fifth brother, she exclaimed, as if shocked, quickly pulling her hand back. Only then did the fifth brother realize what he had done. He looked at Su-won's shining finger and then at his brother's almost murderous gazes. His face turned bright red, like a lobster, all the way to his neck. Sister-in-law's finger. His voice was hoarse and awkward, with a gravelly tone typical of a young boy going through puberty. It's sweeter than milk. Bang. The sixth brother, who had long been unable to hold back, kicked the chair leg of his older brother. Qin Feng. Are you a dog? He dared to eat alone. Fifth brother, Qin Lai, sitting at the main seat, slowly put down his bowl. It hit the table with a dull thud, making everyone tense. He squinted, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over the fifth brother. It seems you're very energetic. Finish eating and go to the training ground. Let's practice. The fifth brother shrank his neck, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. It was worth getting scolded. Alert. Detected intense. Teenage restlessness. Heartbeat. Target. Qin Feng, fifth brother. Status. A wolf cub who has tasted sweetness wants more. Heartbeat rate soaring. 160.180. Congratulations, host. Happy Farm has received a harvest irrigation. Top quality Holstein cow has mutated. Milk production doubled. Milk quality upgraded to extra rich. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Su-won looked at the group of men with green light in their eyes, feeling her waist ache a little. Life really was becoming more and more challenging. Well, everyone please eat quickly. We still have work to do after eating. Su-won hurriedly divided the remaining double-layer milk pudding, trying to stop the men from talking. The third brother held his bowl, eating eagerly while giving Su-won a sad, pleading look. Sister-in-law, can you feed me a bite next time? I can eat neatly too. Shut up, the brothers said in unison. After breakfast, the Qin family yard became busy again. With enough milk, everyone was more motivated, mainly to show off. In the backyard blacksmith shop, the furnace burned bright red. Despite the cold winter, it was very hot inside.
Clang.
Clang, the hammering sounds echoed. To prepare for possible bandits and to strengthen their defenses, Su-won took out her long-cherished, steel crossbow blueprint and handed it to the twins. "This thing is so delicate." Sixth brother Qin Yun held the blueprint, his eyes shining brightly. As a tech enthusiast, he was naturally obsessed with deadly weapons. "If we can make it, it can shoot through a wild boar's skull from 100 meters away. Then let's make it." Fifth brother, just finished training with the eldest, ran in with a swollen face and bare-chested, swinging a big hammer. "For sister-in-law. Let's do it." At this moment, Suwon carried a bucket of specially chilled milk tea made with nitrate ice into the steaming blacksmith shop. As soon as she entered, a strong scent of masculinity hit her. She saw two young men, shirtless, their originally fair skin turned honey-colored by the furnace. Sweat dripped down their toned muscles, gathering at their slim waists and finally slipping into their loose pants. Sister-in-law. Seeing Suwon come in, the two brothers stopped their actions at the same time, their eyes immediately fixed on her. "Here's some drinks for you to cool off," Suwon said casually as she placed the milk tea down. But it was so hot here, and combined with the unabashed, naked gazes from the two, Suwon felt her face flush and her breathing quicken. "Why aren't you drinking?" Suwon asked, looking at the dazed brothers. Sixth brother Qin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he threw the red-hot tongs into the water bucket with a splash. Sizzle. White steam rose up. He walked up to Suwon, extending his hands that were calloused from years of hammering, and spoke with a slight, almost unnoticeable tremor and a hint of persuasion. "Sister-in-law, look at the mechanism on this drawing. It's too detailed here. I can't quite get the right pressure. Could you teach me how to do it like you did last time when you showed third brother how to milk the cow?" Milking the cow? Is that what he meant? That's a matter of life and death. The room was so hot it felt like it could melt a person. Outside, heavy snow was falling in the cold winter, but inside the newly expanded blacksmith's workshop, it was like a divine furnace. The fire blazed bright red, occasionally sparking gold and red flames with a crackling sound. Sister-in-law. Old Six, Qin Yun, still held the red-hot tongs, frozen in place. Sweat dripped down his sharp jawline, hitting the ground with a plop, then evaporating into white steam. Suwon held the steel crossbow blueprint and took a few steps inside. She wore a moon-white cotton dress with a light pink half-sleeve over it. She looked like a soft, freshly steamed rice cake. White, tender, and fragrant with a sweet soapberry scent. Compared to the dark coal ash, rough iron tools, and two shirtless, sweaty men, she seemed like a different world. Don't come closer." Seeing Suwon approach, the usually wild fifth brother Qin Feng suddenly looked terrified, backing away quickly. With a loud crash, he bumped into a pile of scrap metal in the corner. It was surprising that after sister-in-law started teaching, Qin Feng felt a bit nervous. He admitted he was just joking before. They only envied third brother for being taught. "What's wrong?" Suwon stopped, looking confused. "I'm here to explain the blueprint. The mechanism is complicated, and I'm worried you won't understand." "No, it's not." Fifth brother glanced at his dirty, rough hands and then at Suwon's shining white skirt, swallowing hard. "It's just dirty. All dust and sweat." Don't get it on sister-in-law. Though they were wild dogs with no one to care for them, they knew their rough, lowly appearance. Sister-in-law was so clean, like clouds in the sky. How could clouds get muddy? "What's the fuss about?" Suwon ignored their hesitation and walked straight to the only forging station, spreading out the blueprint. "This is important. Once we make this crossbow, no one in our Qin family fortress will dare to mess with us. Come and see." She waved her hand. The twins exchanged glances, then obediently moved over like two loyal dogs, tail tucked. The forging station was in the corner, in a tight space. Suwon stood in the middle. The twins leaned in from both sides. They initially wanted to keep some distance, but to see the tiny details on the blueprint clearly, they had to get closer and closer. It was hot. A burning heat. Suwon felt like two volcanoes were erupting beside her. On her left was the fifth brother, and on her right was the sixth. Though only 20, their strong bodies, built from years of blacksmithing, had lost their youthful thinness. Broad shoulders, bulging chest muscles, and tight abs that moved with each breath. Even without looking, the intense, almost tangible male energy made Soo-won feel a little weak in her legs. "Look here," Soo-won tried to stay calm, pointing with her slender finger at a hook on the blueprint. "The structure of this hanging blade needs to be made from the hardest metal, Xian iron, and polished until it's as smooth as a mirror." To make her explanation clearer, she leaned slightly forward. This movement turned the already narrow space into a dead end. Sixth brother Chin Yun was resting his arm on the table. His arm accidentally brushed against Soo-won's waist. The sweaty skin was hot, wet and firm. Through the thin fabric, Soo-won could feel the muscles twitching sharply. "Ugh," sixth brother gasped, as if burned by fire, instinctively wanting to pull back. But there was a wall behind him, leaving no way out. He froze there, muscles tense like iron, holding his breath. His gaze drifted downward uncontrollably. His sister-in-law was right under his eyes. When she bent over the blueprint, she revealed a long, white neck and a small, red mole behind her ear. Sweat slid down sixth brother's nose, hanging in the air, trembling. Just a little lower, and the sweat, full of possessiveness, would drip onto her pure white neck. The sound of swallowing saliva was especially sharp in the room, which only had the crackling of the fireplace. "Old Six, did you understand?" Soo-won finished speaking and turned her head to look at him. The two were less than half a foot apart. With that turn, their noses nearly bumped into Old Six's broad chest. "Huh? I understood." Chin Yun's mind was a mess. All he could see was that red mole wobbling, and he had no idea what she was talking about. He could only nod randomly, his voice hoarse. "What about you, Old Five?" Soo-won turned to the left again. Old Five, Chin Foam, was in a worse state. He had been staring blankly at Soo-won's side profile, mind swirling with the taste of the double-layer milk pudding he ate that morning and the feeling of her fingertips. Now that Soo-won looked over, her big, watery eyes reflected his flushed face. As sister-in-law, Old Five felt a rush of heat surge to his head, his nose warm, as if something was about to come out. This was not a blacksmith's room. It was more like a spider's web den. He couldn't stand the torment of seeing but not touching anymore. He suddenly took a step back, his back pressed tightly against the wall, hands raised above his head in a surrendering gesture. "Sister-in-law, please go out." "Huh?" Soo-won was stunned. "I haven't finished talking." "Stop talking." "I understand." "Really?" Old Five's voice cracked with tears, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring like a stream. "It's too hot here. I feel dizzy, sister-in-law, if you don't leave soon. I will explode." He was truly about to explode, in every sense of the word. Soo-won looked at these two usually lively, mischievous, innocent dogs, now trembling in the corner, and finally realized something was wrong with the atmosphere. She looked down at her position, almost surrounded by the two of them, and her face turned a little red.
"Well,
"Fine, I'll leave the drawings with you." Soo-won quickly put down the drawings. "Remember, you must cut exactly to size, not a hair off." After saying that, she hurriedly turned and ran out of the blacksmith shop. That fleeing figure looked like she was escaping in a hurry. The curtain was lifted, and cold wind poured in. The sweet, charming scent in the room finally dispersed a bit. Phew, until Soo-won's figure was no longer in sight. The twin brothers, pressed against the wall, seemed drained of energy and slumped to the ground. "Brother." Old Six Chin Yun took off his glasses, wiped away the fog, and gasped heavily.
"Just now."
"I wanted to press my sister-in-law onto the forging table. Get lost." Old Five Chin Foam wiped his nose, and sure enough, he was bleeding from his nose. He looked at the blood on his fingertips, cursed under his breath, but his smile stretched from ear to ear. "Dream on. If anyone's pressing, it'll be me." But he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if he still smelled Soo-won's scent. "I'll risk my life to make this crossbow for my sister-in-law. Make the best. The strongest." Beep. Detected intense, repressed explosion heartbeat. Target: Chin Foam, Chin Yun twins. Status: hormones raging, wanting to prove themselves. Heartbeat value: Double critical hit. 190.200. Congratulations, host. The blacksmith shop receives the god of craftsmanship blessing. Unlocked hidden material. One piece of meteorite iron from outer space, maximum hardness, essential for forging divine weapons. Unlocked new skill. Telepathic connection. Twins tacit understanding 100% during forging, 100% success rate. 2 days later, at the martial arts arena, a sleek, black, faintly glowing new crossbow lay quietly on the weapon rack. It's smaller than a typical crossbow, but its streamlined body and precise mechanism exude a deadly aura. Done. Old 5 and Old 6, with huge dark circles under their eyes, excitedly pulled Su-won onto the arena. Sister-in-law.
Try it.
This is our Qin family's first divine weapon. Su-won looked at this crossbow, which embodied the whole family's effort and the twins' nosebleeds. She took a deep breath. She reached out and grasped the trigger. Heavy, with an excellent feel. I want to try shooting. Su-won's eyes were firm. In this chaotic world, relying only on men for protection isn't enough. She must have her own weapon. Okay. Qin Lai stepped forward. As the strongest fighter in the Qin family and a former general, he was the best instructor. He looked at Su-won's stance, which was standard but slightly thin, and frowned slightly. Your stance is wrong. Qin Lai's voice was deep, carrying undeniable authority. The crossbow has a strong recoil. If you hold it like that when you shoot, your wrist will break. So, how should I hold it? Su-won asked humbly. Qin Lai did not speak. He simply took a long step forward and stood behind Su-won. His broad chest felt like a solid wall pressed against her back. Perfectly fitting. I will teach you, he said. Don't move. These 2 words were deep, hoarse, and carried a commanding tone that could not be refused. Su-won wanted to struggle, but she felt as if her back had hit a wall of hot, molten metal. Qin Lai was too tall. Standing over 1.90 meters, with a physique built through years of battle, just standing there gave off a strong sense of pressure. At this moment, he completely covered her from behind, making Su-won feel as if she was fully enclosed in his embrace. Not even a breeze could pass through. Big brother. Su-won shrank back slightly, her ears flushing pink from the hot breath he exhaled while speaking. He was so close. Close enough that she could clearly feel the steady, strong heartbeat in his chest, pounding like a war drum, making her back tingle. Focus. Qin Lai frowned slightly, but his usually decisive eyes looked dark and intimidating. He didn't want to be this close either. But this crossbow was made from a rare meteorite, powerful and with a strong recoil. This little woman's skin was delicate. If her posture was off, her wrist might break. He was teaching her, not hugging her. Qin Lai silently recited a calming mantra 3 times. Then, he reached out with a large, calloused hand, twice as wide as Su-won's palm, and covered her small hand holding the crossbow. Completely enveloped. His palm was dry and rough, with the strength of someone who had wielded a sword for years, gripping her soft, boneless hand tightly. Fingers fitting into fingers, palm against palm. Lift your elbow, he commanded softly, lifting her arms slightly with his large hand. Keep your back straight, he said naturally, placing his other hand gently on her waist and pressing her closer.
Ah, Su-won exclaimed.
With this press, their bodies were completely close. It was hot. That was the only thing Su-won could feel in her mind. The man behind her was like a volcano ready to erupt, with his steady warmth passing through her thin spring shirt, almost burning her skin. Look ahead, don't get distracted, Qin Lai said, noticing her ears turning red and his throat tightening painfully. Damn, this is too soft. The person in his arms felt like freshly kneaded dough or water, so fragile that even a little pressure might crush her. A faint milky scent drifted into his nose, making his long silent heart beat wildly. Thump, thump, thump. But he couldn't back down. He was the older brother, the general, the pillar of the family. Teaching his wife to use a weapon for protection was only right. Aim at that target. Qin Lai took a deep breath, forcing down his rising excitement, and gently rested his chin on Su-won's hair. From the side, it looked like he was holding her completely in his arms, a bold, possessive stance. 3 points in a line. His voice was low and magnetic, almost seductive. Breathe slowly. Feel the wind. Pull the trigger. Now, Suwon instinctively pressed the cold trigger.
Bang!
A sharp, metallic click echoed loudly. The powerful recoil hit instantly. If it had been Suwon alone, she would have been knocked back several steps. But at this moment, the force traveled from her arm and shoulder straight into his broad, solid chest. Chin Lai remained perfectly still. His chest muscles tightened like an unbreakable rock, firmly absorbing the impact. The vibration resonated through his chest to Suwon's back, tingling and numb, like an electric current piercing her tailbone. Whoosh! The black arrow shot like a fleeting shadow, tearing through the air. At 50 meters away, the thick wooden target didn't even sway before exploding with a loud bang. The arrow kept going, piercing through the target and deeply embedding itself into the stone wall behind, 3 inches deep. The brothers watching all gaped with their mouths open, almost dropping their jaws. Wow. Third brother Chin stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. If that arrow had hit a person, it would have been so cold and deadly. Divine weapon. Absolutely a divine weapon. The twins excitedly hugged each other and shouted, "Sister-in-law. Big brother. We made this. It's amazing." However, the 2 people in the center of the shooting range still seemed stunned by the sudden shock just now. Chin Lai didn't immediately let go. He kept holding her in a hug, pretending it was just to relieve pressure. He looked down at the small woman in his arms, watching her trembling eyelashes from excitement. The icy coldness in his eyes melted away in that moment. "Are you afraid?" he asked softly, his voice filled with a gentle affection he didn't even realize he had. Suwon came back to herself and looked at him. Their faces were very close. She could see her reflection in his deep eyes and feel his heartbeat, still racing. Being wrapped in such strong feelings and feeling completely safe made her heart skip a beat.
No.
"I'm not afraid," Suwon said with bright eyes. "With Big Brother here, I'm not afraid." Chin Lai felt as if a soft little hand had squeezed his heart tightly. He suddenly let go and took a step back, as if trying to avoid some huge danger. If he kept holding her, he was afraid he might do something that broke military rules in the training ground. Cough. Chin Lai pressed his fist to his lips and coughed to hide his embarrassment. He turned his back to Suwon, his ears red as if bleeding.
Good.
"You have understanding, since you've learned. Practice 100 times every day from now on. I will come to check on you when I have time." After saying this, the future general, who remained calm even when facing a mountain collapsing, walked towards the weapon rack with his hands in sync. His back looked a little like he was fleeing in a hurry. Alert. Nuclear level. Fatherly protection. Heartbeat detected. Target. Chin Lai, the eldest. Status. Strong and tender desire to hold on forever. Heartbeat. 180.200.220. Congratulations. The training ground has been infused with both fierce aura and love. Unlock special reward. Chin Family Army, Battle Spirit Aura. As long as you're present, Chin Brothers Combat Power 50%, Pain Sensation -50%. Suwon listened to the prompt in her mind and looked at Chin Lai's stiff back. She couldn't help but smile. This isn't a fierce general of the underworld. It's clearly a loyal big dog. Older sister-in-law. I want to learn too. I want to stick. No, I want to correct my stance. The 5th and 6th brothers saw their older brother relax and immediately shouted as they rushed forward. Older sister-in-law. I want to learn how to throw darts too. Older sister-in-law. I want to learn how to use my meteor hammer. Get lost. Second brother Chin Mo pushed his glasses coldly and kicked these 2 away. He walked over to Suwon, his gaze lingering on the crossbow for a moment, then shifting to her slightly red wrist. "Your hand is red." Chin Mo took out a cooling ointment from his pocket, his voice gentle but with a hint of slyness. "For rough work like this, let third brother do it in the future. Your hands are for counting money, not for risking your life." Though he said that, When he saw Su Wan's impressive shot just now, a deep admiration flickered behind his glasses. A woman who can fight alongside them. Truly impressive. With the crossbow as a powerful weapon, the Qin family's sense of security greatly increased. Late at night, the north wind howled, as if countless ghosts were crying. In the deep forest outside Wolf Tooth Village, green eyes flickered one after another. Winter was too cold. Heavy snow sealed the mountains, and prey disappeared. Hungry wolves finally turned their gaze toward the human village at the foot of the mountain. Howl! A piercing wolf howl tore through the silent night. Su Wan suddenly woke up from her sleep. Before she could react, the door was suddenly pushed open. Qin Lai, dressed in military gear, holding a long sword, radiated a fierce killing aura, standing at the door like a war god. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. The wolves are coming. Put on your clothes and follow me closely. Howl. The sharp, mournful howls of wolves echoed one after another, like evil spirits emerging from hell, swept by the cold north wind, instantly engulfing Wolf Tooth Village. On the wall of the Qin family courtyard, torches flickered loudly in the wind, tearing a blood-red gap in the night. Here they come. The hungry wolf pack, all with green eyes, covering the mountains and fields. There must be hundreds. The villagers' screams and shouts blended together. In this cold, frozen year of disaster, starving wolves are more terrifying than bandits. They don't want money. They only want meat. They want to kill. Quiet. Everyone grab your weapons if you don't want to die. A loud shout like a thunderclap instantly calmed all the chaos. Qin Lai, dressed in black combat gear, stood at the highest point on the wall. He held a long bow powerful enough to split rocks, standing tall like a pine tree, like a guardian god, firmly guarding the front line. Old 5, Old 6, prepare the crossbows. Old 3, hold the gate. Old 7, prepare the poison powder. Military orders were like mountains. The Qin brothers immediately entered battle mode. Their fierce and coordinated spirit made the trembling villagers stare in awe. Kill. The first wave of wolves, hiding in the snowstorm, charged like a gray tide toward the wall. Want to eat my flesh? Break your teeth first. Twins Old 5 and Old 6 couldn't hold back anymore. They half-kneeled on the wall, aiming their steel crossbows at the snarling beasts. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the firing mechanism was as dense as popping beans. This wasn't just shooting arrows, it was like splashing water. Black crossbow bolts tore through the air with a whistling scream, accurately hitting the densest part of the wolf pack. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh made everyone's teeth ache. The front dozen alpha wolves, before they could scream, were shot into hedgehogs, howling as they rolled off the wall, blood instantly staining the snow. Awesome. So awesome. Old 5's eyes turned red with excitement. His curly hair was blown wildly by the wind, with a few drops of wolf blood splattered on his face, making him look even more wild and untamed. Sister-in-law's invention is amazing. Whoever comes dies. There were too many wolves. They kept coming, fearless and relentless. Some cunning lone wolves bypassed the crossbow fire and suddenly leapt onto the side wall. Roar! At this moment, a roar more ferocious than a wolf's howl exploded loudly. Die, you bastards! Old 3rd Qin Meng looked like a moving iron tower, wielding a heavy pickaxe weighing over 100 jin, blocking the gap directly. He was shirtless, completely unaffected by the cold, all driven by hot blood, muscles bulging, veins like winding little snakes. Poof! With one strike of his axe, the hungry wolf that had leapt into the air was split in half. Warm, foul-smelling wolf blood poured over him all at once. Qin Meng wiped the blood off his face, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. His appearance was more beast-like than a wolf. Come on, beasts. Let's see if your teeth are stronger or my axe is stronger. Big brother. We're out of arrows, Old 6th shouted anxiously. The crossbow shoots too fast, and the quiver is empty. Qin Lai frowned, about to turn around and call for help to carry more supplies. Suddenly, a delicate, fair, yet surprisingly steady hand reached out from behind him. It held 3 quivers filled with crossbow arrows firmly. Here, the voice was cold, without a hint of trembling. Qin Lai turned around sharply. He saw Su Wan dressed in neat, practical clothes, her long hair tied high, holding a heavy arrow bag, standing less than half a foot behind him. Under the flickering firelight, her usually delicate face now showed a resolute expression that made his heart race.
No screams, no hiding.
She stood there on the battlefield-like wall, amidst flying blood and arrows, becoming the only bright spot in this bloody war zone. Why did you come up? Get down. Qin Lai's pupils shrank suddenly, instinctively wanting to protect her behind him. It's too dangerous here. A stray arrow could take her life. I won't leave. Su Wan met his gaze, quickly stuffing the quiver into his hand, then turned to hand arrows to the twins. I am Qin's wife, not a burden. You fight at the front. I'll be behind, handing you knives. Big brother, I can guard your back too. Boom. Qin Lai felt something explode in his mind. That heart, which had long been cold and hard like iron on the battlefield, was struck hard at this moment by her words. I can guard too, this woman. She is truly his Qin Lai's woman. Not trembling behind his wings, but standing shoulder to shoulder on the edge of a cliff, facing the storm together. Qin family army, battle spirit aura activated. Everyone's fighting ability increased by 50%. Pain sensation reduced by 50%. Team coordination at maximum. An invisible wave of heat suddenly swept through Qin Lai's body. This was the power called protection. Good. Qin Lai looked at her deeply. In that look, there was no desire, no flirtation. Only absolute trust, as if he was willing to entrust his life to her. This was the highest praise a man could give a woman. Stand behind me, don't run around. Qin Lai turned around and drew his long bow again. This time his aura changed. If before he was like a sharp sword, now he was like an unshakable mountain. Brothers, sister-in-law is watching. Qin Lai shouted loudly, his voice piercing the sky. Don't let these beasts dirty her eyes. Kill them all. Kill. Hearing that sister-in-law is watching, Qin's brothers seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Their fighting spirit instantly skyrocketed. Old 7, Qinin, was hiding in the shadows, spreading poison powder. Seeing Su Wan busy with her tasks, a sickly blush appeared on his pale face.
Sister-in-law
is fighting with us. He flicked his fingers, sending a faint blue powder drifting toward the wolf pack. Anyone who dares to touch her, I'll make them rot into a puddle of pus. That night, the walls of Wolf Tooth Village became a meat grinder. Su Wan was like a diligent swallow, darting between the men. She handed arrows, brought water, and even used a wooden stick to poke down the fish that tried to escape. She could feel Qin Lai's presence enveloping her at all times. Whenever danger approached, that tall black figure would be the first to step in front of her. Even when turned away from her, he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, using his body to create a safe barrier for her. This back-to-back embrace was more touching than any sweet words. The sky was turning pale with the first light of dawn. The wolf pack left behind a trail of corpses, finally letting out a reluctant, mournful cry before retreating into the deep mountains. We won. We did it. The villagers collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Qin Lai lowered his already numb arms, leaning his long bow on the ground. He slowly turned around. His first glance was at Su Wan behind him. She was exhausted, her hair messy, with a streak of dirt on her face and some bloodstains on her clothes. In Qin Lai's eyes, she looked stunningly beautiful at this moment. Jiao Jiao, he strode over quickly, ignoring his own bloodstains and sweat smell, and not caring about the many people watching. He reached out with his trembling hand and pulled her into his arms tightly. He held her firmly, as if afraid she might slip away. Good job, he panted heavily above her head, his voice hoarse, filled with relief after surviving danger and a hint of lingering fear. From now on, such things should be left to us men. That was so scary just now. Su Wan felt her bones ache from his grip, and the strong smell of blood and sweat from him filled her nose. But she didn't push him away. She reached out, and gently wrapped her arms around his strong waist, rubbing her face against his chest. I'm not afraid, because I know my big brother will protect me. Ding. Detected a soul-level, life and death bond, heartbeat. Target, Chinlai the boss. Status, upgraded from liking to a deeply unforgettable bond. Heartbeat value, sky high. Cannot display. Heartbeat Farm received a battle spirit blessing. Unlock reward, top quality hemostatic and skin regeneration powder ×1 bottle, effective for tears and scratches, works instantly. Suddenly, during their tender moment, a muffled cry of pain came from nearby. Suwon suddenly looked up and pushed Chinlai away. What's wrong? Did someone get hurt? Not far away, she saw. Third brother Chinmeng was holding his left arm, sitting in a pile of dead wolves, his face pale. Blood was dripping from his fingers, staining the snow in bright red. It's nothing. Chinmeng saw Suwon looking over, quickly hiding his injured hand behind his back, grinning foolishly. Just got scratched by a wolf pup. Superficial wound. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. Superficial wounds shouldn't bleed so much. Suwon's eyes instantly reddened. She remembered during the fight how many times the third brother rushed forward to block the hungry wolves from attacking the wall. Quick! Help him inside, Suwon, ignoring her own fatigue, pushed Chinlai aside and hurried to Chinmeng's side, tenderly supporting his bloodied arm. Third brother, hold on. I'll treat you right away. Looking at Suwon's anxious expression, Chinmeng's face twitched with pain, but he strangely smiled. Haha, this wound. It's worth it. Now my sister-in-law should feel sorry for me, right? In the main hall of the house, the lights are bright. The fire in the stove burns strongly, making the room warm and cozy, a stark contrast to the icy snow outside. Don't move. Sit still, Suwon gently scolds, pressing Chinmeng, who is as tall as a tower, onto a small, delicate armchair. Chinmeng is shirtless, his bronze muscles covered in sweat and dried blood, looking like a demon just returned from a fierce battlefield. Only the wound on his left arm is shocking. The wolf claw tore through skin and flesh, blood-stained and dried, sticking tightly to the torn skin. Ugh. Chinmeng wants to move, but pulling at the wound makes him grimace in pain. His face, usually simple, wrinkles like a steamed bun. Sister-in-law, it's fine. My skin is thick, just rinse it with alcohol. Rinse what? Do you want to ruin it? Suwon glares at him, then turns to take a shiny pair of scissors from the medicine box. At this moment, several other brothers gather nearby. Old 7th Chin and holds prepared medicine, Old 2nd Chin Mo carries hot water, and Old 1st Chinlai stands with crossed arms, his brows furrowed tightly, eyes like blades staring at the wound, as if he wishes he could take the pain for his younger brother. It's sealed. Suwon looks at the fabric stuck to the flesh and blood, her heart trembling. She needs to peel off a layer of skin. She takes a deep breath and approaches with the scissors. Third brother, bear with it, Suwon says softly, leaning forward slightly. To see the wound clearly, she has to get very close. The mixture of blood, sweat, and masculine hormones hits her face instantly, making her cheeks flush slightly. Snip. The cold scissors carefully slide along Chinmeng's forearm, which is thicker than her thigh. A clash of extreme cold and heat. The cold metal touches the hot, tight skin, slowly gliding over it. This feeling is more painful than the wound itself. Chinmeng's muscles suddenly tense. His tough, iron-like muscles twitch uncontrollably under the light, as if a fierce beast is about to burst out from beneath. He let out a muffled, restrained sound from his throat. It wasn't because of pain, but because his sister-in-law was too close. She looked down, a few strands of hair falling and brushing over his bare chest. It tickled deep inside his bones. The scissors opening and closing made his arm tremble, sending vibrations to his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Chinmeng tightly gripped the armrest of the chair. With a loud crack, the armrest actually cracked under his grip. He dared not breathe, afraid that his heavy breath might spray onto his sister-in-law's face. He could only stare with wide eyes, fixated on Soo-won's fingertips holding the scissors. Those hands were so beautiful, white, slender. But now, they were stained with his blood. This strong visual impact made Qin Meng's sense of reason tighten like a string about to snap.
All right.
One last cut. Soo-won's forehead was also covered with tiny beads of sweat. With a final snap, she cut through the sleeve. Rip! She made a firm decision and tore off the blood-stained cloth quickly. Ugh! Qin Meng winced in pain, his forehead veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down instantly. But he didn't make a sound, only his chest heaved violently, like a bellows about to run out of air. It's bleeding.
Quick.
Stop the bleeding medicine. Soo-won looked at the bloody wound, her eyes instantly turning red. She didn't mind getting dirty. She used a cloth soaked with spiritual spring water to carefully wipe away the blood around the wound. Her fingertips occasionally accidentally touched the healthy skin at the edge of the wound.
Soft.
Smooth.
Cool.
Qin Meng felt half of his body go numb. The pain was real, but so was the pleasure. His sister-in-law was touching him. Even if it was to treat his injury, she was touching him. The medicine is here. Seventh Uncle Qin and handed over the top hemostatic and skin-regenerating powder, system reward. Soo-won took the bottle and evenly sprinkled the white powder over the wound. The medicine worked very well, but the sharp, stabbing pain that came with it was intense. Hiss! Huh! Qin Meng finally couldn't hold back and took a deep breath, trembling all over. Does it hurt a lot? Soo-won looked at his pale lips, feeling very distressed. She instinctively leaned closer to the wound, pouting her red lips. Huh. A cool breeze carrying the scent of orchids gently brushed over the hot, stinging wound. Qin Meng froze instantly. He was like struck by lightning, stiff in his chair, unable to move. That cool, soft airflow brushed gently over his restless heart, like a feather. When he looked down, he saw Soo-won's pretty face so close, her cheeks slightly puffed, and her eyes misty with concern. Bang! Qin Meng felt like his head was about to explode. This wasn't healing. It felt more like a threat to his life. Huff, huff, does it still hurt? Soo-won blew on his wound several times before lifting her head and blinking at him. Qin Meng looked at her, his mind a complete mess, not knowing if it still hurt or not. He grinned foolishly, showing a silly, almost obsessive smile. Hee hee. It doesn't hurt anymore. Big sister-in-law, blow again. I think it still hurts a little here. In a shameless and silly way, he even stretched out his good right arm. Old Qin-san, a sneaky voice came from nearby. Elder Qin Lai, holding a cloth to wipe his knife, looked as dark as a pot. Elder Qin Mo pushed his glasses, a cold gleam flashing on the lenses. The twin brothers twirled daggers, their eyes unfriendly. Even Elder Qi silently took out a silver needle. Did you break your hand or lose your mind? Qin Lai stepped over, pulling Soo-won behind him, staring at Qin Meng with a look like he was about to see a dead man. If it doesn't hurt anymore, then go take a bath. Don't let the smell of blood bother Jiao Jiao. Qin Meng shrank back, a little scared but secretly feeling very happy. It was worth it. That slap was totally worth it. Soo-won blew on his wound. I can brag about this forever. All right. Stop standing around. Soo-won quickly tried to calm everyone down as they looked ready to explode. Everyone's exhausted tonight, covered in blood and sweat. Go wash up quickly. I've already asked the second brother to prepare hot water. She paused, her face flushing with 2 red clouds. I want to wash too. I'm all dusty. The moment she mentioned taking a bath, the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. The previously tense and intense scene suddenly became strangely quiet. Several pairs of eyes unconsciously looked over at Soo-won. She was wearing thick clothes, but during the fight just now, sweat had soaked her inner shirt. Now that she relaxed, her delicate curves were faintly visible. Throat clearing. Someone swallowed nervously first. Cough. Second brother Qin Mo was the first to look away, his voice a little tense. The bathroom screen isn't fixed yet. There's only a thin curtain. Only a thin curtain? Everyone's eyes suddenly grew deeper with curiosity.
Could it be?
That night, the Qin family estate was destined to be a sleepless night. Just moments ago, they were in the main hall, desperately healing wounds. Now, the scene had shifted to something even more suffocating: the bathroom chaos. The new shower was built in the corner of the backyard, converted from a storage room. Because the conditions were simple, they hadn't installed a solid wooden door yet. Instead, a newly made screen was set up between the inner and outer rooms. It was called a screen, but it was actually made from several white plain fabrics stretched over a wooden frame, crafted by the fashionable fourth brother Qinyu, who had found them somewhere. Now, the bathroom was filled with mist. The orange candlelight flickered inside, casting a romantic and ambiguous glow over the space. "Big brother, second brother, I'm going in." Su Wan, holding her change of clothes, had a rosy face from the heat. She stood at the screen's entrance, glancing back at the two gatekeepers standing at the door. Qin Lai and Qin Mo sat upright and serious. One looked like a black iron tower, holding a sword, guarding on the left. The other resembled a scholarly young man, pushing glasses, sitting on the right. Their reason: to protect their sister-in-law from any danger, especially from lurking threats. "Go ahead." Qin Lai looked straight ahead, his voice firm, like issuing a battle order. "We'll be here. Call us if you need anything." Su Wan nodded and slipped behind the screen. The sound of fabric rustling followed. She was unfastening her belt. Qin Lai outside tensed all over as he heard the sound. He originally wanted to close his eyes and rest, but the eyes of the martial artist seemed to have their own thoughts, drifting uncontrollably toward the screen. On the white gauze, a black silhouette slowly appeared. First, the short jacket outside was casually placed on a rack. Then the inner shirt. As the clothing was gradually removed layer by layer, the originally blurry shadow became clearer and clearer. And more striking. What a beautiful curve it was. A neck so slender it seemed to break with a single fold. Smooth, delicate shoulders. And that tiny waist tightening suddenly, making one want to grab it with both hands. Thud. In the quiet bathroom, this swallow sounded especially loud. Qin Lai suddenly grabbed the teapot on the table. It was leftover bitter tea that had long gone cold. He didn't bother pouring into a cup anymore. He tilted his head and took a big gulp directly from the spout. Gulp, gulp. Cold tea flowed down his throat, trying to extinguish the fiery anger burning inside. But this fire was in his heart. The more he poured, the stronger it grew. "Big brother, cold tea hurts the stomach," came the gentle voice of the second brother. Qin Mo. Qin Lai turned his head and almost burst out laughing. Usually, Qin Mo, the scholar who valued manners and integrity and avoided seeing anything inappropriate, was now removing his gold-rimmed glasses, holding a velvet cloth and frantically wiping the lenses. Wipe once, put it on to see. Still not clear enough. He took it off again, exhaled, and kept wiping desperately. In his narrow phoenix eyes, there was no trace of a wise scholar, only the sway of the waist behind the screen. "You're just wiping nonsense," Qin Lai growled through clenched teeth. "Wiping the lenses until they're worn out." Qin Mo paused, calmly placing his glasses back on his nose. The lenses reflected a bright gleam in the candlelight. "The fog is too thick. I can't see clearly." "No, it's to guard against assassins." At that moment, water sounds came from behind the screen. Splash. Su Wan held a wooden ladle, scooping warm water and pouring it over her shoulders. The water droplets rolled down her jade-like skin, hitting the floor with a crisp sound. The shadow behind the screen moved. She slightly tilted her head up, gathering her wet long hair with both hands and tying it behind her head. This movement made the silhouette's chest suddenly straighten, forming a breathtaking curve that made the blood race. A sudden shock. This is almost a visual blow to the senses. Damn. Qin Lai's hand squeezed the handle of the teapot, and with a snap, it broke. He suddenly stood up, turned his back to face the wall, his forehead veins bulging, breathing heavily like he was pumping a bellows. Seeing more than just what is visible is even more tempting. Imagining it is the most powerful aphrodisiac. His mind was filled with the image of Suwon's fair wrist when she was healing the third brother, and the scent of soap and milk on her body. At this moment, that smell mixed with hot steam, seeping through the gaps in the screen, almost like a spell pulling him into a trance. Older sister-in-law. Chin Emo sat on a chair, clutching the fabric on his knees so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his eyes fixed on the silhouette, as if trying to burn through the veil.
He wanted to go in,
to help her wipe her back, to tear apart that obstructive cloth and see how the water droplets flowed down her body. Alert. Detected strong feelings of voyeurism, even if passive. Target. Chin Lai, Chin Emo status. Burning with desire at the limit of patience. Heartbeat. 190.210. Still rising. Congratulations. The Heartbeat farm has been irrigated with steam. Special loot unlocked from the bathroom scene. 1. Premium Rose Essential Oil ×1, a skincare treasure, slippery after use. 2. Automatic Heated Bath Bucket Blueprint ×1, no more worries about cold baths. Meanwhile, outside, the two men were about to go crazy from this shadow puppet show. Big brother? Second brother? Suwon's soft, lazy voice came from behind the screen, with a hint of post-bath sleepiness and a nasal tone. Accidentally. Drop the soap on the ground. It's too slippery, I can't pick it up. Can you? Bring me a new one. Boom. Chin Lai and Chin Emo turned their heads at the same time, exchanging a glance. It was as if sparks and lightning flashed in the air.
Go in.
Bring the soap? At this moment, seeing her like a blooming lotus emerging from the water. Who could still guarantee they were just normal people? I'll go. Chin Lai, confident in his long legs, took a step forward, ready to rush inside. I am the eldest brother. If I don't go to hell, who will? Hold on. Chin Emo grabbed his arm, a sharp glint flashing behind his glasses. Big brother just finished killing a wolf, full of blood and energy. Don't disturb the sister-in-law. Still, I should go. I am a scholar, and I should stay calm. Stay calm? That's impossible. Just as the two of them were about to start a fight at the bathroom door, the small door beside the screen creaked open. Suwon, wrapped in a loose men's bathrobe that was Chin Lai's old clothes, stepped out barefoot. Her wet long hair dripped water onto her shoulders. Her face, steamed by the heat, was pink and red, like a ripe peach. The wide collar couldn't hide her delicate collarbones, making her look even more attractive. She held a slippery soap nut in her hand and looked innocently at the two men blushing and flustered at the door.
Huh?
What are you guys doing? I already picked it up, she said. Chin Lai.
Kin Montak.
The two powerful men suddenly looked like deflated balloons, losing their energy. Chin Lai looked at her bare feet on the wet ground, frowned, and without a word, walked over. He picked her up horizontally. The ground is cold, he said in a husky voice. His arms were strong like iron, but he carefully avoided letting his dirty armor touch her skin. Go back to your room. I'll ask Lao Si to bring you ginger soup. Oh, these men. They clearly crave it so much but pretend to be gentlemen. That night, someone was definitely going to take a cold shower. And not just one. The brothers didn't sleep well all night. They all came out with dark circles under their eyes, still reminiscing about sister-in-law's bath. In the afternoon, the lazy sunlight spilled over the newly built corridor in the Chin family courtyard. It was the aroma of milk mixed with locust flower honey, with a hint of mint from the space's own production, simmered into milk honey skin cream.
Done.
Suwon held a delicate small porcelain jar, proudly showing it off as she came out of the kitchen. Inside the jar was a full container of milky white ointment, clear and shiny, looking just like freshly solidified mutton fat jade. This is a skincare miracle. In this cold winter, applying it will prevent your hands from cracking and your face from drying out. Suwon was happily thinking about how to recommend this good product to these rough men. Suddenly, a shadow cast over her. What treasure is your sister-in-law holding? Suwon looked up and immediately met a pair of bright, charming, yet deep and mysterious peach blossom eyes. Chinyu was dressed in a flashy purple brocade robe, holding a broken folding fan that he had secretly glued back together, leaning against a pillar to block her way. The sunlight shone on his handsome, almost devilish face, casting shadows from his eyelashes that seemed calculating and full of desire. "It's a moisturizer," Suwon said, handing over a small jar. "It's freshly made, and I wanted you to try it." "Try?" Chinyu's mischievous smile spread instantly. "Such delicate work. How can I let those rough guys try? Their skin is tough, and they'd think applying pig fat is a waste." He snapped his folding fan shut with a click and casually tucked it into his waist. Then, very naturally, he reached out and took the small porcelain jar from Suwon's hand. "Let fourth brother help sister-in-law check the product." He said it was a product check, but his eyes weren't on the jar. They were on Suwon's hands, which held the jar. Her hands, after finishing work, remained fair and delicate, with faint pink at the tips of her fingers. But because the northwest wind was harsh, her hand back showed some fine, dry lines. "Tsk." Chinyu frowned slightly, as if he had discovered a rare treasure covered in dust. Sister-in-law's hands are meant to grasp gold and silver. How can they have any flaws? Before Suwon could react, Chinyu suddenly stretched out his long, bony hand and grabbed her wrist. His palm was dry and warm, with calluses from years of working the abacus, rubbing gently on the inside of Suwon's delicate wrist, sparking a tiny electric current. "Fourth brother, you." Suwon instinctively tried to pull back. "Don't move." Chinyu's voice was deep and commanding, with an air of undeniable authority. "It's for business. If this cream can't even protect sister-in-law's hands, how can I sell it for a high price in the capital?" As he spoke, he used his index finger to pick up a dollop of white cream. The cream was cool to the touch and felt smooth. With a plop, he spread the cream on the back of Suwon's hand. Then, that large hand with calluses slowly covered her hand, rubbing it evenly. Suwon couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Where is the oil being applied? It looks more like playing with it." Chinyu's technique is very professional. He uses the pad of his thumb to circle around the cream, rubbing it into Suwon's skin. The pressure is just right, neither too light nor too heavy, but it gives a tingling sense of control. It's smooth. Too smooth. Chinyu feels like he's touching not a hand, but a freshly peeled boiled egg, or a warm soft jade. That delicate, fine touch makes his fingertips tingle all the way to his mind, making his throat dry and his eyes burn with intense emotion. "Sister-in-law's hand is so soft," he says softly, seeming focused on his work but actually gazing greedily at her fair skin. "This lotion is nice, so slippery. Can I help apply it to you every day in the future?" This is just a sample." Suwon feels her body relax from his touch. She tries to pull her hand back, but he holds it tighter. "It's not evenly applied yet." Chinyu's voice suddenly becomes a little hoarser. He then presses his long fingers forcefully between Suwon's fingers. Intertwined fingers. The white cream is squeezed out from between their fingers, making a faint, intimate sound. Here, Chinyu leans his head down, almost touching her hand with his nose, his warm breath brushing her sensitive skin. The spaces between the fingers are easiest to crack. Need to spread it evenly. He slowly moves his fingers back and forth. The slippery, creamy feeling rubs between their tightly clasped fingers, pulling back and forth.
In, out.
In again. Suwon feels a rush of heat from her feet straight to her head. This action, this hint, is too inappropriate. She can even feel the slight sweat on Chinyu's palm and his racing heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. "Fourth brother. Let go." Suwon's face turns red like a cooked shrimp, trying hard to break free. But Chinyu suddenly stops. Still holding her hand, he lifts his head, his eyes shining with a deep, drowning affection. "Sister-in-law, this lotion. I bought it. Offer. My whole life. Is that enough?" Boom. This direct approach leaves Suwon dizzy. Alert. Detected strong feelings of greed. Target. Chinyu, fourth brother. Status. Can't let go of love, a merchant scheme, wanting to possess someone. Heartbeat. 170.190. Congratulations, host. The love farm has received the nourishing irrigation. The harvest in the economic crop area is great. New varieties unlocked. 1. Premium aloe vera, a moisturizing miracle. 2. Rose essential oil extraction technique. This small bottle can sell for a high price and, of course, can also be used for some romantic activities. Just as the atmosphere between the two becomes increasingly intimate, cough, cough, suddenly, 2 heavy coughs come from behind. Chin Yu's eyes turn cold, and he doesn't immediately let go. Instead, he gently squeezes Suwon's fingertips one last time before reluctantly releasing her. He turns around, his face already back to that playful, carefree smile. Oh, second brother, are you ready? At the end of the corridor, elder brother Chin Mo, dressed in a blue robe and carrying a book box, stands in the shadows. He isn't wearing his usual gold-rimmed glasses. His deep, lonely eyes behind his usual glasses seem especially profound and quiet at this moment. He quietly watches their hands clasped, a trace of subtle sadness flickering in his eyes, quickly masked by a gentle, warm smile. Brother-in-law, Chin Mo approaches, his gaze falling on Suwon's still glossy hand, and softly says, "It's time. I should go now." Suwon's heart trembles. The last time she came back suddenly, and now it's time to go to the capital again. The romantic thoughts stirred by the fourth brother just now instantly fade away, replaced by a strong sense of reluctance. Second brother. Suwon's heart trembles again, and she hurriedly pulls her hand away from the fourth brother. The romantic feelings just now quickly dissipate, replaced by a deep sadness. Chin Mo, carrying his book box, stands in the shadow of the corridor. Today, he wears a faded blue long gown which makes his tall, straight figure even more striking. His usual deep, mysterious eyes behind his glasses are now quietly watching Suwon, full of unreadable emotion. Brother-in-law, he steps forward, his gaze falling on Suwon's still glossy hand, his voice as soft as the wind. "I've packed everything. I should go now." Suwon looks at his slender figure, and her eyes immediately turn red. She hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron, then turned to pick up the heavy package she had prepared earlier. She handed it to Chin Mo. Inside are 3 pairs of new shoes and 50 taels of silver. "Don't hold back outside." The cold in the capital was harsh, and she added, "If." At this point, Suwon's voice choked with emotion. "It's okay if you don't pass the exam. We have land and brothers at home. You won't go hungry. Don't force yourself. Just come back safe." She truly couldn't bear to see him go. This family, the eldest was the strong protector, the fourth was the moneymaker, but the real backbone, the one quietly supporting everything behind the scenes, had always been the second son. Now that he was leaving, Suwon felt like her heart had been hollowed out. Watching tears stream down Suwon's cheeks, Chin Mo's usually calm face finally showed a hint of vulnerability. He sighed, shaking his head with a mix of helplessness and affection. "Silly sister-in-law." Suddenly, Chin Mo reached out his hand, not to take the package, but to touch Suwon's face. His long, ink-scented fingers gently wiped away her tears from the corner of her eye. His rough fingertips moved with surprising tenderness. "Why are you crying?" His lips curled into a playful smile, and a mischievous glint flashed in his phoenix-like eyes, as if a well-behaved rogue had finally revealed his true nature. "Who told you I'm going to the capital?" Suwon sniffed, still sniffling, but she was stunned. "Huh? Not going to the capital? Then where are you going?" Chin Mo chuckled softly, pulling out a red and gold embossed notice from his sleeve and waving it in front of Suwon. "Gigu Academy." He slowly adjusted his non-existent glasses, his voice deep and magnetic. "Just next door in the county. Only about 30 miles from home. If I ride Old Third's fast horse, I could be back for dinner in half an hour. 30 miles? Suwon, tears still in her eyes, stared blankly. You lied to me," she suddenly realized, her face flushing with anger. She raised her hand and punched him in the chest. "Made me cry for nothing. I thought I was going to marry you off." The punch was soft and weak, and Chin Mo didn't dodge. Instead, he caught her fist with his hand. His palm wrapped around her fist. The moisturizer the fourth brother had applied earlier hadn't fully dried, making his hand feel slippery. Qin Mo showed no sign of dislike. Instead, he gently rubbed her hand with his thumb, feeling the delicate touch. The capital is too far away. I visited last time and miss my sister-in-law very much, he said.
Suddenly, Kin Montak-'s smile faded.
He leaned slightly forward, and the cool scent of ink filled the air around Su-won. He lowered his head and whispered close to her ear, his voice very soft but with a hint of possessiveness. It's too far. I won't go again. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone in this house full of wolves. Su-won's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red.
Wo wolves?
That's your own brother. He chuckled softly, glancing meaningfully at Qin, the fourth brother, who was already scowling nearby. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Because he's my brother, I have to be more careful. And then, Qin Mo looked back at Su-won, his eyes suddenly soft and warm. He released her hand and gently brushed her messy hair at the temple, his fingertips lightly touching her earlobe. I also can't bear to leave. The academy is nice, but it doesn't have the delicious food my sister-in-law makes. If I can't see her. He paused, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. I'll feel anxious and can't concentrate on my studies. His words were so charming. They were even more deadly than the fourth brother's actions. Su-won was so flustered, she felt her scalp tingle. She quickly took a bag and shoved it into his hands. All right. Since it's only 30 miles, I've packed some dry food. Just take a light bag and go. No need. Qin Mo packed his book box and looked at her deeply. I've brought everything. This is my sister-in-law's wish. Even if I study at the village entrance, I'll carry it with me. After saying that, he turned and strode out confidently. His steps were light, without any heaviness of parting, but full of the spirit of, I am going to conquer the world. When he reached the door, he suddenly looked back and called out to his brothers in the yard. Fourth brother, keep your claws in check. I come back on the 1st and 15th of every month to check accounts. If I find your hands a little rougher, a flash of cold light appeared in his glasses. You know the consequences. After saying that, the figure in a blue shirt disappeared outside. In the yard, Su-won held the remaining half jar of moisturizer, her heart still pounding loudly. He still left, but knowing it was only 30 miles away, the big stone in his heart instantly fell to the ground. In fact, he even felt a little sweet. Humph! Fourth brother Qin waved his folding fan, looking annoyed at the door. Going to a school feels like parting for life. Second brother really has a lot of tricks. He even wanted to make himself look important before leaving. He turned to look at Su-won, immediately putting on a smile and reaching out again. Sister-in-law, don't mind him. Come on, let's continue. The little finger we just painted isn't even smooth yet. Stop bothering me. Su-won blushed and glared at him, then turned around and ran back inside. It's getting dark. The wind is picking up. I'll go check the windows. The wind was howling loudly. At this moment, the main hall of the Qin family was strangely quiet. Second brother Qin Mo had only left about an hour ago. Fourth brother Qin was crouched by the charcoal basin, holding tongs, pulling apart a pile of waste paper that second brother hadn't finished burning before leaving. Qin fanned himself with his broken fan, his eyes full of disbelief, almost pulling his ears back with his mouth. Sister-in-law, come see. Second brother is really going crazy. What? Su-won had just finished applying moisturizer on her hands and leaned in to look. In the pile of charcoal, a few delicate, unburned letter sheets were rolled up at the edges. The paper looked extraordinary, with a gold-embossed seal on it. Qin used the tongs to pick up a remaining page and exaggeratedly read aloud. Jingshi Guozijian. Hereby invite Qin's son Mo to Beijing. The signature is Grand Tutor of the Emperor? Wow. Third brother Qin Meng, who was wiping his axe nearby, was so scared that he almost dropped his axe on his foot, his eyes wide. Grand Tutor? What kind of official is that? Bigger than a county magistrate. Big? Qin rolled his eyes, casually tossing the valuable scrap paper back into the fire, watching it turn to ash. That's the imperial teacher. If second brother takes this letter to the capital, Even if he takes the exam with his eyes closed, he can get into the Hamlin Academy. That's a ladder to heaven that ordinary folks like us can't even dream of. When speaking about this, Chin-yu suddenly smiled. A smile like a fox that had stolen something and felt a little guilty. And this letter from Jiangnan Beiladong Academy, with an annual salary of 3,000 taels, a house and land. My second brother burned it all, just to go to that Ghost Valley Academy, which is only 30 miles from home and surrounded by nothing. Su-won froze in place. The flickering fire in the brazier reflected in her bright, moist eyes. She remembered how Chin-imo looked when he left just now. He was dressed in a faded blue robe, standing straight, calmly saying, "I won't go somewhere too far." It turned out that wasn't just casual words of love. He had broken his wings that could fly to the blue sky, just to stay where she could see him. "Stop daydreaming, sister-in-law." Big brother Chin-lai, who had been sitting in the shadows, suddenly spoke. He was holding a sharpening stone, polishing a pig slaughtering knife until it shone brightly. He looked up, his dark eyes fixed on Su-won, his voice deep like a bass drum. Since second brother chose this path and refused the high branches, he still wants to protect the family. "We need to make sure this life looks decent. The wind is picking up, go back inside and sleep." Chin-lai stood up. His tall figure blocked most of the cold wind rushing in through the door. Tonight, something's not right. Indeed, something was wrong. By late at night, the wind seemed to have gone wild. Su-won curled up in her bed. Even though she was covered with two thick quilts, she still felt cold drafts seeping into her bones. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind outside changed from whimpering to roaring, as if hundreds of hungry wolves were scratching the walls. Suddenly, a loud bang. The old window in Su-won's room couldn't withstand the northwest gale. It shattered with a loud crash, half of the window frame breaking apart. The fragile oil paper instantly turned into fragments. The fierce wind, carrying large snowflakes, roared into the room like a cold, white serpent. "Ah!" Su-won screamed, her body instantly swallowed by the cold air. The oil lamp on the table was blown out, plunging the room into complete darkness. Only the howling wind and Su-won's trembling teeth could be heard. It was freezing, bone-chilling cold, as if she had been thrown into an icy pit in an instant.
Bang!
The door was forcefully kicked open by a large foot. "Jiao Jiao, sister-in-law." Two dark figures rushed in with fierce energy. Big brother Chin-lai, third brother Chin-meng. They weren't even wearing coats, just thin shirts, and they were barefoot as they stormed inside. "Window, window," Su-won stammered, pointing at the dark opening.
Damn.
This terrible weather. Third brother Chin-meng cursed loudly and grabbed a nearby cabinet to block the window. But the wind was too strong. It was the typical northwest draft, and the heavy cabinet, weighing hundreds of pounds, was blown askew by the wind, unable to seal the gap. "Useless. The wind is coming through the cracks." Chin-lai shouted loudly and pushed aside the troublesome third brother. Using the faint snowlight, he looked at Su-won, trembling and curled up on the bed. That small bump looked so helpless in the raging wind. Just moments ago, in the main hall, he said, "Second brother has sacrificed his future." Now, Chin-lai's eyes burned with fierce anger. Scholars have their own rules to follow. Warriors have their own protectors. "Get the quilt," Chin-lai roared, but he didn't cover Su-won with a quilt, which wouldn't block the wind anyway. He grabbed the thick cotton quilt beside her feet and threw it forcefully over his back. Then, he made a move that made Su-won's pupils tremble. Thud. A muffled sound. Chin-lai leapt onto the bed's edge. He didn't face the window. He turned his back to the howling wind and snow, facing Su-won on the bed. He spread his arms wide and parted his legs, like a mighty lion guarding its territory, fiercely fitting himself into the broken window frame. Perfectly sealed, the quilt behind him formed the first line of defense. His broad, rock-hard back muscles became the second, and most unshakable, wall. The wind stopped. The snow ceased. The raging white wind slammed against his back with a muffled puff, but no more could it sneak in, not even a tiny bit. Inside, everything was suddenly quiet. Huff,
Huff.
In the darkness, only Qin Lai's heavy, frightening breathing could be heard. He was too close, stuck at the window, almost hanging above Su-won. The hot, masculine scent of his body, full of testosterone, quickly chased away the cold air around them, covering everything. Su-won could even smell the sweat from his intense running, mixed with his natural manly scent, making her legs weak. Big brother. Su-won's voice was trembling with tears as she reached out to touch his arm. Her hand met muscles as hard as iron, still trembling slightly. His skin was burning hot. Don't move. Qin Lai spoke in a hoarse voice, like gravel in his throat, rough but incredibly sexy. He lowered his head in the dark. His eyes shone like a wolf's, locking onto the frightened little face in the blanket. Second brother is clever enough to send you a reply from the grand tutor outside. I'm just a rough guy, I don't understand all those tricky words. Qin Lai took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling sharply. A drop of sweat slid down his chin and landed right on Su-won's lips.
Hot.
That drop of sweat was hotter than fire. But as long as I still have this breath, if the wind could blow even a single hair of yours, I'd tear off my skin and use it as a cushion for you. Big brother, you'll catch a cold. Su-won's eyes filled with tears of concern. Outside, it was a blizzard with temperatures below freezing. He was just across a quilt, holding on with his flesh and blood. Cold, Qin Lai seemed to hear a joke, a wild smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, he buried his head, pressing his forehead hard against Su-won's. Zzz. Electricity crackled. Touch it, he said, grabbing Su-won's cold little hand and pressing it against his pounding chest. Under his palm, his heart was beating like a drum. Thump. 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 I'm burning all over now. This wind is nothing. Just looking at you. I already feel hot enough to tear down this wall. Next to him, the third brother Qin was holding a broken wooden board. Seeing his older brother's posture, he scratched his head and asked innocently, So, big brother, what should I do? Go make some ginger tea, Qin Lai shouted without turning around. Add lots of ginger. Sister-in-law is cold. The third brother shivered in fear and hurriedly ran away.
Ding.
Heartbeat farm alert. Detected, human wall, protection. Feeling of safety skyrocketing. Qin Lai's heartbeat level surpassed the critical point. Gained title. This damn sense of security. Reward unlocked. Top quality fireproof brick recipe ×1. Don't let the big brother use his body to block. Quickly make a glass greenhouse for the sister-in-law. Su-won listened to the system's prompt and looked at the man in front of her who was willing to risk his life for her. A thought grew wildly in her mind. We can't let things stay like this. Second brother sacrificed his future, and eldest brother sacrificed his health. She had to do something. This window must be replaced with glass that can't be broken by wind or snow. Even if it means burning a hole in the sky, she would make that glass. We need to change the window. Replace it with one that can't be broken by wind or snow, but let sunlight in. Sunlight. Come in. Fifth brother Qin Feng scratched his head. Sister-in-law is talking about that kind of glass only found in palaces. Glass. Yes. That's the glass. And it's 100 times clearer than the palace glass. Su-won's voice was quiet but firm. It's too cold, and the world is too harsh. Since heaven isn't giving us a way out, we'll carve our own path. Fifth and sixth brothers. Here. The twins instinctively stood at attention. You two have good lung capacity. Tomorrow, come with me to the back mountain cave. Su-won's eyes sparkled. Since eldest brother likes to be a wall, let's make him a crystal wall. The next morning, the wind had stopped and the snow had melted, but the soil kiln on Qin's back mountain was bustling with activity. This was where Qin family usually burned charcoal and bricks. Right now, the furnace was burning at its hottest, with orange flames licking the top, turning the entire cave into a divine alchemy furnace. Sister-in-law, can this really be blown out? Sixth brother Qin Yun, shirtless, held a long hollow iron pipe. One end of the pipe was filled with a glowing, flowing, hot liquid. Glass melted from quartz sand and soda ash at high temperature, according to the system's recipe. Yes, Su-won stood at a safe distance. with a damp cloth on her face, holding a small notebook and giving instructions. This is called blowing technique. Blow hard. Be even. Imagine you are blowing up a balloon. No, wait, just imagine you are blowing. Never mind. Old 6, look at me. Soo-won suddenly removes her scarf, revealing a small, flushed face warmed by the heat, with bright eyes staring intently at old 6. Just think about it. Blowing this breath into your sister-in-law's heart. Bang. Old 6, who had been feeling the heavy weight of the metal tube and almost felt like his lungs would burst, suddenly feels energized. Blowing into your sister-in-law's heart? Then I must blow hard. Blow fiercely. Hoo phew. No, I mean huff. Old 6 cheeks puff out like a frog's, veins bulge on his neck, and his handsome muscles tighten to the limit from exertion. Sweat runs down his attractive jawline, past his Adam's apple, and drips onto his rising and falling chest. At the other end of the metal tube, the red liquid inside begins to slowly swell, grow larger and round out. Stay steady.
Turn the metal tube. Soo-won shouts excitedly.
But this task requires skill and strength. Prolonged oxygen deprivation and intense heat cause old 6 to stumble. Careful. Soo-won reacts quickly, rushing forward without hesitation, grabbing old 6's sweaty waist to steady him. Huff. Huff. Old 6 gasps heavily, almost half leaning on the petite Soo-won. It's too hot. Their bodies are pressed tightly together. Soo-won can clearly feel old 6's hot body temperature and his racing heart, pounding wildly from lack of oxygen and excitement. Sister-in-law. Old 6's eyes are dazed, his puppy dog eyes moist as he looks at the close, red lips. His Adam's apple moves painfully. I can't breathe anymore. Can I borrow a breath? But he just couldn't bring himself to let go. His sister-in-law's embrace was so soft, carrying a pleasant milk scent. Even in this cave filled with sulfur and coal smells, it felt like an addictive, enchanting potion. Borrow your big head, idiot, Soo-won blushed, scolding with her words, but her hands kept moving. She didn't push away this hot-blooded young man. Instead, she raised her hand to pat his broad, firm back. Pat.
But.
Pat, in a steady rhythm, helping him breathe easier. Inhale. Exhale. Don't pretend to be dead. Soo-won's voice was sweet, but a little urgent. With her pats, Jin-yun felt the suffocating feeling slowly fade away, replaced by a tingling sensation on his back. His sister-in-law's palm was small and not very strong, but those few pats on his back felt like they touched his heart. Jin-yun let out a satisfied hum, leaning his head into Soo-won's neck, like a happy dog after a good walk.
Sister-in-law.
I am alive. Sister-in-law. Smells so good. Alert. Extreme dependence detected. Target. Jin-yun, the 6th son. Status. Oxygen deficiency obsession with women, crossed out, obsession with sister-in-law. Excitement level. 150. Gained, lung capacity enhancement buff. But just as the atmosphere was getting intimate enough to stretch, suddenly, let her go, a roar filled with jealousy and anger burst out from the cave entrance. It was Chin-fong, the 5th brother, shirtless, holding a bucket of freshly drawn well water, eyes wide with shock. Unbelievable. He just went to fetch water, and his shameless younger brother was actually hanging on sister-in-law, trying to get close? And rubbing? Is that part of her neck for him to rub? Bang! The bucket was thrown aside. Chin-fong, like a wolf robbed of its prey, rushed over a few steps, grabbing Jin-yun by the back of his neck, pulling him away from Soo-won with force. 6th brother, are you crazy? You're all sweaty, don't dirty sister-in-law's clothes. Chin-fong scolded, but in the next second, he tilted his body, and his face, identical to Chin-yun's, suddenly appeared in front of Soo-won. Her eyes looked sad, her lips slightly parted, and her curly hair was still dripping water.
Sister-in-law.
I'm tired too. Just now, when I was moving coal, I also ran out of oxygen. I need a back rub. I need to catch my breath. As she spoke, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Soo-won's waist from behind. Her front pressed against her back.
Soo-won froze instantly.
Behind her was the hot, hard chest of the fifth brother, and the rapid heartbeat, thump-thump, was pounding against her back. It was too hot. These two twins were like two human fire pits. Both of you, get away from me. Suwon's face turned red like a ripe tomato. She struggled hard to break free from their attack and stepped back, gasping for air. This wasn't just making glass. It was more like being in a small, enclosed space with one man and one woman. Oh no, two men and one woman, testing her self-control. Important work comes first, Suwon said sternly, holding a small fan to cool her flushed cheeks. The glass liquid is about to solidify. Hurry. One more time. This time old 5 blows. Old 6 turns the rod, and if anyone dares to make a move again, there will be no braised pork tonight. Hearing no pork, the two little wolves immediately behaved.
Yes,
Sister-in-law. For the next hour, only the sound of the blower and the heavy breathing of the young men could be heard inside the cave. Although the playful gestures were gone, the scene was even more impactful. To control the heat, the twins worked perfectly together. Old 5 puffed out his cheeks, his face flushed, and blew a long breath into the iron pipe. As the airflow entered, the small, red, fist-sized blob of liquid seemed alive, slowly swelling and stretching.
steady. Slow down.
Even slower, Suwon watched the flowing glow, her voice gentle. Old 6 squatted on the ground, holding tongs, quickly shaping the softened glass. Their muscles shone with a tempting sheen in the firelight. Every movement was smooth, captivating to watch. This was true raw sexiness. Strength, sweat, focus, and wildness, all driven by their shared goal, the task for sister-in-law.
Now.
Seal it, Suwon ordered. Ready. Old 5 suddenly exhaled sharply, and Old 6 clamped the tongs. The shaped glass was placed into the preheated cooling ash for annealing. A long wait followed. As the temperature inside the kiln gradually lowered and the surface layer of ash was carefully brushed away, Old 5 and Old 6 leaned in close, their heads bumping together with a surprised cry. On the workbench lay a small piece of glass, about the size of a palm. It was clear and pure, without any impurities. Although it hadn't been polished yet, the sunlight shining through the kiln's opening reflected a rainbow halo. It looked like frozen water, or a tear shed by a goddess. Is this made by us? Old 6 trembled as he reached out, hesitant to touch it. It's even clearer than the jade in the county lord's ancestral shrine. Suwon stepped forward and picked up the glass. It was a rectangular block with a dried flower, an unknown wildflower, sealed inside before the glass cooled. The petals were spread out, lifelike, as if frozen in time forever. This was her gift for her second brother, a school entrance gift. Amazing, Suwon said with a proud smile, turning to look at the two stunned boys. Our Chin family can turn even a stone into a treasure. Old 5 and Old 6 looked at the shimmering glass under the sunlight, then at their sister-in-law, who was glowing even brighter. Their hearts pounded loudly, louder than the fire in the kiln. Sister-in-law. Old 5 swallowed hard, voice hoarse. How much do you think this could sell for? Suwon smiled mysteriously, wiggling a finger. This is a priceless treasure, because it not only helps second brother walk confidently into the academy, it also makes those who look down on us open their eyes wide. A few days later, they would head to Ghost Valley Academy to meet second brother and officially send him off to study, basically, to see if his family background was suitable for studying there. 3 days later, the Chin family arrived at Ghost Valley Academy by carriage. This academy, hidden deep in the mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist, is not as famous as the Imperial College in the capital, but in the northwest region, it is considered a sacred place by scholars. It is said that the head of the academy is eccentric and only accepts students based on fate, not background. However, in reality, at the academy's entrance, there are many luxurious carriages parked. Wealthy merchants who want to send their children to study are holding famous calligraphy paintings, gold, and jade, and are lining up to give red envelopes to the gatekeeper. It's not quite the place that Chin brothers mentioned, where nothing happens.
Go away.
My master said all the spots are full this year. The gatekeeper is a middle-aged man with a pointed face, holding a freshly received silver ingot, and he doesn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Even if the heavenly king himself came, there's no room. Just then, a clear sound of horse hooves is heard. A tall horse pulls a strange-looking cart and stops in front of the gate. On the cart, there is a young scholar in blue robes and a charming girl wrapped in white fox fur. Next to them are two strong men who look like gate guardians, old 3 and old 4. It's the Chin family group. They meet up with a second brother and officially enter the Ghost Valley Academy, which is part of the family's arrangement to send their children to study. Hey, where did this poor guy come from? A young man in fine clothes, holding a fan, sneers. Coming to study in a cart? When did Ghost Valley Academy become shelter? Chin Mo adjusts the special gold-threaded glasses that Suwon deliberately made from scrap material. Behind the lenses, his cold phoenix eyes glance at the young man. He doesn't speak, but the coldness and refined aura that radiate from him make the young man suddenly shut his mouth. Second brother, don't mind the barking dog. Suwon jumps down from the cart, holding a box wrapped in coarse cloth. She walks to the gatekeeper with a harmless smile. Sir, please kindly inform them. Chin Mo from the Chin family is here to seek a master. The gatekeeper glances sideways at the coarse cloth bundle, snorting coldly. Seeking a master? Where's the invitation? And the formal letter? Just a piece of rag wrapped around it? Is it pickled vegetables or cured meat? Hurry up and go. Don't block Master Zhang's way. He impatiently reaches out to push Suwon. A strong, slender hand suddenly grabbed the doorman's wrist midair. Chin Yu was swinging a folding fan, smiling softly, but his grip was as tight as iron clamps. Uncle, be careful with your hand. It might get hurt. How dare you cause trouble at the academy gate? The doorman shouted in pain, grimacing loudly. People around gathered, waiting to see the joke of these poor folks. But Suwon was calm and steady. She gently patted her rough cloth bag, her voice clear. Uncle, look carefully. Inside, there's not just pickles. If this sacred object sees the light, it might blind you. I won't be responsible for any medical bills. A sacred object? Laughter erupted around. Haha, is this girl crazy? How could there be a sacred object in such a ragged bag? Suwon ignored the teasing. She slowly untied the layers of rough cloth. Her movements were slow, full of ceremony. When the last layer of cloth fell away, it was noon. The sun shone brightly and openly. A dazzling rainbow of light suddenly burst from Suwon's palm. Wow! Everyone gasped in awe. In her hand, there was a crystal-clear, flawless crystal. Inside the crystal, a small, lively flower was sealed. Under the sunlight, it looked like spring itself frozen inside. Sparkling and radiant. Sacred and extraordinary. Is this? The proud doorman, who had been so confident before, suddenly felt weak in the knees, almost kneeling. He had guarded the academy for years, seen jade, agate, even glazed cups from the western regions, but all had impurities or bubbles. Nothing like this pure, flawless thing before him. It was as if the water from the sky had been frozen. Oh my! Is this the legendary soul of water? Inside. Is that a longevity flower? Could this be a royal secret treasure? The crowd went wild. The young master who had mocked Chin Mo earlier stared at the treasure with wide eyes, dropping his fan to the ground. Such a treasure. Even if he sold his family's wealth, he couldn't afford it. Who exactly is this family? Chin Mo stood behind Suwon, watching everyone's shocked expressions. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pushed up his glasses, hiding a hint of surprise in his eyes. Even though he saw it yesterday, he was still amazed. Sister-in-law's move. Very impressive. Uncle, Suwon said with a gentle smile, holding out a piece of glass Wenjin. This is just a small craft my second brother made in his free time. I want to give it to the mountain master to press paper.
Look.
Can this pickled vegetable go inside? The gatekeeper hesitated, reaching out nervously but afraid to take it, worried about breaking this sacred object.
Yes.
Yes.
It can.
It really can.
Sir.
Lady, please. I'll go inform the mountain master right away. I'll go now. Watching the gatekeeper rush inside in a flurry, then looking at the surrounding people who suddenly became respectful, curious, or even eager to please. The Chin brothers straightened their backs, especially the fifth and sixth brothers, who exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Awesome. So great. This is the dignity they blew out with their lungs last night. Su-won carefully placed the wonjin back into Chin Mo's hand, then tiptoed to straighten his collar. Her actions were affectionate, but carried a sense of authority like a senior sister or mother. Second brother. Take it and go inside. Tell them that the Chin family values reading, not charity or connections. We rely on strength. I thought it was just a leaking roof in some prison. Chin Mo remained calm. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, gently set down his book box, and his slender fingers brushed over the dusty table. His expression was cold. This is a humble room, but my virtue makes it fragrant. Besides, he glanced at Su-won, who was busy with her chores, and a slight smile appeared on his face. As long as the heart is warm, it doesn't matter where you live. Oh, I can smell that poor smell from 3 miles away. A harsh, loud voice from next door interrupted. The young man named Zhang, who had just been humiliated at the door by the Glasswind Town, was leaning against the doorframe. This room was clearly decorated, with rosewood tables and chairs, a thick cotton quilt on the bed, and silver wire charcoal burning in the corner. Zhang held a hand warmer and sneered arrogantly. Brother Chin, just say if you can't afford coal. It gets freezing here at night, and even ghosts might freeze to death. Look at your bed, straw bedding? Be careful. You might get cut open by the thorns in the middle of the night, and you won't even be able to hold a pen tomorrow. Before Chin Mo could speak, Su-won, who was making the bed, suddenly turned around. She blinked her big eyes, curious, and moved close to Zhang's door, pointing her finger at his thick quilt. It was hard. It was stiff. Clearly old cotton, heavy and dull. Wow, Su-won exclaimed, as if she had been burned, pulling her hand back. She looked innocent and asked Zhang, Sir, is this quilt armor for self-defense? Why is it so hard, like the cloth we use to wipe the stove, covering yourself with something so stiff? Won't it poke you? Won't it hurt your delicate skin? Zhang looked confused. His face turned green. I don't know what you're talking about. This is top-quality Western long fiber cotton. It weighs a full 10 jin. 10 jin. Su-won looked at him sympathetically. That must be exhausting to turn over at night. You really suffer. After saying that, she ignored the angry young master and turned to Chin Yu, waving sweetly. Fourth brother, bring out what we brought. Let second brother see what a quilt made of clouds looks like. Chin Yu immediately understood. His beautiful eyes sparkled, and he reached into a large, tightly packed bag behind him, pulling out a compressed cloth bundle. Unfasten the rope buckle and shake it. Clatter. It seems like some magic has been cast. The originally flat bundle suddenly expands rapidly in the air, like a steamed bun rising. Fluffy. Full. Snow white. This is made from the belly feathers of the big white geese in Su-won's space farm, combined with high-quality, dense, anti-piercing fabric rewarded by the system. Premium down quilt. This thing isn't impressive in modern times, but in ancient times, it's a powerful blow to the enemy. Dubish, what is this? Young Master Zhang, who is peeking at the door, almost drops his eyes. Such a big quilt. How was it just a small lump earlier? And it looks so soft. Lay it out. Su-won instructs Chin Yu. The two of them, one on each side, pull at the corners. The quilt floats lightly and lands on the narrow wooden bed without making a sound, like a cloud gently covering it. So soft. Su-won reaches out to press it. Her palm sinks in instantly, as if pressing into cotton candy. It bounces back slowly, with a high-quality feel. Fourth brother, you try. Su-won pats the edge of the bed, her eyes showing a clever glint only the two of them understand. This bed is too narrow. I'm worried that second brother might fall off if he sleeps restlessly tonight. You sit on it and see how well the quilt wraps around. Yes, ma'am. Chinyu replies with a mischievous smile. He tucks his folding fan into his waist, doesn't even take off his shoes, and simply swings his long leg over, sitting down on the bed. With a soft, almost inaudible thump, he instantly sinks in. Surrounded by clouds, Chinyu feels so comfortable he almost hums. Miss Sue, this isn't good. Chinyu lies on his back, his body gently swaying with the fluff. The room is too small. The bed is too narrow. Suwon stands by the bed, and as he lies down, his gaze falls directly on her slender waist. Why not? Suwon leans down to adjust the corners of the quilt. In that moment, their distance closes. The warm scent of the feathers and Chinyu's faint woody aroma mix in this tight space, quickly filling the air. It's too soft. Chinyu suddenly reaches out and grabs Suwon's wrist, which is busy adjusting the quilt. His voice was deep and hoarse, with a deliberately stretched ending, like a hook gently scratching at Suwon-shin's heart. Older sister-in-law, this quilt. So soft it makes people want to dream. Suwon-shin's body trembled, instinctively trying to pull back her hand. What kind of dream? This is for second brother's reading. Chinyu not only didn't let go but also used the leverage to sit up slightly. Because the mattress was too soft, both of their centers of gravity shifted unsteadily. Suwon-shin gasped and suddenly fell forward uncontrollably. Ugh! She didn't land on the hard wooden board but instead fell into the soft cloud-like comforter, landing in Chinyu's already open arms. The down quilt seemed alive, instantly wrapping their bodies inside. All sounds around them seemed to disappear. The only sounds were their breathing and the rustling of fabric rubbing against the fine material. They were too close. Chinyu's nose almost brushed against Suwon-shin's cheek. His peach blossom eyes, at this moment, showed no signs of clever calculation, only deep, swirling darkness. Older sister-in-law, he tilted his head slightly, his warm breath brushing her sensitive ear. Look, this bed is so narrow, just the two of us squeezed here. Isn't it just right? Such a soft quilt. If we do something inside, there wouldn't be a single sound. Boom. Suwon-shin felt her whole body flush with blood rushing to her head. This wasn't just a test of the quilt. It was clearly testing her limits. Cough. A cold, restrained cough sounded at the door, carrying a sense of authority. Chin-mo stood there, holding a few rolled-up papers he had just brought back. His calm eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses looked at the two tangled on the bed. There was no visible emotion, but his slightly pale knuckles revealed that he was not at peace inside. Fourth brother. Chin-mo stepped in, placing the papers on the table with a crisp sound. He slowly took off his glasses and gently wiped them with a velvet cloth. Are you finished testing? If you're done, get up. This bed can't hold the weight of two people, especially with the addition of older sister-in-law's weight, which is priceless. If it breaks, you can't afford to replace it. Chinyu paused in his movements. He sighed regretfully, released his grip on Suwon, and then roughly grabbed a handful of the soft quilt before reluctantly sitting up. Second brother, I said that because I was worried you'd catch a cold. Chinyu adjusted his collar and returned to his charming, gentlemanly look, but his eyes held a teasing glint as he looked at Chin-mo. But, second brother, this quilt is too tempting to sleep through. You need to control yourself. Don't get so distracted that you forget to study. Chin-mo put on his glasses, and a cold gleam flashed across the lenses. He ignored Chinyu and walked over to Suwon, reaching out to gently fix her messy hair. His fingertips were cool, but carried a scholarly air. Sister-in-law, thank you for your kindness. He looked at the indentations on the bed still warm from their bodies and spoke softly. I really like this quilt. From now on, I'll cover myself with it every night. As if sister-in-law is keeping me company. Alert. Detected strong. Possessiveness. Fluctuation. Target. Chin-mo, second brother. Status. Territory awareness awakened secret satisfaction. Heartthrob points. 180. Gained, energetic, buff, staying up late reading without losing hair. Suwon's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She hurriedly crawled out of the tempting quilt. WL. Since it's already made, we'll head back now. Second brother, study hard. If you need anything, fourth brother will bring it. After speaking, she dashed out of the room like a fleeing bird. Behind her, Qinyu waved his fan and followed. Passing by the next room, he glanced at the still-dazed young Master Zhang and sneered. What? Brother Zhang still studying that Tenjin heavy armor of yours? Tiethekeske, some blessings are priceless. Until the Qin family members were out of sight, young Master Zhang was still standing there in a daze. He inexplicably walked over, taking advantage of Qin Mo going to fetch water, and secretly grabbed a handful of the down quilt. The moment he touched it, he sank in. Warm, soft, light. In that instant, he felt that his proud, long-fiber cotton quilt was more like a patch of grass for livestock. Young Master Zhang's eyes turned red with envy. What kind of divine being is the Qin family? This is the most solemn place in the academy, also known as the trial ground, where new students are judged for admission. In the center of the hall, an old man with white hair and beard sits. He is the legendary, eccentric head of the school, Giguzi, though he claims the title himself. However, this respected old master is currently lying awkwardly on a desk, face almost pressed against a bamboo scroll. What's this? What is it? The head squints, crow's feet at the corners of his eyes trapping a fly. He holds a golden-laid painting given by young Master Zhang, staring at it for a long time but unable to tell if it's an eagle or a chicken. Headmaster, this is the blue eagle hunting rabbit, painting by the famous painter of the previous dynasty. Young Master Zhang kneels below, sweating nervously, holding a jade brush washer, trying to shine the old man's cloudy eyes with his wealth. It's worth a fortune. A fortune. Take it away. Take it away. The headmaster waves impatiently, like swatting flies. It's blinding my eyes. Next, young Master Zhang leaves in a huff, glaring fiercely at Qin Mo before he departs. That look clearly says, I was chased away with mountains of gold and silver, and you poor scholars still think you can impress? Next, Qin Mo adjusts his clothes. His pale blue robe, washed so many times it's almost white, makes him look tall and noble. He doesn't take out the stunning glass artifact, which is saved for last, but instead pulls out a slender box wrapped in black velvet from his sleeve. Suwon stands behind the crowd, clutching her handkerchief, her heart pounding. It's a blueprint exchanged from the system shop, gold thread bought by the fourth brother, crystal chips polished by the fifth and sixth brothers, crafted by the whole family. Old man's glasses. Whether it succeeds depends on this one. Student Qin Mo, seeing that the headmaster's eyesight has diminished, offers a gift called Object Understanding Glass. Qin Mo's voice is clear and cold, humble yet confident. Object Understanding Glass? The headmaster raises his head, his cloudy old eyes scanning the black box lazily. Another mirror? Last time, a Western merchant gave me a bronze mirror, and it made my wrinkles look deeper than ravines. Bad luck. I won't look. A low, amused chuckle ripples around him. Young Master Zhang waved his fan and laughed, causing his flowers to sway. Oh, Brother Qin, are you trying to make the mountain master look in the mirror and straighten his clothes right now?
Truly.
Quite creative, Qin Mo's expression remained calm. He gently pushed aside the latch on the box. Click, a crisp sound. He took out a pair of glasses. The thin gold wire frame shimmered coldly and austerely in the sunlight. 2 gold chains hung down, swaying slightly with his movements. This style was never seen before, but it exuded a delicate yet dangerous aura that made people feel nervous. This mirror does not reflect the face, but the heart, Qin Mo said softly, then made a quiet gesture that silenced everyone. He did not directly show it to the mountain master. Instead, he put it on himself first. His slender fingers pinched the gold wire temple and slowly placed it on his nose. The 2 gold chains draped over his ears, gently brushing his pale neck. The originally cold scholarly aura instantly changed the moment he wore the glasses. It became refined. It became alluring. It became irresistible. Behind the lenses, his phoenix eyes seemed to be coated with a layer of icy coldness, deep and like a black hole ready to swallow someone. Second brother. Suwon stood in the corner, holding her breath. That gentle, cunning second brother, after putting on the glasses, seemed so tempting. Chin Emo turned his head. Through the crowd, through the thin crystal lens, his gaze precisely pierced the noise and fixed on Suwon. He knew very well. The prescription was made for her based on the old man's eyesight, which for him was a bit dizzying and magnifying. But because of this magnification, he saw the tiny, pink fuzz on her earlobe trembling slightly in the sunlight. He saw her lips pressed together nervously, full and moist from earlier in the room. He even saw a faint, white collarbone rising and falling with her breathing. Gulp. Chinmo's Adam's apple moved sharply at the collar of his blue robe. He strode towards Suwon. Every step seemed to beat in sync with everyone's heartbeat. Older sister-in-law. He stopped in front of her, too close for comfort. Taking advantage of the fake gesture of tidying up his appearance, he slightly bent forward, and a cold, ink-like scent instantly enveloped Suwon. "This mirror is amazing." Chinmo's voice was very low, with a husky tone only the two of them could understand, and a hint of subtle danger. "Wearing it, I can see my sister-in-law so clearly." Suwon's cheeks turned bright red, and she instinctively wanted to step back. What are you looking at?" Chin Emo reached out, his fingertips barely touching the air, gently outlining her silhouette. Behind the glass, his eyes seemed to have tangible tendrils, gradually, seeing through every inch of her skin. "Seeing how red your face is. Seeing how your hair was messed up earlier in the dorm." And he leaned close to her ear, warm breath passing through a gold chain, alternating between cold and hot. "Seeing how your eyelashes flutter shyly." Second brother, Suwon blushed so much she almost stepped on his foot. In front of everyone. What kind of wolfish words was he saying? Is this what they call a beast in disguise? Just when Suwon felt helpless, Chin Emo straightened up. He took off his glasses, instantly returning to his cold, polite scholar look, as if the man with the blurry gaze just now wasn't him at all. He turned around, holding the glasses respectfully, and handed them to the elderly man behind the desk. "Dean, please try it on." Everyone held their breath.
What exactly is this thing?
The dean hesitantly took it, mimicking Chinmo's manner, clumsily placing it on his nose. The world paused for a second. Then, wow, this learned scholar, full of literary phrases, suddenly blurted out a curse. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, eyes wide as he looked around. At this moment, the originally blurry mosaic became a clear, high-definition 4K world. He saw the spider webs on the ceiling, the tiny ink marks on the bamboo slips, even the piece of vegetable leaf stuck between Lord Zhang's teeth. I can see. The dean was so excited he waved his arms wildly, tears almost falling. This is a 1,000-mile eye. This is a wind-following ear. This is a miracle. He trembled as he held the pair of gold-framed glasses, as if holding his own father. Chin Emo, what kind of divine treasure is this? Chin Emo smiled slightly and said, "Head of the mountain, this is the way of studying things to gain knowledge. As long as your heart is sincere, even a stubborn stone can be enlightened." Well said. Truly sincere. The mountain head waved his hand and directly knocked Zhang's priceless calligraphy and paintings onto the ground. This is what a scholar should have. Chin Emo, from today, you are my official disciple. Anyone who tries to stop you, I will use my 1,000-mile eye to scare them away. Boom. The crowd was stunned. Everyone looked at Chin Emo with awe, as if he were a divine being. This wasn't just about entering school, it was like reaching the top instantly. Young Master Zhang collapsed on the ground, looking at the discarded calligraphy and paintings, tears almost falling. He had lost to a pair of broken glasses? Behind the crowd, Suwon watched the figure standing in the hall's center, receiving everyone's admiration but remaining calm. Only she knew, that seemingly pure and reserved man, the moment he put on his glasses, was hiding a fierce wolf inside. Chin Emo seemed to sense her gaze. He turned his head. Although he wasn't wearing glasses now, he found her accurately among the crowd. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and he silently mouthed to her, "Older sister-in-law." Tonight. Leave your glasses for me. I want to see more clearly, Su-won. Help. Can I still attend school? This academy feels even more dangerous than home. Only young Master Zhang, at this moment, proudly took out a package of dried meat from his pocket. Oh, what good is being strong? Young Master Zhang deliberately chewed loudly, and the smell of meat in the plain, waterless cafeteria was almost like a biological weapon. This academy is for self-cultivation, not for barbarians to get fat. Want to eat meat? Dream about it. Qin Meng was so angry his eyes turned red. He was about to flip the table. Who says you can only eat in your dreams? A soft, sweet voice like a gentle spring breeze instantly dispersed the sour smell in the cafeteria. Qin Meng turned around sharply. At the entrance, Su-won was walking in with a large, steaming food box, smiling happily. Behind her, Qin Lai, with a cold face but busy helping carry a soup bucket, followed. Sister-in-law, Qin Meng shouted loudly, feeling like he was about to cry from the frustration of seeing his mother. He jumped up from the bench like a starving black bear for 3 days, howling as he lunged towards Su-won. Take it slow. Don't spill the soup. Qin Lai took a long step forward, blocking Su-won, one hand pressing on the third brother's forehead, holding him firmly in place. This is for the second brother. Calm down. Everyone, Su-won smiled as she placed the food box on the table and lifted the lid with delicate hands.
Boom.
An extremely strong aroma instantly exploded in the cafeteria. It wasn't greasy oil smell, but a rich, soul-stirring scent of braised meat, infused with rock sugar, fragrant leaves, and star anise, slow-cooked for 3 hours, making the meat tender, flavorful, and deeply tempting.
Gulp.
The entire cafeteria responded with synchronized swallowing. Even young Master Zhang, who was chewing dried meat earlier, suddenly found his meat unappetizing.
Red.
Braised pork? Qin Meng looked at the bright red, fatty and lean pieces of pork in the bowl, trembling slightly, saliva dripping down his chin. This was the black pig meat raised in Su-won's space farm. Fat but not greasy, melting in the mouth. Hurry up and eat. Su-won took out a pair of bamboo chopsticks, picked up the biggest piece, and hadn't even had time to put it into Qin Meng's bowl. Qin Meng couldn't wait any longer. He stretched his neck and opened his mouth wide. With a bite, he took in both the meat and the chopsticks. The meat burst open in his mouth. The aroma of the fat instantly overwhelmed the taste buds. Qin Meng's eyes squinted happily. But he was too eager and greedy. For that drop of soup he didn't want to waste, his thick tongue curled quickly, tightly wrapping around the chopstick tip in Su-won's hand. Sucking sound. A loud, blush-inducing slurp.
Suones fingertips trembled.
Through the bamboo chopsticks, she could almost feel the incredible heat and strength of the third brother's tongue, and the rough texture of his tongue scraping against the chopsticks. Wet and hot.
Tight.
Third brother, Su-won blushed and hurried to pull back her chopsticks. But this clumsy guy sucked so tightly that when he pulled out, a shiny silver thread even stretched from the tip of the chopsticks. Everyone was stunned. Is this eating? It looks more like a romantic scene than a meal. Alert. Detected. Wild beast eating. Heartbeat. Target. Qin Meng, third brother. Status. Confusion of appetite and desire unconscious teasing. Heartbeat value. 160. Gained. Top chef skills. Carnivore's feast recipe. Great. So good, sister-in-law. Qin Meng didn't realize what he had done. Swallowing the meat, he looked eagerly at the food box. More. Just then. Clap. A silver ingot heavily hit the table. Young Master Zhang, eyes red, throat bobbing, stared fixedly at the braised pork. This meat. I bought it. 10 taels of silver. Give me that pot of meat. He couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that wild man eating so happily, he was practically going crazy with jealousy. Su-won didn't even glance at the silver. She took out a cloth, ready to wipe the chopsticks that had been blessed by the third brother's saliva, but paused when she heard this. She looked up, blinking her big eyes with concern, and asked young Master Zhang, "Sir, are you sure you want to eat? This is fatty meat. I see that your forehead is dark and your body is delicate. Such heavy oil and salt might be too much for your fragile stomach. If you get a stomach ache and poop in your pocket, that would be so embarrassing. Her voice was soft and caring, full of concern. But to young Master Zhang, it sounded like a blatant insult.
Who?
Who said I am delicate? Who poops in their pocket? Oh, I only did it for your good, young master, Suwon said with a gentle smile as she pushed a plate of green vegetables toward him. You should eat more vegetables. Ha, the students around couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. This young lady's words were too sharp, like a soft knife cutting deep. Young Master Zhang's face turned red with anger and his neck thickened, but he couldn't argue back. Suwon ignored him and looked down at the chopsticks in her hand, which were stained with the saliva of the third brother. She frowned slightly. So dirty. It was all saliva. How could she pick food for second brother with these? Second brother, wait a moment. I'll wash these chopsticks or get another pair. She was about to stand up. Suddenly, a long, slender, and bony hand reached over from the side and snatched the chopsticks from Suwon's hand. It was Qin Mo. Today, he wasn't wearing glasses. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes carried a mysterious, deep look that was hard to understand. Second brother? But there's saliva from the third brother on them. Suwon was anxious. No problem. Qin Mo's voice was calm, showing no emotion. He didn't pick any food with the chopsticks. Instead, he held the tip of the chopsticks, where the third brother had just sucked hard and which Suwon hadn't had time to wipe with a napkin, and brought it to his lips. He paused for a second, then looked up, locking his deep gaze onto Suwon. Then he opened his mouth and bit down. He gently pressed his lips around it, as if tasting something exquisite. The action was refined, elegant, yet carried a dangerous, subtle sensuality. It was as if he wasn't holding chopsticks, but something else.
Suwon's pupils trembled.
What was he doing? That was the third brother's saliva. Do these brothers have some strange habits? Qin Mo slowly withdrew the chopsticks, a faint smile on his lips, his voice low and magnetic. We are family. I don't dislike the third brother. He paused, his gaze falling on Suwon's lips, which were almost blood-red, and added meaningfully, of course. I wouldn't dislike the sister-in-law holding these chopsticks. These chopsticks have the scent of sister-in-law's palm, he said softly. It's sweet. Boom. Suwon felt like her head was about to explode. This wasn't eating braised pork. It was clearly eating her. This refined scoundrel. Using the excuse of eating old third saliva. Are you playing an indirect kiss with her here? Qin Meng, who was eating wildly nearby, looked up at second brother with a confused expression. Second brother, why aren't you eating meat with your chopsticks? These chopsticks are made of bamboo and not sweet. Have you been reading too much and gone a little crazy? Qin Mo glared at him and picked up a big piece of fatty meat to put in his mouth. Eat your meat. It has a certain flavor. You're like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. You can't taste it. In the afternoon, at the Ghost Valley Academy's ink pool garden, a dueling ink competition was underway. But really, it was just a show of wealth among the rich kids. Everyone look. This is my father's specially bought dragon fragrant ink from Huizhou. The young Master Zhang, who kept losing and then winning again, was like a rooster on steroids, shouting on stage. He held up a gold-embossed ink block, looking proud. 1 tael of gold for 1 tael of ink. The ink is mixed with gold powder. When written on paper, it's like dragons and phoenixes dancing, full of luxury. The students around gasped in envy.
Wow, so rich.
This ink even smells like copper. Or rather, wealth. Young Master Zhang proudly ground the ink a few times. It did shimmer with gold, but it looked a bit tacky. He challenged the people in the corner. Second young Master Qin, since you're in the academy, I guess you also brought your writing set? Don't tell me your humble family uses. What? Water mixed with ash from the bottom of the pot.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Mo pushed his glasses without even glancing at him, about to speak. A gloomy, hoarse voice interrupted. It's so noisy. Behind the Qin brothers, the boy in a black robe, who had been keeping his head down and seemed out of place among everyone else, slowly stepped forward. Seventh, Brother Chinan. His face was so pale it was almost transparent, with faint dark circles under his eyes. He looked fragile and unwell, like he might break at any moment. He disliked crowds. He disliked noise. He disliked these foolish people who reeked of cheap perfume. If it weren't for sister-in-law's advice, second brother wouldn't bother with good ink. He was too lazy to take out the stuff he brewed in the pharmacy. Little Seven, don't be afraid. Suwon stood behind him, gently squeezing his cold hand. Her voice was soft. Go ahead, let them see what real ink treasure looks like. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Chin-en's usually gloomy eyes suddenly sparkled. He nodded obediently, like a well-behaved black cat. Yes, I will listen to sister-in-law. He walked to the desk, ignoring the disdainful look from young Master Zhang. He took out a small black bottle, made of an unknown material. It was plain, without gold decoration or carvings, just like a simple poison bottle. This is my own mixture, Chin-en said softly with a chilling tone. It's called Flowing Light. Flowing Light? Ha ha ha, young Master Zhang laughed so hard his stomach hurt. I think it's pus. That dark liquid, probably coughed up by this sickly guy. Before he finished speaking, Chin-en unscrewed the bottle. There was no foul smell as expected. Instead, a very faint, cold scent with a hint of medicinal aroma quickly filled the entire ink pool garden. It smelled like pine forest after snow or midnight moonflower. Just one sniff made your mind clear. Chin-en picked up the ink bottle and slowly poured it onto a white jading stone. Clatter. The thick black liquid flowed out. In the next moment, everyone held their breath in silence. The black ink under the sunlight shimmered with a strange and beautiful purple glow. As the ink moved, the glow changed shape, like the starry night sky poured into the inkstone, bright and colorful, like a flowing galaxy. Oh my! The students who had just been mocking now opened their mouths wide like ducks being choked.
This
Is this ink? Clearly it's like pouring the Milky Way into the ink.
the shine.
The texture. Compared to this, young Master Zhang's gold-flecked ink looks like mud used by a nouveau riche. Young Master Zhang's face turned pale. His dragon fragrance ink fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. But Chin-en didn't even look at them. He picked up a brush, dipped it into the ink. The ink clung to the brush without dripping, smooth and shiny like jade. He casually drew a circle on the paper. After drawing on paper, that circle faintly revealed a three-dimensional shine, like a black hole that seemed to want to swallow a person's soul. Trash, Chin-en said as he threw down his pen and gave a professional comment on the broken dragon incense ink scattered on the ground. While everyone was still stunned, something unexpected happened, or rather, a carefully planned accident by a certain obsessive person. When Chin-en was putting the bottle cap on, his hand accidentally trembled. With a snap, the bottle tipped over. It didn't spill on the table but covered his hand in ink. The thick, dark, flowing light ink flowed down his pale, bloodless fingers, blackening his nails, seeping into his skin, and finally leaving dark, eye-catching streaks on the back of his hand, which looked like jade. Black and white. A stark contrast. The visual impact was intense, with an almost strange, beautiful, and alluring feeling. Ah, Chin-en exclaimed, holding up his dirty hand and turning to look at Suwon. The previous confident, disdainful attitude instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of almost tears and grievance. Sister-in-law, it's dirty. It won't come off. It feels so bad. He was very clean-minded. Even a little dirt could make him lose his temper. Now, his gloomy eyes were filled with tears, and the corners were red, looking pitifully at Suwon like a small white rabbit that had fallen into a coal pile. Oh no! How did this happen? Suwon felt distressed. This was her precious hand, used for acupuncture and herbal preparation. She quickly took out a cloth from her bag, still damp with spiritual spring water. Don't move, sister-in-law will wipe it for you, she said, holding his wrist. Her hand was cold. She wrapped her fingers with the cloth and carefully wiped the ink off his hand. This flowing light ink had very strong adhesion, thanks to some high-tech system. It was hard to wipe off gently, so Soo-won had to apply a little more force. He lowered his eyes, watching Soo-won's focused expression as she carefully held his hand, as if she was treating a rare treasure. A dark, twisted sense of satisfaction grew wildly in his heart. Soo-won didn't think much and assumed he was just itchy. A muffled moan escaped from deep within his throat, despite his best efforts to suppress it, filling the quiet ink garden instantly. This sound is too suggestive. It's easy to misunderstand. The students around, who had been studying ink, all turned red-faced and looked away.
Is he
wiping his hands? Why does it sound like he's doing something else? Chin Mo pushed up his glasses, watching this scene with a deep gaze. Seventh brother. He's really good at pretending. The ink could be easily washed away with water, but he insisted on his sister-in-law wiping it by hand. Such a scheming troublemaker. All right. If it won't come off, wash it again later. Soo-won noticed the strange atmosphere and blushed like a shrimp, quickly letting go. However, Chin suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. It was the first time he showed such strong aggression. His half-black, half-white hand tightly held Soo-won's fair wrist, leaving a few black fingerprints. It was as if he marked her. Sister-in-law. He leaned closer, his striking black and white eyes filled with a possessive desire. I've gotten dirty. You're dirty too.
We
are the same now. Soo-won's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, seventh brother looked like a venomous snake wrapped around her, dangerous yet breathtakingly beautiful. Alert. Obsessive mark heartbeat detected. Target. Chin and seventh brother. Status. Skin craving impulsive desire to stain sister-in-law's whiteness. Heartbeat level, 220. Gained top-tier calming incense formula skin sensitivity potion. Let go. Chin Lai stepped forward, grabbing Chin An's wrist and separating the two. He looked at the black marks on Soo-won's wrist, his brow furrowed, his gaze as cold as ice. Go wash it clean. If you get her dirty again, don't bother with this hand. Chin An withdrew his hand, lowered his eyes, and returned to his gloomy, socially anxious look. But from a hidden angle, he gently brought the hand still carrying Soo-won's warmth and scent close to his nose.
Took a deep breath.
It smells so good. This ink doesn't need to be washed away. Let it stay. This is the mark sister-in-law left on him. It was late at night in the Ghost Valley Academy's dorm area. This was the first and last day that the Chin family members stayed to study together. Tomorrow, they would leave to go home, leaving only the second brother behind to continue studying. Everything was silent, except for the warm, cozy room of the smallest room, which still had a small oil lamp burning. Second brother, isn't this candlelight too dim? It might hurt your eyes, Soo-won said, holding a pair of scissors and trimming the candle wick. She looked at her second brother with a faint sense of concern. She wore a light blue tunic, her long hair casually tied up and draped in a white fox fur coat that the fourth brother had hurriedly given her. She curled up in a large chair, looking small and lazy, like a relaxed Persian cat. It's fine. Chin Mo sat across from her at the desk, holding a scroll of the spring and autumn annals, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The glasses reflected cold light in the candle's glow, hiding the turbulent dark emotions in his eyes. If sister-in-law is sleepy, you can go to sleep in that quilt, he said softly. Turning a page, he ran his fingers over the rough bamboo slip, as if stroking something other than a book. I will study for another quarter of an hour. I'm not sleepy. I'll stay with you. Soo-won shook her head, trying to stay alert. Her second brother came to study for the family, so as a sister-in-law, how could she just sleep soundly? That's something only a person would do. It's just this desk, Soo-won frowned, setting down her sewing basket. This dorm was too broken, the floor uneven. Every time Chin Mo turned a page, the desk would creak and shake. It's so annoying. Soo-won bent down and crawled under the desk. I remember there's a piece of stiff paper in my bag. The fourth brother pulled it out from the fire pot last time. He said it's firm and perfect for under the desk. The space under the desk was narrow and cramped. The dim light only revealed the fluttering hem of Suwon's skirt as she moved, creating faint, flirtatious arcs in Chinmo's view. Chinmo's hand, holding the scroll, suddenly clenched tightly. His knuckles turned white. Found it. Suwon took out a folded, slightly burnt-looking piece of thick paper from her bosom. It was a fragment of the handwritten letter from the Grand Tutor, which Chin-mo had discarded into the fire last time, but was rescued. The writing above has almost burned away, leaving only a bright red seal with supreme authority, Imperial Tutor, Grand Preceptor. But in Suwon's eyes, it's just a piece of worthless paper. Huh. She struggled to lift the heavy table leg and, without hesitation, shoved the worthless paper that could make scholars kneel before it.
Done.
Stable now, Suwon clapped her hands, feeling satisfied as she crawled out from under the table and sat back across from Chin-mo. However, the moment she sat down, the space under the table was just too small. Their knees inevitably bumped into each other. Suwon instinctively wanted to pull her legs back. Don't move, Chin-mo suddenly spoke. He didn't look up, his gaze still on the scroll in his hand, as if his words just now were part of reciting a scripture. But his actions under the table were far from wise. He stretched his long legs forward confidently, not avoiding at all. His knees pressed together, directly trapping Suwon's small legs that had nowhere to rest. Second brother, Suwon was so shocked she almost jumped up, her face instantly turning red. What kind of pose is this? Through her thin pants, she could clearly feel the tense muscles on Chinmo's calves and the continuous, burning heat. That was the body temperature of an adult man, domineering and scorching. Chin-mo finally looked up. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. He raised a long finger, pressing it to his cool lips. Sister-in-law, I'm reciting self-discipline and restoring rights. If you move around, it will disturb my focus. Seriously? Self-discipline and restoring rights. Your legs are about to crush mine. Can't you loosen up? Suwon felt as if her legs were welded shut by two glowing hot tongs. She couldn't move. Any slight struggle only increased the friction, sending a tingling sensation straight to her forehead. Then can you loosen a bit? Suwon's voice trembled, almost crying. It's too tight. Can't loosen. Chin-mo turned a page, his tone as calm as discussing the weather, but his gaze behind the glasses fixed her panicked face. This space is too small, only like this. Can I stay warm? Andy said she would keep me company. Are you already giving up? He gently applied more pressure, tightening his legs again. The feeling of being completely controlled and overpowered made Suwon's mind go blank. Is this what a refined scoundrel is? Reading wise books, but secretly playing with leg tricks under the table? Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense and almost ready to explode, bang.
Bang! Bang!
A series of quick, rough knocks suddenly sounded on the door. It was the kind of knock that looked for rule breakers, with a scrutinizing tone. Open up. Check the dorm, came a stern voice that made anyone feel weak in the knees. Suwon froze in fear, like a startled rabbit. It's over. It's that strict teacher known as Go Scare. People say this old man hates students who don't study seriously and hates girls staying overnight in the dorms. If they were caught in this position, it would be impossible to explain, even if they jumped into a river. Second brother. Quickly let go. I'll go hide. Suwon hurriedly pushed his leg. Chin-mo remained still. He calmly closed his book, even taking a moment to straighten Suwon's fox fur collar. Why hide? Auntie is from the Chin family. She behaves properly and sits upright. Besides, he pushed up his glasses, a sly smile curling his lips. He has to have the courage to check. Suddenly, the door was pushed open without a lock by the strict teacher. The teacher was a man in his 50s, with a face full of hardship and resentment, holding a ruler, followed by two students watching the scene. As he entered, his sharp eyes scanned the room like searchlights.
Kin Montak.
It's so late. Aren't you turning off the lights? Are you doing something shady? The teacher sniffed, catching a faint, pleasant milk scent from Suwon. His brow immediately furrowed. Huh? Why does this room smell like a woman's powder? This is disgraceful. Are you hiding someone? At this moment, Suwon sat properly opposite Chin Emo, pretending to sew with a needle and thread. Although her legs were still pressed under the table, her upper body looked very virtuous, modest, and elegant. Teacher, visiting late at night is not polite. Chin Emo sat in his chair without moving his backside. He glanced faintly at Master Yen, his eyes cold behind the gold-rimmed glasses.
Humph.
Don't give me that nonsense. Master Yen strode in loudly, tapping his ruler on the table. Let me see what you're doing. Are you reading some idle book? As he scolded, he bent down to check the trash bin under the desk, hoping to find leftover pages of a romantic novel. In that moment, his gaze inevitably fell on the leg of the desk. What is under this desk? Looking at the texture of that paper. It seems to be the special Qingxin Hall paper used in the palace. And that corner that's showing. That red ink pad. Master Yen squinted his old eyes and leaned in to look closer. Suddenly, clang, the ruler in his hand dropped to the ground, hitting his foot, but he didn't even grunt. He froze as if struck by lightning, standing stiffly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At that moment, all the blood in his body seemed to freeze, and cold sweat soaked his back instantly. Those two characters. Those majestic, flowing seal script characters. Grand Tutor. That was the private seal of the current imperial tutor, a figure so revered that even the emperor called him teacher. A handwritten letter worth a fortune, enough to make scholars across the land burn incense in its honor. And it was actually used by Chin Emo to prop up the desk. Master Yan's mind exploded with countless fireworks. Who exactly is Chin Emo? Could he be the Grand Tutor's illegitimate son? No, even if he were, he wouldn't dare to disgrace his father's letter like this. Unless he's a secret visitor from the royal family? The little prince rumored to be deeply favored by the Grand Tutor? Only the royal family would have such audacity, treating gold and power as nothing.
No wonder.
No wonder he could produce such a divine artifact. No wonder the dean looked at him with admiration. Turns out, he's a great Buddha. Master? Chin Emo looked at the trembling old man, slightly raising an eyebrow. What are you looking at? This desk wobbles a bit. My wife casually placed some waste paper underneath. If Master feels it's unsightly, I will remove it immediately. He made a move to lift the desk. Master, Yen let out a loud scream, like a pig being slaughtered, ignoring any sense of respect or dignity. He suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, protectively holding onto the table leg. Can't move. This table is well padded. So well padded. Steady. So steady. This means our great summer country is stable. He looked up, beads of cold sweat on his face, full of admiration and awe, gazing at Chin Emo as if he were an ancestor. Young Master Chin, please continue reading. Read as you like. Is this lamp bright enough? If not, I can move that everlasting lamp for you. Is this quilt soft enough? If not, I can bring you the mountain head's sable fur. Chin Emo pushed up his glasses, a faint smile in his eyes. He knew whose letter that was. He also understood what this old man was imagining. This is called leveraging influence. Even a piece of scrap paper can be powerful if used correctly. There's no need, Chin Emo said calmly. If Master Yen is fine, you may leave now. Your wife is timid. You scared her. And remember to knock when entering this room in the future. Yes, yes, yes. I'll leave now. I'll leave now. Master Yen scrambled out, even closing the door behind him, and at the door, he shouted. Everyone listen. Anyone who dares come within 100 steps of Ding's house again, I'll break their legs. Suwon blushed under the table. Second brother. Early morning, the bell of Ghost Valley Academy rang loudly, making people anxious. Inside Ding's room, the light was dim and intimate. Chin Emo stood in front of a bronze mirror, arms slightly open, while Suwon busily helped him. Today, he wore a dark blue cloud-pattern long gown, with a high collar, buttoned up tightly, giving off a cold, restrained vibe. Second brother, lower your head. Suwon tiptoed, pinching the top button of his robe. Chin Emo obediently bent down. In that moment, their breaths intertwined. Suwon's fingers accidentally brushed his prominent Adam's apple. Thud! That alluring Adam's apple moved sharply under her fingertips. Chin Mo lowered his eyes, his narrow phoenix eyes revealing nothing but the sight of her smooth, white neck. Older sister-in-law, he suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse like gravel. This collar is too tight. It's choking me. I want to. What are you talking about? Suwon's cheeks flushed as she glared at him in annoyance. This is a formal ceremony to honor the master. Be serious. Keep your mischievous thoughts to yourself. Chin Mo chuckled softly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with long fingers, slowly placing them on his nose. Once he put on the glasses, his refined, slightly sinister aura instantly appeared. All right, I'll listen to my sister-in-law, he said lightly, his fingertips brushing faintly against Suwon's face. Hide your mischievous thoughts. When no one's around, you can show them to me. Mingluan Hall, main hall. The atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. The position of first disciple, once held by Chin Mo, was now occupied by a greedy young man from the Zhang family. The head of the mountain, Geguzi, sat high above, his gaze wandering. Last night, the Zhang family had sent a large gift of gold. Chin Mo, the head coughed softly. After discussion in the academy, although young Master Zhang is still inexperienced, he is sincere. So, the position of senior disciple is given to him. You're the second disciple. Come, offer a cup of tea to your senior brother. This will settle the matter. Offering tea? To a fool? The students whispered among themselves. Young Master Zhang sat cross-legged, shaking his chubby body proudly, with a smug look. What? Isn't Chin junior brother going to do it? Being able to offer me tea is a blessing you've earned over many lifetimes. Chin Mo stood still, expressionless, his eyes behind the glasses cold as a dead lake. He was holding back, for the sake of that title. In this humiliating silence, a faint sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Suwon didn't hide in the corner. She walked step by step behind Chin Mo in front of everyone, tiptoeing slightly, almost pressed against his back. This display of closeness in front of so many people was her strongest support for Chin Mo. Second brother, she whispered into his ear, her warm breath slipping into his ear canal, carrying a captivating, ambitious desire. We won't worship a master who throws his face on the ground. Our family has money, land, and people, instead of being a junior to a fool. Why not, second brother, become the grandmaster yourself? Boom. That phrase, become the grandmaster, was like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder.
Kin Montak's pupils shrank suddenly.
This sentence from sister-in-law completely shattered his perspective, turning it from studying into dominating.
Ding.
Detected, ambition awakening, heartbeat, target, Chin Mo, second brother. Status, perspective expanded attracted by sister-in-law's confident charm. Heartbeat, 1000. Unlocked achievement, Universal Academy Building Blueprint.
Kin Montag smiled.
That smile carried a chilling arrogance and wickedness. His slender fingers elegantly picked up the cup. Young Master Zhang eagerly reached out to take it. Clatter. Chin Mo flipped his wrist. The hot tea spilled completely onto young Master Zhang's feet. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang jumped in surprise. Chin Mo calmly took out a handkerchief belonging to Suwon, gently wiped his fingers, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and his lenses flashed coldly. Dean, this tea is too muddy. Students are afraid to drink it. It would dirty their hearts. He suddenly grabbed Suwon's wrist, holding it tightly, and looked around with a commanding gaze. Different paths, no cooperation. I refuse to acknowledge this teacher. Gigu is vast, but it can't contain my Chin Mo's rebellious spirit. After speaking, he pulled Suwon and turned to leave. Hey, you dare to leave? You'll never stand in the literary world again. The dean's roar came from behind. Chin Mo didn't stop, only leaving a light remark. Stand? I don't need your support. Next time we meet. Everyone, welcome to enroll in my academy. Chin Mo's last words were heavy. If it weren't for sister-in-law's reminder, he wouldn't have expected this path at all. At the academy gate, Mo and Suwon just stepped out when they were stunned by the scene before them. No longer was that broken cart at the entrance. Oldest brother Lai, wielding a long sword, stood like a fierce god blocking the road. Third brother Meng, holding a flat basket, glared with a face full of flesh. Fourth brother Yu, fanning himself with a smile that looked like a fox. The twins and seventh brother lined up, each holding various tools. This wasn't a welcoming party. It looked more like a scene of a kidnapping, crossed out, or a riot. Second brother, I told you this broken academy can't hold us. Third brother shouted loudly, making the mountain gate tremble. Let's go. Back home. I've long disliked these pretentious scholars. Get in the car. Lai put away his sword and glanced at the hands tightly held by Mo and Suwon. His eyes were deep and serious. Everyone get in the car. Let's squeeze together. On the way back in the carriage. It was a widened big carriage, purchased by the fourth brother, but 7 grown men, and Suwon still made it very crowded. This crowding naturally turned into a battlefield. Suwon was squeezed in the middle. To her left was Mo, and to her right was the fourth brother, Yu. In front, Lai and the third brother were driving, and behind, 3 little ones were lying down. Second brother, shouldn't you loosen your grip? Yu shook the broken fan, squinting with a playful smile, looking at Mo, who is still holding Suwon's hand. We're out of the academy now, and you haven't played the deep love of husband and wife enough yet. Mo pushed up his glasses. Instead of loosening his hold, he used his sleeve to hide and gently scratched Suwon's palm. Fourth brother, you're mistaken, he said softly but with a teasing, slightly mischievous tone. The road isn't smooth, and my sister-in-law is delicate and weak. I'm just protecting her. Protecting? Fifth brother peeked out from behind. Second brother, is that really protecting? You're almost pressed against sister-in-law. I want to protect too. Shut up. Mo glanced coldly at fifth brother, then slightly tilted his head. Using the bumping of the carriage, he leaned towards Suwon. In that moment, his lips almost brushed past Suwon's ear. Under the watchful eyes of all the brothers, in this crowded, noisy carriage, he played a subtle trick. Sister-in-law, he whispered in a voice only Suwon could hear, hot and moist, near her ear, that grandmaster call earlier. It made my bones feel soft. Suwon trembled all over, her face instantly turning bright red. This person. How dare he do this in front of so many brothers? Mo's hand under his sleeve slid up her wrist, gently pinching her fingertips, with a hint of teasing and reward. Since sister-in-law has ignited my fire. After we go back, you'll have to manage the money for building the academy. You'll have to oversee the people working there. Even I, as the future head of the academy. Sister-in-law, you'll have to keep everything in check. Second brother. What are you doing? The eldest brother, Lai, who had been watching through the rearview mirror, which didn't really exist, he was just turning his head, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. His sharp eagle-like eyes fixed tightly on Mo, who was leaning close to Suwon's ear.
Sit properly.
Don't press on Jiao Jiao. Mo paused, then slowly sat upright, pushed up his glasses, and looked like a gentleman. Big brother misunderstood. I am discussing with sister-in-law about choosing a site for the future. Choosing a site? Lai snorted coldly, whipping the horse's rear. The carriage jolted forward sharply. Choosing what? We'll just tear down the forest behind the mountain when we go back. If we're building, let's build the biggest one. Let those snobbish fools see what the Qin family is really made of. Inside the carriage, Suwon covered her hot ears and watched the men arguing loudly, all of them burning with the same fire in their eyes. She smiled. This is the Qin family. A pack of wolves who can rebuild an empire from ruins, even if abandoned by the world. All right. Suwon reached out and took Mo's hand, then pulled the jealous fourth brother's hand. She shouted loudly, "Let's go home. Build our own Wanxiang Academy." In 30 miles, the group quickly returned home. Early morning in Langya village, the fog had not yet cleared. On the hillside, the weeds had already started to boil over. Are we really going to build here? Fourth brother Yu waved a golden silk Nanmu folding fan, his peach blossom eyes slightly squinting as he looked at the rugged, weed-covered slope, which was taller than a person. He twitched his lips. Sister-in-law, this is a tough nut. Just the snakes, insects, mice, and ants in these grasses are enough to drink a whole pot. Not to mention those huge blue stones weighing thousands of jin. On the way back last night, everyone was excitedly shouting about building the academy in the carriage. But early this morning, standing on the site, they realized that the ideal was beautiful, but reality was just dirt. Suwon stood on a high ground, holding a rolled-up blueprint of the Wanxiang Academy master plan she exchanged from the system mall. The wind lifted her moon-white skirt. She ignored the fourth brother's complaints and slowly unfolded the blueprint. What's wrong with a tough nut? Suwon's voice was clear and confident, with a convincing firmness. If the Qin family is going to build, we will build the best. The back mountain is high, backed by the dragon vein, actually a water source, facing open land. It's a natural feng shui treasure land. She pointed to the detailed lines on the blueprint. Look, here we will build a circular track, so Old Third can take students for morning runs. Here is the teaching area. Each room will have large glass windows for plenty of sunlight. And over here is our own inner courtyard, with a hot spring pool and a garden. A few village-old bricklayers nearby stretched their necks to look at the blueprint. In just one glance, these old men, who had spent their lives working with mud and tiles, suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. Oh my goodness! The old bricklayer trembled as he pointed at the blue perspective lines and red markings on the blueprint. What kind of drawing is this? The lines are straighter than hair. Is this the palace of the immortals? Could it be that the lady is a heavenly official? This formation. We common folks can't understand it. Alert. Detected group, dimensionality reduction attack. Target, Wolf Tooth Village Craftsman Group. Status. Worship desire to kneel. Heartwarming farm reward. Construction enthusiast gift pack ×1 includes Hercules gloves, unbreakable mountain opening axe, infinite refills of iced plum juice. Suwon put away the blueprint, satisfied with everyone's reactions. That's the effect she wanted, something impressive and mysterious. It's okay if you don't understand. Just follow the plan. Suwon turned around, her gaze passing over the crowd and settling precisely on the tall, silent man standing beside her like a tower. Qin Lai. Today, he wasn't wearing his intimidating armor, just a thin black short-sleeved shirt, with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his bulging forearm veins. He held a heavy iron hammer, weighing about 50 pounds, as if it were a simple stick of grass. Big brother, Suwon waved at him softly. Come help me out. Qin Lai strode over with a fiery aura. What should I do? Just say, I'll smash it. His words were straightforward. In his eyes, there was no need for planning. Where Suwon pointed, that's where he would charge. Qin Lai followed the instructions. He stood tall among the wild grass, like a sturdy pine tree. Suwon held the other end of the soft measuring tape and stepped back slowly. A little more to the left. Yes, don't move. Measuring is usually very boring. But because it was Qin Lai, the scene started to feel a bit strange. To confirm the position, Suwon had to move back and forth often. Sometimes she moved in front of him, sometimes behind him. Big brother, raise your hand. Suwon stood in front of him, tiptoeing to measure the vertical height of this part of the ground. She pulled the soft tape up along his outer thigh. The tape slid along his tight pants. SSSHH, SSSHH. Qin Lai's muscles tensed instantly. When he looked down, he could see Suwon's pretty face so close and her bright eyes shining with focus. Her breath, through her thin clothes, brushed against his waist and stomach. Jiao jiao. Qin Lai's Adam's apple moved sharply, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Do I really need to be so close to measure the ground? Suwon paused her action, looked up innocently, and said, The ground is uneven. If I don't use your leg as a reference, the line I measure will be crooked. She even dared to poke his hard, iron-like thigh muscle with her finger. Big brother, relax. Your muscles are so tense the soft tape can't even wrap around. Can't wrap around? The string of reason in Qin Lai's mind almost snapped. Does this little woman know what kind of wild words she's saying? He is a man. A strong, energetic man who just wants to carry her back into the house. How can he relax now? Huff, Qin took a deep breath, forcing down the desire rising in his lower abdomen. He closed his eyes, recited a calming spell, and let that little demon measure and compare on his body.
Beep.
Endurance level, heartbeat detected. Target, Qin boss. Status, human-shaped pillar full of heat. Heartbeat value, 500. Gain title, the hardest ruler. Finally, the measurement was over. Suwon put away the soft tape and pointed at a large green oak stone blocking the middle of the road, as big as half a house. We have the data. But this stone blocks the central axis of the academy. It needs to be moved. Several old masons circled the stone, looking worried. They said, "Madam, this is broken dragon stone. Most of it is buried underground, at least 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. Our village doesn't have a crane. Even if dozens of strong workers push together, it might not move. Maybe. We should go around." "We can't go around," Qin suddenly said. He opened his eyes, and a wild light flashed in his dark eyes. "If we go around, our momentum will be lost. The Qin family academy must go straight forward." After speaking, he threw his hammer onto the ground with a loud thud, causing the earth to shake. Everyone looked at him in shock. He raised his hand, grabbed the collar of his shirt, and tore it open with a loud ripping sound. The tight black shirt was pulled off and casually tossed onto the grass. A loud crash followed. The strong visual impact instantly silenced everyone. Under the noon sun, Qin was shirtless. What a body he had. His bronze-colored skin looked like it was coated with a glaze, shining with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. Every muscle seemed carefully sculpted by a master. His broad back muscles, neatly arranged eight-pack abs, and the lines running down to his waist, covered with scars of various sizes, were like medals of a man, raw and wild, full of primal charm. Suwon stood nearby, feeling her face flush instantly. Although it wasn't the first time seeing this, doing so in front of everyone.
Who could handle that?
"Everyone, step back," Qin commanded softly. He walked over, holding the edge of the large green stone with both hands. He spread his feet, planted them firmly in the dirt like a rooted old tree. "Rise," he roared from deep within his chest. His muscles instantly swelled with blood, bulging, with veins like twisting angry dragons, wildly jumping on his arms and neck. The powerful burst of energy was almost suffocating. Crack, crack, crack. The giant stone buried in the ground for hundreds of years actually moved. The soil loosened, and stones shattered and flew. "Open up." Qin exerted more force, his roar like a tiger's cry in the mountains.
Boom.
A giant boulder weighing thousands of pounds was forcefully pushed over by him alone, rolling down the hillside with a thunderous roar. Dust and smoke rose into the air. The path was cleared. Divine power. "This is a miracle from the heavens." The old masons sat on the ground in shock, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Qin. Qin stood in the middle of the dust cloud. He was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. Sweat poured down his forehead, tracing the high bridge of his nose, sliding over his Adam's apple, and flowing across his well-defined chest and abs. It finally gathered along his V-shaped muscles and disappeared into his black waistband. He looked like he had just been pulled out of water, shiny, attractive, and exuding a strong, masculine scent that made people's legs weak. Suwon watched the scene and instinctively swallowed hard. Suddenly, an absurd yet tempting thought crossed her mind. If she slid down on that, would it be very slippery? Jiao Jiao. Qin turned around, casually wiped the sweat from his face, and walked over with steady steps. He was radiating heat, his gaze intense and slightly aggressive. "The road is open. Are you satisfied?" Suwon snapped back to reality, looking at the wall of flesh before her, her face flushing red. She quickly took a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, tiptoed, and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Big brother, You've worked hard. Wipe it, it's all sweat. But before her hand could touch his face, a large, hot hand caught her in midair. Chin Lai held her wrist. His hand was large, rough, covered with dirt and sweat. Suwon's hand was small, soft, and fragrant. The stark contrast made the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. Don't wipe it. Chin Lai lowered his head, his deep gaze fixed on her, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. I'm dirty. And he gently pulled her hand and lowered it onto his still thumping chest. Through the thin layer of skin, Suwon could clearly feel his frantic heartbeat and the incredible heat radiating from his body. I'm very angry right now. Chin Lai leaned close to her ear, his warm breath mixed with the scent of sweat, becoming the strongest kind of attraction. If Jiao Jiao keeps touching me like that, in this wild mountain area, I can't promise. Big Brother might do something even more exhausting than breaking rocks. Suwon felt a sudden heat at her fingertips, like an electric shock, and quickly pulled her hand back. I won't touch anymore. No more. She hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, stuffed her handkerchief into his arms, and turned to run. I'm going to see how the 4th brother is doing with selling the house. Watching her hurried figure escape, Chin Lai clenched the handkerchief that carried her scent in his hand, a wild smile appearing on his face. He lowered his head, brought the handkerchief to his nose, and took a deep breath. It smells wonderful. It makes him work even harder. 3rd brother. Chin Lai turned his head and shouted at Chin Meng, who was staring blankly nearby. Stop watching. Bring the hammer. If we don't level this land today, no one is allowed to eat tonight. Got it, big brother? I'll be right there. Chin Meng carried a shovel and rushed over, eyes full of admiration as he looked at his muscular older brother. Big brother is so awesome. When can I train to be like that? I want my wife to wipe my sweat too. Chin Lai shot him a glance and snorted coldly. Want your wife to wipe your sweat? First, go pull out those 10 trees over there, at the foot of the mountain, inside a temporary shelter. The atmosphere was not as lively as on the mountain. Instead, it carried a suffocating poverty smell. We have no money left. Old 4th Chin Yu lounged in a grand chair, swinging a delicate golden-threaded rosewood fan lazily. His usually sharp and calculating fox-like face was now full of despair. He pointed at the ledger on the table, which was cleaner than his face, and looked at Suwon, who had just come down from the mountain with sad eyes. Sister-in-law, Big Brother is happily demolishing and relocating on the mountain, swinging his hammer loudly. But he doesn't know that with each strike, he's breaking not just stones, but your 4th brother's heart and lungs. Materials, stones, wood. None are cheap. Our little family savings just now that spendthrift 5th brother spent more on buying gunpowder materials. Now, there's not even enough money on the ledger to buy a sheet of rice paper for 2nd brother. Chin Yu said this while leaning to the side, deliberately close to Suwon. The smell of agarwood mixed with a metallic scent quickly surrounded Suwon. Older sister-in-law. He stretched out a long finger, hooked her sleeve, and gently shook it, like a hungry fox seeking food. A skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. How about trading your gold hairpin? Or maybe. His gaze lingered suggestively on Suwon, and his voice lowered with a mischievous smile. Sell me too? Though I'm not as good at work as Big Brother, this face. I could be a kept man for a wealthy lady, and it might still be worth 100 or 2 in silver. Get lost. Suwon laughed and pushed his hand away, then lightly tapped his forehead. The Chin family isn't so poor that we have to sell ourselves. She walked to the table, picked up an ink-stained brush, and drew several circles around the empty Wanxiang Academy planning map. 4th brother, who says we have no money? Suwon pointed to the patch of land still covered in weeds on the map, her eyes shining brighter than gold. Look at this land. It's close to the academy, backed by green mountains, facing clear water. If later 2nd brother becomes the mountain master and Big Brother becomes the chief instructor, the people living here could be neighbors with the literature star and the martial star. Chin Yu narrowed his eyes, and his fan paused. He was a natural businessman, with a sharp sense of smell. He understood everything instantly. Older sister-in-law means. Chin Yu suddenly sat upright, his eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, as if the lazy man from before was not him. selling this piece of land that's still just a shadow. To those greedy landowners who want their children to breathe in culture. Exactly, this is called school district housing. Suwon's lips curled slightly, revealing a groundbreaking business idea. And we're not selling the actual houses. We're selling pre-sale houses. Just like your big brother planting trees on the mountain, the trees aren't grown yet, but the fruit is sold first. This is called making money with nothing. Bang. Qin Yu felt like a thunderbolt struck his head. Enlightening. So clear. First collect the money, then build the house. Use the client's money to do your own business. This kind of clever. No, genius idea could only come from his seemingly harmless sister-in-law.
Ding.
Detected. Business epiphany. Excitement. Target. Qin Yu, fourth brother. Status. A big burst of greediness and overwhelming admiration for sister-in-law. Heart value. 800. Gained item. Gold abacus. Calculation speed 200%. Maximum resistance to deception. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Qin Yu excitedly jumped up, grabbed Suwon's hand, and kissed the back of it fiercely. Sister-in-law, how did your brain grow? You're like a living treasure chest. I want to share in the good luck too. Then, this person actually became bolder, pressing Suwon's hand against his chest and rubbing it against the embroidered money pattern on his clothes. Suwon could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly under her palm, excited by the coming wealth. All right. Stop rubbing. Smells like powder. Suwon blushed and quickly pulled her hand back, pointing at the barren land. Hurry up and work. Our second brother's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, and our eldest brother's wages all depend on tonight. Night fell. At the entrance of Wolf Tooth Village, the temporary shed was transformed. It hung a few red lanterns, making it look mysterious and elegant. A large redwood table was set in the middle, moved from the fourth room. On the table was the Heavenly Palace map, painted by Suwon. Sitting beside it was second brother Qin Mo, dressed in a green robe, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a cold expression. He was there to keep order and sign contracts. Meanwhile, fourth brother Qin Yu, dressed in a purple-gold brocade robe, holding his signature folding fan, smiled like a clever fox, welcoming the first batch of hunters. All of them were wealthy merchants from the county town. They had long heard that Qin's family had a talented scholar favored by the Grand Tutor, and after seeing the glass miracle, they were eager. Everyone, please take a look. Qin Yu suddenly closed his folding fan with a swoosh, gently tapping the drawing with the fan's ribs. It pointed to the barren land still overgrown with weeds. This place is called Top Scholar's Garden. Qin Yu's voice was lively and persuasive, with a captivating tone. This is the feng shui eye of the entire academy. Green dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird in front, black tortoise behind. Our second brother, the future head of the mountain, passes by here every morning during his reading. Living here, every breath he takes is filled with a scent of ink. Really? Note. The placeholder, Top Scholar's Garden, should be replaced with a family-friendly name if needed. A plump merchant was so excited that his beard trembled. Fourth Lord Qin, this house. How much are you selling it for? Qin Yu smiled slightly and held up 3 fingers. 300 taels, the merchant relaxed. Not too expensive. Not quite. Qin Yu shook his head, a slight sneer on his lips, as if looking at a country bumpkin. It's 3,000 taels, and that's just a deposit. Everyone gasped. 3,000 taels? Just a deposit? Is old Fourth Qin crazy about money? That's just wasteland. No bricks or buildings. Too expensive. Too expensive. It's like stealing. People shook their heads, some even turned to leave. Seeing the scene cooling down, Suwon, who had been standing nearby pouring tea, actually just acting as a mascot, suddenly moved. She carried a tea tray and approached Qin Mo. As she poured tea, she slightly bent down. Her moon-white skirt brushed the ground gently, and her white wrist shimmered softly under the lantern light. Second brother, she said softly but clearly enough for everyone to hear, the calligraphy that Grand Tutor sent a few days ago. Should it be hung in the main hall of the top scholar tower? Chin Mo pushed up his glasses, the lenses flashing coldly, in perfect sync. Yes. The Grand Tutor said it was meant for the #1 in the world. Naturally, it should be displayed in the best spot. The Grand Tutor's calligraphy? The #1 in the world? The wealthy merchants who were about to leave suddenly froze. That was the calligraphy of the imperial teacher. If it could be hung at their door, wouldn't their sons' imperial exams be guaranteed success in the future? Sold. The merchant who had just complained about the price shouted loudly, pulling out a stack of silver notes and slamming them on the table. 3,000 taels. I'll pay 3,000 taels. I want the top scholar tower. No one else can compete with me. I'll pay 3,500 taels. I want the one closest to the mountain exit. 4,000 taels. I want the one where I can see General Qin practicing in the morning. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. This wasn't buying a house. It was a life-or-death scramble. Qin Yu stood behind the table, watching the silver notes fly like snowflakes, smiling so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared. He skillfully collected the money while signaling to Qin Mo, second brother. Hurry.
Write the contract.
Don't let these fat sheep run away. Qin Mo picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote quickly, his calligraphy flowing smoothly like clouds and water. The contract was written in dense, complicated language, full of harsh clauses like, the final interpretation belongs to the Qin family, non-refundable, and no compensation for delayed delivery. But in this excited atmosphere, no one paid attention to the details. Everyone was eager to stamp their mark, afraid that if they hesitated, the house would be gone. Half an hour later, the crowd dispersed. Only 3 members of the Qin family remained under the shelter, along with a pile of banknotes stacked on the table.
Yes.
It's really happening. Qin Yu buried his face in the pile of banknotes, took a deep breath, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is the smell of money. Sister-in-law, smell it. Isn't it better than any perfume in the world? Seeing his greedy expression, Suwon couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and poked his head. Enough. Stop smelling. Just count if it's enough for fixing the road and buying bricks. Qin Yu suddenly looked up. His eyes, full of excitement, glowed red like he was drunk, staring intently at Suwon. Sister-in-law, his voice suddenly became hoarse, carrying a sticky, eager tone. He grabbed Suwon's hand, which was still poking his head, and pulled hard. Suwon was caught off guard, falling onto the armrest of the grand chair, and he half encircled her in his arms. Fourth brother. What are you doing? Second brother is still here. Suwon was startled and instinctively looked at Qin Mo, who was nearby organizing the contract. Qin Mo didn't lift his head. He pushed up his glasses calmly and said, Keep going. I'm calculating the accounts. I'm deaf and blind. Though he said that, his fingers holding the pen turned slightly white, and his ears turned a little red. Qin Yu ignored all that. He pushed the banknotes aside to make space, then grabbed Suwon's hand and pressed it onto the pile of money. Sister-in-law. He leaned in close, his handsome face enlarging in her view. His breath was hot and aggressive. This much money. You helped me earn it. I was counting the money just now, and my hands got cramps. Shouldn't sister-in-law feel sorry for me? Suwon wanted to pull her hand back, but found she couldn't. Her hand was cold from the banknotes, but Qin Yu's palm was scorching hot. A clash of hot and cold.
Then,
what reward do you want? Suwon asked nervously. Qin Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He rested his chin on Suwon's shoulder and rubbed against her like a big cat. Really? Qin Yu chuckled softly beside her, his voice smooth and tempting. Sister-in-law, where are you thinking? The silver is too heavy, making my legs ache. Help me take out the silver. And maybe rub my legs, okay? His gaze grew mischievous, with a mix of playfulness and deep affection. Sister-in-law, will this money be enough for you to stay with me all night while we count? Just as Suwon's face was turning red with embarrassment, a brush flew through the air and hit Qin Yu's hand precisely, leaving a dark ink mark. Qin Mo closed his ledger and stood up. He took off his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and his voice turned cold with a hint of danger. Fourth brother, when you're done counting, go to bed. Sister-in-law's hands are for holding pens, not for serving as your maid. After saying that, he walked over and pulled Soo-won out of Chin-yu's arms, shielding her behind him. Sister-in-law, it's late. Big brother is still waiting on the mountain to deliver your meal. Let's go. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Chin-yu rubbed his red hand, not angry but instead smelling the hand that had just grabbed Soo-won, full of her scent. TSK, he shook his fan and looked at the table full of silver notes, smiling happily. Second brother, only now can you pretend to be serious. Could it be that my sister-in-law is just teasing us, wanting to see us jump into the mud pit?
Sure.
Here comes my sister-in-law. From afar, Soo-won, dressed in a light pink skirt, was walking gracefully, carrying 2 bamboo tubes filled with chilled plum juice. She moved carefully, afraid of stepping on the muddy spots on the ground. But to the twins, that spotless pink color was like the only hope in this dark world. How's it going? Soo-won stopped about 3 meters from the edge of the pit, keeping a safe distance, and looked at the 2 still squirming, mud figures, inside with a look of disdain. Did you get the proportions right? Lime clay and that. Iron or slag, are they all added? Yes. All added. Fifth brother Chin-fong excitedly crawled out of the pit. As he moved, the grayish-white mud slid down his tense muscles, outlining his youthful, powerful body. Though dirty, that wild energy was very striking. Sister-in-law, look quickly. Chin-fong proudly held up a lump of freshly mixed cement. It looks soft now, but the piece we spilled on the edge just now seems to be hardening already. Soo-won leaned in to look. Sure enough, on the nearby experimental field, the layer of cement laid half an hour ago was now turning white and hardening. It's done. Soo-won's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This is cement. Once it dries, it'll be harder than stone. Our academy's road will never have muddy spots after rain again. Can it really turn into stone? Sixth brother Chin-yun also crawled out, excitedly shouting and rushing towards Soo-won. Sister-in-law is amazing. Hug me. I want to share her good luck. Stop. Stay back. Soo-won was so frightened her face changed color, and she quickly retreated. Don't come over. Look at yourselves. You're so dirty. The 2 boys covered in mud and cement froze in place. They looked visibly upset. Fifth brother drooped his head, his curly hair almost flattened. Sister-in-law doesn't want us. Big brother wiped off the sweat, and sister-in-law even helped rub his legs. But when it's our turn, we're just so dirty. Sixth brother was even more dramatic. He plopped down on the ground in the mud, looked up with a muddy face, and only his white eyes showing, blinking. Sister-in-law doesn't love us anymore. We are just unwanted little mud dogs, doing the dirtiest work, eating the least food, with not even a hug. Boo-hoo.
Soo-won.
These 2 drama queens. Knowing she is very particular about cleanliness, they still pretend to be pitiful. But seeing their wet, sad puppy eyes, Soo-won's heart softened. These are the most innocent and obedient most of the time. Twins of the Chin family. They rolled around in the mud all day to help her build this infrastructure tool. All right, stop crying. Soo-won sighed, placing the sour plum drink on a stone, and pointed to the bamboo pipe water source nearby. You just want praise? Hugging is impossible, and these clothes are still new. She walked over, picked up the bamboo pipe still flowing with water, and tested the pressure. It was fine, mountain spring water, quite strong. Come here, Soo-won waved at the 2, with a hint of gentle affection in her eyes. Stand still. Your sister-in-law will give you a wash. Bath. The twins looked at each other and instantly came back to life. Sister-in-law is going to give us a bath? This is top VIP treatment that even the eldest and second brothers don't get. Coming, the 2 jumped up like carp leaping out of water, happily running to Soo-won and obediently standing still. One on the left, one on the right, like 2 clay statues waiting for inspection. Turn around, Soo-won ordered. The twins obediently turned their backs. Spray! Soo-won pressed her finger on the bamboo pipe, turning the water into a strong jet, directly spraying it on the 5th brother's back. The icy mountain spring water made Qin Feng shiver all over.
Hiss.
Sister-in-law. So cold. Feels so good. As the water washed over him, the thick layer of grayish cement mud was rinsed away, revealing his bronze-colored skin underneath. That was the youthful, firm, and elastic back. Water droplets slid down his deep spinal groove, passing over his tight, rounded hips, even though he was wearing pants, flowing down to his slender legs. It's my turn. It's my turn. The sixth brother eagerly pouted his butt. Suwon twirled her wrist, directing the water jet at the sixth brother. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, don't spray my waist. It's itchy. The sixth brother twisted like a worm, muscles trembling all over. Gradually, most of the mud was washed away. But his clothes were still on. That thin pair of trousers, when wet, almost became transparent. They clung tightly to the body, outlining some blush-worthy curves. Okay. Wash yourself clean. Go soak in the river. Suwon felt her throat dry and quickly threw down the bamboo tube, ready to run. Not clean yet, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Suwon's wrist. It was Lao Wu. He was soaked from head to toe, with water still dripping from his hair, and his eyes shone brightly after being washed, with a hint of the typical aggressive look of a young wolf. Sister-in-law, you haven't washed the front yet, Qin Feng said, pulling Suwon's hand and putting the bamboo tube back into her grip, then stepping closer. The front, Suwon looked at his chest, which was just inches away. Water droplets slid down his full chest, over his tight abs, and into the semi-transparent waistband of his pants.
It was
so tempting. Yes, the mud is in front. Lao Lu also came over, blocking Suwon's retreat from behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, trapped Suwon in the middle. The damp smell of dirt, mountain spring water, and the youthful body scent instantly overwhelmed her. Sister-in-law, please help. Lao Lu lowered his head, his wet head rubbing against Suwon's shoulder like a freshly bathed golden retriever shaking off water. We can't see ourselves, and we can't wash it off properly. If this cement dries on us, it will harden. Boom. Suwon felt like she was about to explode. These two were doing it on purpose.
You
wash yourselves. Suwon's hands trembled as the water in the bamboo tube splashed everywhere, splashing Qin Feng's face.
Qin Feng didn't dodge.
He stuck out his tongue, licking the water droplets at the corner of his mouth, and stared at Suwon intently. Sister-in-law, why is your face red? Do you also feel that we've changed? Cough. A heavy cough, carrying a warning and a hint of threat, came from not far away. The twin brothers froze instantly, like geese being choked by the neck, and immediately let go. They saw second brother Qin Mo standing on the riverbank. He was holding a book, with gold-rimmed glasses reflecting cold light in the sun. Although he was smiling, that smile didn't reach his eyes, and instead, there was a chilling aura that seemed ready to kill. Qin Mo pushed up his glasses, his voice gentle like jade. Since the cement is ready, let's quickly lay the road. Bullying my sister-in-law here. Are you feeling bored? Or do you want me to loosen your bones? Second brother, we didn't do anything. We were taking a shower. The twins shouted in unison, then with a synchronized splash, they dove into the nearby river. They swam faster than fish. Suwon finally let out a sigh of relief, patted her hot cheeks, and glared at the two still flopping heads in the water. You little troublemakers. No dinner for you tonight. After saying that, she tidied up her slightly messy clothes and walked toward Qin Mo. Second brother, why are you here? Qin Mo looked at her hand, which had just touched old Five's abs, his eyes darkening a little. He took out a clean handkerchief, stepped forward, and without asking, took Suwon's hand to carefully wipe away the remaining water and mud. Come see the road. Qin Mo's voice was low, but his wiping was firm and a little stern. And see if there are any careless mud monkeys, dirtying my sister-in-law's hands. He wiped very carefully, every finger, every crack. Finally, he gently pressed her palm, where he had just touched the abs. Sister-in-law, he leaned in close, a faint dark glow flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. From now on, Let them do this kind of rough work themselves. He held Suwon's hand and placed it on his waist where a jade pendant hung. Second brother also has one here. Suwon. Are the Qin brothers missing the element of earth? Why does each one seem to be at odds with these two words? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wolf Tooth Village, several villagers from neighboring villages and a scout sent by the Ghost Valley Academy were staring in shock at the scene before them. They saw that the originally muddy, pothole-filled village road had now been covered with a layer of grayish-white material. That material
Was dry.
A brave villager dug at it with a hoe. Clang, sparks flew. The hoe's blade shattered, leaving no mark on the surface. Good heavens! This is like turning stone into gold. The Qin family really has magic. They turned mud into stone. Is this road construction? No, this is building a sky-high road. The scout was so scared that his legs went weak. He scrambled and ran back, shouting, "Report! Mountain Master! Something terrible has happened. The Qin family. They have magic. They turned the whole mountain into a giant iron barrel." At Wolf Tooth Village, the newly built, vast Universe Academy was just a small project, actually 3 red brick houses freshly painted with lime water. That's a people character. Not an 8. The one drawing a turtle. Stand up for me. In the classroom, second brother Qin Mo held a ruler. His usual calm, strategic demeanor was gone. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, which had been crooked by his anger, and looked at the unruly village children sitting and standing randomly, some even taking off their shoes to pick their toes. His forehead veins bulged. These weren't students. They looked more like wild monkeys just off the mountain. "Master. I can't hold it anymore. I need to pee. Master. Ergo stole my dried sweet potato. Master. This book is so hard to eat, biting the corner." This was reality. Although the Qin family was repairing roads and offering free schooling, most children sent from the village were kids whose families found them troublesome and just sent them to get some food. Getting them to read, Jihu was more painful than killing them. "Why are you all making noise?" "Shut up." Qin Mo took a deep breath, trying to command respect with his scholarly authority. But unfortunately, a scholar meets a soldier. Reason doesn't work. These naughty kids weren't afraid of his gentle, delicate appearance. Just then, the light at the door dimmed. "Second brother, you look tired? I made some mung bean soup. Come rest for a bit," Suwon said as she entered, carrying a food box. She wore a simple, moon-white long dress today. Walking into the noisy classroom, she looked like a pure white lotus flower lost in a muddy pond, so clean it made people afraid to breathe. The whole class fell silent for a second. But then, the most robust troublemaker sitting in the last row, Huzi, suddenly brightened his eyes.
"Oh.
It's that pretty sister." Huzi was the son of the village butcher, usually acting tough and bossy. To show off his power, he jumped up from his seat and rushed towards Suwon without caring. "Sister.
Give me a sip."
I'm so thirsty." His muddy clothes and dirty hands, freshly used to catch a toad, were about to reach out and grab Suwon's pure white dress. "Ah," Suwon exclaimed in surprise, instinctively trying to dodge, but the narrow path made her almost collide head-on. Qin Mo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was about to throw down his book and rush over.
Boom.
A loud crash. The classroom's wooden door was kicked open with a powerful kick. It really flew open. The thick door panel arced through the air and slammed against the wall with a loud bang, sending wood chips flying. A tall, mountain-like figure, full of fierce energy, blocked the doorway. It was the third brother, Qin Meng. He had just come from the factory work, shirtless, with his bare upper body showing a strong, commanding bronze color. His bulging muscles looked like they were carved from granite, glistening with beads of sweat that shone in the sunlight. Especially the many scars on his body, remnants of fighting wolves to protect his family, fierce and wild to the extreme. "Who?" Qin Meng's voice was deep, like a lion defending its territory, rumbling with danger. "Who dares to touch my sister-in-law?" The mischievous boy, Huzi, had been rushing forward but suddenly stopped his car. He looked at this seemingly invincible demon-like figure, trembling so much that his legs were shaking. I just wanted to drink some soup. Drink soup? Qin Meng sneered. He strode in confidently, each step making the ground thump loudly. The strong, aggressive scent of masculinity filled the entire classroom instantly, scaring the little kids who had been picking their noses into quails. Qin Meng stepped in front of Su Wan, shielding her behind him like a mountain. Then he reached out with his large hand, like a fan, and grabbed Huzi by the back of his collar. "Get up," he commanded in a low voice. The small, overweight boy, weighing over 100 jin, was lifted into the air with one hand as if he were a chick.
Wow.
"Let me go. My dad is a butcher. My dad has a pig-killing knife." Huzi kicked and struggled in midair, crying in fear. "Pig-killing knife." Qin Meng grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. He casually grabbed a red brick from the desk, used to weigh down books. Crack. His fingers clenched into a fist. That hard red brick in his hand was like a piece of tofu, instantly crushed into powder. Red dust fell softly from his fingers. The mischievous children who had been shouting earlier were now wide-eyed, forgetting to breathe. Is this really a person's hand? It looks more like iron tongs. Listen carefully. Qin Meng leaned close to the frightened tiger boy, his eyes fierce like a wolf. In this school, there are rules, but no butcher's knives. If you disrespect the teacher, I'll make you stand and then make you lie down when you leave.
If you disrespect my sister-in-law.
His voice suddenly lowered, cold and sharp as if it could make your bones freeze. I'll hang you on the flagpole and dry you like jerky. After speaking, he strode to the window and waved his arm. Whoosh! The tiger boy was thrown out directly. He was accurately hung on the branch of the old, crooked tree outside the window.
Wah!
Help! I'm afraid of heights! Came the desperate cry from outside. Inside the classroom, everything was silent. Everyone sat up straight, hands on their knees, not daring to breathe. This is what you call physical discipline. Su Wan stood behind Qin Meng, looking at his broad, strong back and the slight trembling of his back muscles from exertion. It felt very safe. Is this what beauty and strength looks like? Third brother, she softly called. Qin Meng, who had just been fierce and intimidating, stiffened at her voice. He turned around, and the fierce expression instantly disappeared. Instead, he looked like a kid who had done something wrong and was afraid of being scolded by his parents. He scratched the back of his head, his face turning red all the way to his neck. Sister-in-law, did I go too far? I just saw that kid trying to bump into you, and I got nervous. No, you weren't too harsh. Su Wan stepped forward, took out a handkerchief, and tiptoed. Qin Meng immediately obediently bent down, leaning his big head close to her, like a loyal dog seeking a pat. Su Wan gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, her eyes soft. Third brother did very well. Dealing with these mischievous kids, reasoning doesn't work. They need to understand what respect really means. She turned around, looking at the trembling students below, a gentle smile on her face. Now that everyone is calm, let's start the first lesson. Read books to understand people, stand upright to build character. Starting today, every morning, I will practice 1 hour of military training with third Uncle Qin. 15 minutes later, on the sports field. Stand straight. No one move. Qin Meng held a switch, a willow branch, and checked the team. The unruly children, under the hot sun, stood straight. Their legs trembled, sweat dripped, but no one dared to move. Because the person who hung Huzi on the tree was watching nearby. Older sister-in-law, is this really going to work? Qin Meng approached Su Wan and asked quietly. He looked at the quilt she was holding, confused. He understood standing at attention, but why hold a quilt in this hot weather? This is called tidying up the room, Su Wan explained, placing the quilt on a wooden bed, set up on the field as a demonstration. If you want to develop patience, start by folding the quilt. She looked at Qin Meng and gestured. Third brother, come help me. Okay. Qin Meng hurried over. Watch carefully. Su Wan stood by the bed, focused. Fold in 3 parts, smooth out 7 parts. She bent down, pressing the fluffy quilt with both hands. As she bent over, Suwon was wearing a fitted long dress today. With her bending posture, her slender waist was accentuated, forming a striking curve. Her rounded hips slightly jutted back, creating a perfect S-shape. Her long hair fell, revealing half of her white neck. Standing behind her, Qin Meng's gaze happened to fall on that captivating spot. Ugh. Qin Meng's throat moved sharply. He felt like he had never sweated so much even when working on the construction site, yet now he felt like he was being roasted over fire. Third brother, press down on this part of the quilt, Suwon's voice came.
Oh.
Okay. Qin Meng hurriedly reached out, holding the corner of the quilt. Their hands accidentally touched. Suwon's hand was cool and soft. Qin Meng's hand was hot and hard, with bulging veins on the back. Fold it over here. Press it flat with force, Suwon explained while adjusting Qin Meng's hand. She almost leaned halfway onto the bed, leaning forward to reach the other side.
Slide. Board.
Fragrant. That moment of touch felt like an electric shock running through Qin Meng's head. His muscles tensed up instantly, like a drawn bow ready to shoot. Stop looking. Close your eyes, all of you, Qin Meng suddenly shouted at the students below. His voice was angry and embarrassed, with a strong sense of possessiveness. The students were startled and quickly closed their eyes. They thought, is third master crazy? We're just looking at the blanket.
But
if this bed was inside the room, if those small hands pressing the blanket were on his back. Folded. Folded already. Qin Meng hurriedly folded the blanket, not caring if it looked like a block of tofu or not, just making it a neat square. Big sister-in-law, I'm going to see if that kid hanging on the tree is dead or not. After saying that, this strong man, who could lift 100 pounds with one hand, suddenly ran away like he was being chased by a ghost. That bronze-colored back, red like a cooked shrimp, especially the area near his ears, so red it looked like it was bleeding. Suwon looked at the roughly square blanket and then at Qin Meng's embarrassed back and couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Ding.
Detected innocent wild beast heart flutter. Target, Qin Meng III. Status, protectiveness max overloaded imagination, shy escape. Heart flutter points, 600. Rewards, Special Forces Training Manual, simplified, unlimited chilled watermelon. Suwon clapped her hands and turned to look at the group of students still trembling with their eyes closed. All right, open your eyes. She pointed at the slightly crooked tofu block. Do you see? From now on, if your blanket isn't folded like this every morning, you won't get to eat.
And
she pointed at Huzi, who is still crying on the tree. Anyone who dares disrespect the teacher again will face the consequences. Do you understand?
YGs.
We understand. A group of naughty kids nodded desperately. This was too scary. Where is this? A school. It's clearly a wolf's den. Wolf Tooth Village afternoon. The sun was scorching, and dust was flying on the playground. Oh no! My robe! Ripping sound. A sharp cracking sound echoed. Little fatty tiger, who was practicing crawling forward, sobbed as he slowly got up. His long gown, which his family had spent a lot of money on, had torn from the armpit to the back due to his rough movements, revealing a bright red undergarment underneath.
How?
What should I do now? The other students around looked gloomy. Their wide robes and long sleeves were typical attire for scholars who sat still and read. If they practiced like third Master Qin, these clothes would be a burden. They would trip over them when running, get covered in dust when kneeling, and easily expose themselves with a few moves. Suwon, standing on the steps, looked at these students who resembled beggars, with a slight frown. This won't do. These clothes are too troublesome. Since our Qin Family Academy values both literature and martial arts, we need to change these outfits. She turned her head and looked at Chinamo, who was standing in the shade, holding a scroll but not reading much. Second brother, Suwon's eyes lit up, as if she saw a savior. You're good at drawing and have the best taste. Let's design a new school uniform for the children. Something fitted, neat, handsome, and practical for work. Qin Mo slowly closed his scroll upon hearing this. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses, his narrow phoenix eyes swept over Su-won from head to toe across the dusty playground. That moon-white dress was beautiful, but it was indeed too tightly wrapped. You couldn't see the waist or the leg lines clearly. Good, Qin Mo said with a meaningful smile, his voice gentle as jade. Half an hour later, in the side hall of the academy, temporarily turned into a Taylor's room. The door and windows were shut tight. Heavy curtains were pulled halfway, blocking the glaring afternoon sun outside, leaving only a dim, warm yellow light inside. The room was silent, only the rustling of fabric as it was cut and sewn. Second brother. Isn't it ready yet? Su-won stood in front of a large bronze mirror, arms raised stiffly. She felt like she had been standing behind the screen for a whole incense stick's time. Qin Mo, holding a yellow leather measuring tape, stood behind her. Don't rush. His voice was low, magnetic, and calm, like a slow-moving stream. Making clothes, if the measurements are off by even a little, the style will be completely different. Every part must be measured precisely. He took a step forward. The distance between the two instantly disappeared. Su-won could clearly feel the cool, ink-like scent on him, mixed with a faint soap aroma, enveloping her completely. Raise your hand, Qin Mo softly ordered. Su-won obediently raised her arms. Qin Mo held a soft measuring tape, wrapping his arms around her as if hugging her from behind. The tape pressed against her body. Exhale. Qin Mo's warm breath brushed against Su-won's sensitive neck. She shivered involuntarily and instinctively shrank her neck. Don't move. Qin Mo's hand kept steady. He pinched the ends of the tape, tightening it around her chest. Her loose dress was suddenly shaped by the tape, outlining her stunning curves, full and proud. Second brother, Su-won's face turned red, almost as if she would bleed from embarrassment, eager to cover her face. Qin Mo responded seriously, his gaze meeting hers in the mirror. His eyes behind the glasses were deep and intimidating. It seems the goat milk in the third cafeteria was worth drinking. Su-won was furious and embarrassed. But Qin Mo had already loosened the tape, letting it slide down naturally. The tape moved like a nimble snake, sliding to her waist. Breathe in. Qin Mo's large hand pressed against her lower back. His palm was hot. Through her thin summer shirt, the heat almost burned her skin. Su-won instinctively took a breath and tightened her stomach. Her waist instantly became even thinner, as if a hand could break it. Too thin. Qin Mo frowned slightly, his voice tinged with displeasure and a hint of obsession. He tightened the tape sharply, pressing into her flesh, making the measurement precise to the millimeter. Suddenly, he lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder. His voice was hoarse. This waist.
So thin.
If you get pregnant later, how will you handle it? Bang, the string of shame in Su-won's mind snapped completely. Pregnant? What is this refined scoundrel thinking? Qin Mo. Su-won wanted to turn and push him away. But Qin Mo had already released his hold first. He took a step back, pushed up his glasses, and a cold gleam flashed across the lenses, instantly restoring his proper gentlemanly appearance. All right, he said. The measurement is noted. He picked up a pen from the table and quickly wrote down some numbers on a piece of paper. The handwriting was so clear that it seemed to pierce through the paper, just like the strength he used when measuring earlier. Bold and deep. Qin Mo dried the ink and smiled slightly. Since we want to make a good impression, just having the drawings isn't enough. We need the brothers to wear it and walk around a bit. Another hour passed. At the open space in front of the academy, a simple makeshift runway made of door panels was set up. People from the whole village, including men, women, and children, as well as visitors from the neighboring village, gathered around in layers. Even the persistent scout from the Ghost Valley Academy was among the crowd. Everyone had heard that Qin's academy was holding a new product launch. They all wanted to see what tricks Qin was planning this time. Suddenly, a loud gong sounded. Su-won, dressed in a light purple modified female student uniform, holding a simple metal megaphone, stood on the stage. Dear villagers, do you want our children to study without spending too much? Do you want our children to be able to write and bring peace to the world, or to be brave enough to ride horses and settle disputes? Chin's Academy's first ever Hanfu sport-style school uniform officially launched. Let's welcome the model. Guest. As soon as she finished speaking, several red cloths were suddenly pulled away. Boom! The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. The screams of young women and wives almost shook the roof. 7 men, each with a unique style but equally handsome beyond words, appeared in fashionable armor, standing in a line. Suddenly, the air around seemed to cool a few degrees. Old 7, Chin En, slowly stepped forward. He wasn't used to such lively scenes, with his gloomy eyes lowered, yet there was a striking, almost haunting beauty to his sickly appearance. He wore a pure white, high-collared long gown, buttons carefully fastened up to his chin, making his face look even paler and more translucent. His slender fingertips casually twirled a shiny silver needle, that commanding aura of, "Stay away or I'll needle you." Instead, it drove the bold and fiery women in the audience crazy. "Oh, such good looks. His face is so white. I want him to give me a few shots." Chin frowned in disgust, but when he looked up at Su-won, his eyes suddenly turned into a look of innocent grievance. "Too many people, noisy. I want to go back to the small black room." Next came the eldest brother, Chin Lai. He wore a tight black suit, with his sleeves rolled up and a wide leather belt around his waist. That powerful muscular body was perfectly outlined, and with every step he took, his chest muscles trembled. He had a cold face and wolf-like eyes, carrying a large traditional sword on his back. This was no ordinary scholar. He looked like a warrior descended from heaven. The women below stared wide-eyed. Wow, such a build. He looks like he could have children easily. Next was the third brother, Chin Meng. He wasn't wearing a shirt, thanks to the fourth brother's trick, only a pair of modified tactical pants and riding boots. His bronze-colored skin shone brightly in the sun, and his 8-pack abs were neatly defined. He scratched his head with a silly smile, a little shy, but his innocent wild look made the village girls swoon. Then came the twins. They wore red and blue sports shirts with rolled-up pant legs, showing their strong calves. They held a soccer ball, juggling it stylishly as they walked. Bright sunshine, energy, and youthful spirit radiated from them. Someone shouted, "I want to marry them." Both of them. The fourth brother, Chin Yu, waved a folding fan, dressed in a purple-gold modified long robe. Though also in a strong outfit, the fabric was dark-patterned cloud brocade, giving off a wealthy, noble vibe. He threw a flirtatious glance at the crowd, instantly causing a wave of screams. Finally, the main act was the second brother, Chin Mo. He wore a moon-white long robe with arrow sleeves, removing the complicated hems and tightening the waist. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and held a scroll of books. Cold, restrained, refined, yet the fitted cut revealed a subtle allure that made people want to tear his clothes off. He stepped forward, pushed up his glasses, and looked calmly over the crowd. His high-intelligence aura instantly silenced the screaming audience. "This outfit," Chin Mo spoke, his voice clear and gentle, spreading throughout the venue, "is called Chin Yun. Whether working on the land, riding into battle, or studying late into the night, it offers no restrictions. The Chin Academy does not nurture idlers. It only trains national heroes." Boom. Such style. Such presence. Such height. It instantly elevated the idea from just saving fabric to a sense of national pride. The parents in the crowd had tears in their eyes. "Excellent. Well said. My child will wear this. Wearing this makes him a hero. Register. I want to sign up my child. Even if I have to sell everything, I will come." The crowd erupted in excitement. The registration area at the Chin Family Academy was instantly overwhelmed. Su-won stood backstage, watching the 7 men shining brightly on stage, especially the second brother who stood in the center with a calm expression, accepting everyone's admiration. She couldn't help but think, this isn't just selling school uniforms, it's clearly a display of handsome men. Ding. Detected. Uniform temptation. Heartbeat. Target: Chin Mo, second brother. Status: gentleman with a mischievous side, feeling of satisfaction overload. Heartbeat points: 1,200. Rewards: automatic sewing machine blueprint, premium mulberry silk times 100 rolls. Chin Mo suddenly stepped down from the stage and approached Soo-won from behind. He leaned slightly, taking advantage of no one paying attention, gently hooking his finger around Soo-won's waistband. That spot was right where he had just used a soft measuring tape. "Tonight," he whispered in her ear, his breath like a hook, "I've also designed a set of school uniforms for you." Soo-won's legs went weak, almost losing her balance. A special school uniform?
Could it be
That kind with just a few straps? At the foot of the back mountain of Wolf Tooth Village Academy, a strange, hard-to-describe smell was spreading. Is the Chin family crazy? Why dig such a big dung pit right at the school gate? Ugh. This smell, even a breeze can carry it 10 miles away. A few villagers passing by covered their noses, looking at the figures busy in the large pit with disgust and confusion. The pit was big enough to fill half a house, covered with thick stone slabs, leaving only a snake-like bamboo pipe sticking out, leading directly into the newly built, genuine object building of the academy. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Old Five Chin Fong poked his head out from beside the pit, face streaked with dirt, holding a sealed clay-like substance, eyes shining brightly. This is called transforming decay into magic. Sister-in-law said the stuff inside ferments for 49 days, actually only 7 days with system catalysts, and it can produce a kind of invisible, intangible, but ignitable spirit. Spirit? I think it's just foul gas. The villagers burst into laughter, not believing that a pit filled with pig manure and rotten vegetable leaves could produce anything worthwhile. Keep laughing. Tonight, you'll be amazed. Old Six Chinyan was carefully attaching a bamboo tube to a uniquely shaped lamp holder while lying on a ladder. The lamp holder was made of brass, covered with a clear, round glass lampshade, produced by the kiln. This was the first biogas lamp in the entire Great Wei dynasty. Night fell. Tonight, Wolf Tooth Village was especially lively. Everyone had heard that the Chin Family Academy was going to light a perpetual lamp. All the villagers, young and old, carried their bowls of rice and gathered early in the academy's square. Even the second uncle from the neighboring village brought his grandson, pushing a unicycle. In the center of the square stood a 3-zhong-high wooden pole. At the top hung the large glass lamp. Below it, a long bamboo pipe connected directly to the biogas pond in the back mountain. Why isn't it lit yet? Yeah, it's so dark, just a broken glass cover. The crowd started to get restless. Zhang the butcher was munching on a big pancake, mumbling. "Third Master Chin. If it doesn't light up, I'll go back and bring 2 gene of pig fat to light it for you." Soo-won, standing on the high platform, looked at the sky. It was a dark, windy night, perfect for showing off a miracle. Or rather, for demonstrating a divine feat today. She wore a deep blue flowing fairy dress. Standing in the night breeze, her skirt fluttered like a spirit of the dark. She turned her head and looked at the twin boys guarding the valve. "Are you ready?" "Always ready," the twins shouted in unison. They had changed into clean school uniforms, their palms sweaty with nervousness. This was their first time appearing in front of the whole village. No way they could mess up. "Open the valve," Soo-won commanded. Ji, Old Five Chin Fong quickly turned the copper valve. An invisible stream of air surged through the bamboo pipe at high speed. "Light it." Old Six Chin Yun held a fire stick, took a deep breath, and quickly moved it close to the lamp wick.
Oh, a fin explosion sounded.
In the next second, the previously pitch-black night sky was torn apart. A ghostly blue flame, like a spirit emerging from hell, danced wildly inside the glass lampshade. As the airflow stabilized, the flame rapidly expanded, turning white, and finally forming a dazzling, pure blue-white light. Its brightness was far beyond that of a flickering oil lamp. It was steady, hot, and blindingly bright. It was like a small sun, trapped inside a glass dome. Within 100 meters, everything was clear. Even the chives between the teeth of a butcher were visible. Wow, The large pancake in Zhang the butcher's hand dropped to the ground with a slap. What kind of fire is this? Why is it blue? Why is there no smoke? Why is it so bright? Divine fire. This is divine fire. Someone in the crowd shouted, followed by a chorus of kneeling sounds. God has opened his eyes. The Qin family has caught the heavenly fire. It's blue. It's dragon fire. It's a sign of good luck.
Wah.
The gods are showing themselves. Bless my family's sow with 12 piglets. The villagers had never seen anything like this. In their understanding, fire is red and smoky. This bright, pure blue light, so magical, can only be explained as a miracle. Su Wan, standing under the lamp, was bathed in this blue glow, looking like she was shining with holy light. She looked at the villagers kowtowing below, her lips twitching slightly. She had expected shock, but not that they would worship her as a goddess.
How?
How did this happen? The spy from the Ghost Valley Academy, who had been secretly watching, originally to monitor Qin's second son, fearing he might cause trouble, was now so scared he couldn't hold his pen. He hurriedly wrote in his small notebook, Qin family of Lengia village, suspected to possess ancient fire control techniques, able to summon blue ghost fire, illuminating the dark night. This is a sign of great fortune. No, great luck. While everyone was worshipping the lamp, in the shadow of the high platform, a pair of hot hands silently reached out and grabbed Su Wan's wrist. Sister-in-law, Qin Yun's voice was low, with a hint of cunning and the quick breath of a young man who had just succeeded. He took advantage of everyone looking up at the lamp, unaware of the dark corner under the light. Suddenly, he pulled. Su Wan was caught off guard, pulled into the shadow of an old locust tree nearby. Sixth brother, what are you doing? Su Wan was startled. Just as she was about to shout, a warm hand covered her mouth. Shoo, Qin Yun pressed her against the rough tree trunk. This was a dark corner where the light couldn't reach, behind the brightness. On one side, there is a bright square bustling with people. On the other, a dark, narrow, and quiet space. This strong contrast made Su Wan's heart race instantly. Don't call me sister-in-law, Qin Yun whispered close to her ear, his warm breath brushing her sensitive ear. They're all watching the lights. No one is paying attention to us. He released his hand covering her mouth and instead clasped his fingers together, pressing Su Wan's hand against the tree trunk. His other hand boldly wrapped around Su Wan's waist, pulling her close. Sister-in-law, look at those lights. Are they pretty? Qin Yun pointed at the glowing lamp overhead, which looked like a blue fairy blooming, but his eyes were fixed on Su Wan's faintly visible red lips in the shadows.
There.
Beautiful. Su Wan's voice trembled. He was so close. The boy's body was like a furnace, and through the thin fabric of his clothes, his intense warmth almost burned her. Also, she could feel that old Six's heartbeat was frighteningly fast, either from excitement or something else. That's what we made for you. Qin Yun buried his head in her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Sister-in-law said she's afraid of the dark, so we lit up the night. From now on, wherever sister-in-law wants to go, we'll build a light there, even if it's hell. As long as sister-in-law wants to go, we'll light it up. This kind of sweet talk was too daring. Who said straightforward little wolf dogs don't understand romance? This kind of destructive romance was almost deadly. Old Six, Su Wan's heart softened completely, and she was about to say something. Suddenly, another hand appeared on the other side of her waist. Since we made this together, why should only you be holding me? Old Five Qin Feng's voice came softly from the other side. Su Wan stiffened all over. Oh my! Turns out there was someone hiding behind the tree? Qin Feng squeezed through the darkness, regardless of whether he could fit or not, and directly hugged Su Wan and Old Six from behind. They formed a strange, yet very intimate, sandwich of three. Sister-in-law, Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of sourness. I turned on the valve when we lit the fire earlier. That biogas pool smells so bad. I've been suffocating from it all day. Shouldn't sister-in-law comfort me a little? He suddenly leaned in and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, sneaking a kiss while everyone was watching. Qin foam. Suwon's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. This was right in front of thousands of people. Although it was in the shadows, if anyone saw, would she still be able to keep her goddess image? Don't shout, don't shout. The twin brothers spoke in unison, one behind the other, tightening their grip on Suwon. Sis-in-law, it's dark here, sixth brother said with a playful smile, nudging her nose. In the dark, shadows are darker in bright places. Here. Even if we eat our sister-in-law, no one would know. Ding. Detected, dark under the lamp, attraction. Target, twins, fifth and sixth brothers. Status. Extremely excited taking advantage. Attraction points, 1,500. Rewards, high-purity methane purification technology, luminous paint formula. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn from flirtatious to out of control, a cold snort like a splash of icy water. Not far away, fourth brother Qin Yu was fanning himself, standing at the edge of the light and shadow. The light illuminated half of his face, while the other half was hidden in darkness, making his charming eyes look especially deep. Fifth, sixth, Qin Yu said with a half-smile, the wealthy merchants over there say this lamp is amazing. They want to pay 5,000 taels of silver to buy one. Are you guys going to do this deal? Or keep hanging around here, acting like trees? 5,000 taels? The twins' eyes instantly turned into coin shapes. Although their sister-in-law was very attractive, money was also very tempting. With money, they could buy more nice things for her. Definitely do it. We must. The brothers exchanged a quick look, then released Suwon at once, like two huskies smelling meat, rushing out. Fourth brother, don't sell it cheap. That's divine fire. We need more money. Suwon leaned against a tree trunk, taking a deep breath. Her legs felt a little weak. These little wolves were getting harder to handle. Qin Yu slowly approached and stood in front of Suwon. He reached out and gently tidied her messy hair. His fingertips were cool, but carried a sharp business sense and possessiveness. Sis-in-law, he lowered his voice, blocking their lips with his fan. Next time you want to play something exciting, come find me. This is my money-making den. Even darker and more untouchable than this broken forest. Recently, the private school has finally gotten on track. Under the blazing sun, the playground is filled with heat waves. Turn right, march. Straight ahead, march. Third brother Qin, shirtless, waves a willow switch like a teacher's baton, shouting louder than a drum. The students below are all sunburned like charcoal, sweating heavily, their legs trembling. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. The chubby boy, Huzi, who was hanging from a tree yesterday, suddenly clutches his stomach, exaggeratedly rolls on the ground, and says, Master, my stomach hurts. It feels like my intestines are twisting. Oh, it hurts so much. As he falls, a few other students who couldn't hold on earlier follow suit. Master, I feel dizzy. I think I have heat stroke. Master, my leg is broken. I just twisted it. Suddenly, the playground is filled with wails, like a battlefield hospital. Qin Meng is straightforward and a bit confused by the scene. Although sister-in-law said to train hard, what if someone really gets hurt? All right, stop crying. Qin Meng wipes his sweat, waves his hand, and says, those who are sick, go to the medical room and see old 7. Those who are not, keep practicing. Yes, sir. Huzi jumps up with a quick movement, looking completely fine, and with a few patience, runs toward the shaded brick house in the corner of the schoolyard. While running, he secretly feels pleased. Hee. I heard that old 7 is a sickly guy, panting even while walking, so he must be easy to talk to. We can lie down and sleep there. Wouldn't that be great? The medical room. This is the quietest, coolest, and also the most strange place in the entire school. Thick curtains are drawn tightly, blocking out the sunlight. The room is filled with the strong bitter smell of herbs and a faint scent of disinfectant, old 7's homemade alcohol. Is anyone here? We need to see a doctor. Huzi boldly pushes the door open. The room is dimly lit. Directly opposite the door, behind a desk, sits a young man dressed in a pale, white long robe. He is very thin, with a complexion that looks pale from lack of sunlight. His long bangs cover half of his eyebrows and eyes, revealing only one eye, which is dark and dull, without a hint of brightness. He was holding a small stone mortar, slowly pounding something inside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was monotonous and unsettling.
7.
7, Master. Tiger was frightened by the eerie atmosphere and shrank back, but he still mustered his courage to speak. We have a stomach ache and want to get some pain relief medicine, and also borrow that bed to lie down for a while. Qin paused his movements. He slowly looked up. His pale, handsome face showed no expression. Stomach ache, his voice was soft, with a hoarse, sickly tone from years of illness, but it felt like a cold snake crawling up a person's spine. The stomach ache is because there are worms in your intestines. Lie down. Tiger was happy. So, I can lie down now? Master is really kind. Before he finished speaking, Qin opened a drawer. A cold flash of light shot out. In his hand was a thick silver needle, half a foot long, thicker than a shoe sole. Qin pinched the long needle with 2 pale fingers, waved it over an alcohol lamp, and a creepy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since it hurts, I'll cut open your belly and pick out the worms. Don't worry, I'm very quick. Once I prick you, you won't feel pain anymore. Tiger stared at the long needle, which was blackened from the flame, his eyes nearly popping out. This wasn't treatment. It was clearly butchering a pig. No more pain. I suddenly feel better. Tiger was terrified, screaming loudly, and turned to run. The other students pretending to be sick also wished they had more legs, scrambling out of the clinic. Even if they got scolded to death by the 3rd master, it was better than being cut open here. Qin looked at the still swinging door, coldly tossing the silver needle back onto the tray. Annoying. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Old 7, what's wrong? I saw a few kids running out crying earlier. Suwon entered, carrying a basket of freshly picked hemostatic herbs. The sunlight outside streamed through the crack in the door, illuminating her worried face. Qin, who was originally full of gloom, suddenly relaxed at the sight of Suwon, as if a cat that had been pricked by a pin had suddenly softened. Older sister-in-law. He stood up, his tone carrying a subtle hint of grievance and dependence. They're pretending to be sick. They disturbed me from preparing medicine for you. Preparing medicine? Suwon walked over and put down the basket. What medicine do you need? Calming incense, Qin said, walking to her side and naturally taking the herbs from her hand. His fingers were cold. When they touched the warm back of Suwon's hand, he lingered a little longer, craving. Sister-in-law hasn't been sleeping well lately, because of the academy. I heard you turned over 3 times last night. Suwon felt warm inside. This seemingly gloomy 7th brother actually has the most delicate mind. I'm fine, just thinking a lot. She reached out to help him tidy the messy herbs on the table. These fresh mugworts need to be cut quickly, or the medicine will lose its effect. Ow, a soft cry. Suwon's fingers suddenly jerked back. She had been distracted and accidentally cut her finger on the sharp medicine knife on the table. A drop of bright red blood immediately appeared from her fair fingertip. In the dim room, that splash of red was dazzling and shocking. Sister-in-law, Qin, who had been slow before, suddenly moved like a flash of white lightning, grabbing Suwon's wrist instantly. He stared fixedly at the blood. His originally calm black eyes suddenly contracted, then burst out with a wild, thrilling excitement and eagerness. You're bleeding, he muttered, trembling, with a strange obsession. Sister-in-law's blood. So red. It's nothing, just a small wound. A band-aid will do. Suwon wanted to pull her hand back, but she found Qin's strength frighteningly strong. His cold hand clamped her wrist like iron. No. Qin suddenly raised his head, his gaze filled with an obsessive insistence. It will leave a scar. It can't leave a scar. Perfect sister-in-law. She can't have any flaws. After saying that, he let go of one hand. Turning around, with a click, the door of the infirmary was locked from inside. In the sealed space, the air instantly froze. Only the strong medicinal smell and Qin's slightly hurried breathing could be heard. Old 7? Why are you locking the door? Suwon's heart skipped a beat, and she pressed her back against the medicine cabinet behind her. Cheon didn't answer. He turned around and slowly pushed Suwon between the medicine cabinet and himself. He held her injured hand as if holding a rare treasure. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid." He lowered his head, bringing his nose close to the bleeding wound, taking a deep breath. The smell of blood mixed with Suwon's milk scent made the redness in his eyes deepen. "Disinfect." "Yes, first disinfect," he said, taking a bottle of strong medicinal alcohol and a roll of clean white gauze from the cabinet. But he didn't use a cotton swab. He dipped a little alcohol on his fingertip and pressed it firmly on the wound. Ugh! The intense stabbing pain made Suwon cry out, tears rushing to her eyes. "It hurts." "Cheon, be gentle. Does it hurt?" Cheon looked into her tearful eyes. Instead of stopping, he moved closer. A sickly blush appeared on his pale face, and his eyes looked hazy and dangerous. "That's how you know it hurts. Only when it hurts." "Will sister-in-law remember not to get hurt again?" he said, lowering his head. His cold lips pressed against the hot wound. Gently, bit by bit, he sucked up the blood that seeped out. The feeling was strange, hot, rough, with a bit of sucking strength. It felt like healing, but also like
Eating.
Suwon trembled all over, her legs too weak to stand, leaning on the medicine cabinet and gasping. Old 7. Stop. Don't do it anymore." Cheon finally looked up. His lips still had a trace of crimson blood, making his pale face look strikingly enchanting. He slowly licked the red spot at the corner of his mouth with his tongue. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed. "So sweet," he said, staring at Suwon with a dazed look, his voice hoarse as if on fire. "Sister-in-law, even blood is sweet. You." Suwon's face turned redder than ever, her heart pounding like thunder. Was this really the shy old 7? He clearly looked like a vampire. Cheon picked up the gauze and began to bandage her wound. He wrapped it slowly and carefully, circle after circle, as if performing some sacred ritual. Finally, he gently kissed the bow on her bandage. "All done," he said, straightening up. The oppressive feeling eased a little, but his gaze remained dark and intimidating. He grabbed Suwon's other healthy hand and placed it on his shoulder. Through his thin clothes, Suwon could feel his slender collarbone. "That hurt a lot just now, didn't it?" Cheon looked at her, a flicker of a caring emotion flashing in his eyes, but mostly a wild desire to be marked. "If you feel pain, sister-in-law, bite me." Here, he pointed to his neck where a faint blue vein was beating. "Bite hard, draw blood. I want your teeth to leave a mark on me. Then, we'll be even." Ding. Detected. Obsessive love. Heartbeat. Target. Cheon and the 7th. Status. Bloodthirsty obsession desire to transfer pain. Heartbeat level. 1,500. Reward received. Divine hemostasis powder recipe. Suwon looked at the man who was offering his neck for a bite, feeling both annoyed and amused. She reached out and gave him a firm tap on his pale forehead. "Bite your head? Are you a dog?" Suwon pushed him away, annoyed. "Hurry up and open the door. The students will be leaving soon." Cheon held his forehead, watching Suwon run away in a hurry. He wasn't angry. Instead, he reached out and touched the spot where Suwon had just hit him. It was a little sore, a little red.
No bite.
"But I left a mark." Cheon's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his eyes quietly fixed on the swinging door. "Sister-in-law, I'll let you go this time. If you get hurt again, I'll lock you in here and not let you go anywhere." Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of a bronze bell echoed through Wolf Tooth Valley. The children who had been crying and pretending to be sick on the playground just moments ago now jumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline. Broken legs, stomach aches? Not real. In front of the aroma of braised meat, miracles happen all the time.
Charge.
"If we're late, the chicken legs will be gone." "Hoosie, don't push me. You're about to tear my pants off." Hundreds of students, like hungry wolves released from their cages, howled as they rushed toward the newly opened Cheon's dining hall on the west side of the academy. Inside the dining hall, steam rises, and the smell of meat fills the air. This isn't a simple porridge stall with a few pots of clear soup, but a modern-style buffet restaurant designed by Suwon. On a long row of red brick stoves, there were more than 10 large wooden basins. The braised pork, shiny and tender without being greasy, trembled slightly in the broth. Golden, crispy fried chicken legs were piled high like a small mountain. There were also fresh green stir-fried vegetables and braised tofu soaked in sauce. The best part was 2 large buckets of sour plum drink with ice cubes, with droplets of water clinging to the sides. Slurp, the students who just rushed and looked at the table full of food, almost drooling so much their toes felt swollen. They rarely ate meat at home, but here they could eat as much as they wanted. Is this a school? Is this heaven? Line up. Everyone, get in line. Behind the stove, the third brother Chin-meng was wearing a mismatched floral apron, holding a huge iron spoon bigger than his face, banging loudly on the basin rim. Anyone who cuts in line will do an extra hour of military training this afternoon. His loud voice instantly made the previously chaotic line straighten up. After all, no one wanted to be hung from a tree and dried like jerky. Third master. I want meat. The fattest part, Tiger, holding a metal tray, eagerly handed it over.
Eat.
Eat more to grow stronger. Chin-meng was not like those trembling cafeteria ladies. He scooped a full, honest amount of braised pork onto the tray. The sauce overflowed, filling the tray completely. Only when you're full will you have the strength to train. I mean, practice. Watching the children eat so eagerly, Suwon, standing in the corner, smiled with satisfaction. This was her goal, the nutritious lunch plan. To turn these skinny, wild children into strong soldiers. Just training wasn't enough. They had to eat well. Sister-in-law. The fourth brother Chinyu approached, swinging a folding fan. Looking at the quickly emptying bowls of meat, he chuckled inwardly, but his face was full of affection. This meal probably took half an acre of harvest. That's just because sister-in-law is kind-hearted. Other schools would be happy with just a couple of corn cakes. This is an investment. Suwon turned around and took a white porcelain jar from her food box behind her. When she opened the lid, a rich, fragrant smell of milk immediately spread out. This was top-quality, high-calcium milk from the System farm. In this era, milk was rare. Only royalty could afford it, and it had a strong, gamey smell. But the item in Suwon's hand, after being processed by the System, was sweet and smooth, with no fishy smell. Just eating meat isn't enough. You need calcium too. Otherwise, everyone will be like fourth brother, easily blown over by the wind. Suwon joked as she took out a delicate glass and poured a glass of milk. Chinyu, feeling somewhat offended. He's a charming and elegant man. How could he be blown over just by the wind? Here, everyone. The teachers have worked hard too, Suwon said as she carried the milk to the special, staff dining table, reserved for the Chin brothers. At this moment, the 7 brothers, except the third brother still serving food, were sitting together. The atmosphere was a bit strange. 7th brother Chin and had just come out of the infirmary and sat in the corner. His gloomy eyes fixed tightly on Suwon's finger, which had just been bandaged, with a faint smile on his lips, making people feel uneasy. Drink your milk. Suwon pretended not to notice the intense gaze from 7th brother, lifted her cup, and took a sip as a demonstration. Sweet and smooth. Gulp, she swallowed it. But because she drank too quickly, when she put down her cup, a white stain inevitably appeared on her upper lip. It looked like a cute little mustache. Against her bright red lips, this white mark was especially glaring and striking. The air at the dining table instantly froze. Several pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on her lips. 7th brother Chin and Adam's apple moved. He remembered the taste of blood from earlier in the infirmary. It was sweet. So, this milk. Is it even sweeter? Older sister-in-law, Chin suddenly stood up, his pale finger reaching out. Your mouth is dirty. I'll help you. His gaze was openly fixed on that white mark, and he licked his canine tooth with his tongue, clearly intending to clean it himself. Snap! A folding fan appeared out of nowhere, blocking Chin and's hand. 7th brother. Mind your influence, Chinyu said with a half-smile, then took out a silk handkerchief embroidered with gold thread from his pocket and handed it to Suwon. Older sister-in-law, use this. It's a tribute from the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau. Soft and gentle, won't hurt your mouth. Suwon was about to reach out to take the handkerchief. Bang! A rough, broad hand, covered with calluses, heavily pressed down on the table, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. He is the eldest, Qin Lai. He has been silent, like a quiet lion. But when he moves, all the wolves and tigers must step back. Qin Lai ignores the gloomy seventh and the eager fourth. He simply extends his long, calloused index finger. Big brother, Suwon is surprised, watching that finger approach. Qin Lai says nothing. His fingertip is rough and hot, with the wear from years of holding a knife. He presses it firmly on Suwon's soft lips, rubbing.
Ostha.
The stark contrast between his roughness and her delicate skin makes Suwon shiver all over. She can feel the lines on his fingertip grazing her sensitive lips.
Once. Twice.
The white stain is wiped clean. Suwon's lips are also rubbed redder by his slightly punishing touch, like ripe cherries.
Big.
Big brother. Suwon's face turns red, almost bleeding. This is the cafeteria hall, with hundreds of eyes watching. Qin Lai withdraws his hand. Just as everyone thinks he will wipe his fingers with a napkin, he makes a move that leaves everyone, including Suwon, breathless. He looks at the small amount of milky white on his fingertip. His gaze is deep, like an ancient well. Then he puts his finger into his mouth. Gulp. The milk, warm from Suwon's lips, is swallowed. Qin Lai pulls out his finger, staring intensely at the stunned Suwon. His voice is low, hoarse, with a seductive edge. It's quite sweet. Boom. Suwon feels like her head is about to explode. This is an indirect kiss. And in front of so many brothers. Isn't the big brother supposed to be steady and fatherly? Why is he acting like this? The air around them heats up. Fourth Chinyu almost breaks his fan, his eyes full of envy. Big brother. Can I try some of that milk too? Seventh Qin lowers his head, sinister, drawing on the table with a scalpel. It's dirty. That finger is dirty. Third Qin Meng, just back from getting food, sees the scene and drops his spoon with a clatter. Big brother is hogging all the food, but Qin Lai acts as if nothing has happened. He picked up the remaining half glass of milk from Suwon and drank it all in one gulp. Then he stood up, blocking all curious looks like a wall. What are you all looking at? He coldly glanced around at the stunned students. And brothers, are you full? Full after afternoon military training, they replied. Especially, he looked at the fourth and seventh brothers. You two, your bodies are too weak. You will train with the students this afternoon. Why should we? Fourth brother wailed. I'm a school director. Who paid for this? I'm the school doctor. Seventh brother protested coldly. I'm the eldest brother, Qin Lai said with a firm, cold smile. He placed his large hand on Suwon's shoulder, claiming his authority and gently squeezing it. And the milk given by Jiao Jiao is only for those who are strong enough to do hard work. You are too weak. Suddenly, winter arrived. The winter in the northwest is really cold enough to freeze your chin. Heavy snowflakes filled the sky, covering Wolf Tooth Village in a blanket of white. The cold wind cut like a knife across the face, making it hurt. But in the backyard of Wanxiang Academy, there stood a miracle that amazed everyone in the world. A glass greenhouse. This was the latest batch of highly transparent glass made by the twin brothers, combined with copper heating pipes funded by fourth brother Qinyu and the temperature regulation technology exchanged through Suwon's system. It was like an ancient version of a greenhouse. Outside, snow was falling heavily, water turning to ice. Inside, it was lush with greenery, filled with floral scents, warm as spring. No, hot like midsummer. Inside the greenhouse. Suwon pushed open the heavy double-glass door. A wave of humid heat rushed over her, mixed with the fragrance of jasmine and soil, wrapping her tightly. She carried a tray with a pitcher of chilled grape wine just taken from the ice cellar. It was specially sent to second brother. Since the greenhouse was built, Qin Mo had taken over this place, claiming, "The light here is good for studying hard." But Suwon always felt he was just afraid of the cold and wanted to be a flower in a greenhouse. At the deepest part of the flower bed, it was the warmest spot. A soft, tiger-striped cushion, contributed by Lao San, was laid across there. Qin Mo was lying half on it. Today, he wasn't wearing his neat Qingyan robe, but a thin white silk shirt. Because it was too hot, the tightly buttoned collar was now mostly open.
Suvan pauset, her bir et cacin suddendi.
She saw Qin Mo holding a scroll, covering his face, as if asleep. But beneath the open collar, his slim, fair chest was fully visible. In the delicate hollow of his collarbones, a small pool of shimmering sweat gathered. As he breathed steadily, the sweat threatened to fall, sliding down his collarbones, across his chest, and finally into the loose waistband. This was a vivid image of the phrase, refined scoundrel. This second brother usually looks pure and reserved, but when he takes off his clothes, he's more tempting than Lao San. She tiptoed quietly, planning to set down the tray and run away. This enchanting den was dangerous to stay in even a second longer. But just as she bent down to place the tray, her hand suddenly moved. The book in his hand slipped and fell with a soft thud. Qin Mo's sharp, clear eyes, which weren't wearing glasses, suddenly opened. There was no hint of sleep, only a bright, hunting glow of alertness. "Sister-in-law," he said in a hoarse voice, with a lazy tone from just waking up, mixed with a magnetic heat from the heat. Before Suwon could react, a hot hand precisely grabbed her wrist and pulled sharply. "Ah," Suwon exclaimed, losing her balance and falling directly into his arms filled with ink scent and sweat. The world spun around her. When she regained her senses, she found herself pressed under Qin Mo no, embraced on his lap. They were squeezed onto that not-so-spacious soft cushion, in a very intimate pose. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Suwon panicked, trying to get up, but her palm accidentally pressed against his bare chest. It was wet, slippery, hot, mixed with sweat and body heat. "Sho." Qin Mo held her waist with one arm, keeping her tightly in his embrace. With the other hand, he slowly took the pair of gold-rimmed glasses from beside him and placed them on his nose. With the addition of glasses, his gentlemanly beast aura instantly became more prominent. "Why are you running, sister-in-law?" Qin Mo pushed up his glasses, which fogged slightly from the temperature difference, hiding the dark waves in his eyes. "It's so cold outside, and you're dressed so lightly. What if you catch a cold? I'm just here, keeping my second brother company for a while. I'm not cold. I'm burning up." Suwon's face turned red so quickly it seemed like she might blush to death. The temperature here was at least 30 degrees, and with how close they were, she felt like she was melting. "Second brother, let go for a moment. I'll pour you some tea." "I don't want tea." Qin Mo lowered his head, his nose brushing against Suwon's ear, his voice low and tempting. "Tea doesn't quench thirst." "Sister-in-law, look. I've sweat so much." He grabbed Suwon's hand and pressed it against his damp collarbone. His fingertips sank into a pool of sweat. "It's uncomfortable." Qin Mo frowned slightly, pretending to be genuinely troubled, but his tone was a bit playful and teasing. "The sweat has soaked into my clothes and it's sticky. Sister-in-law, help me wipe it off." You can wipe it yourself." Suwon tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tighter. "I can't move my hand." Qin Mo spoke seriously, pretending to be innocent. "I just finished reading and my hand is sore." "Sister-in-law cares most about second brother, right?" As he said this, he guided Suwon's hand downward along his collarbone, over his chest, past his abs, downward. "Second brother." Suwon was so scared her hair stood on end. She quickly grabbed a nearby glass of chilled grape juice and pushed it toward his mouth. "Drink. Drink this. It will quench your thirst and cool you down." The cold glass pressed against Qin Mo's hot lips. He finally stopped his wandering hand, but he didn't take the cup. Instead, he leaned slightly towards Suwon's hand and gently bit the rim of the glass. The deep red wine trickled down his Adam's apple. A drop of wine accidentally spilled out, sliding down his jaw to his chin, then dripping onto his open chest. On his fair skin, a seductive red stain spread. Chin Emo swallowed the wine and let out a satisfied sigh. He raised his eyes and looked at Su-won through the foggy glasses, his tongue lightly licking the wine stain at the corner of his mouth. As expected, the wine my sister-in-law fed me is sweet. You finished drinking, right? If you're done, I'll leave. Su-won felt that if she stayed any longer, this flower room would turn into a crime scene. This man's gaze was almost about to devour her alive. Why are you in such a hurry? Chin Emo suddenly reached out and took off his glasses. The refined disguise instantly fell away. What was revealed was a pair of fiercely aggressive wolf-like eyes. He suddenly flipped over, pressing Su-won onto the soft tiger skin cushion. His hands supported on either side of her head, looking down at her. Sweat dripped from his hair onto Su-won's face, carrying his warmth and scent. Brother-in-law. His voice was hoarse, and his fingers gently stroked Su-won's cheek. The book says, there is beauty like jade in books. I've been reading for a long time, but I haven't seen any jade-like beauty. He leaned down, their noses almost touching. It turns out, the jade-like beauty isn't in the book. She is in my arms, second brother. Su-won's heart pounded like a drum, and as she looked at this handsome face so close, her mind was a complete mess. Chin Mo's fingers slowly moved down, stopping at the ribbon around her waist. It's too hot here, sister-in-law, wearing so much. You'll get heat stroke. Why not? Second brother help you loosen your clothes? Alert! Greenhouse abstinence has been broken. Target, Chin Mo, second brother. Status, out of control, wet, and tempting. Heartthrob points, 2,000. Special rewards obtained. Upgraded greenhouse constant temperature system, premium aphrodisiac. Oh no, plant maturation nutrient solution. Just as Chin Mo's fingers were about to untie that ribbon.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! A series of hurried and rude knocking sounds on the glass came. Second brother, are you inside? Hurry up and open the door. It's freezing outside. We want to come in and get some warmth. Is sister-in-law also inside? I saw her go in. It's the twins. And that loud-mouthed third brother.
Chin Emo's movement suddenly froze.
He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead twitched fiercely. These unthinking fools. Sooner or later, I will send them all to the frontier to plant trees. Su-won took the opportunity to push him away, jumping up from the soft bed like a frightened rabbit. She hurriedly tidied her clothes and said, I'll go open the door. Don't let the children catch cold. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Chin Mo and rushed toward the door with a blushing face. Chin Mo lay back on the bed, watching Su-won hurriedly leave, then looked down at his lower body, which would be very embarrassing if not hidden. He helplessly picked up the book that had fallen on the ground and covered his face with it. Huh. A cold laugh echoed in the warm greenhouse. This time you're lucky. Next time, I'll put a sign on the glass that says no trespassing. As for sister-in-law, he touched his chest, which Su-won had pressed earlier, feeling the lingering touch of her palm. There's more to come. The door opened. A cold wind blew in. The twins and the youngest brother hurried inside, wrapped in thick cotton-padded coats.
Wow.
It's so warm. Is this a fairyland? Second brother really knows how to enjoy himself. Only Su-won stood at the door, blowing cold air, trying to cool her hot cheeks. At the entrance of Wanxiang Academy, heavy snow covered the mountains. A strong northwest wind carried ice shards, whipping against their faces painfully. A convoy was struggling through the snow, with wheels sinking into snowdrifts, making squeaking sounds under the strain. The flags on the carts bore the name Ghost Valley, but now they hung limply like torn cloth, showing a sense of despair.
Ash.
The curtain of the middle cart was lifted slightly, revealing the old face of the Ghost Valley mountain master, purple from the cold. He was wrapped in a thick 3-layer bear fur cloak, looking like a standing brown bear, clutching a cold hand warmer tightly, shivering as he cursed. This Chin family.
Ashu.
They're really unreasonable. They refuse to settle on flat ground, and insist on building a school in this remote, barren mountain. Are they trying to freeze me to death? Cough, cough, cough. Next to him, young Master Zhang, now the senior brother, was also freezing, with a runny nose, shrinking his neck, stomping his feet, and fanning the fire. Master, I think Qin Mo is just pretending to be rich. The Wanxiang Academy is probably just a few broken caves. This time, we must go under the pretense of exchanging knowledge and thoroughly embarrass them. Let them see what true tradition and refinement are. Of course. The headmaster sniffed the almost dripping nose, a gleam in his eyes. I heard they built a glass house. Just for show. In this weather, how can fragile glass withstand the wind? It's probably already cracked from the cold. Let's wait and see the joke. As they spoke, the carriage turned a corner into a snowy mountain valley. Suddenly, the view opened up ahead. The carriage stopped with a creak. All the teachers and students of Ghost Valley Academy fell silent at once, as if an invisible hand was choking them. In front of them, on the hillside in the snowstorm, stood a shining, colorful crystal palace. Its large glass dome reflected diamond-like light under the snow. The strangest part was that within 3 feet of the glass house, there was no snow. The falling snowflakes melted into water vapor from the heat, creating white mist that made the palace look like a fairyland in the clouds, out of place among the icy snow. Is this a mirage? Young Master Zhang rubbed his eyes hard, almost dropping his chin into the snow. Am I seeing things? 15 minutes later, at the entrance of the glass flower house in Wanxiang Academy, the Qin brothers had already received the news. As the diplomatic representative, second brother Qin Mo was standing inside the glass door. He wasn't in a hurry to open it, because inside was too warm, warm enough to make him restless. Second brother, your collar is messy. Suwon stood in front of him. Today, she wore a very light purple silk dress. Because of the heat, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing half of her smooth, white arms. She was tiptoeing carefully, helping Qin Mo adjust the buttons on his moon-white coat. Qin Mo looked down, his gaze through his gold-threaded glasses greedily fixed on her close face. Because of the humid heat inside, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his cheeks showed a tempting pink.
Brother-in-law. Qin Mo's throat moved.
As Suwon helped him straighten his collar, he slightly lowered his head, his chin brushing her hand subtly. He spoke in a hoarse voice, with a lazy tone as if steam had made him drowsy. That group outside is too noisy, disturbing my peace with my sister-in-law. I really don't want to open the door. Suwon looked at him with a playful glare, gently tapping his chest with her finger. Don't cause trouble. That's the god of wealth. Fourth brother said we need to make a big profit today. Listen to your sister-in-law. Qin Mo smiled charmingly, but his eyes stayed fixed on her, like a hunter watching prey. He tidied his clothes, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a fake, refined smile that looked a bit sinister. Through the door crack, he looked at the freezing crowd outside. Fourth brother Qin Yu was standing to the side, fanning himself, responsible for counting money. Elder brother Qin Lai leaned against a pillar, holding a sword, in charge of keeping order. Oh, Mountain Master has come from afar. Qin Mao is sorry for not welcoming you properly. Qin Mo's voice drifted out through the glass, sounding casual. This scene was a shock to the people outside.
Qin Mo was dressed too lightly.
He wore a moon-white silk robe, with only a thin gauze outer coat. The collar was slightly open, revealing a fair chest, and he held a folding fan, looking relaxed as if enjoying summer. Meanwhile, the Mountain Master and others outside were bundled up like balls, with white frost on their eyebrows and beards, trembling like chaff in the wind.
Qin Montak.
Open the door quickly. I'm freezing to death. The Mountain Master's teeth chattered as he pounded on the glass door, leaving frantic handprints. Open the door, then, Qin Mo said slowly, standing at the door without moving. But the Wanxiang Academy is private property, especially this warm pavilion, which costs a lot to maintain. If you want to come in and talk, he looked back at fourth brother. Qin Yu immediately understood, his eyes narrowing into a peach blossom shape. He jingled a pure gold abacus in his hand, making a clicking sound, and smiled as he stretched out 5 fingers. Entry fee, 50 taels per person. Tea is extra. No credit. 50 taels? Why don't you go rob instead? Young Master Zhang shouted angrily, tears and snot flying everywhere. Qin Mo shrugged, looking indifferent. Then please go back. The wind outside is strong. Be careful of your face going stiff. After saying that, he made a move to turn around, but naturally, he casually wrapped his arm around Su Wan's waist and whispered, "Sister-in-law, let's go back and enjoy the flowers." The posture and tone seemed as if the people outside were just a bunch of flies. "Here, I give it to you." The head of the mountain felt like his toes were about to freeze off. He didn't care about money anymore. He quickly took out a banknote from his pocket and shoved it through the door crack, shouting, "Open the door. I'm paying." Creak. The heavy double-glass door finally opened. Boom. A wave of warm, jasmine-scented air, like a spring tsunami, instantly flooded the frozen group inside. It was so warm, so comfortable. The warmth seeped into their pores and relaxed their bones. The group stumbled inside, and before taking a few steps, they started tearing off their clothes wildly.
Hot.
So hot. This bear fur cloak is like a stove. Take it off. I'm going to faint from the heat. In no time, these once tightly wrapped, proper scholars were left only in their underclothes, collapsing on nearby rattan chairs, sighing with embarrassment. Ah, we're alive again. Only then did they start to look around, and what they saw made their eyes nearly pop out. Outside, snow was falling heavily, water turning to ice. Inside, there were lush green trees, blooming flowers. Large banana leaves stretched out, wisteria hung down, and a few butterflies fluttered happily.
How?
How is this possible? The head of the mountain slipped off his chair, staring in shock. Suddenly, his hand touched the ground.
Hot.
The floor was actually warm?
This.
The old man, who had read countless books of wisdom, now looked like an unworldly rustic person. He leaned on the ground, hands exploring the patterned copper tiles, face pressed to the floor, rubbing. Hot. All hot. Qin Mo held a cup of tea, looking down at the man on the ground with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He didn't bother explaining what floor heating or water circulation was. For someone like this, explanations were just a waste of words. Be careful with your words, head of the mountain. Qin Mo pushed his glasses, a cold light flashing on the lens. This is learning through observation and knowledge. If the mountain master doesn't understand, he can pay some tuition fees, and my students will teach you. Students. Young Master Zhang angrily got up from the ground, pointing at a few children painting nearby. Just these dirt kids? What do they know? They're probably just hiding here to sleep lazily. He looked in the direction of his finger. In a corner of the flower house, several students dressed in specially made Qin family school uniforms, those handsome outfits, were lying on tables, sketching. They looked focused, their brushstrokes lively. Most importantly, they were only wearing a single shirt, sleeves rolled up, showing healthy, tanned arms. Some even had beads of sweat on their foreheads from the heat. Contrast that with the students from Gigu Academy. Although they had taken off their heavy cloaks, they still wore thick cotton robes. They shivered, their hands red and swollen from frostbite, unable to hold their brushes properly, their faces pale. This comparison was like a public punishment. Well, young Master Zhang opened his mouth but found he had no words to argue. They're painting in spring, and he's shivering in winter. What's there to compare? Just then, at the most awkward moment, a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, a gentle voice like spring breeze sounded. Su Wan carried a large crystal tray and gracefully stepped out from the flower bushes. As she appeared, the entire flower house seemed to brighten a little. Her silk dress floated softly as she moved, her long hair casually tied up with a jade hairpin. Because it was hot inside, her cheeks were slightly red, and she looked sweet and charming, like a ripe peach, so beautiful that no one could look away. The students from Gigu stared wide-eyed, and even the mountain master was momentarily stunned. Mississippi, Originally cold and indifferent to the mountain master, Qin Mo's expression changed instantly when he saw Su Wan come out. It was a shift from icy coldness to fiery warmth. He quickly walked over, not immediately taking the tray, but first reaching out to gently wipe her forehead. "Why are you sweating so much?" Qin Mo lowered his voice, with a tone of gentle reproach and concern, his fingertips lingering on her skin for a moment, feeling its delicate texture. "Let old third do this kind of rough work. What if you get tired, miss?" Su Wan blushed. It was too intimate in front of so many people. She quickly moved his hand away. Third brother went to cut the melon. I brought it out casually. "The guest is here." Everyone then looked at the tray. In the crystal plate, there was something surprising: chilled watermelon. The red flesh, black seeds, and a faint chill rising from it. In this snowy winter, this plate of watermelon was more eye-catching than a whole room full of flowers.
Wow.
Watermelon, the headmaster rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he might be confused. "That's a summer fruit. It's December now. Where would a watermelon come from in December? Growing in a greenhouse." Su Wan smiled and placed the watermelon on the table. She picked up a piece from the middle and offered it to Qin Mo. "Second brother, try this. It just came out of the ice cellar to cool you down." Because the flesh was so juicy, a drop of red watermelon juice trickled down her finger, landing on her snow-white hand. Qin Mo's gaze instantly fixed on that drop of juice. He didn't reach out to take the watermelon. Under everyone's watchful eyes and the shocked gazes of the people at Ghost Valley Academy, Qin Mo slightly leaned forward, opened his mouth, and gently bit the tip of Su Wan's finger, which was coated with watermelon juice. Su Wan trembled all over, as if electrocuted, wanting to pull her hand back. But Qin Mo didn't let her. His tongue swiftly swept away the red juice, and his warm mouth wrapped around her cool finger, even giving a light, teasing suck, making a tiny, almost inaudible pop sound that made her face flush and her heart race. The students of Ghost Valley were all stunned. Is this really something they should be witnessing? Sweet. Qin Mo released her finger, then slowly bit into the piece of watermelon, following her hand. He raised his head, licked his lips, and his gaze, behind the glasses, swept over the stunned outsiders with a look full of possessiveness and challenge. "What are you looking at? This watermelon is mine. My wife's too. Want some? 1,200 coins per slice. If even one is missing, get out. You. The headmaster was so overwhelmed by the dog food in the room that he rolled his eyes and pointed at Qin Mo's hand, trembling. "This is a disgrace to civility. A disgrace. You're corrupting the minds of the students."
Corrupt? Qin Montag sneered coldly.
He put down the melon peel, gracefully wiped his hands, and put on his gold-rimmed glasses again, showing his refined and elegant demeanor. The head of the academy thinks that making students study in the cold and hunger is the right way. May I ask, if they can't even eat enough or hold a pen, how can they govern the country and bring peace to the world? He stepped closer, speaking softly but sharply, every word hitting the heart. Our Qin Family Academy does not train ascetics, only cultivating nobility. If you can't even provide a good life for your family, reading more books won't make you useful. His words were firm and clear, making the teachers and students of Gigu lower their heads in shame. "All right, second brother, say a few less words." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Su Wan gently pulled Qin Mo's sleeve and lightly scratched his palm with her fingertips to smooth things over. "If the head of the academy likes it here, staying a few more days is fine." Qin Mo turned to look at Su Wan, and the coldness in his eyes instantly softened into gentle warmth. He took her hand in his, squeezed it firmly, and rubbed her fingertips that he had just kissed, openly saying in front of everyone, "Listen, my wife." Then he turned to the fourth brother, Qin Yu, and resumed his scheming tone. "Fourth brother, did you hear that? The head of the academy wants to stay a few more days, based on the damage to our glass house and the market price of these out-of-season fruits. Let's give him a VIP premium bill." Qin Yu's abacus shook, and he grinned so widely it was almost frightening. "Got it, second brother? Don't worry, I'll definitely give the head of the academy a family discount. 100 taels per night for lodging." 10 taels per slice of watermelon, and the heating damage fee. Hearing these astronomical numbers, the head of the academy nearly fainted on the spot. But he looked outside at the howling snowstorm, then at the warm floor beneath him, and finally at the tempting watermelon. He clenched his teeth, hugged the nearby pillar tightly, and let out a deep, soulful cry. Yes. I give in. Don't chase me away. I won't leave. This is my home. Watching this group of once high and mighty masters now stubbornly refusing to leave, Su-won and the Qin brothers exchanged glances, both seeing a smile in each other's eyes. Just then, the eldest brother Qin-lai, who had been silent all along, walked in. He was holding a freshly polished sword, still carrying the cold from outside. His tall figure stood at the door like a tower, giving a strong sense of pressure. His gaze passed through the crowd and focused precisely on Su-won, deep and calm like the sea. When there are more people, the wall must be built higher. Qin-lai's voice was steady and powerful, with an undeniable commanding tone. Tomorrow I will push down that hill, and I will build you a bigger one. Vast Book Academy, the accounting room.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The beads on the abacus clicked so fast they seemed to spark. No more. Fourth master, there's no space left. The manager, sweating all over, rushed in holding a stack of invitation cards. His expression was worse than crying. Just now, 3 wealthy merchants from nearby counties sent silver notes, saying they want to sign up their foolish sons. The sponsorship fees are already 1,000 taels. And that stubborn mountain master from Ligu Mountain refuses to leave, insisting on bringing his disciples and grandchildren to do long-term study, filling up our guest rooms. Now, even the firewood shed is full of people. If this continues, third young master will have to sleep in the trees with the security team. The fourth brother, Qin Yu, leaned lazily on the grand tutor's chair, playing with a fine purple brush in his hand. His face, more delicate than a woman's, wore a nonchalant smile. Why rush? If the money is delivered, why push it away? Only fools do that. But fourth master, we really can't fit anymore. Qin Yu was about to speak when he casually glanced out the window. In that moment, his smile froze. Outside the window, the academy's square was bustling with noise. Su-won was dressed in a yellow jacket and skirt, with a white fox fur collar, tiptoeing to pluck a high red plum blossom. The winter sun shone on her, making her look fluffy and warm, like a glowing little sun, so beautiful that no one could look away. Not far from her, less than 10 steps away, a few well-dressed, heavily pregnant merchants pretended to admire the plum blossoms, but their sneaky eyes were practically glued to Su-won. One chubby man, more lecherous than others, was rubbing his hands and whispering to his companions, "Tifa, is this the young lady of the Qin family? Truly, more charming than that red plum. If only I could touch that hand." Snap! The fine purple brush in Qin Yu's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Fourth young master? The steward was startled, feeling the air around him suddenly turn as cold as an ice cellar. Qin Yu stood up, his golden silk robe billowing with a sharp gust of wind. He squinted his usually gentle peach blossom eyes, pressing his tongue firmly against his cheek, his eyes dark with fierce anger. The academy is indeed too crowded. His voice was soft but carried a chilling coldness that made people's scalps tingle. All kinds of dirty things dare to gather around my sister-in-law. Those few fat men, throw them out. Blacklist them. None of the shops under the Qin family will serve them again. The steward was stunned. Huh? But those men paid a lot of money. I said, throw them out. Qin Yu turned his head, his gaze fierce enough to scare people. Can't you understand human language? I'll refund double the money. Just get rid of them. Killing a few flies only treats the symptoms, not the cause. As long as the academy keeps expanding, these disgusting men who covet my sister-in-law will keep coming. Qin Yu looked out the window at the small peacock, still innocently admiring the flowers, unaware of his possessiveness growing wild like weeds in his heart. He wanted to hide her somewhere only he could see, where no one could find her. His gaze crossed the noisy crowd and landed on the snow-covered, lonely mountain to the east of the academy. That mountain was tall, quiet, and isolated. If he bought that place, planted peach trees, built high walls, and left only one gate. "Prepare the horses." Qin Yu suddenly threw the broken brush into the trash can, strode out with a determined and wild look. "Go to the county office. I want to buy a mountain." Inside the county office, the county magistrate was holding a teacup, looking worriedly out the window at the heavy snow.
"Sir."
"Something terrible has happened." The guard rushed in hurriedly. "That Qin Lao Si from Wolf Tooth Village. He's gone crazy." "What happened? Did he cause some divine fire again?" The magistrate's hand trembled, spilling tea all over himself.
"No."
"He's here to buy land." The guard swallowed nervously, gesturing exaggeratedly. "He's holding a stack of silver notes thicker than bricks," and slapped it right on the table. "He said he wants to buy the Peach Blossom Mountain on the east side of Wolf Tooth Village, along with the 3 surrounding hills. Cash payment. Pay in full."
"What?"
The county magistrate suddenly stood up, eyes darting around. "Buying mountain land? The kind that can't be used for farming? This Qin family isn't fools, especially Qin Lao Si. He's as clever as a ghost."
"Could it be?"
The magistrate imagined a big scene. Could that mountain have a gold mine? Or maybe an ancient treasure? I knew Qin's family suddenly had so much money. They must have found a mine. "Sir, what should we do? Should we refuse approval?"
"Fool."
The magistrate slapped the officer on the forehead. "Refuse? Qin's family is now favored by the Grand Tutor. If they want to buy, sell. Not only sell, but also send people to protect. If there's really a gold mine, it's a tribute to the court. If bandits steal it, both of us could lose our heads.
"Quick."
Arrange the land deed for Qin Sai. Send it with the fastest horse." At dusk, the noise in the academy finally quieted down. Suwon was inside drawing plans. There were too many people in the academy, so she wanted to design a few separate courtyards to divide the teaching area from the living area. Creak. The door was pushed open, bringing in a cold wind, then slammed shut again. "Fourth brother," smelling that familiar sandalwood scent, Suwon hadn't turned around yet when she was suddenly embraced tightly from behind by a cold aura. Qin Yu held her very tightly, as if trying to melt her into his bones. His chin pressed against her neck, breathing quickly, with a hint of jealousy and unease. "What's wrong?" Suwon put down her brush, helplessly patted the large hands that held her so tightly. "Who made our fourth master Qin angry? Your mouth is pouting so much it could hang an oil bottle. Sister-in-law, I'm unhappy." Qin Yu spoke gloomily, like a big dog feeling wronged, rubbing his face against her delicate neck, greedily soaking in her warm scent. "Those men's eyes are too dirty. I want to pluck out their eyes. But I'm afraid it'll scare you." Suwon was stunned, then understood. Someone's jealousy had flared up again. She turned around with a smile, holding Qin Yu's handsome face. "Just because of this? When we do business, we can't control what others see. Can't control it." Qin Yu suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with a nearly crazy stubbornness and passion. He took out a piece of paper from his chest, still warm. It was the deed to Peach Blossom Mountain. It bore a bright red official seal, the ink still fresh. The owner's name was clearly written, Suwon. "This is..." Suwon's eyes widened. "It's a gift," Qin Yu said with a sly smile, but he didn't hand the deed to Suwon. He stepped forward, pressing his knee between her legs, pushing her back to the desk behind her, with nowhere to go. "Fourth brother, you..." Suwon tried to step back, but Qin Yu's fingers quickly unfastened the first button of her collar. "Don't move," he said in a husky voice, with a commanding tone. In Suwon's shock, he carefully slid the neatly folded deed into her slightly open collar, slowly and gently. The rough paper brushed her delicate skin, causing her to shiver. His fingers lightly traced the curves below her collarbone. "This is the safest place," he said, his hand resting deep inside her collar, feeling her rapid heartbeat through the thin paper. "Elder sister-in-law, keep this safe. This mountain belongs to us. I've already asked a craftsman to design it. I want to plant 10 miles of peach blossoms there and build a private courtyard just for us." He lowered his head, his nose touching Suwon's, their breaths mingling, his possessiveness clear in his eyes. "From now on, elder sister-in-law, You'll stay on the mountain with me. No one else can look at you. If anyone dares, I'll throw them off the mountain." This intense, possessive affection made Soo-won's heart race wildly. You're hiding a treasure in a golden house." She blushed, trying to push him away. "Yes, I am hiding a treasure," Chinyu said without retreating, grabbing her by the back of her head and pulling her close. He looked at her lips, so near, and his desire burst out. "Elder sister-in-law, I spent all my savings to buy this mountain. I've become poor now. I have only my life and strength left. Is it time for my sister-in-law to pity me? Give me some kickback." Soo-won shrank back from his breath, feeling it hot against her neck. What kickback?" Chinyu chuckled softly, his laugh like it came from deep inside his chest, making her feel a tingling sensation all over. He tilted his head, his warm lips brushing against Soo-won's delicate earlobe. "Come to my room tonight." In the accounting room, Soo-won was bent over her desk, planning the newly acquired Peach Blossom Mountain land deed. She held her brush carefully, her brow slightly furrowed as she thought about where to plant peaches and where to build pavilions. Fourth brother Chinyu, like a lazy, boneless fox, lounged at the table, grinding ink. His charming, romantic eyes weren't focused on the inkstone but fixed intently on Soo-won's slender wrist, which peeked out from her sleeve, smooth and white like jade. "Sister-in-law, is this ink too thick?" he asked, deliberately leaning forward so his chest almost pressed against her arm. Using the excuse of testing the ink, his fingertips lightly brushed her hand, sending a tingling shock through her. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the silence. The noise was deafening, as if the sky had been torn open. The entire room trembled violently. The teacups on the table shattered with a loud crash, ink splattering everywhere. Chinyu's handsome face was instantly splashed with black ink, turning it into a black mask. But he reacted quickly, throwing his folding fan aside, spreading his arm, and suddenly pressing Soo-won into his embrace, shielding her with his body. His folding fan was held over her head. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here." In that moment, Soo-won heard the pounding of his heart and the reassuring, masculine scent that burst out at a critical moment. "No, it's not an earthquake." Soo-won's face changed as she pushed Chinyu away, then looked out the window toward the back mountain. She saw that the laboratory, marked with a sign saying, "No trespassing," was now billowing with a huge, mushroom-shaped black smoke. An unsettling vibration rippled through the air. That's the twins' place. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Chin-lai, who was practicing with the newly recruited guards, heard the loud explosion and felt the ground tremble beneath him. His face instantly turned as hard as iron. An attack. His first reaction was that the barbarians from the north were coming, or that the Black Wind village had obtained siege cannons. Clang! The huge sword on his back instantly unsheathed, shining coldly, and a fierce killing aura swept across the scene. Third brother. Block the entrance. Don't let a single fly escape. Everyone else, follow me up the mountain. Chin-lai tiptoed forward, like a furious black panther, muscles tense to the limit, carrying a sharp, cold killing intent, rushing toward the explosion site. Who dares to disturb Chin's territory? They're asking for trouble. 15 minutes later, the back mountain laboratory. This place could no longer be called a laboratory. It was more like a disaster zone. The original 3 red brick houses now only had a few lonely pillars standing stubbornly toward the sky. The roof?
Gone.
The walls?
Collapsed.
The ground was a mess, filled with a strong, pungent smell of sulfur, mixed with a scent of burnt protein. When Chin-lai charged up with his sword, his eyes twitched fiercely, and his hand gripping the sword bulged with veins. Who dares? Come out now. In the ruins, a pile of broken bricks moved slightly. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst violent coughing, 2 dark, shadowy figures struggled to crawl out of the rubble. Chin-lai stared intently, his grip on the sword stiffening. Are these still his 2 handsome, charming, mischievous, but good-looking twin brothers? At this moment, Qin Feng and Qin Yun had their hair styled into very fashionable, explosive hair, standing upright and still emitting wisps of blue smoke. Their clothes were completely ruined, torn into strips and hanging on their bodies. Because their clothes were torn, large patches of their blackened muscles were exposed. Their pectorals, abs, and V-shaped muscles. Under the dark gray soot, they rose and fell with heavy breathing. Sweat washed over the blackened skin, leaving winding scars. They looked wild, disheveled, yet full of hormonal energy, a battle-worn, rugged charm. The worst was their faces. Completely black. Only 2 white eyes and a mouth open in coughs, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. They looked like 2 freshly baked charcoal pieces.
Big
brother, Qin Feng, the 5th brother, spat out a puff of black smoke. Seeing Qin Lai's bright sword, he shrank back in fear, instinctively raising his hands. Don't attack. They're allies. Allies. Comrade. Qin Lai sheathed his sword, kicked aside a broken beam blocking the way, and looked behind them. There, on the once smooth granite ground, a large pit about half a meter deep suddenly appeared. The surrounding rocks showed strange, radiating cracks. Even a big tree 2 meters away was snapped in half, with a blackened cut. Qin Lai's pupils suddenly contracted. He had been on the battlefield. The power that could instantly explode and turn solid granite into dust was definitely beyond human strength. It was almost like divine punishment. Did you guys do this? Qin Lai pointed at the big hole, his voice low and trembling with disbelief. Yeah, Lao Lu. Qin Yun scratched his messy hair, feeling a bit guilty but also secretly excited. My sister-in-law gave us a recipe called 1 nitrogen, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal. We thought about increasing the ratio, adding some extra ingredients to make a super big firework for my sister-in-law to see. But I trembled and added too much. Fireworks? Qin Lai looked at the huge pit that could bury a person, his throat moving painfully. Damn fireworks. If this thing was thrown into a barbarian cavalry unit, wouldn't it blow up both people and horses? This isn't just fireworks, it's a divine weapon of the Great Way. While Qin Lai was still stunned by the military value of this black powder, Old 5, Old 6, a crying voice came. Su Wan ran over, panting, holding up her skirt. She looked at the 2 blackened heads in the ruins, tears instantly falling. The loud bang just now was too frightening. She was really worried these 2 silly boys might blow themselves up. Sister-in-law. When the twin boys saw Su Wan, their previous cowardice in front of their older brother disappeared instantly. The 2 little wolves exchanged a glance, their coordination perfect. Time to switch tactics. Act pitiful and seek praise mode activated. Woo woo woo. Sister-in-law. We're going to die. It hurts. It hurts all over. Our faces are definitely ruined. Without caring about how dirty they were, the 2 rushed towards Su Wan. Oh, Lao Lu. Qin Yun was the first to fall at her feet, grabbing her waist. He buried his dark face deep into Su Wan's white cloth around her waist, rubbing like a hurt dog. Sister-in-law. I feel buzzing in my ears. I can't hear. Am I deaf? What if I can't hear your voice anymore? As he spoke, he deliberately pressed his upper body weight onto Su Wan. His hot body heat, passing through his torn clothes, directly warmed Su Wan's thigh. It was the leftover heat from an explosion, mixed with the unique hormone scent of a young man, quickly surrounding Su Wan. Can't hear? Su Wan was terrified and quickly held his face to check. Qin Yun pressed his face into Su Wan's palm, his lips lightly brushing the delicate skin inside her wrist. Sister-in-law. You need to speak closer to me. Closer. His gaze was dreamy, pretending, with fog filling his clear eyes, as if they might shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, the 5th brother, Qin Feng, was also not willing to be outdone. He grabbed Su Wan's other hand and forced it onto his still heaving chest. It was covered in soot and sweat, feeling wet, hard, and hot. Sister-in-law, don't mind brother 6, Qin Feng panted, his voice hoarse, with a coquettish but firm tone. Touch my heartbeat. It's beating so fast it feels like it's going to explode. Massage my chest. Okay. Suwon was caught between these two energetic brothers, feeling completely stunned. Her dress was covered in soot, her hands full of sweat and dust, but she didn't care about being dirty. She could feel the strong heartbeat beneath her palm and the suffocating embrace around her waist.
You
two troublemakers. Suwon's eyes filled with tears, wanting to scold them but feeling heartbroken. She took out a handkerchief, trembling as she wiped the soot off Qin Feng's face. How many times do I have to tell you to stay safe? Wear protective gear during experiments. Are you trying to make me angry to death? Sister-in-law is angry. Qin Feng let her wipe his face, then suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Actually, he had just bitten himself slightly. That bright red spot, contrasted with the black soot on his face, looked stunningly frightening. He stared at Suwon intently. If sister-in-law is upset, just hit me. Or bite me if you want. As long as sister-in-law calms down, I'll accept any punishment. Boom. This is not an apology. It's clearly a blatant attempt to seduce. On the ruins, amidst the smell of gunpowder, two powerful male bodies are openly showing her their vulnerability and desire.
You.
Suwon's face turned red, almost bleeding. This is too unfair. Do these two guys realize how tempting they look right now? That damaged, battle-worn look is irresistible. Alert. Battle-worn charm. Detected. Target. Qin Feng/Qin Yun. Status. Pretending to be weak, taking the opportunity to get close. Charm points. 2,000. Rewards. Advanced protective suit design. Precise black powder formula. Just as Suwon was about to give in, overwhelmed by these two charcoal-grilled wolves, smack, smack. Two large hands, like iron tongs, suddenly descended from above, precisely grabbing the twins by the back of their necks. Like catching two chicks, they were forcibly pulled away from Suwon. Qin Lai, with a stern face, stood between the three. He was like a towering mountain, instantly blocking the flirtatious atmosphere. Have you had enough? Qin Lai's voice was cold and sharp, his gaze like a blade, sweeping over the twins' inappropriate behavior, then glancing at the two obvious black handprints on Suwon's skirt, right at her waist and hips. A flicker of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Your clothes are torn, and you're still rubbing against your sister-in-law? Look at your sister-in-law's dress. You've dirted it. The twins shrank back, looking at their brother's fierce gaze, feeling guilty and afraid to speak. Sister-in-law, help. Big brother is going to scold us. We just wanted to make fireworks for you. Qin Feng buried his dark face into Suwon's waistcloth, rubbing against it. Qin Yun held Suwon's hand and pressed it against his still dark chest. Sister-in-law, feel my heartbeat. It's almost jumping out. Qin Lai turned around, and when facing Suwon, the cold in his eyes suddenly melted into warmth. He reached out his rough hand, gently brushing dust off Suwon's shoulder, his movements surprisingly tender. Jiao Jiao, don't mind them. These two little rascals are tough and won't be hurt by the explosion.
But you.
Qin Lai looked at the big hole, his eyes deep and passionate. The recipe you gave. It's a good thing. These two troublemakers have really made a big contribution this time. He turned to look at the twins, a cold smile creeping on his face that made people's skin crawl. Since you're so energetic, you haven't been blown up to death yet. Starting tomorrow, move up to this mountain to live. If you don't make 1,000 of these super fireworks, no one is allowed to go down the mountain to see sister-in-law. Huss, the twins let out a heartbreaking cry. Big brother, you're taking revenge. We want to see sister-in-law. We need her, huffing, to feel better. Qin Lai ignored their protests, casually putting his arm around Suwon's shoulders and confidently leading her down the mountain. Let's go home. The smell here is too strong. It's bothering you. Let's go back. Big brother will help you change your clothes. Suwon. Change clothes? Big brother, your gaze is more dangerous than fireworks. Behind them, among the ruins, the twins, with their explosive hairdos, watched their big brother take sister-in-law away, tears of regret in their eyes. It's over. Now we not only have to do hard labor, but we also lost the chance to complain. It's all your fault. Why did you add so much charcoal? Blame you. You insisted on adding sulfur. After the smoke cleared from the back mountain, the twins were ordered to write a 3,000-word self-criticism on the ruins. They're fashionable, explosive, hair wet with tears as they went to repair the house. Although the process was intense, that earth-shaking explosion also completely boosted the reputation of the Qin Family Academy. In the blink of an eye, the winter solstice arrived. That day, Wolf Tooth Village was buzzing. Not only parents of students, but even the county magistrate, local gentry, and the mountain master of the Gigu Academy, who had always been skeptical, wrapped in thick cotton clothes, arrived early on the playground. Everyone wanted to see what kind of results the so-called Northwest's #1 unconventional academy would produce in its first big exam. Would they memorize the entire book, or write the 8-legged essays? However, when the red curtain was drawn back, everyone was stunned. There were no desks, no exam papers, no the sound of reading aloud. On the large platform built with red bricks, a banner hung prominently: First Winter Solstice Performance of the Wanxiang Academy. First event, martial arts. A strong youth makes a strong country. Kill. A young but passionate shout tore through the cold winter morning wind.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! The sound of drums echoed loudly, making people's hearts tremble. Third brother Qin Meng, dressed in a tight black martial arts uniform, waved a command flag. His bare arms were muscular and steaming in the cold wind. Behind him, 200 students in Qingyun school uniforms held wooden swords, moving in perfect unison. Chop! The wooden sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, like a sword being drawn. Stab! Their fierce eyes looked like wolves, full of determination. These students were not weak scholars who only study books. They looked like a disciplined team of fierce warriors. Parents watching from below were moved to tears, clapping their hands excitedly. Is that my kid? He used to hide when he saw people, now he looks like a little tiger. Good. This is true bravery. This is the backbone of our great way. Old Qin Lai, the eldest brother, who had been watching with a sword in hand, saw these transformed children, and a rare smile appeared on his stern face. He looked at Su Wan, who was directing the scene nearby, feeling proud. His gentle words were right. Scholars should not be helpless and weak. Second scene, exploring the mysteries of nature. Magical tricks. Just after the martial arts display, a mysterious white smoke rose up. The twin brothers, with their trendy hairstyles, appeared shining. Dear villagers, watch closely. Fifth brother Qin Feng held a clear glass bottle filled with a colorless liquid. He looked mysterious. This is creating something from nothing. He poured a drop of unknown potion into the bottle. Boom! The water instantly turned blood red, then green. Finally, purple smoke appeared, forming into the shape of a butterfly in the air. Wow! The crowd gasped in amazement. Mountain Guardian Gigu was so scared his beard trembled, pointing at the stage and trembling. This is alchemy? Is this magic? Sixth brother Qin Yun proudly shook his curly hair and explained loudly. No, this is chemistry. Learn science and math well, and you can go anywhere without fear. The final act, drama, Legend of the White Snake, and the Broken Bridge borrowing an umbrella. If the first two scenes were shocking, this last one was a real knockout. This is a script personally adapted by Su Wan, and it is also a romantic feast she offers to all the people in the county. Originally, she just wanted to direct from behind the scenes, but the role of White Lady requires a pure and alluring aura that only she can provide. As for the male lead, Su Xian. On the day of casting, Qin's backstage almost caused a fight. The third brother is too strong, like Fa Hai. The fourth brother is too flirtatious, like Shimin Qing. The twin brothers are too young, like young attendants, the eldest. His fierce aura could scare the White Lady into revealing her true form right on the spot. In the end, second brother Qin Mo, with his image as the only scholar in the family and a shameless declaration that I am the best match for my sister-in-law, won the role against all odds. At this moment, on stage, the set is a realistic broken bridge. The twin brothers set up a special water spray device above, with fine rain falling gently, creating a misty, southern river scene. Music begins. Soo-won, dressed in a snowy white gown, with her hair elegantly tied up and a jade hairpin inserted, runs in panic through the rain, her graceful movements swaying as she walks, her moist eyes shining. She looks like a fairy. The rain is so heavy. What should I do? Her soft sigh is simply enchanting. Thousands of men in the audience feel as if their bones have become lighter, eager to rush up and offer her an umbrella. At this moment, a tall, slender figure appears, holding an oil paper umbrella, walking slowly from the bridge.
Kim Moon-tak.
Today, he is not wearing his usual dark long robe but a green scholar's gown. The most striking thing is that he still wears those gold-rimmed glasses. Rainwater wets his hair, and a faint mist covers the lenses. Gentle, cool, and restrained. But behind those glasses, his eyes seem like a blazing fire, fixed intently on Soo-won. Madam. Chin-mo steps forward, his voice transmitted through a specially made bamboo tube, deep, magnetic, and with a gentle warmth that makes one's legs feel weak. He tilts the umbrella towards Soo-won, covering most of her head. His own shoulder, however, is exposed to the rain. Rain slides down his chin, dripping onto his rolling Adam's apple. This scene is breathtakingly beautiful. Like a painting. Official. Your clothes are wet. Soo-won recited her lines according to the script, her eyes flickering with hesitation because Chin-mo was too close. He was close enough for her to smell the scent of agarwood mixed with rain on him. Close enough that she could feel his warmth. It's okay, Chin-mo said softly, lowering his head slightly, and their faces drew nearer. As long as my wife doesn't get wet. That's enough. This line wasn't in the script. And the word, wet, was spoken with a heavy emphasis, carrying a subtle, adult-like flirtation. Soo-won blushed and shot him a sharp glare. Chin-mo, however, smiled, a refined but mischievous smile. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, and in front of many people, under the watchful eyes of thousands, he naturally took her hand. Startled, Soo-won tried to pull back her hand, but Chin-mo's grip was surprisingly strong. Not only did he hold her hand, but he also slid it into his wide sleeve. Your hand is cold, wife. He looked at her, his eyes intense, his voice husky. Keep it warm. My sleeve
Is warm, she replied.
Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers.
Wow.
That scholar is so charming. That's so sweet. Is this love? His gaze. His actions. Even though it's acting, it doesn't seem like it. Only Soo-won knew what was happening inside his sleeve. Chin-mo's hot hand was tightly holding her fingers. His fingertips, with faint calluses, gently stroked and circled her palm. Once, then again. It felt like flirting, or maybe a secret hint.
Kim Moon-tak.
You're crazy. My brother is watching from below, Soo-won hissed, her voice only for the two of them. So what if he is? Chin-mo smirked slightly, leaning forward. The oil paper umbrella in his hand was pressed lower, blocking most of the view from below. Under the umbrella, they created a private space just for them. Brother-in-law, he no longer called her wife. He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath making her shiver. Lower the umbrella a bit. They won't see. I want to kiss you. How dare you? Soo-won's eyes widened, her heart pounding like a drum. Chin-mo chuckled softly, his Adam's apple moving intensely. He didn't dare to kiss her fully, since Chin-lai's sword was not to be underestimated. But he made a bolder move. He raised his hand and gently brushed a strand of wet hair from Soo-won's temple. Very slowly and tenderly, he tucked it behind her ear. His fingers then lightly touched her earlobe and gave it a gentle pinch. His gaze was deep and loving, making one feel like drowning in affection, yet also wild and intense, as if he wanted to hide her away like a treasured possession, keeping her from everyone else. Madam, he whispered, if this rain never stops, I will hold an umbrella for you. Forever. At that moment, Chin-lai below the stage clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white and his veins bulged. Old fourth Qin Yu snapped his folding fan with a loud crack, breaking it completely. Old third Qin forcefully bent the staff of his command flag. Old seventh Qin and stared gloomily at the stage, his silver needle already stuck into the nearby wooden post. The whole place fell silent. Then suddenly, thunderous applause erupted. Excellent. Well done. Such a talented couple. Wah, I'm so moved I could cry. Only Suwon knew that beneath the umbrella, Qin Mo's hand, hidden in his sleeve, had reached her wrist and was feeling her pulse. He was sensing her heartbeat. It was just as intense and uncontrollable as his own. The curtain fell. Whoosh, bang. A huge firework exploded in the night sky. It was an improved, black powder firework made by the twins, colorful and bright, lighting up the entire wolf-toothed town. Suwon stood on the stage, watching the fireworks fill the sky, her cheeks burning. Qin Mo stood beside her, still holding her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The other 5 brothers also rushed onto the stage. 7 men surrounded her like stars around the moon. Older sister-in-law, do you like it? Older sister-in-law, next year we'll do even bigger ones. Older sister-in-law, did second brother take advantage of you just now? When we go back, I'll scold him. Suwon looked at these young, passionate, loving faces. On this cold winter night, her heart felt warmer than any fire. She turned and held Qin Mo's hand again, then pulled over Qin Lai, who looked jealous and was trying to act angry but was holding back. Facing the sky full of fireworks, he showed a smile brighter than the fireworks themselves. Beautiful. With you all here, every day is beautiful. Below the stage, the county magistrate wiped away tears of emotion and turned to his assistant, saying, "Quick, write this down. The winter solstice exam at Wanxiang Academy, both talented in literature and martial arts, with deep friendship and loyalty. This isn't just an academy, it's clearly the hope of Great Way's future."